area, and good morning to everybody out there listening on the Odyssey app nationwide. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? Community drivers, cops, everybody in traffic, overnight dancers, and we're going to get right into it here, man. 888-957-9570. It's Cowboys-Niners week. We're getting closer and closer to Sunday Night Football. I cannot wait. A lot of people are talking. We'll have the injury report as both teams hit the practice field yesterday. But look, good morning to YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, Comcast Business Text Line. It's simple, Shasky. We're getting to some Peter King sound in a second here. But biggest game for Brock Purdy right now. Biggest game of Brock Purdy's career so far. Right now, this Sunday, when you think about the regular season matchups, and I'm obviously going to exclude the playoffs, but biggest regular season game for Brock Purdy.
I was going to say excluding the playoffs. I don't know, that Seattle game to win the division on short rest with broken ribs, I maybe it was just so new that we've kind of forgotten about it. I thought that was almost pretty big. It does feel like every single week, because of how young he is, it's just a different opportunity to showcase yourself. And I feel like we're looking for every throw to be an indictment on whether he's good or not. Every single throw. See, he can do this. See, he can't do that. And so for every doubter and for every supporter, every win is another notch for their argument, which feels a little absurd because I feel like the body of work is pretty overwhelming at this point. And honestly, yeah, they need to beat the Cowboys so that they can have the tiebreaker. But it's not the end-all, be-all if he doesn't play well.
Well, I mean, you know, when you think about the Cowboys and you think about their defense and you want to talk about everybody critiquing every single throw, how many throws did everybody critique last week? I don't think there's one throw you could critique. Not one.
No, I mean,
even the biggest complainers in the world. He went 20 and 21 for 283. The ball didn't touch the ground. We had Baldy on earlier this week on a Tuesday, as we do every single week. And Baldy was talking about the great 49ers teams, which is funny because we're talking about practice, and everybody doesn't make a big deal about practice. The goal in practice is, whether it was Bill Walsh, Joe Montana, Steve Young, or Rich Gannon with the Oakland Raiders or John Gruden, the ball doesn't touch the ground. The ball doesn't touch the ground. You know, you practice perfection. You don't practice throwing interceptions. You don't practice throwing incompletions. You don't practice risking throws that you won't make. You practice how you're going to perform in the game. And right now, Purdy is performing at a high level. But I'm thinking this Sunday night, if there's any setbacks or anything with the Cowboys defense and he turns the ball over, as Guru likes to say, the vultures, the scavengers, they're going to be waiting in the cut. See. So that's why I think this game,
that I agree with.
in front of Mike Tirico, in front of Chris Collinsworth, this game's massive for Brock. Massive.
But the thing is that he already beat this team in the playoffs, right? So I hear everything you're saying.
They said he didn't beat them. They said the defense did.
Well, he didn't convert on a huge third down with George Kittle.
I agree with you.
You know, he did
I agree with you.
Outplay Dak Prescott in that game. He was more efficient than Jimmy Garoppolo was a year prior against the same opponent, albeit on the road, and this one was at home. So, I don't dismiss that for the national media. There are going to be so many people making this to be the end-all, be-all for Brock Purdy.
Oh, I agree.
Because this, to them, is the stiffest test.
Yep.
Right? And we always do this. We omit Seattle playoff game. We're going to omit the game up in Seattle to win the division. We're going to omit the Dallas playoff game, and we're going to make this the biggest one. It feels like that for all the young quarterbacks. Like Tua Tagovailoa is a person that I look at who played this weekend against Buffalo. How many people are coming out of that game against Buffalo? And no, he doesn't have the playoff wins that Brock Purdy has. But they're saying, see, I knew he couldn't do it on the big stage.
Yeah, I mean, but he
Which
played
is unfair.
well. Which is unfair if you watch that football game. It was Miami's defense is getting cooked.
Yeah, but
Miami's defense is porous. And Buffalo's pass rush got to Tua Tagovailoa, and they made him look average. But I didn't come away but yeah, I'm sure national people, oh man, Tua can't win a big one.
Exactly.
And it's
That's what I'm
stupid
saying.
if you watch the game because context matters. I want to get to something that Peter King said.
I would say to you, I think it's a bigger game for Dak than it is for Brock Purdy.
Dak, to me, Dak's been in these games. The big games for Dak's coming in January. He will be judged by what happens in January.
Why don't we do the same thing for Brock Purdy?
Because he's so young in his career. 14 games in.
You're probably right.
You know what I'm saying? Dak's
You're
been in the
probably
league
right.
since 2016.
He's got game logs
and this,
on top of game
this
logs.
could be the last season in Dallas for Dak Prescott. So his postseason is massive. He could win this game on Sunday, and Cowboy fans will still be looking for something to say, you know what, that does nothing. We've seen him win big regular season games before. But here's Peter King. He compares a Dion Sanders saying to Brock Purdy.
You've seen 48 sound bites with Dion saying some form of, if you can't see what's going on here, you're blind. Or if you can't see that we're going to be a great college football team, you're blind. Honestly, that's exactly what I see when I watch Brock Purdy play. What isn't he doing well? What hasn't he convinced you of?
So that's Peter King.
It's got a Russell Wilson feel to it.
Oh, I hope not.
No, but like
because there's something Marshawn Lynch. He sat down with Shannon Sharp yesterday. Go ahead. I don't
forget the personality. I'm talking about the player. Like, I think for a long time, I'm talking about for myself. You can disagree. But for myself, for a long time, I dismissed Russell Wilson. He's not this. He's not that. It's fluky. You know, what he's doing is because he's got great players around him. And I don't know. I diminished him at every single turn. And then 4 or 5 years later, I was like, you know what? All right, I tap out. This guy's really good. Now, look, it's not aging well because he's not playing well right now. But I will admit there was a time and place where I hated on Russell Wilson. And then you look up and all the guy does is carry his team down the field and score time after time.
But you know what? I don't think Brock Purdy's getting that hate. I see a lot of love and a lot of praise for him, and he deserves it. I don't see the same question marks that Russell Wilson had in Seattle earlier that tenure where it was like, oh, he's getting carried by the LOB. People were talking already that Brock's great. Brock is a top 7 quarterback.
Is that because of the offense flowing the way it is? Because the Seattle offense everything. Never flowed this offense.
And this offense could carry the defense.
Yeah.
So when you score 30, 30, 30, 35,
yes,
and you score 30 in 7 straight regular season games, you get everybody's attention. So it doesn't have, to me, it's not even comparable to Russell Wilson and the criticism that he got. It was obvious, ride beast mode, take care of the football, play great defense. Shanahan empowers, I should say, Brock Purdy to take shots down the field, to throw the ball off first down, to open up the offense, to throw the ball downfield, to run every trick in the book. I think Shanahan has empowered Brock Purdy in a way that Russell Wilson didn't really get empowered until maybe year 3, year 4.
I mean, I watched that guy go into Atlanta his rookie year in the playoffs and single-handedly bring them back, even though they lost that game, and he was outstanding. I hear what you're saying, and no one's saying that he was putting up numbers that would even come close to what Purdy's doing. But that roster wasn't as good offensively.
Yeah, but you said it had a Russell Wilson feel, and I don't feel like Russell Wilson at all with Brock Purdy. I feel like a guy coming in.
Russ had a lot of hype.
I don't want to do this because
he was on national McDonald's commercials.
Yeah, but he was drafted. Matt Flynn was supposed to start.
Yeah.
He took his job. He didn't get those commercials until year 2, year 3 with Colin Kaepernick.
The first offseason of him starting, him and Kaepernick are in a McDonald's commercial.
But you said it had a Russell Wilson feel in terms of like the defense carrying.
The national narrative was that Russ wasn't the conductor. Russ was a passenger on the train.
See,
that's the analogy I would say.
Yeah, but I don't get that with Brock Purdy.
Okay.
I feel like people think he is the conductor. He is running the show, that he is
Not
Shanahan's
Shanahan?
trusted agent. Well, Shanahan's going to get something. McCaffrey's going to get something. But they're saying, boy, Shanahan finally has a quarterback he can trust.
All right.
He's won him over. Think about it. He came in and he got Trey Lance the heck up out of here because Brock Purdy was the leader of the clubhouse, right? Brock Purdy came in and took the job. Now, in that way, you could see some similarities, although Matt Flynn was a trusted veteran, I guess, been a backup for many, many years, and they paid him the money. Here, you paid the draft compensation. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. I hear what you're saying. I don't get those vibes whatsoever. I think the style of play is different.
Well, if that's obvious.
The style of play is different. But
there is a scramble mode game to Purdy's game that you can see shades of Russell Wilson. And I guess more it's just how the national media covers the guy where they're like, and I remember Greg Cosell week after week, well, I don't know how sustainable this is. What's it going to look like when they don't have Marshawn Lynch? He loves to make plays outside of structure. Yeah. I think Purdy's better in structure.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Purdy, from day one, was a better pocket quarterback than Russell Wilson. Now, I'm not saying he's a better pocket quarterback now. Russ in the pocket early on in his career cannot play in the pocket. He could not. He had to improv. He had to get outside the pocket. He had to make you pay with the broken play. Purdy's beating you within structure from day one.
Oh, no, he's been outstanding.
Day one.
You still don't think there are haters similar to Russell Wilson early on?
There's haters everywhere, Shasky.
Well, that's my point. Any young player that ascends, there's going to be haters.
Josh Allen has haters.
Yes.
Patrick Mahomes has haters.
Well, lots of haters, yes.
Tom Brady has haters.
Yeah, well, yes.
Stephen Curry has haters.
Yes.
LeBron James. So haters reside everywhere.
Even weak Justin Fields has haters.
I mean, everybody has haters. I mean, that's the way of the world. Everybody's got a hate or be jealous about something here. But here's Peter King on Purdy needed to keep it up to be great. This is interesting.
To be considered one of the best quarterbacks in football, he's got to keep doing it, and he's got to do it in the postseason. That's obvious. But any guy who so far in his career, I think that's right. I looked it up the other day. 69% passer with a passing rating of 108, 110. And I realize passer rating is not the be all end all. But the only way you can really criticize him, honestly, is if you keep having it in your mind that he was the 271st or whatever number pick in the draft, and you just can't accept the fact that somebody picked that low could be a great quarterback. Well, I think he's proving it almost every day now.
So that's Peter King on Willard and Dibbs yesterday. He joins them every single week.
There is something to him being drafted so late, creating doubt amongst our own fan base, others, whatever. If he's like a second-round pick, not even a first, a second-round pick, I do think we look at everything completely different.
Possibly. Yeah, because you're expecting him to play as a second-round pick.
Right?
You are. He's the last pick of the draft, which is remarkable.
It really is.
He's the last pick of the NFL draft. If he goes on to win, let's say Brock Purdy. I don't even want to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. He hypothetically wins 3 Super Bowls.
Uh-oh.
Is his story greater than Brady's by winning 3?
I don't know. I mean, Brady ended up being maybe the greatest quarterback of all time by everyone's estimations. He's broken every single record possible.
Brock wins 3.
It's a great story. I mean, Tom Brady.
One of the best stories we've ever had.
Tom Brady. It's a great story. Tom Brady won 7.
I know.
I mean, it's kind of unbelievable to say out loud.
He won 7. If Purdy wins 3,
I mean, no, I do not know. I don't think it'll be bigger because Tom Brady was married to Giselle. Like, he was in our face for 25 years. He went to another situation and won another one. I hear what you're saying because he's around later, but they're pretty comparable. I mean, anybody, even if Mahomes wins 7, I don't even know if that story's greater than Tom Brady.
Oof. I don't know. Peter King, this is interesting too because we always discuss who's more valuable.
Do you think? Before you move on, do you think? Right. Do you think it's greater?
I think it's one of the greatest stories in North American sports history.
Well, no, I agree, but you asked directly if it's better than Brady.
It might be. It might be considering who he was. The guy was a third stringer. Brady got drafted, okay, backup quarterback. You 1 hit away. You played here too. Brock Purdy was an afterthought. At least most of America, they watch a lot of Michigan football. We kind of knew who Tom Brady was. How many people knew who Brock Purdy was?
Not many, but he was also fighting for the starting job at times, Tom Brady.
Drew Henson, which is why we knew who Tom Brady was.
It's exactly.
Tom Brady's keeping Drew Henson off the field. Tom Brady's keeping him off the field.
Did you see the clip of it recently? His first ever college pass? It was a pick 6.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. It was a short little pass. He just completely telegraphed it, and it ended up being a pick 6.
There's something I saw on YouTube here that I wanted to bring up, and it was very, very interesting. Because we're going to get to the sound in a second.
Okay.
The difference between Russ and Brock Purdy. Marshawn Lynch came out, and we're going to play this interview a little bit later. Not the whole interview, but this cut. Marshawn Lynch basically coming out and telling Shannon Sharp that Russell Wilson wasn't a leader. And I think that's another huge difference, whether it's Russell Wilson I'm not sure how
Yeah, but
big
you're
of a
talking
leader.
internally. My entire argument was national because you were talking about the perception of Brock
No,
Purdy.
I'm just adding to the conversation.
Yeah.
I'm just adding to the conversation, which is why I don't get Russell Wilson vibes whatsoever when it comes to Brock Purdy.
But we didn't hear about any of the Russell Wilson internal stuff until guys started leaving that organization.
But could you tell, though, early on that Marshawn Lynch was the cog in that offense? They went as Marshawn Lynch went.
But that's what the cynic is saying. But that's what the cynic's saying about Purdy.
No.
They're saying, can't you tell that Christian McCaffrey?
No.
You don't think?
Oh, no. What's cynic?
I mean, they're all over the internet. Nick Wright's one of them, for example.
Well, Nick Wright's an idiot. But we know that. Nick Wrong has been.
I think there are
wrong
a lot
about
of people that think that Purdy's good, but Christian McCaffrey's great, and Debo's great, and George Kittle's great, and Brandon Ayuk's great, and yeah, Purdy's good, but those are the great players, and those are the more important cogs.
Yeah, I didn't get that with Russell Wilson. I got Legion of Boom, great defense. They got all the headlines. Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson. He's a game manager. They called him basically Alex Smith. Game manager. That's what Russell was getting called those first couple years. Okay, some people maybe call it Brock Purdy that. I don't see too many people call him that this year. Not this year.
I mean, every week there's some moron nationally who's sliding him at every single turn. They're waiting for this kid to fall.
I guess.
And that's the sense that I get.
So here's what I want people to think about. Who's more valuable in this offense? To that point then. If there's cynics out there who don't believe Brock Purdy's more valuable, let's listen to Peter King.
If you had to beat the Dallas Cowboys this week and you heard that one guy among Brock Purdy or Christian McCaffrey was going to miss this game, what would you say? Which guy missing the game would give you the better chance to win? In my opinion, Christian McCaffrey missing the game would give you the better chance because that would mean you'd have your quarterback. These are all fun discussions to have. But I think that right now, today, October 4th, 2023, that Brock Purdy, I would consider him to be a more valuable player on the Niners than Christian McCaffrey.
Wow.
Brock Purdy more valuable than Christian McCaffrey right now.
Wow.
888-957-9570. These are good problems to have, but I was on record saying yesterday, I think you can win a couple. As much as I'm liking Brock Purdy right now, I feel like you can win a couple Ks with Sam Darnold if McCaffrey's in the lineup alongside Debo, Ayuk, and George Kittle.
And it's Sam Darnold, I guess?
And it's Sam Darnold. Yeah, Sam Darnold can win a couple Ks. If Brock Purdy, if Christian McCaffrey misses a game or two, how's this offense look? 888-957-9570.
I want to answer, but I'm going to wait.
Yeah.
I really want to answer because I think there's a great argument for both of them. I'm sure baked into a lot of people's answers is going to be your perception of Sam Darnold, your perception of Kyle Shanahan. Wow, what a great question. Who can they win a game without?
McCaffrey just won Offensive Player of the Week, and he just won NFC Offensive Player of the Month over Brock Purdy. And he won Offensive Player of the Week when Brock Purdy went 20-21 for 283.
And maybe it was his best game.
Yeah, right?
Maybe.
All right, this segment brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We got a great guest list for you. We'll reveal on the other side. That'll be brought to you by Local Arena Tickets.
Attention Bay Area sports fans. Get ready.
and I think was how they got their run defense back on track last week.
Garcia to Owens, touchdown. Owens again heading for midfield. There he goes.
There's going to be a penalty on George Teague because he's going to clock him. Now Teague's going to be kicked out of the game. You know, I got to tell you, I don't blame Teague for doing that. I really don't. You know, Owens started that back early in the game when he scored his first touchdown. He went to the center. And then when Emmitt Smith scored a touchdown, ran it in, he ran to the center. And so Owens was going to show him up again. And Teague just said, the heck with it. This game's over anyway. I'm just going to take a cheap shot at him. I don't like any of it, to be honest with you. You got to have some dignity when you're playing this game.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Was that Bill Moss?
Who was that?
Is that Bill Moss, the color analyst?
That was Troy Aikman.
It doesn't even sound like him.
Doesn't sound like Troy Aikman at all. I know the first part was Troy Aikman, right? Was it Kenny Albert? Was it a three-man booth? It was a three-man booth? So Bill Moss, was that Bill Moss? Anyway.
I don't like any of it.
We got T.O. coming up.
I don't like any of it, to be honest with you.
It's so good.
Terrell Owens will join us at 9:30.
T.O.
We got the GOAT Jerry Rice at 8 o'clock.
So we got wide receiver number 1 and 2 on my depth chart all time.
All time. They're my starters. They're my starters. Jerry Rice and T.O. Then we got Mike Bassic, 105.3 The Fan, the real one. He's a real one. Mike Bassic, of course, he gave up Barry Bonds' record-breaking home run. He does a great job down in the Dallas area. He knows his basketball, knows his baseball. He'll break down the Dallas Cowboys as well. That'd be at 7:20. 7:20, Mike Bassic. But in the meantime, we're asking a question. Who's more important in this offense? Who's more valuable in this offense? 408 Comcast Business Text Line. Purdy out, McCaffrey in, and you lost the NFC Championship game. So Peter King, is it wrong?
I kind of feel the same way. Even though Josh Johnson, you hate when I say this, moved the ball well.
I don't hate when you say that. It's true. He did move the ball.
It was shocking, right?
I mean, the 2-minute drill, he threw one to Debo. He almost breaks it for a long one. Next snap, he fumbles.
Yeah.
I mean,
if he's just competent, you know what I mean? Like, but I think that's the only data point that I have to say that I'm probably taking Brock Purdy as the more valuable player right now because I haven't really seen Sam Darnold. I just don't trust Sam Darnold. I don't trust him. I've seen what the 49ers can do with backup running backs over a 5-6 year sample size, right? And I've seen what they've done with Debo when he's been forced to be like a primary playmaker in the backfield and obviously as a weapon. If you're telling me like CMC's out, but I still have Kittle and Debo and Ayuk, I think Brock finds a way. That's what I believe, and it's only faith. I mean, this isn't like I have, examples to cite from. But the one thing that I would say is that it does feel like to me, Brock knows how to maximize who he trusts out there, and as long as Ayuk's out there, who he really seems to trust, I think he can make the most of that situation. I think Jordan Mason and some combination of TDP and Debo and the other guys, Juszczyk, I think they'd find a way to move the ball. And I also bake in Kyle Shanahan into that equation. So I don't know if it's a fair answer, but I'm taking Brock.
Yeah, I'm going to say McCaffrey's the most important aspect of this offense. And to all your points, I think Shanahan could do the same with Darnold. We seen him do it with Jimmy Garoppolo, where he would take the ball out of his hands and scheme it up and say, hey, you throw it here and you don't mess it up. And because if you take out McCaffrey and if you do go with Elijah Mitchell or Jordan Mason, the offense looks a lot different.
A lot.
The defense is giving you a lot of
acknowledge.
different looks. Now all of a sudden they're pressuring Brock, and I know Brock's really good against the blitz, but that outlet in the backfield, that has changed this offense to do the little dump offs or hit guys over the middle. Jordan Mason, Elijah Mitchell, TDP, they're not the receiver Christian McCaffrey is, and that's the difference. You have an extra receiver in this offense with number 23, Christian McCaffrey, and you don't get that with the other running backs. We saw that once Jerick McKinnon got hurt, the running back in the pass game was non-existent.
No doubt. No doubt. So I have two questions for you, and I'll start with the first one. If that's the case, how come Shanahan's only really won with Jimmy and Brock?
In terms of the quarterback spot?
Yeah.
He schemes it up a little bit.
No, he does.
I mean,
Nick Mullins put up big numbers, but he didn't win.
I also think the reason why you got to the Super Bowl was because of the running back, Raheem Mostert.
Oh, no doubt.
Because
No
of
doubt.
your running back position.
No doubt.
They were more important at that point than the quarterback in terms of churning out yards, churning out first downs. So that's what I would say. And again, with Christian McCaffrey, your defense gets stressed so much that all of a sudden Brandon Ayuk, I equate it to Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins, when he got to the Golden State Warriors, he was able to play the easiest basketball of his career because he no longer had to worry about doubles and triples. No longer had to worry about shouldering the load. He got to play free and easy basketball because Steph Curry and Klay Thompson were in the backcourt. Draymond Green was pushing the rock. You stand in the corner, you cut to the basket, you play at the elbow, you hit your 15-foot jumper, boom, all of a sudden you become the second most important player during the finals run. You bring in Christian McCaffrey, all of a sudden Brandon Ayuk is catching six passes on 6 targets.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? He's able to bake in and cook corners because he's like, they're so worried about CMC, I can go do my thing.
But now I guess my second question, the follow-up is, if you believe that, but you also believe that Brock is a top 10 quarterback or top 7 or whatever your designation is he the only quarterback that you would talk like that about? Because like if I were to say Herbert's without Eckler, I still think he could win a game, even though I don't like his coach.
Yeah.
If Mahomes is without Pacheco or whomever, right? Or let's say in this one, Tyreek Hill, we saw him win a Super Bowl. Like, it feels to me, if you're saying that, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but it feels like maybe he might be the only quarterback of those top guys that we would talk about that way.
Think about how much Pacheco helped out Mahomes and Andy Reid in the Super Bowl.
Undeniable.
Without Pacheco, you don't win that football game.
Undeniable.
So my thing is, running backs are a little more important than we give them credit for.
Agreed.
Running backs are a little more important. You look at the other side, Miles Sanders and Gainwell, the way they ran in that NFC Championship game, they turned out to be a little more important than Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts had a pedestrian game. Why did they move that football? Well, one, the offensive line was creating massive lanes, and those running backs ran hard in Philadelphia.
Yeah, but they let Miles Sanders go. Now, they got DeAndre Swift now. So, let's say DeAndre Swift, and he's been really good first quarter of the season. Let's say he misses a game. I think most reasonable people think Jalen Hurts can still win that game. It'll be harder. It'll be different.
They struggled a bit without Swift early on.
I
know
know
what I'm saying? Without Swift.
And they still won.
They still won, but it was a struggle. Jalen Hurts struggled. That Tampa Bay game without DeAndre Swift, I mean, they limped into 25 points.
Yeah, but no, I don't think anyone is saying that Brock Purdy is going to throw up 40. I think it's, can he still win a game?
Yeah, can he still win a game?
And it's going to be ugly every now and then.
Long term.
I think they'd be in a lot of trouble. No one denies that. Long term, I think they'd be in a lot of trouble. For a 1-2 week period, I think they can overcome it.
Let's go to Mo and Hayward. Mo, I say the same thing about Darnold. If they miss Purdy, go ahead, Mo.
I think it's a fair point on Darnold.
Go ahead, Mo.
I just don't believe in him.
Go ahead, Mo.
Hey, good morning. I love the show. I listen to it every morning.
Thank you, Mo.
Hey, at this point, Bonte, I'm going to have to disagree with you just because we kind of seen what happened in the NFC Championship. Let's get to that scenario. Let's not bring in a backup quarterback in it. If the question was McCaffrey or Brock Purdy, we kind of saw that already happen. You know what I mean?
Well,
like if
go ahead, Mo. Finish up.
Championship, if we would have had a quarterback that Brock Purdy, we probably would have won that game.
Do they win that game with Sam Darnold? Because we're talking about, and thanks for the call, Bo.
It's so hard to know.
I was there at the industry. Josh Johnson wasn't even on the football team until when? November?
It felt like a week before.
Right. Josh Johnson, was the 4th string quarterback.
Yeah, I think it was, mid-November. Now that I'm trying to think about.
They had to sidle because there was nobody out there.
They were going to play Phillip Rivers in the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
At least that's the thought was.
Exactly. Would Phillip Rivers win that game against Philadelphia? I have no idea.
I have a hard time thinking Philly was going to lose that game regardless of who's
we're not talking about 80 backup. We're talking about Josh Johnson. All right? I love Josh Johnson.
He's been on 19 teams?
He's been on...
I'm dead serious.
You know what I'm saying?
He's the George Hill of the NFL's practice squad.
Let's get to Shot at Oakland. Shot at Oakland, what's happening?
Yeah. How you doing, guys?
Good, good.
The whole thing I'm thinking about right now is that, like Michael and Pippen, right? You can't win a championship without the other. So will they be able to win with McCaffrey the only one out there and Brock not there? I think they could try to find a way, but it'll be hard. It'll be hard, real hard. So if Brock was there by himself and McCaffrey wasn't there, it wouldn't be as dynamic as it is right now, where defenses will be just focusing on McCaffrey and everybody else. They'll be just focusing on Brock, and then it'll be a hard time, I'm thinking. So you can't. I see they can't win without the other.
Yeah.
So I don't even want to even notice that or anything like that. But I think Brock and McCaffrey is too important to that team for either one of them to be out of it.
Yeah, I don't want to see it either, to be honest with you. We're just playing off of Peter King and what he said on Willard or Dibs. Who's more important to this offense? Who was more valuable to this offense? Christian McCaffrey or Brock Purdy? I saw something on the text line real quick, Shasky. Comcast Business text line. What about the Chiefs without Travis Kelce?
I'd look at them very, very different, but I would not be shocked if Mahomes won a game, without Travis Kelce.
They played Detroit week 1.
Detroit's a very, very, very good team.
Very good team. That offense looked pedestrian.
And they still had a chance to win.
Kelce. They scored 20, though. They scored 20. That offense looked completely different.
And they won a playoff game with Chad Henne in there.
Yeah, well.
Technically.
He played a couple series.
I know. Well, and he did it in the Cleveland game.
He played 99-yard drive against the Jags.
That's what I'm saying.
One drive against the Jags.
And then retired a hero.
Came back, all right, and played. It was one drive.
I'm just saying.
It was one drive. It was one drive. We're talking about a game here, folks.
On the other side, I want to ask you, would your opinion change if it wasn't Sam Darnold and let's say it was Brandon Allen or Sudfeld?
Or Trey Lance?
Or Trey Lance.
888-957-9570.
I didn't even think of that, but
that's the number. 888-957-9570. Like what I hear, love it. We're going to break right now. That'll be sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
This is the lunch rush at your local deli. Orders are flying in.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We have King of the Hill coming up at 7 o'clock. Top 7 NFC teams. Top 7 NFC teams.
Nice.
King of the Hill coming up at the top of the hour. We're talking Cowboys and Niners. And, you know, who's more valuable, CMC or Brock Purdy to this offense? Peter King joined Willard and Dims yesterday, and here's what he had to say about that. Who's more valuable? 888-957-9570. Who's more valuable, CMC or Purdy?
If you had to beat the Dallas Cowboys this week and you heard that one guy among Brock Purdy or Christian McCaffrey was going to miss this game, what would you say? Which guy missing the game would give you the better chance to win? In my opinion, Christian McCaffrey missing the game would give you the better chance because that would mean you'd have your quarterback. These are all fun discussions to have, but I think that right now, today, October 4th, 2023, that Brock Purdy, I would consider him to be a more valuable player on the Niners than Christian McCaffrey.
It's interesting how we try to quantify, measure, whatever word you want to use to describe, value, right? Like Christian McCaffrey through over the 17 games, we can clearly see how valuable he is, both to himself and the yardage that he accumulates, the touchdowns that he scores, and then what does he do for the others around him in terms of the spacing to allow them to also feast. But then there's also something to be said for the distributor of the ball and being able to have the defense honor the vertical passing game and laying off the line of scrimmage to maybe get Christian McCaffrey to that second level, a little easier, right? I go back to that first half against the Cowboys in the playoffs last year. Christian McCaffrey was kind of bottled up. Not that he wasn't good. I mean, he was bottled up.
And look how stagnant the offense looked.
They could barely move the ball.
Right.
And even with him out there as a threat that has to be honored, they scored 19 points, and they were lucky to get 19.
They're very lucky.
I think that's a reasonable point. I just keep coming back to this. If Sam Darnold's going up, because the question was phrased, the Cowboys this weekend, which I think is a fun one. If it was Sam Darnold, I'd be very worried about Sam Darnold versus Micah Parsons. I would be very worried about that front seven against Sam Darnold. With no Christian McCaffrey, I trust Brock Purdy more than I trust Sam Darnold with CMC, and I'm only going off me having very little faith in Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
And I don't even think that's even...
no, it's fair.
I don't know. I could be way wrong.
If Trey Lance was played. If Trey Lance was a backup.
I think it looks really bad without CMC. In the same way, I think it looks really bad, if Trey Lance is playing with CMC, I think it's going to look really ugly. I mean, Brock Purdy went up against them with CMC, and it looked ugly.
And it looked ugly. He was 19 to 29, 214 yards in that football game. Got sacked twice. Dak Prescott, 23-37, 2 interceptions, 206 yards. Christian McCaffrey in that football game, he actually got outrushed by Elijah Mitchell. Yeah. Elijah Mitchell, 14 carries, 51 yards. Christian with the 10 carries and 35 yards. And they also bottled him up in the passing game. 6 catches, 22 yards for Christian McCaffrey in that football game. So what is that? 57 all-purpose yards. Dallas did a hell of a job.
That's got to be his lowest output.
Yeah, they did a hell of a job against McCaffrey. And, even though he scored the touchdown, the 2-yarder late in the game, Dallas had a chance to win that football game because 100%. They identified number 23 as the key cog to that offense.
And in the first half, they were struggling to run the ball. Second half, it got better. They went to more power formations. Yeah. And they did a really good job of kind of bunching things up and just kind of getting 2, 3, 4 yards here and there. I wanted to ask you this question. If it wasn't Sam Darnold and it was Brandon Allen, would your answer be different?
No.
So it'd be very similar?
Oh, Brendan, no. My answer would be, I'd be very concerned if it's Brendan Allen playing quarterback.
So, okay, so
I have a lot
of
more
who the
faith,
backup is.
I have a lot more faith in Sam Darnold. At least he's won some games in the league.
Okay, no,
at least he looks like
point.
a comparable quarterback at times.
That's a fair point.
At times. I don't trust Sam Darnold either, but I trust him a hell of a lot more than Brendan Allen.
I think that's a fair point. What if it was like Nate Sudfeld so like Sam Darnold over the majority of backups?
I don't believe it's Sam. Yeah, I think Sam Darnold's better than all those guys.
Okay.
You can make the argument that Sam Darnold's one of the best backups in the league.
Okay. So does that factor into how you're weighing this?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And it's just the fact that Christian McCaffrey
Is
on the
that
football
dude.
field
Yeah.
is that dude.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I hear
He's
you.
that guy.
I hear you.
He's that guy. Like Barry Sanders.
I hear you.
Barry Sanders.
Hard to argue that.
Barry Sanders was great, and he never had a top 10 quarterback. Scott Mitchell, Rodney Peete, Andre Ware, Eric Kramer. He had a bunch of mid quarterbacks, and Barry Sanders still did his thing.
Well, that's why I love Frank Gore so much, right? Frank Gore didn't have the vertical passing game in his career, didn't have the weapons on the outside or the quarterback or even the greatest offensive lines for the majority of his career. And you look up at his numbers, and they're pretty special.
Yeah, they are special. They are special. Let's go to Joel in Lodi. Joel, what's happening, man?
Hey,
You're
Joel.
on the roast.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Good morning, Butcher Boy, B Square. What's going on, fellas? Hey, so listen, you know what? Each one of them works hand in hand. You know, we're talking about quarterbacks, running backs. I'll just run this by you. I agree with both you guys. John Elway made 5 Super Bowls. He never won a Super Bowl until he got Terrell Davis, and then he won 2 straight after that. Dan Marino went to a Super Bowl his rookie year, never had a running back. John Elway never had a running back until Terrell Davis. Dan Marino never had a running back, and he only made one Super Bowl appearance. That was it. You know, he made plenty of playoffs. You know, it just, hey, Elway wouldn't have been Elway would have had the pelts on his wall, but he would have always been one of those Jim Kelly kind of guys. You know, got there, but he just couldn't push it across the goal line. You know, as far as Super Bowl wins are concerned, but after he got Terrell Davis, man, it made all the difference in the world.
It's a fair point. Peyton Manning, his first Super Bowl win. Joseph Adai was really good in that football game, in that Super Bowl against the Chicago Bears.
LSU?
Peyton Manning was, LSU. He was very pedestrian, Peyton Manning, in that football
Him
game.
and Dominic Rhodes, I felt like were very
Yeah, but they were
I know,
solid for the
you're
Colts.
right. Yeah.
And, you know, you could say they were but Joseph Adai had some really good years. Pierre Thomas, Reggie Bush in that Super Bowl.
It's true.
Beating the Colts were really, really good. I think the Packers ran the ball well. Against Willie Parker of Steelers beating the Seahawks.
Who's the big running back that they had? Who
Green Bay Packers?
Yeah.
Not Coon.
Is James?
Was it James? He had a very I gotta look.
I'll do the work for you.
Yeah, who was it? James Shelton?
No,
James?
it was James. Something James, I want to say.
So I running backs matter, but look, here's the fact, folks, as we get ready for the Dallas Cowboys. 888-957-9570. If you want to get into the memories, some of your favorite memories with TL, Jerry Rice, they're both going to join us later in the program. The fact is, we don't want to see the Niners without both of them. We want to see Purdy and McCaffrey on the football field. Because when they're both on the football field together, the Niners are scoring 30-plus.
Yeah.
All right? They're scoring 30-plus. They score 30 in every game this season. And in the regular season, James Shields. Yep, there it is.
James Shields.
Shields, yep.
Did I say James?
Well, you said James, and I was like, Shields, something, Shelton, Shield, James Shields.
Shields the pitcher, James Starks, the running back.
Starks, something with
James
that.
Starks.
A big game, James.
Yeah, not big game, James.
Which is the worst nickname because that guy choked so hard in the biggest games.
Who? James Worthy?
No, big game James Shields. He had the one win with Tampa early on.
I know. He shouldn't have got that name. That name is reserved for James Worthy. He was bad. James Shields. Then he got to the White Sox, couldn't throw a strike. Then he was out the league.
Seriously.
Seriously. Edgerrin James. No, Edgerrin James didn't make the Super Bowl with the Colts.
No.
He was in the Super Bowl with the Arizona Cardinals, however.
Yes.
When he signed with them in the desert and got paid. So, look, man, the fact is, Purdy just went 20-21 last week for 283. McCaffrey has had 100 all-purpose yards in every single game this season. That's a franchise record for the first 4 games. He scored a touchdown in 13 straight games, breaking Jerry Rice's record, which we'll ask him about. Did you ever think that record would be broken? You know, think about that. Touchdowns in 13 straight games. So the fact is, I don't want to see the 49ers without both of them. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm 100% with you. As you speak about, Christian McCaffrey's historic year, I did some research regarding just some of the great records in 49er history and Jerry Rice and that historic 87 season and the historic Frank Gore career just in general. Deebo Samuel recently had 8 touchdowns rushing in 2021.
Right.
McCaffrey already has 6.
I know.
Gore hit 10 once. Him and Roger Craig hit 9. Craig did, I believe, twice hit 9. 10 is the all-time single-season rushing touchdown thing. Isn't that kind of crazy?
It's wild.
I thought it would be higher.
Yeah. I mean, Ricky Watters scored the 5 touchdowns in the playoff game. And the Niners used to run the ball. They were a very balanced team.
Yes.
Not even Hugh McElhaney rushed for 10.
No. There was a quarterback in the early 60s who was a first-round draft pick who he was not good, and he ran for 10 touchdowns one year. There's about 5 guys that have done it, and Frank Gore is one of them. So he's at 6 right now. If I were laying down some money, I don't even know if that's a thing that you can do on team season rushing touchdown records.
Oh, McCaffrey's getting at least.
He's getting like 11 or 12, right?
I think he may get to 15. Frank Gore 10, J.D. Smith 10, Joe Jet Perry 10, Ricky Watters 10 rushing touchdowns, Derek Lavelle in 95.
Yeah, Derek Lavelle's odd, isn't it?
10. Joe Perry's on here twice. Billy Kilmer 10
Billy
touchdowns
Kilmer's the
in 1961. Yep.
Yeah.
So
UCLA product, 11th overall, 1961 draft.
Roger Craig, his most
9, I think 9. Twice.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of crazy?
Yeah, McCaffrey's getting that.
You think he's getting that?
Yeah, there's no doubt. He's already at 6.
I know.
Isn't Garrison Hurst had 8 in 2002. Carlos Hyde 8 in 2017.
Debo's got to be right there, right?
Debo Samuel
in 2021.
Debo Samuel 8 in 2021. 27th on the list. Frankie Albert, your guy. 1948 8. Vic Washington, running back, fullback.
I think Ken Willard's on there somewhere.
Norm Stanley. Remember him, 1947?
No, don't remember him.
Oh, you don't remember him?
That I will admit.
That's a name I've not heard in a long
time. I love all these names, dog. Yeah, somewhere somebody's wearing a number 40 Kenny Willard jersey.
You only love them when you say them. When I start talking about old guys. Oh.
Well, for our teams.
Yeah. Oh,
for our teams.
Yes! Gotta go outside the box a little bit. I like to pay attention to all these franchises, see what their records are. But McCaffrey's getting that record.
Right?
McCaffrey's getting that record. Now, does it qualify him for the Ring honor? No.
No, but there is something wild, like doing my. I know you're gonna do King of the Hill here in a second, and I won't give you all of it, but doing my research on Jerry Rice and that historic '87 season, the more you dive deeper into the whole year for the NFL as a whole, it's a wild year.
Right.
It's criminal. Montana or Rice didn't win the MVP that year.
Oh, I know.
John Elway got it, and I'm looking at the advanced numbers, and I know he had 4 fourth quarter comebacks. Like somewhere, someday, and today's not that day. We need to have a rant on why Jerry or Joe didn't win the MVP in '87. It's a crime.
What's more criminal? Them not winning MVP in '87 or Steph Curry not winning Finals MVP in 2015?
Wow. I mean, going back to national narratives.
You know what I'm saying?
You
know what I'm saying? Just like you look at some of the MVP awards and the Finals MVPs, they're like, come on. Like Michael Jordan, I get his beef. Michael Jordan probably could have won MVP every single year he played in the 90s.
What did he win, 6, 5?
He won 6.
Okay, yeah. But he at least had 6. Montana had 2. Should have had 3.
Come on. Like Shaq only has 1 MVP. Think about that.
Well, how does Montana lead just real quick in '87? Now we're here. He leads passer rating efficiency. He leads the NFL in touchdown passes, yards that year. Okay. He's the All-Pro. Okay. He is the All-Pro. He's a Pro Bowler, and he doesn't get MVP. How?
With Jerry Rice, 1,700.
I got the whole
in 87. In 87, you got to remember it was a scab year. What I mean by that, it was a strike-shortened season because they played the games.
They played the first 2 games.
The Scabs came in, and it's a great 30 for 30 on the Scabs. The Washington professional football team ended up winning the Super Bowl, and the Scabs, quote unquote, the guys who play for the regular guys, they're mad because they didn't get a championship ring.
Yeah.
And they played 3 games and actually beat the Cowboys on Monday Night Football against the Cowboy Stars.
Yes.
Scabs won that game, so they're ticked off about that, and they don't even get acknowledged during that championship season for the Washington Redskins when they beat the Denver Broncos 42-17. Doug Williams won the MVP with one of the greatest second quarters in NFL history.
Montana was highly scrutinized during this time because they played week 1 and 2, and then 3, 4, and 5 were the players striked, and they didn't want to come to work. Well, Montana crossed the picket line, And he and a bunch of other stars. He's not the only one, but him, Lawrence Taylor, I believe Randy White as well crossed the picket line, and people were furious.
Yeah, no doubt. They were furious. They were very hot. Bill Walsh chronicled it in his book, in a couple of his books. I read it up in Wowie, where he kind of talked about the strike here and keeping in contact with the players or whatnot. And saying, and a lot of players didn't want to strike. They wanted to play.
Yes.
This is what they do. But Jerry Rice, 22 touchdowns.
That's receiving.
Touchdowns?
He also had another one rushing. I mean, he was amazing that year.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on YouTube and Twitch. Sponsored by very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search for 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text line and, of course, YouTube and Twitch, who are participating in the shows. Been some good numbers this week on YouTube and Twitch. I really appreciate that.
King of the Hill coming up here in a minute. My favorite bit of trivia about the Jerry Rice season in 87, there's lots of little ones. He didn't even lead the team in receptions.
I know.
Isn't that incredible?
It is incredible.
Roger Craig had one more catch than him that year.
I know. It is incredible. 22 catches, though. 22 touchdowns receiving. That is insane.
It's in 12 games.
That is insane. Just, again, Barry Bonds' baseball card looks crazy. Jerry Rice. Jerry Rice, 1848, 1995, 1503. I mean, the numbers are just...
From 87 to 96, he played 156 games. He scored 136 touchdowns.
I know. It's
and
incredible.
That's receiving. Let me throw in 8 more rushing. And in that entire time, almost a 10-year period, 15 fumbles. The guy played 17 game seasons. If you do the math, it would be 100 catches for 1,500 yards and 15 touchdowns. He averaged that for a season from 87 through 1996.
I was talking about
100 and 1,500 yards.
I was talking about the catch percentage with Brandon Ayuk and CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
How Brandon Ayuk in the last 31 games have the 70% catch percentage.
What's Rice's?
So from 86 to 95, Jerry Rice's catch percentage
it was like 88.
144%.
What?
He doubles up Ayuk at catch percentage. That basically said he's not dropping anything.
Wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. 144%. How?
144.3%. I don't know why.
How does that? How can he get over 100?
Catch percentage, receptions divided by targets. That's crazy. I don't know how he could get over 100. But Brandon Ayuk's through 31 games. I'm not the math teacher here. This is just the numbers.
Sorry, I'm confused.
Yeah, well, we're all confused.
Yeah.
It just shows how astronomical Jerry Rice's career was and how crazy his numbers
is. It's impossible to be over 100%.
Well, that's what it says here,
okay.
Shasky.
All right. Well,
when I look at the last 31 games,
I apologize.
No. Don't apologize. I don't get it either.
Yeah,
I didn't come up with this stuff. No, don't be confused. Just be in awe of what Jerry Rice did.
That I am.
You know what I'm saying? So let's get the King of the Hill real quick.
Let's do it. King of the Hill. Nice.
Dave in Oakland. What's up, Dave? How's the Jimmy Garoppolo experience going for you, buddy?
He hit me up online yesterday.
Did he? What'd he say?
I love Dame. He just said I'm a real one, and I appreciated it.
Dave's never said that about me.
I'm going to go hit the weights in honor of Dame today.
You know what, Dave? Screw you, Dave. I'm glad you're suffering through Jimmy Garoppolo.
No, that's my dog.
Come on, Dave.
Where my dog's at.
Come on, Dave. And you ain't getting Caleb Williams.
They're saying Jerry caught every ball even when it wasn't thrown to him.
Yeah. No, seriously. I'm looking at, King of the Hill brought to you by West Coast Men's Health, successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. Are you trying to figure out how Jerry Rice's catch percentage was over 100%? I'm looking at Brandon Ayuk's, right?
Yeah.
85% this year. 68.4 last season.
Okay.
66.7 the year before.
So that means if I throw 100 at you, he catches 67 or so.
Yeah, 67% of them.
So if I throw 100 at Jerry, he catches 144. That doesn't, it didn't register.
It just doesn't even make sense.
So give me your 7 best teams.
Wow.
Number 7.
Hey, wow, those are some crazy numbers. All right, NFC. All right. Real quick, number seven. When it comes to the top 7 NFC teams, Wait till you see what I have in number 1. Number 7. I'm going to go with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I like that pick.
Baker Mayfield, Mike Evans.
Yeah.
They haven't played bad.
No.
They're 3-1 right now. Maybe some people think they're a little low. I don't believe in them yet. The way they got beat up by Philadelphia, I'm not so sure about that team. I'm going to have them at number 7. Number 6. Surprisingly, I'm going to go with the LA Rams. I think the Reds are better than what people thought, and they're going to get Cooper Kupp back within the next 3 weeks. They're 2-2. Big game against Philadelphia this week in SoFi Stadium.
Somebody posted a video yesterday of them doing the ladder drills, and it was Cooper Kupp followed by Nakua, and they're like, it's the same video. Watch Cooper Kupp's feet. He's the fastest person I've ever seen run a ladder drill.
Yeah, now you're going to have Cooper Kupp, Puka Nakua, Tutu Atwell.
I mean, yeah.
Tyler Higbee.
I think they will rise up your rankings.
Oh, boy. We'll see about that. Number 5.
Number 5.
The Seattle Seahawks.
Ooh.
I don't know how good they are. They did go to Detroit and win a game. That was impressive in overtime. That was an ugly win against the New York Giants. Their defense has got after Daniel Jones. It may have been the worst performance ever by an offensive line that I have ever seen. They were my laughing stock of the week, giving up 10 sacks of Daniel Jones. How can I blame Daniel Jones for his poor performance when nobody was blocking for him? But I have Seattle at 3-1. Seattle, they have a bye week this week. Let's see what they do in the next month. Seattle at number 5. Number 4. The Dallas Cowboys.
Oh.
Number 4, the Dallas Cowboys. 3-1. But all these Cowboy fans are coming at us talking about, well, what about the Niners schedule? I haven't played anybody. Well, who have you played? You beat up on the same New York Giants. You beat up on the New York Jets a week after Aaron Rodgers got hurt. And you beat up on the New England Patriots that look so uninspired, so vanilla.
My Belichick's final year take is just aging like fine wine.
Well, you also said last year was his final year.
I know.
So
if I keep saying it, eventually it'll be true.
There you go. All right.
Kellerman takes.
Yeah. Number 3. The Detroit Lions. Detroit Lions, number 3 team in the NFC, folks. And they're coming. I'll have more on them.
Surprising.
Number 3, Detroit Lions. Number 2, as we got a break here, the San Francisco 49ers. Number 2 team in the NFC. I'll explain why on the other side with Mike Bassic. And number 1, the number 1 team in the NFC right now. The Philadelphia Eagles, who represented the NFC in the Super Bowl. So we'll do that on the other side. We'll explain my King of the Hill. No, it didn't hurt me at all. I don't care about it being number 1 right now. I want to be number 1 in February.
I like that.
There you go. That's what Mike Bassic, 105.3, The Fan, coming up. And that's sponsored by Live Nation.
Hi, I'm Holly O'Neill, Chief Client Care Officer.
listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Mike Bassic, the only cool guy at 105.3 The Fan. He'll join us in moments. Former Major League pitcher, but he knows all about the Dallas Cowboys as we get into this game. And one thing I want people to chew on here, just go, where are we going here? Man, where are we going? Where do you want to go here? And, we can talk about breaking records or whatnot, but we have the Cowboys on deck. But there is something happening with Nick Bosa, and I think some fans kind of come across my Twitter timeline, and some people will text me about it. Is it a big deal that Bosa only has 1 sack on a season? Does that bother everybody? Does that bother anybody? Because I see a guy who has been dominant. Now, the sack numbers might not be there. And you may say, well, Micah Parsons is, and TJ Watts is. Bosa's put pressure on the quarterback, but Bosa only having 1 sack through the first 4 games. How are people feeling about that? 888-957-9570. I want people to think about that and call in.
It's an interesting conversation because there's the whole nuance of defensive line and offensive line play that we don't necessarily understand as casual fans.
Right.
But then there's also the reality that is this is one of his drier spells of his career of not recording sacks. Doesn't mean he's not good. Doesn't mean that guys aren't scheming against him. His double team,
the double team rate and everything
we'll get
like
into all that stuff because he's got 33% double team rate, which is the highest in the NFL.
Now, Micah Parsons is 4% less than Nick Bosa. Micah Parsons has 4 sacks.
Yes.
So there's not a big drop off there. But let's get to Mike Bassic. Mike Bassic, 105.3 The Fan, the only cool guy over there. RJ Sean and Bobby Fouché, they don't want to do the crossover this year, so we'll talk to Mike. We always love talking to Mike, man. He's a big-time Mavericks fan. Of course, Major League pitcher, former Major League pitcher. He is a little famous for the wrong reasons. But, Mike, good morning, man. Long time no talk. Texas Rangers rolling, and now we got Cowboys and Niners. How you doing, my man?
Man, we're doing good here. It's a unbelievable weekend as you have arguably the biggest rivalry in the NFL, and I know you guys have owned it the last few years, but then you have one of the biggest college rivalries here at 11 a.m. Texas OU in downtown Dallas pretty much. And then the Rangers made it to the divisional round, so we're living well here.
No, that's right. Oklahoma, Texas, Texas 7-point favorites over Oklahoma.
Final Big 12 game matchup between the two of them.
Will they still do the Red River Shootout once they move to the SEC?
Yes, 100%. It's just that UT has to kind of figure out, because the A&M rivalry is obviously huge, and they used to play either the night of Thanksgiving or the night after Thanksgiving. So they just probably want to make sure that OU game stays in October and the A&M game goes in late November. So those are kind of spread out.
Yeah, that is big for Texas. You get A&M back on the schedule. You continue the rivalry with Oklahoma, probably be in the SEC West with Alabama. We'll see how that shakes out here. And of course, we got to get a Bochy question in at some point, but Cowboys, Niners. It feels like this game is a lot more important for Dallas for some sort of mental hurdle to get over the 49ers. Do you agree with that, Mike?
100%. The other thing, too, is not only that, I'll take it to this real quick, is that Philadelphia or Dallas is not going to win their division, which means you'd have to go on the road for 3 playoff games to try to make the Super Bowl. And for me personally, the Cowboys can't do that. There's just no way you can go through winning on the road, maybe an easier game. Let's just say it's that South Divisional winner, like last year, which was Tampa Bay. But then if you were to beat San Francisco or Philadelphia, that's going to be a physical battle. And then you'd have to do it again on the road the next week against Philadelphia or San Francisco. I just think that's too tough to do. And maybe I'm not giving maybe it's Detroit or somebody else enough credit to really make it to an NFC championship game. But I do think it's a 3-team battle in the NFC, San Francisco, Philadelphia, and Dallas, and then probably in that order right now in my mind. And Dallas does have the mental hurdle of, can we beat this team? Because going back, Garoppolo played like trash in the divisional game, but it didn't matter, right? Because Dak didn't play better. So you still won. And then last year, Purdy played okay, but the Cowboys offense didn't play better. And so I look at it this Sunday night and I go, look, at some point, Dak, who I'm uninspired by, I get he's a good NFL quarterback, but he doesn't inspire me anymore. Can you inspire me by going to San Francisco on the road and putting up 24 to 27 points. Because if you can do that, I think you can beat San Francisco. Whoever gets to 20 probably has a great chance of winning this game.
So, I want to dig on that for a second, because I do feel like the national narrative is an interesting one. We're in our bubble, like the Niner bubble, and we got Brock Purdy mania, and I look at Dak kind of side-eyed. I mean, I think he's, like you said, a good player, but like $40 million? I mean, geez Louise. How are you guys viewing Brock Purdy? Like, would Dallas fans sign up for Brock Purdy right now? Obviously, there's a financial component to this, but or do they view him with a side-eye?
So I'll just speak for myself. I view Brock Purdy as having that edge to him. I'm not sure how great he is, but I also didn't know how great Tom Brady was in 2001, 2002. It's like he's solid, but they obviously have an awesome defense. They have Bill Belichick, and Tom Brady's doing exactly what is being asked of him, and they're winning games, and obviously they won a championship pretty quickly with Tom Brady. And I look at Brock Purdy the same way. I'm like, I don't know how great he is, but he seems to know how to win, and he seems to have that edge about him, and he's a young guy who can improve throughout this season. So I'm interested in Brock Purdy. To me, he has that kind of special trait, and maybe 4 years from now, I look at him and I go, hey, that special trait didn't work out, and he's just an average quarterback in the NFL. Or that special trait works out, and you're like, damn, is he the next Joe Montana? Because Joe Montana, third-round pick, I get how good he was at Notre Dame. That's a little before my time. But that's the thing about Brock Purdy is he seems to have that kind of edge to him, that kind of like, I'll figure out a way how to win this game in the end. So that's the way I look at him. I don't look at him as like a special talent, but I look at him as all those extra traits that you need to have to be a champion. He might have that.
Mike, who's more important in your opinion or more valuable to the 49ers offense? Is it Christian McCaffrey or is it Brock Purdy?
That's a great question. You'd always lean towards the quarterback because they have so much say in the game. But I think the 49ers have done a tremendous job at building a team around him that you can take the pressure off of him. Because if you put Brock Purdy, if you put Brock Purdy on the Kansas City Chiefs, I don't know if they win 10 games, and nothing against Brock Purdy, but you look at what Kansas City has as weapons. They don't have great receivers. They have obviously a great tight end. They don't have great running backs, but they have Patrick Mahomes, and he can carry a team. He can bail the offensive line out of situations. He can bail having average wide receivers at best out of situations. But Christian McCaffrey can take so much pressure off of Brock Purdy because if you're in 2nd and 4, if you feel like you can still hand the ball off in certain situations or just throw a screen pass, just get the ball out, get McCaffrey in space, and he can make the play. The other day, that run he had against Arizona, amazing. So I look at Brock Purdy's more important, but Christian McCaffrey can take a lot of pressure off the young man.
Watching game in, game out, play in, play out for multiple seasons, what is it that makes Parsons so special from your eye?
He has an unbelievable motor. He's super fast. He's way stronger than he looks, as in when you're watching him go against an offensive lineman at 320 pounds and he's 250-something pounds, you wouldn't know any better. You would think that he's stronger than the 320-pound guy. And the other thing, too, is he just keeps pursuing. So if he flushes Brock Purdy out of the pocket and you think, oh, Brock Purdy took off the way that Micah Parsons came, he didn't get him, he'll just stop on a dime and then start sprinting and then putting pressure on Purdy to get the ball out in another 2 or 3 seconds because he has Micah still on his back. So for me, I'll put it this way. My father's 72 years old, and he saw Randy White. He saw Bob Lilly, obviously DeMarcus Ware recently, and he's like, to me, I'm Michael to him. He's Mike, and he's like, Michael, I've seen them all for Dallas. I don't think I've seen a better defensive player in Cowboys history.
Mike Bassic, 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, doing a great job. Former Major League pitcher. Of course, the playoffs are happening right now. We'll squeeze in a Bochy question in a second here, but the catch is a seminal moment for 49er fans in this rivalry. That is the one that spurred the rivalry or spurred their dynasty in the 80s. What is the equivalent for Cowboy fans in this rivalry? Is it Alvin Harper on a quick slant in the 92 NFC Championship game? Is it Emmitt Smith running up in the end zone over and over and over again? What is the equivalent for Cowboy fans, Mike?
It's probably the Alvin Harper play. because I'm not 100% sure. I think the 49ers were favored by 7 points in the 92 NFC Championship game, and it was like, dude, these Cowboys, they're going to be something special. But they're probably not going to go to San Francisco on a muddy field with Steve Young, with Jerry Rice, with everything they still have. They know how to win championships. They know how to win this NFC Championship game at home. It's probably 1 year too soon to pick the Cowboys. And the Cowboys did something that probably most people going into that game thought they couldn't do. And maybe in 81, if I have my year right. I was born in 77. So I know all the highlights. I've seen all of it. I've seen the tackle of Drew Pearson after the catch. Whoever it was for San Francisco doesn't drag down Drew Pearson. That then Danny White leads the team back down the field, and San Francisco's the catch doesn't become the catch. But they had a huge tackle on Pearson late in that game. So the same way that the Cowboys had owned the 70s, and then San Francisco owned the 80s, and then for the most part, obviously the early to mid-90s, Dallas owned because they somewhat took it away from San Francisco.
Yeah, I'm surprised Mike didn't say Shasky the 71 onside kick. When your dad left the game
left early. Yeah. Oh, my God. My dad still talks about that. It's the only game he had. He's like, I don't know, 14 or 15 years old, and he took the Muni home in the end of the third quarter, beginning of the fourth quarter, thinking that the game was a wrap and that the Cowboys scored 2 touchdowns late with like 2 minutes to go with an onside kick and a guy fumbled. And yeah, the rest is history. That's why we don't leave games early, Mike. Just like you, it's a generational thing over here. Let me squeeze in a Bochy question. I'm watching these playoffs. It's been outstanding. I mean, just the electricity, the changes they've made to the game as a whole have been just awesome. I want to see, as a Giants fan, I want to see Dusty versus Bochy in the next round. Like, that's what I want to see. How great has Bochy been, seeing him day in, day out?
It's pretty much the same as last year. Now, I get Josh Young has been way better. If you're not following the Rangers, he's the rookie third baseman. And then Evan Carter is the phenom, who is a top 10 prospect in all baseball, who got called up in mid-September and has just taken off. But I think Bochy gives those guys, you guys will know this better than I do, following him in San Francisco for his Hall of Fame managerial career. But it seems like you call up a young guy, and he gives that guy confidence. That guy doesn't seem like, oh, gosh, this moment's too big. And look, one, you have to give credit to the player. But two, you do have to give credit to the manager who has made that guy feel like he belongs and that he's the right guy for the moment. And last year, with a similar team, they almost lost 100 games. I get the pitching's way better this year, but I do think Bochy brings this confidence, and this also, I'm going to do it for the team. I feel like this Texas Ranger team, which is very tough to do in all sports, is to get professional athletes who are trying to make a great living and try to set up their family for life and their extended family for life, that he gets guys to sacrifice for the team, and that is so tough to do in professional sports.
Man, that team, we watch a lot of, I play fantasy baseball, so Josh Young was my third baseman. My team took a nosedive when he did get hurt this season, but Texas looks good. They look really good. Real quick, before we get you out of here, Mike, and we appreciate the time as always, Trey Lance. What's it like with having Trey Lance down there? Does anybody talk about him down there? I know he's a third-string quarterback. Maybe he's in the news this week playing his forward team, giving Jerry Jones and Mike McCarthy insight of the 49ers playbook. What's that been like, having Trey down there in Dallas?
We after getting him, there was a lot of talk about getting him, like, oh, this is interesting, third overall pick. We haven't talked too much about him except in this way. The Cowboys have really struggled in the red zone, and maybe not just red zone, but inside the 10-yard line. And so the only talk we've had about Trey Lance is, if you keep struggling, now the Cowboys in a weird way have had 3 out of their 4 games being a blowout and then just losing to one of the worst teams in the NFL, is if you were to keep struggling through week 6 or week 7, would the Cowboys activate Trey Lance and put in red zone packages, like, run pass type of options for him? So it's kind of one of these things where we just know Jerry, he's going to pay a crap load of money to probably Dak Prescott in the offseason to extend him, to make sure that he beats an 8 or 9 win team here. But it's interesting because you just don't.
Uh-oh.
So, they close practice off. So I would love to know how he's doing, because he's a very athletic quarterback, but you just don't get to see what he's doing in practice, and we're not hearing anything from the players or the coaching staff that, man, Trey Lance is doing some things in practice that are really impressing us. So we just haven't heard kind of those behind-the-scenes stuff on Trey Lance, that he's doing anything that maybe he'd get elevated to backup quarterback, or maybe they would think about putting packages in to activate him to be the quarterback kind of inside the 10-yard line.
Boy, Trey Lance inside the red zone ought to be an interesting wrinkle this Sunday if that does happen, because we know Dallas is 30th when it comes to red zone efficiency, as you just said. Mike, thanks for the time. As always, enjoy the playoffs. A big weekend in Dallas. Huge. Red River
thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, anytime, Mike. You're the best. Mike Bassic, 105.3 The Fan in Dallas there. A lot going on with the Cowboys. I wanted to get a secondary question in because without Trayvon Diggs, they really stunk against the Arizona Cardinals. But they bounced back in a major way last week. 2 pick sixes, 4 touchdowns so far for their defense. It all starts with Micah Parsons. Now, before we had Mike on, we were discussing Nick Bosa. And Nick Bosa, in his last 6 regular season games, Shasky, just 2 sacks, 7 tackles, 4 tackles for loss, 16 quarterback hits. Not bad there. But in those playoffs, a lot of people remember the playoffs. No sacks, 1 quarterback hit, 4 tackles for loss in 3 playoff games. So 888-957-9570, because a couple fans hit me up, and I wonder if this is a big deal to anybody, that he only has 1 sack so far in the season after signing a massive contract, which gave him $120 million guaranteed. 1 sack?
Hasn't this been a conversation? Sacks versus pressure, stats versus actual impact since that Super Bowl loss?
I guess so. I've always been under the impression that quarterback pressures, and when you force holding calls or intentional groundings, it could be just as good as a sack.
Yeah, a rush, as I call it. Like you're rushing the quarterback into his decision-making, and either bad decisions, quick throws, dump ball, like whatever.
Quarterback pressures. Are you getting the body on the quarterback? Does the quarterback feel you? Does the quarterback throw it quicker than usual? Is the right tackle holding or left tackle holding because you're getting a good rush or a speed rush or a power rush?
I would think this fan base, more than most, would be sophisticated as a whole to understand that, like, we watched Bryant Young. When he got double teamed, he didn't do a whole lot other than like clog up a lot of attention. And even then, he had 90-something sacks as an interior and edge guy.
Right.
We watched Justin Smith throughout his career eat up double teams.
Which helped Aldon Smith, right?
Exactly. And other people feasted off that. So even if right now Nick Bosa isn't getting the sacks that he's accustomed to getting, he's still having the impact. And then I look across the line. If they had like no sacks or 2 sacks as a team, I'd be like, oh, we're in some trouble here. Look at Javon Hargrave.
Right.
Even Drake Jackson hasn't done much in a couple of games. Like he had a big game week 1. So other people are looking really good. I think Eric Armstead's played really well early in the season.
Javon Kinlaw?
Javon Kinlaw's looking really good. So look, would I like him to get sacks? Of course. Sacking the quarterback puts them back beyond the sticks, keeps them off schedule. It's a great statistic to have as a feather in your cap. But, a throwaway or a check down that doesn't get a first down or whatever can be just as effective as a sack, depending on the circumstance. I do feel like we box score watch too much.
Yeah, no, I've been on this for a long, long time when it comes to the sack numbers.
I'm not worried.
I'm not worried either. But there are people who are worried. Double and March, this is a great one here on YouTube. Double and March. Bonte, there's Bosa gravity like there's Steph Curry gravity.
Exactly.
The greats impacts others to be great. And she's absolutely spot on there. The great ones do cause a lot of havoc there with the attention that they get in Hargrave, Kinlaw. But that other edge rusher, I haven't heard really much from Jake Jackson since week one in Pittsburgh. I haven't heard much from Cleve Farrell, although I think Cleve Farrell's playing to run really well. I haven't heard much from those guys. I'm going to see that other edge rusher eat off of Bosa because,
that's fair.
Again, they're holding them, they're doubling them, they're chipping them, they're doing everything here. And I know Bosa missed a whole training camp, so he's just getting started. This could be a big week for him on Sunday. Bosa does wake up on primetime television. He's had some monster Sunday night and Monday night football games. Heck, even Thursday night football games. Let's go to Adam in the city. Adam in the city, I don't think is too worried about Nick Bosa. What's up, Adam? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on. No, I'm not worried at all. I think Baldy made a point a couple weeks back when you guys had him on that, Bosa not having the training camp, not being at the practices. When you see him in games, he's just kind of getting stronger. And I think that's just what it is just repetition. I think the more games that, we get under our belt, the stronger he'll get. And you guys made a great point about how he makes other people better. Like, who saw Drake Jackson having 3 sacks week 1? Javon Kinlaw is, up there in pressures. Hargrave has been looking like an amazing signing. He's doing really well for us. So I think it's still a thing that he's impacting the game. There's been a couple moments where Bosa's almost there, and I just think it's a thing that the more games he plays, the stronger he's going to get. And right. I just think you need to give it time, so I'm not worried.
Good call, Adam. Good call. Let's go to Verducci up in the El Dorado Hills. Verducci, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Good morning. Just like that previous caller, I'm not worried. Bosa affects the game in all different facets. I also think behind the scenes with his work ethic, you also got to consider that we have a new defensive coordinator, so he's still getting adjusted to him. But if this becomes a problem where we're in the middle of the season and maybe only has, 3 or 4 sacks, it might be something where you address getting someone on the other edge. But I think Farrell and Jackson, Jackson's young. It takes time for him to get acquainted, obviously, with the new defensive coordinator and just being within the league and having just the repetitions underneath his belt. So at the end of the day, baby, I look out wins. That's all that matters. If Purdy's doing Purdy things, we'll be okay. And, excited for this weekend, guys. So hopefully you guys will bring the Rucks to Levi Stadium.
Verducci, real quick, who's more valuable? Who's more valuable to the offense, McCaffrey or Purdy? And he's gone. Just like that. Just like that. Guys, just hang up, man.
Here's what I would say.
Good callers.
It is very difficult for the elite pass rushers to play well and not get 10 sacks in a season.
Right.
You're not going to get 25 every year. We all agree there. But it would be, if this is something where he's at like 1 or 2 sacks and we're in week 9, okay, now I'll maybe listen to some of the criticism. I just don't think we're anywhere near that. And then you see a game like over the weekend, which is a great example. Drake Jackson got 3 sacks in week 1.
Right.
Khalil Mack got 6 sacks over the weekend.
6 sacks. He's now tied for the league lead.
He might go 2 months without getting a sack.
He's now tied for the league after one. He had no sacks through the first 3 weeks of the season.
So
picked up 6.
Some of the more I wouldn't say easier, but maybe advantageous situations might be presenting themselves on the schedule as we move forward. You would have thought that Arizona would have been one of those matchups, but I thought Dobbs did a great job getting rid of the ball.
He did get rid of the ball.
And I thought that he moved, and I thought they kept him on the move. Why? Because of Bosa.
Jerry Rice coming up at 8 o'clock. T.O. at 9:30. The GOAT, Jerry Rice at 8 o'clock. He's had some memorable moments in this Dallas series. We'll get his take on what's to come on Sunday between the Niners and the Cowboys. T.J. Watt tied for the league lead with 6 sacks. Josh Allen, 6 sacks. Myles Garrett, who the Niners will see in a couple weeks, 5.5 sacks. And Danielle Hunter in Minnesota with 5. Danielle's on a 1-year deal. He may be more attainable than Brian Burns. Bookmark that, folks. Danielle Hunter, if he becomes a tradable asset for the Minnesota Vikings.
I just wonder how many people out there are, not that they don't think Bosa's done, or no one says that. He just got paid a lot of money. But now that he has got paid a lot of money, maybe they expect more.
Yeah, well, 650 expects more. Comcast Business Text line.
What are they saying?
It's a bit concerning because if he is not getting sacks, that means other players should be benefiting. However, other players are just having average games. So what has Bosa done to make others better?
Well, I would say him and Javon Hargrave look pretty damn good right now.
Yeah, Javon Hargrave looks good.
Do I keep saying Javon?
Yeah, Javon Kinlaw.
Javon, sorry.
No, I hear a lot of people say Hargrave, McDaniel. What the hell happens? Deebo Samuels, like Mike Tomlin. The Deebo Samuels, the George Kittles.
I don't like any of it, to be honest with you.
The Space Heaters.
Splash.
Najee Harris. Is that Rod Koytek for the San Francisco Chronicles? Kind of like that. San Francisco Chronicles. Anyway. Bosa. Worried about his sack total. Gabriel, Orange County. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, Bonte. What's up, Chesky?
What's up, Gabriel?
Okay, so first of all, we got to remember something. Something that's real important is that and we forget it a little bit, I think a lot of Niner Nation forgets it, Niner Empire forgets it, is that he didn't have a training camp. He didn't play in the preseason. That's about a good month long of constant, constant action within his game. And so now we're kind of getting to that time frame where, like, if you layer it, that would have been the amount of time that he would have, and preseason. We're getting into the 5 weeks in. So I think from here moving forward, those sacks are going to come in. I mean, it's a game of numbers. I mean, he has the highest pressure rate in the league. So all that's going to start stacking up. We just got to be patient with him because he's getting in there. He's getting really close. He did that one 2-point conversion stoppage, right? Obviously, doesn't count as a sack, but he's making an impact in every game. And then you also got to look at the numbers of the offenses that are playing against him. They're not doing great. Those offenses are not doing great. So it's there. I think it's there. We just got to kind of be a little bit more patient with him. Bosa is going to be Bosa when the game's on the line, I think.
I think that's a great point. And, like, we've talked a lot about his brother, and I think his brother's a good player. But, like, every week I look up, and I know it's bigger than him. They're giving up 30, 35 points every week.
Right.
And I don't really see that Bosa having a lot of impact. And everyone tells me how great he is. And I think, but like, if the Niners were giving up 30 every week and he didn't have the sack numbers,
they're giving up 14.5 points per game.
That's what I'm saying.
Teams can't run the ball against
Daniel
them.
Jones couldn't wait to get rid of the ball. Hike, go.
And just sitting at SoFi, for example, and watching that second half buck up against the LA Rams.
I thought Stafford did a great job moving around.
Yeah, he did. But in that second half, Steve Wilkes used a couple more blitzes. And then Bosa started pushing that pocket.
Gotcha.
And as that game wore on, it was like, oh, Bosa's getting closer. Bosa's getting closer. Bosa's getting closer. And then you get the Matthew Stafford interceptions. You get Matthew Stafford all of a sudden throwing the ball on the turf. All of a sudden you get the Rams getting called for offensive holding calls. And all of a sudden groundings. And Bosa's just in that back. I watched Bosa be relentless in that football game.
So to you, he looked the same.
To me, there's not a big drop off.
Because I did see a different player in the playoffs last year.
I saw a player who
he looked compromised.
He may have been compromised. He didn't come out and say it. He got shut down in the playoffs.
That's what I'm saying. He looked different in the playoffs.
So Lane Johnson took his lunch.
Yes.
Tyron Smith took his lunch.
But I'm not seeing that through the first 4 games.
No. I'm seeing a guy who's playing like Nick Bosa.
Yes,
it's just
a matter.
It feels like there's just a matter of time. But sack numbers are important to a lot of people. When you look at the contract and you look at the guaranteed money, a lot of people will say, well, I'm paying him 120 to get 15 sacks a game. TJ Watt, he's sitting there in Pittsburgh saying, I got 6 already through 4 games. And they know I'm coming. And he's beating double teams. He's beating single coverage. He's beating triples. He's doing whatever you got to do to get to the quarterback. So there is something to finishing a play. Is Bosa finishing? He's getting close.
Like, the game against Kansas City in the Super Bowl, I just distinctively remember lots of people saying, well, Bosa didn't register a sack. They didn't register a sack. They're the best defense in the league. And I'm like,
go back and watch the game.
He was the best player on the field outside of Mahomes.
Go watch the game. Watch the game.
But that's, I think not all of us and not the majority of our listeners. I do think it's difficult when you're not sacking the quarterback for most people because they're following the football as the game is being showed, on television. They're not necessarily studying sophisticated offensive and defensive line play.
No doubt.
Wouldn't you agree? Unless the analysis by the play-by-play and color guy is breaking that down.
This is why they say don't bring up offensive line talk on sports radio. I love offensive line talk because when it comes down to Super Bowls, whoever wins in trenches, controls the line of scrimmage, ends up winning that trophy. It happens year in and year out, and we still ignore it. But here's another one. And there's a lot of fans who think like this.
Yeah, I would like to hear that.
And I'm not going to say it's wrong, and we're going to get to Moose and Union City.
I want to hear differing opinions.
510 Comcast Visits text line. Bosa held up the team for everything he could get and wasn't ready to play at the start of the season. That was selfish. He needs to prove that he's earning his paycheck. So there's fans who say, look, he doesn't have sack numbers. He's not earning his check.
Well, here's a good example. He gets a tackle for loss in Arizona against Arizona over the weekend, where they're going to get him, pinned back real deep inside their 10, and it gets called back because there's a hands to the face of one of our DBs, hands to the face, automatic first down, gets completely wiped away.
Right?
Does that rep not count?
I guess not. It's not on the box score.
Do you see what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying.
It gets completely wiped out.
I don't think Bosa's playing bad. I'm not going to sit here and say, boy, 49ers overpaid him. He only has 1 sack. Watch the game. Moose in Union City. What's happening?
Yo, what's going on, Bonte? What's going on, Joe?
What's up, Moose?
What's up, man?
Hey, man. I just want to thank you guys, man, for doing what you guys do every morning, man. I listen to you guys all the time on my way to work right now.
Thank you.
First off, I just want to thank you guys for always having Purdy's back, man. All these haters out there, man, hating on Purdy. And, man, the kid's doing the thing out there, which I love. And I love seeing it. Another thing is, man, not too worried about Bosa. You know, he still has the highest PFF score of 93.8 this season. Like you guys said, the guy is just coming back. He didn't have no below preseason and camp, so I'm not really stressed out about him. I do think he's about to come out and have a really good game on Sunday. This is the 5th game, and I think he's ready to go, man. And he played good in prime time, like you guys said. Last time when he played against the Browns and ate up Baker Mayfield. So just wanted to just say that out there. And also, guys, I would love to play a round of golf with you guys, man. So if you guys are down on me, let's get a round going. I'm out here in the East Bay. I love this course out here called Dublin Ranch Course.
Oh, yeah.
I think we should hit it up.
And you got groundskeepers on duty?
I don't, but I'll take care of both of you guys. Let's make it happen.
Why are you asking about groundskeepers?
Because your boy's hitting nothing but grass and not the ball. A lot of divots.
When you have certain golf carts, you have the sand in there. And
I
know.
I'm kidding. I know. I'm learning.
I like that.
I'm learning.
By the way, groundskeeper on hand.
By the way, the Ryder Cup, U.S. got smoked.
I told you, I hate the U.S. team.
Well, Justin Thomas and Jordan Spieth on the Saturday when they were talking to each other, and then Spieth goes water. They were so shook.
Yeah, well, Spieth was shook for about 5 years.
Shook. By the way, big announcement coming up from the Golden State Warriors at 10 o'clock. Big announcement. I think a WNBA team is coming to the city.
Did you see the Twitter account yesterday for the WNBA?
No.
The main Twitter account was alluding to expansion and people begging for expansion, and it was a video montage basically teasing that there is going to be an announced expansion today.
It's coming up at 10 o'clock. I hear London Breed, hear Joe Lacob, Peter Guber. Here are some big-timers are going to be at Chase Center at 10 o'clock for the announcement of a WNBA team.
So it sounds like you'll be there.
Speaking of which, no, I will not be there because we get off. It starts at 10. We get off the air at 10. So,
well, I figured someone of your status would have a car waiting for you out front.
I'm not that big time.
We got the helicopter on the roof on standby.
Yeah, well, that's funny because our new building, your boy's going to be catching Bart. So where's that helicopter at?
I thought you were saying our new building must be taking a helicopter because it's the only way you can get there.
I'm not a big fan of helicopters. I did one helicopter ride over the summer in Maui. It'd be the last helicopter ride I ever take.
I've never been in a helicopter.
Yeah, it was the first time I ever been in a helicopter. It was cool. It was fun.
Hi, I'm Bonte Hill. I'm in a helicopter coming across the Golden Gate Bridge. I'm looking at a beautiful downtown San Francisco as the fog is rolling in, and it's 1988, and I'm giving you the weather and traffic on the nines.
Yeah, that's Sal Castaneda, man. That's his job.
He doesn't do that anymore.
Yeah, well, he used to. He used to be all up in those helicopters. Me, I'll never be in a helicopter. Nor will I ever be a weatherman, because weathermen lie. How the hell did they know what the weather's going to be? Did anybody predict 88 degrees yesterday in the avenues?
Meteorologist.
Whatever. Weatherman.
I mean, it is a science, but yeah.
There you go. Come on.
Did anybody predict it was going to be 88 degrees in the avenues? No, I didn't. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect to have the fan on all night and the windows wide open and my sheets thrown to the bed off the bed because I was so hot. No, I did not expect that.
Apparently, it's going to be hotter today.
Oh, great.
Next 2 days, 3 days, it's going to be toasty.
Well, let me take baby Chess to the pool. Could be a good pool day. Then we'll get ready for Commanders and Bears on Thursday Night Football. Oh, my. Oh, my.
Sit down, honey. Right. Commanders and Bears. Let's watch elite offenses go to work.
Hey, Sam Howell, Eric Bieniemy, Terry McLaurin. Let's go. Brian Robinson Jr., Antonio Gibson. Let's get paid. Curtis Samuel, Logan Thomas. Watch my Commanders, man. Let's go.
This naming players. It's my favorite thing.
The guy has more college teams and NFL teams and baseball teams than anyone I know.
I have one college team. It's the Florida State Seminoles, who are in the top 5 right now.
But you also like Penn State's uniforms?
because I like a uniform doesn't mean I like the team. You don't like other uniforms in the NFL?
I thought you liked Penn State as well.
No, I do not. I cannot stand Penn State.
So who? Okay,
I like Florida State.
All right, but your soccer allegiance is up in the air.
Oh, Premier League, yeah. A lot of Tottenham fans like Box Kev and everybody. They're telling me to stick with Tottenham. They're 4th place in the Premier League. Maybe I will. I just, I don't like they play. I don't like the way they play.
And then your baseball teams are what teams?
I'm a Giants fan, but when you were disrespecting the Orioles last year, and I had to school you about that because all you do is name Bay Area stuff, and I can go deeper into my bag when it comes to sports teams and across the nation. I told you the Orioles are coming, and what happened? The Orioles are hosting the Texas Rangers after winning the AL East. Score another one for Bonte Hill. Score another one. Huh? What about Nathaniel Lowe for the Texas Rangers? Nobody's bringing him up last year except for your boy. Because, I just don't watch the Bay Area bubble. I like to see what's happening outside of the bubble. Not everybody could be Bonte Hill. Not everybody. Especially when you think about me. One guy on the show gets injured, the other doesn't.
Bonte, you can't die in the cell, man.
Joe Shasky, after playing in a softball tournament for Fleet Week, is on the IL again due to a bad back and a heel.
No, I'm not.
I'm kidding. Let's just make it up. 49ers, though, released their first injury report of the week yesterday, and 2 notable defenders who were absent from practice yesterday were cornerback Charvarius Ward and linebacker Trey Greenlaw. Ward is dealing with a heel injury, while Greenlaw has been hobbled by a low ankle sprain. On offense, Elijah Mitchell and John Feliciano were absent for practice with a knee and concussion. Knee injury for Elijah Mitchell, concussion for John Feliciano. Deebo Samuel was limited at practice as he continues to battle rib and knee injuries. Juwan Jennings, who missed Sunday's game with a shin injury, was also limited in practice. One of my good friends, Matt Payne. Texted me the other day, goes, Bonte, I'm not so sure about the Niners this week because he's, he knows his gambling. He doesn't gamble, but he knows how to read gambling lines. I'm not so sure about the Niners this week, man. I may be taking the Cowboys. Damn, that doesn't make me feel good. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Curzon, another California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. I saw Shasky's face when I read Charvarius Ward heel. You wanted to say you're worried, huh? Come on, say it. Say it for me. Say it for me.
Well, a heel injury can linger, and I've had a heel injury, and I'm not Charvarius Ward nor an NFL player, but that can linger. The heel is not good. There are muscles that go around the heel that go up to the Achilles.
Had every injury.
That injury is not good.
You've had every injury.
It's not good.
I swear.
It's not good.
What's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Keeping it a hundo.
The one and only Jerry Rice to go.
Surprised there's not more heel injuries in the NFL with the face masks and the tackling.
What haven't you injured, Shasky?
My mouth.
Well,
the jaw.
Yeah.
There's a joke in there somewhere.
Yeah, I know.
Every inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale.
Let's go to break.
Get a bounty of fall fruit at Whole Foods.
49ers now 2nd and 7. Gerbach to throw it. Wide open is Jerry Rice, and off to the races is Jerry Rice. Rice, touchdown from Gerbach. 81 yards.
Oh, baby, one of the many Jerry Rice highlights. He's on a short list for being one of the greatest players in the NFL. I'm serious. 22 touchdown catches in 1987. The guy has a touchdown record. I mean, how many 50-plus yard touchdowns did Jerry Rice have? And that was one against the Dallas Cowboys, and I wonder if that's his favorite memory as we say good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. The Overnight Dancers, of course, Comcast Business Text Line, YouTube, Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's just get right into it with the GOAT, Jerry Rice, who joins us again on the Morning Roast. Long time no talk. And, Jerry, congrats on Goat Fuel. You're adding to the roster Tyreek Hill, Big Game James Worthy, Michael Cooper. I think it's just a matter of time before your son, who's played at USC, is part of the Goat Fuel family. Jerry, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How's everything?
Everything is great. I know you're feeling good right now watching your son go up against prime time and his kids and light them up last week in Boulder, Colorado. But it's Cowboys-Niners week, and there's a lot to get into here, Jerry. So what's your favorite memory of this rivalry? Is it the NFC Championship game? Is it touchdown right before halftime? Is it that play in the regular season catching that pass from Elvis Gerbach? What's your favorite memory when it comes to the Niners and Cowboys?
Oh, I know you better get your popcorn ready. I know that, man. It's going to be exciting. So I would say when we went in there with Elvis Gerbach, because no one expected us to win. And, I had this one matchup. I think a linebacker tried to cover me inside, and I was able to get inside, and Elvis delivered the football. Then I was able to go 81 yards. But, so many great memories, man, because, we just do not like those Cowboys, and they don't like us. So it's always a rival, and it's always a big game. So I need the fans. There, Sunday night to be loud, be really not loud and get that energy going. And hopefully the Niners can get a victory.
Jerry, we've talked to you so many times, and I still feel like a little kid because the numbers you put up when we were watching you, to say they were like a video game is an understatement. I mean, it's Wilt Chamberlain-like. It's surreal. And to see Christian McCaffrey, tie and break some of the things that you did over the longevity of your career is surreal. When you're watching CMC, what are you seeing?
Well, CMC is getting it done, man. And, with that many touches, we don't want to give him that many touches because I think he had around about 27. We need to shorten that. And, I'm just hoping that everyone else can get healthy, like Deebo Samuel, Brian Ayuk, all of those guys. And, but whenever he touches the football, he's electrifying. He's amazing. He knows how to get into the end zone. And, people, this is the weirdest thing because they're like, oh, my God, he broke Jerry Rice's record. And I'm behind that 100%. I give him credit for that. But I might only get 5 touches in a game. I do not get 27 touches or more. And if I had gotten that, I probably would have doubled all my yardage and stuff. But I'm behind him 100%, and I was glad to see him get that done.
Only Jerry Rice can respond like that.
I love you so much.
13 touchdown in 13 straight games from McCaffrey, breaking Rice's touchdown streak of 12 straight games with a touchdown. That's incredible. Rice is right. 5 touches, Shasky.
I mean, I'm looking at his 87 season. I mean, you only played in 12 games. You didn't even have the most catches on the team. Roger Craig did, which is incredible. Which brings me to the Roger Craig comparisons for CMC. Obviously, you've talked about how great Roger is. Do you see shades of Roger when you watch Christian McCaffrey? Because there's a lot of similarities, yet there's some differences.
Well, I see shades, but I also see a guy that is faster. With him running the football, then with him coming out of the backfield, catching the ball. So he's a unbelievable weapon, and he's going to put points on the board. And we always base the offense around the running game. If you get that running game going, it's going to open up everything else. And I think, Dallas got a big challenge coming in because, with that defensive line, that defense, they got to be aware that this guy can catch the ball out of the backfield, but, he's also very productive at running the football.
Crazy because you play with Roger Craig and Ricky Waters, and I think people around here forget how dynamic Ricky Waters was out of the backfield and lining up in the slot, catching passes there. Jerry Rice, the GOAT, here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Go pick up some GOAT fuel. We all need it. We're going to need it for Sunday Night Football against the Dallas Cowboys, and the roster just gets bigger and bigger with Tyreek Hill, James Worthy, and Michael Cooper, so all champions in their own right following Jerry Rice here. Speaking of Brock Purdy, you played with Joe Montana. You played with Steve Young. You played with some great ones. And you caught a lot of touchdowns from both of those guys. Brock Purdy now is undefeated so far in his young career outside the NFC Championship game, which he only played 6 plays. Does he show you resemblances or shades of Joe Montana or Steve Young? Because I see the footwork. I see the pocket presence. He was 20 of 21 last week, Jerry. Does he remind you of any of those quarterbacks that you played with?
The quietness, the confidence, his composure on the football field, his great leadership, all of those things, they factor in. And I think it just, it calms everyone else down. And I think he has that with his teammates. And they know that Brock is going to be able to get them the ball, not going to hang them out to dry, anything like that. His accuracy is amazing. The velocity on the ball, it doesn't take long to get there. But I would say the most important thing is his decision making. He doesn't even, turn the ball over that often. Right. And you just know that he's going to make plays.
When did you start to believe in him? Like, when did you go, because wide receivers know. You know what I mean? Guys who played the game know. When was that, kind of moment where the light turned on for you?
I think when I met him on the field and we just had a conversation and I was watching him throw the football and it just, and it didn't take that long to get to whoever was, catching the ball. I said, oh, my God, look at that rocket arm. And, just his composure, man. And I think it reminds me a lot of Joe Montana because Joe, he was always that type of quarterback that would lead by example. And I think you're seeing that with Brock.
No doubt. Jerry Rice here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. I see a little bit of that, too. Young Brady, young Montana, the poise, the footwork, and he's just getting in the right play. One incompletion last week, which is incredible. The ball didn't touch the turf. Now, speaking of which, there's some primetime wide receivers in this game. There's always been primetime wide receivers in this rivalry. I know Michael Irvin tried to be like you. Alvin Harper tried to say he was a real number 80. We knew that was a lie. You showed him that, Jerry. But this week, we have CeeDee Lamb on one side and Brandon Ayuk. And Brandon Ayuk was an afterthought a couple years ago. Can you discuss his growth within this offense? Because he's coming on fire. He's going to get a big bag in the near future. 6 targets, 6 catches last week. 8 targets, 8 catches against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Can you talk about Brandon Ayuk's growth within this offense?
Yeah, I think with Brandon, you're seeing a guy that has a lot of comfort. Well, he has a lot of confidence right now. But it's really his route running, the execution behind that, getting open, being able to, read defenses. If it's a man-to-man, if it's a zone, being able to settle down in those zones and, just having a great time on the football field. And you notice that most of the big plays are with Brandon Ayuk, downfield. So I think with Dallas, they know that this guy is the best route runner for the San Francisco 49ers, and he's going to make big plays.
Jerry, there's a workman-like confidence and discipline that this team has been displaying all offseason, but in particular the first couple weeks of the season. It reminds me a lot of your teams in the early 90s where it was this is all about the Super Bowl. This has no, yes, we want to win as many games to get a good seed, to get the bye, but there's a greater goal here. Have you talked to any of the guys behind the scenes about just winning the Super Bowl and anything short of that isn't acceptable?
I think I basically really don't need to talk to the guys because they're ready.
Yep.
They know what is at stake this year, and I think we're off to a good start. It's going to take it's going to take more time, and we have to get by like week 10 or something like that. But then we'll know exactly where we are. But I think we got all the pieces of the puzzle right now. They know what they have to do, and it's just one game at a game. It's brick by brick, and get into the playoffs, and then go ahead and win that most important game, the Super Bowl.
You know what? You're so right, Jerry. In the fan base, we've been saying on these airways, we know what it is. It's about the Super Bowl. It's about being in Las Vegas in February and hoisting that 6 Lombardi. But we're going to enjoy the ride. But like you just said, Jerry, They know what it is. It's about winning the prize. That's all that's left for this core. That's all that's left for this head coach. Now, it was all that was left for you guys in the mid-'90s to beat the Dallas Cowboys. And remember when you guys did win it, there was a legendary back and forth between you and Dion. You had to check some reporters saying, hey, we've been winning since before Dion and after Dion here. Talk about those rivalries, and did that amplify the rivalry once Dion Sanders left the Niners and joined the hated Dallas Cowboys?
Well, Dion, he came to us, and he was that missing part that we needed, that one-on-one coverage guy. And we could always put him on their best receiver, and we knew that Dion was going to shut him down. But then Dion decided to go and move on to Dallas. So we have always had a winning tradition, with the San Francisco 49ers. We have the greatest fans ever in the Bay Area, and that was something we didn't want to let them down. And we just went out and we fought hard and we won football games. And I'm looking at Sunday night game, and Jerry Jones said this. He said that we are probably the number one contender, for the Super Bowl. And I said that's a setup. I want the Niners to know this, that, hey, look, statement night is Sunday night. We probably going to face this team maybe down the road. If it's not Dallas, it's going to be Philadelphia. Sunday night football is statement night, and it's a great opportunity for those guys to go out and showcase their abilities and show what they can do. So let's go do this and just take one game at a time, get to the playoffs, and get to the ultimate prize. It's the Super Bowl.
I know B wants to ask you a Dion question, and we'll wait on that for a second here. You referenced Jerry Jones. What's it like being around Jerry Jones? I mean, did he talk smack to you back in the day?
I can't stand him, Jerry.
Bonte can't stand him.
I can't stand Jerry.
I get a kick out of him.
No, man, to be honest with you, I have had conversations with him many, many times. And, he's a funny guy. He's funny. But, I think he's a great owner for the Dallas Cowboys. He likes to be in the spotlight. He's always doing interviews. But, he really he believes in the Dallas Cowboys. I'm going to take you guys back to Dion also, because there was an altercation. I think it was Super Bowl 29 in Miami, where some of the guys, they decided to be a little late for curfew, and the coaches the next morning, they turned it over to the team to deal with that situation. And everybody thought that Dion and I, we were trying to choke each other out or do whatever. I was just letting those guys know that it's important for us to go out there and win that Super Bowl. And we can party after, we can have a good time, but we didn't want to lose sight of what we had to get done.
No doubt about that. How similar or how different was Eddie D compared to Jerry Jones?
Yeah.
Eddie DeBartolo, I considered as, and I still do, I consider him the greatest owner ever. He was all about family. He wanted to win for San Francisco. We traveled first class. We stayed in the best hotels. We ate good. And all he wanted us to do was win football games and win championships. And we were able to do that.
Jerry, did Jerry Jones ever try to sign you when you left the Niners, or did you ever consider the Dallas Cowboys? Because it feels like Willie Mays joining the Dodgers. You know
remember,
what I mean?
He thought he was going to be drafted by the Cowboys.
Yeah. You know, guys, because Dallas had the next pick, and I just knew that I was going to be a Dallas Cowboy, but San Francisco, they traded with the New England Patriots to get down to that 16th spot, and that's how I got drafted to San Francisco. Then once I got drafted, I thought about God himself, Joe Montana. I said, "Oh man, what would that be like to catch a football from him?" And I came in. Then you had Dwight Clark, you had Freddie Solomon, you had Ronnie Lott, all of these great players. And I would sit back and just watch those guys, and just went out there and went to work.
Were you in Boulder, Colorado last week watching your son, Jerry? Because he's moving up the draft boards, man. Your son is nice out there at USC.
Yeah, he's always bragging about being bigger and faster and all of that. And I say I have to bring him back down to reality at times, because I think, going into this week, he has about 8 touchdowns. He has caught a touchdown in every game. And he's starting to, I think, put everything together right now, because, with all the NILs and stuff like that, there are so many different distractions. And plus he's playing on a great team, USC in Los Angeles. I try to keep him really focused. And I didn't go to Colorado because all the entertainers and all the stars have to be on the sidelines of CU. Then they put them up in the box, and there was no way I was going to do that, because I'm all about fight on USC.
There you go. And look, it must feel good for you to see your son battle against Emmitt Smith's son at Stanford and blow them out, and then to see your son get the last laugh against prime time and his kids. You get a little extra satisfaction and some bragging rights. Saying, "Hey man, my son's coming out with the W. It's like father, like son."
No, you know what, man? I'm just like a father. I just kick back and there's so much enjoyment, because to see all of that hard work starting to pay off, and just to see him continue to grow, and and just take him one game at a time. And I'm looking forward to him getting to the next level. Yeah. And I told him, and I tell him this every time I talk to him: nothing is granted. You got to earn it. And every time you step onto that football field, step on with a passion, the love of the game, lead by example by working hard, and then your teammates going to follow. And I think he's getting that now, and there's more to come.
All right, one more for you, Jerry. We'll get you on out of here on this one. Parsons versus Nick Bosa. There's a lot of talk back and forth. They're both great players. You've played the game a long time. Niner fans are freaking out because Bosa only has 1 sack. What do you say to those people losing their minds about Bosa only having 1 sack right now?
Well, Bosa came in late, guys, so he's going to get it going. He's a freak of nature, and he's a force on that football field. So, he skipped a lot of games, and I think he's just getting his feet under him. But also Parsons on the other side, he's causing havoc, with that Dallas defense, and we're going to have to really pay attention to him. But I would have to go with Nick any day.
You know what? We'll get you out of here with a couple ones. You don't even have to respond to this one, but the 92 NFC Championship game, second, third play of the game, you break a 70, 80-yard touchdown, and they called that phantom hold on Guy McIntyre. Does that still tick you off?
Yeah, that's still, man. It still hurts, because I knew that I knew the importance of that game, and I came to the line of scrimmage, and I'm just like a quarterback, because I'm looking for a zone or I'm looking for man, and it was man to man, and I think the defensive back, it was Isaac Hope, and all I had to do was get close as possible to him where I could hear his heartbeat. Once I got that relationship with him, I broke it to the post, and I was able to score on that touchdown. But we got called back for holding.
Changed the game.
Because of Guy McIntyre.
Changed the game. Guy McIntyre still can't get over it. And lastly, Go Fuel. How's it feel to have Tyreek Hill, one of the speediest guys we've ever seen in this league?
Yeah.
Did you get big game James Worthy and Michael Cooper? You got nothing but champions on your roster now with Go Fuel, man. You guys are doing it big over there at Go Fuel.
Yeah, Tyreek is he's a fantastic wide receiver, the fastest guy ever. Then also to have dealt with Michael Cooper and James Worthy of the Lakers. So, you know, Goatfield, man, we're having a great time. We also, you know, we happy, you know, to bring on 7-Eleven and I remember going to Dallas. I went to Dallas to their headquarters, and I sat there. And you made that pitch, and I guess they can see that drive in that work ethic, and to bring them on board, 7-Eleven, that's a game changer right there. So to have all these guys, to have Goldfield, to have my daughter, you know, running the company, she's the CEO. So we're just going to keep on making those tiny steps. We're going to keep building it brick by brick, and hopefully, you know, we get big one day.
No, it's no, you are big already, Jerry Rice. You guys are doing great things with Goldfield to have Tyreek and James Worthy and Michael Cooper. Big time success to you. 7-Eleven, that's huge. Go ahead, Chad.
You going to be there on Sunday night? Of
course,
running routes in the end
zone.
You
know I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there. I'm going to be loud. I'm going to have my big rope chain on.
Oh, of course.
Someone, you better get your popcorn ready, everybody. And like I said, I want the fans to come. I want you guys to be loud. If we don't like the Dallas Cowboys, then we need to let them know that.
No doubt about that, Jerry Rice. I seen him giving daps to Ronnie Bell and company on Thursday Night Football. Jerry, it feels like he could just play. If he could suit up.
No, he can.
And we got to don't we got to shut up Michael Irvin? Aren't we tired of him talking about the Cowboys? Oh, these Cowboys on TV. Jerry, come on. We got to shut them up this Sunday. Thanks for the time,
Jerry.
Man.
And like I said, statement night is Sunday night, so let's go get it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Jerry, thanks so much for the time as always.
All right, guys. You guys have a good one. Go Niners.
Let's
go.
There
it is. Jerry Rice, the GOAT, here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Breaking down the game, breaking down the rivalries. Got great things happening with Goldfield. His son is balling at USC. He's going to be a pick. Dude, when they showed him on the sideline after he scored a touchdown, it was a classic quick slant like his dad, right? Ran it just like his father. Catches a quick slant for a touchdown. And they show him on the sideline, and you see the mouth, and you see the nails. I'm like, damn, that is little Jerry. Look at Brandon Rice. Looks just like his pops.
You know, I know the younger people don't understand how great Jerry and Joe were. Like, we say it, but we don't really know it. No. And I'm sure at some point it'll be like Jordan and Pippen. People will have gotten so old. The majority of people listening to sports radio will have never seen those guys play. The 87 season is remembered for losing to the Vikings and the whole offseason of Bill Walsh saying we have a quarterback controversy. I'm looking at this 87 year where he scored the 22 touchdowns. Listen to these Joe Montana numbers real quick. He started 11 games. He was 10-1, a 67% completion percentage, which is phenomenal in that era. Over 3,000 yards passing in 11 games, 31 touchdowns, 13 picks, a 102 quarterback rating.
Jerry Rice was really good. I mean, Joe Montana was really good, I should say. 31-13. 13 interceptions would be a lot in today's game. Isn't that crazy?
31 touchdowns,
but which wouldn't be anything
in 11 games.
Right? No, it's
to
incredible.
Your point on the interceptions,
13 interceptions would be a lot. I'm looking at Jerry.
Elway won the MVP with less than 20 touchdowns.
But Jerry Rice, because to me it was about Jerry. He made those offenses go. He was at Super Bowl 23. It was a Jerry Rice show. You know, we all remember for Montana to Taylor to win the game, but Jerry Rice is incredible in that football game. I believe he had 215 yards receiving.
10 or 11 catches, yeah.
We took Jerry Rice's career for granted in a way that we're taking Steph Curry's greatness for granted.
Absolutely.
I think people get bored with Steph Curry's greatness, which is insane. He does something on the floor, you're like, damn, that's him. Like, he drops 30, and just 30 for Steph Curry. Like when he dropped the 40-plus against Memphis the day the Niners lost to the Titans, nobody even cared. It was like, just 46 points for Steph. Like, just 46 points. You realize what he's doing in his 30s? In a way, we take for granted his greatness. That's why I tell people, do not take this for granted with the Golden State Warriors, and don't take this for granted with the Niners right now and what Christian McCaffrey was doing, because it felt like as a kid, I took what Jerry Rice did on any given Sunday for granted. I took it for granted.
Bonte. He would play 10 years after this as well at a high level, from 87 to 96. 156 games, 144 touchdowns.
Wow.
He averaged a year 100 catches, 1,500 yards, and 15 touchdowns. Average.
Well, think about his late 30s with the Raiders.
I mean, Jesus.
What's coming up on the game sponsored by Live Nation Box
Camp? He's 39 years old, catching 1,200 yards and 92 catches.
The Tottenham Hotspur fans are getting at me. They said, stick with us, bro. Like Vaquez, stick with us. They're second in the
By the
Premier
way,
League, 1 point behind Manchester City.
Looking at those 87.
Go Spurs, go. Go Spurs, go. All right, what's coming
Let's
up in the game? Sponsored by Live Nation. Getty Lee's coming to San Francisco at the Masonic on November 26th with a special guest interviewer and fan Q&A. Every ticket sold will include a copy of Getty Lee's forthcoming new book, My Effin' Life Tickets, on sale Friday, October 6th, which is tomorrow at 10 a.m. Soda, the nationwide weight loss program that is
The D is ridiculous.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
What's up, Steph? Steph Curry, underrated. By the way, we'll be at Chase Center soon. I'm going down to some practices next week to go check out the boys. Chris Paul starting the first preseason game. Don't freak out.
All right. I'm going to bring something to the air. This is me, not you. Guru, stop sending me messages on Instagram. I know you're sending them to everyone. Spadoni is raising his hand. He sends me everything from rap to hoops to this. He must hit reply all or forward to all. He sends me I love you, Goo.
So what does he send you?
Well, I know it's not just to me. I know it's to everyone. Am I wrong,
What does he send, though? What does he send?
All kinds of stuff.
What's all kinds of stuff?
Pull it up right now. Hold on.
Wallow G or whoever the heck it is. It's always something. It's like, Goo, I love you. No. I have IG too. You don't need to send it to me via direct message.
I like when people send me messages because I try to limit my time on IG, and a lot of people send me some good
I agree with that.
Like, there's a lot of roasters who send me stuff, and I'm like, oh, wow, thank you very much.
No,
now, I may double tap
That's
it.
different. That's
Guru
different.
too.
I agree.
I don't mind Guru sending me stuff. Guru, keep sending me what you're sending me.
Well, he sends me stuff that I've saw 16 times over the last 5 weeks. Well, and he's like, you see this?
He is the king of sending things 5 days late.
Yeah, I'm like, I did, Goo. I have a pulse.
But that's not all he sends.
Spadoni, am I wrong?
Well, no, sometimes I actually think they were like, to me, like personally, but then I realized I was like, oh wait, no, Shasky got the exact same thing. So like he'll send something with Kobe related. I was like, oh, Goo was thinking of me because that's my favorite player. But then he's sending it to everyone, so I feel less special.
He sent some very interesting things, and he sent some things that makes me happy. So you keep sending me stuff, Guru. Keep sending me things.
Just know he's sending them to everyone else too. Does that make you feel less special?
No, I don't care.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't. Do you want Guru to make you feel special?
Like, okay, for example, when you were a kid, all right, when you were a kid and you had to do like a thank you card, did you make it personal to every single person who got you something, or was it just standardized?
Well, it's a standard, man. Hey, happy Valentine's Day. I love you. Yeah.
Are you guys the kind of guys that keep like birthday cards and stuff like that too, or Christmas? Like I throw them away like immediately.
No, I keep them in the envelope.
Jade is very upset, the missus, because she like puts them on the mantle and stuff like that. And all this, I was like, no, I just toss it. She's like, what? That's so mean.
Dude, listen. I keep all my birthday cards. I keep all my credentials. I keep everything. Yearbooks, postcards. I keep it all. It's memorable. It's special.
Into what? What do you like?
I have a big vanilla envelope, and I just throw them in there, or a box.
Gotcha.
Yeah, storage. Got to keep them. It means something.
Okay. No, I don't. I have no problem with that. I keep a lot of.
And now when Guru sends me a message, I'm like, hey, I'll get you stuff. Zucci man, I send you stuff on IG Messenger and you ignore it. No, I get your stuff. I reply to everybody. If I don't, I apologize. I try to reply. I love when people send me stuff. And man, like I'm asleep at the wheel sometimes. Hey, Bonte, did you see this? Hey, Bonte, did you see that? Hey, Guru, you keep sending me things. There's a lot of eye-opening things that you send me.
I didn't say that.
No, eye-opening in terms of content. Really good content.
He's got a big butt.
No.
There are some elite content creators on IG.
No, I don't do that. Well, a lot of people say, Bonte, you don't reply to me. Well, there's a lot of people you message me. I can't get to everybody. I apologize.
You opened up Pandora's box here.
I try to reply to as many people as I can. There's a lot of unread messages. It's tough to get to.
It's difficult when you're the king holding court.
Stop.
And
don't
only
do that.
So many of the civilians are allowed
I don't like
into
that
the
condescending tone. I don't like that condescending tone. That pisses me off.
You guys know Goo's going to be locked in at 9:30 though for his boy T.O., right? He's going to be locked into that one.
Thank you very much. With the condescending king stuff, don't do that. Because then you get people around here who feel all sensitive to it.
Well, I apologize.
And they want to take shots at me. You know, other media members don't like that. Who the hell? And I'm no king.
No.
I've only been in the game for 10 years. There's a lot of people who've been in the game for 20, 30, 40. So
I'm young in the game.
So stop. Yeah, see, a lot of people, I always reply and show love. I try to reply to everybody I can. Kings don't do that. Kings say, look at these little peasants. I'm not replying to that. I won't even open it.
Well, it depends.
I am a man of the people.
Well, some people are
what?
wartime kings. Some people are peacetime kings.
No. I am the man of the people. Not a king. I'm a man of the people. Because you know what? When we move to that new building, you guys can all ride with me on BART at 5 in the morning. We're going to have a lot of fun. There's not too many radio hosts or TV personalities that are catching Bart to work. You think Raj Mathai, and I love you, Raj. Think he's hopping on Bart?
No, I love Raj too. Raj is not strutting that way in that expensive of a suit with perfectly polished shoes on Bart. That's what I'm saying. You can't.
That's what I'm saying. You know, you think Laura Brett? I love you, Laura. You think she's hopping on Caltrain, getting up to the NBC Sports Studios? You think Carlos Ramirez is catching Bart or Caltrain?
You can't die on this hill, man.
Come on. I'm the man of the people, not a king. No.
The only way you could be more a man of the people is if you were driving that Bart train.
I should. I wanted to drive for Bart. That was a job I was looking into. Yeah, it's a hell of a job. Dwayne is a Bart conductor. He gave me the Bart schedule. Hooked me up. Gave me all the ins and outs and everything like that.
It feels like a way more difficult job than people want to admit.
See, when you say king, this is my problem with it. When you say, "Oh, you're the king," and some people, you know, like your boy down in Visalia, who's, you know, got who knows what the heck he's. You know who I'm talking about? Fraud, tell you, you're a fraud. Whatever. How the Giants end up?
I always forget about that.
He was talking about the Giants and stuff, having faith in the Giants. Hey, dude, homie in Visalia, you still got faith in the Giants? How you feeling now? Or I could be like Shaq on stage. Tell me how my ass tastes, but I won't do that.
It ain't Bonte, it's fraud face.
Are you strutting about being humble right now?
No, because
I too am extraordinarily humble.
No, because when you say that stuff, you get people out here who say, "Oh, Bonte's full of himself."
No,
and I'm the complete opposite. I actually paid my dues to get to this spot.
You did,
you know,
and that's why I'm
proud of you. I just slipped through the back door.
Told you I love you.
This whole king stuff. So got to check you guys sometimes. You guys get out of control. You coming at my guy Guru. Guru, you keep sending me messages. Keep sending me those messages. I love it. By the way, AG on Twitter, or X, whatever it's called, listening to Bonte and Butcher gets me so pumped for the big games. That's our job. To get you ready for Niners and Cowboys, to get you ready for all the matchups. CeeDee Lamb versus Charvarius Ward. I'm a little concerned about the Hill. Drake Greenlaw against that offensive line. The first time we ever saw Drake Greenlaw was against the Cowboys in a preseason game. Fred Warner. All right? Hufanga coming up hitting people.
We still haven't heard from Jalen Hurd since.
Yeah, we haven't. Jalen Hurd.
I mean, I came out of that preseason game 5 years ago, and I said, we've got a receiver. Right. And I was wrong.
So let's stop out here. Now you got you see, you annoyed me a little bit. T.O., he doesn't annoy me. He'll join us at 8:30. He's got the wine popping. He's been in Colorado. He knows what time it is when he steps on that star. He knows what Niners and Cowboys is like.
On one level, I do think we've kind of missed the boat as a medium, as in the media. We have not understood that and we're going to get back into the Niners and Cowboys here, but like the Dion phenomenon, the coolest thing to me isn't that he's resurrected Colorado. He's coaching a team in Division I, and you could make the argument his son's the best player on one side of the ball, and his other son is the second best player on that side of the ball. Depending on where you have Travis Hunter as, you know, whether he's an offensive or defensive first guy. Like, however that's really cool. I mean, he's living out every dude's dream for his family.
No doubt.
If your kids play ball. I mean, to me, I think it's like one of the coolest parts of the whole thing, and I think we've kind of missed the mark on that.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's go to the lines. Hey, you know what? I'm going to hear from BPA. Then we got Alex in Atlanta. It's Niners Cowboys week.
I shall rise as the knight of numbers for the king.
No, we're not going to Alex yet. We're going to BPA. And BPA, BPA, let me say this. How does Farhan Zaidi still have a job today?
Well, he's got a very, very supportive, sort of community of writers and journalists around him that cover the Giants. There's a self-policing environment, right? So any outsiders coming to those press conferences with, sort of critical takes, they make sure that they, that it, right? And it's really, it's what the Giants do best organizationally, right? Is sort of craft and intimidate their sort of beat writers and journalists and broadcasters into basically, spewing the company line, to the selling no one
right?
Were you disappointed in the presser? Were you disappointed in that presser?
Honestly, the only person in the press conference that asked a remotely sort of critical question of a GM that should have been fired was you. No one else. Everything else was just softball, powder puff from Bags and Pavlovic, and it was. But you asked some tough questions, and I think not to butter you up, but that's why I think you guys are number one and KNBR's fallen off is because you guys tell the truth.
Well,
right?
BPA. Let me just say, Bagley wrote something in his column. Basically saying, the usual suspects were there, and then there was a couple people who don't shield their face over 162 who were there grandstanding.
That was you, right?
I guess that was grandstanding.
And he was, he was carrying their water, right? and nothing more than that, which he does all the time, by the way. And then he hides behind his MacBook. Won't come out? Hey, Bags, come out and talk to some fans, right? We'll tell you what we think. I mean, go look at the comments of one of his articles in the Athletic. It is there ain't no pro Farhan, folks.
BPA, before you continue, can I just say
the disconnect between the disconnect between the content you're writing, Baggerly, and the actual sentiment of the fan base.
Thank you.
Whoa.
Yeah,
we're not in the ballpark.
I totally agree.
This is not Tiago speaking. This is BPA.
Can I just appreciation post for you right now? You tweet and tweet at people the things that I wish I could say. I'm just going to be honest with you. BPA is a must follow on social media.
Well, until he gets a picture up there, I'm not going to follow him. Because I don't even know if that's you. Niners.
I'm going to add one other point.
I love you.
The fact that Brock Purdy as a second-year quarterback is getting better is a surprise to people. Is one of the 1 + 1 = 2. Sometimes it makes life easier, right? Yes, almost every other second-year quarterback in the history of the league, outside of guys that have gone through coaching changes and such, he's getting better, and I think he's getting better in week to week. And why it's a surprise for people is it's bizarre, obviously, but anyways,
he's going to the Pro Bowl this year. I mean, that's I know they invite 1,000 guys to the Pro Bowl. It will be worthy. He's going to the Pro Bowl. He will be our first Pro Bowl quarterback in forever.
Yeah, he's the best quarterback we've had since Steve Young.
Thank you.
And I'm going to make a statement that a lot of people will say is crazy. As a reading defenses, progressions, pre and post step diagnosis, you're better than Steve Young. Right? Not the raw talent, not the 4.4 speed. Steve had a better arm, but as far as the finer details of quarterbacking, I think he's better. Steve was never a great sort of reader of defense. He's never got through 5 progressions on a route, which
is a good point.
Brock do 5 times in the last game. Anyways, guys, have a great day.
Call, BPA.
All right, BPA.
We might need to do a weekly with that, man. I love him.
Calm down.
Whoa.
He's already calling in bi-weekly, so.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Raymond's got nothing left. He doesn't.
My favorite one. Give it to me one more time.
Raymond's got nothing.
I love it. Good Lord.
I love how 100% sure he was when he delivered it.
That was a month before they won the title, too.
Hey, wait. You know what? As someone who has been wrong a lot recently, I can respect the hustle.
Got to be better than that, Coach.
Clean it up, Shasky. Clean it up. Clean it up, man.
Dude, some of his comments, he goes, your article, based on the comments and the discrepancy between the two, you're not even in the right ballpark.
I don't even know if Bags took a shot at me. If he did, whatever. But let me tell you something about Bags. And I respect his work. I really do. When I worked at the other station, he come on with Marty Larry. I played the Jeopardy theme music.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something about Bags. I watched him walk into a press conference, into a press room, or the media section at Oracle Park. He will walk in, scan to his right, scan to his left, and just kind of okay, I'm going to walk like I'm on the red carpet. I'm like, that's interesting. I've seen Bags out to eat. Look dead at me while I'm eating sushi with my family, and just walk to his table. So Bags is one of these writers who thinks that their stuff don't stink. And that's fine. You can do that. He's been on the beat a long time, done a great job. But if that was a shot at me, then you know what, Bags? Next time, maybe you ask the follow-up questions. Maybe you ask Farhan what he meant by those quotes. And not off the record. We need it on the record. The fans needed to know. That's the only reason why I was down there the other day. It's because the fans wanted to know what the hell he meant about San Francisco being polarizing and your research saying that guys don't want to come here for a 3-game series. We need to know. And we still don't know what you meant by it. So that's what my beef is with somebody. You want to call us out? Fine, I'm here for the smoke. I could call you out too. And I could talk to you in person. I'll show up to you in person. I got no problem with that. I'm a phone call away. I'm a tweet away. I don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? But people want the truth. It's sports. What are you carrying water for? You know what I'm saying? For Farhan Zaidi? Carrying water for this regime? Come on, man. The Bay Area market ain't no powder puff. This ain't no powder puff region, dude. This fan base is passionate. And they want answers.
Well, there is a common denominator amongst certain individuals that, like, if you have to explain to me how smart you are, you lack emotional intelligence.
Right.
Like, read the room. I mean, come on. Like, it's sports. Here's the other thing. And this is BB. You want to be a hundo? There are very few people who write and talk about sports that I would allow to teach sports to some of the kids that I'm coaching. And if you really want to go there, we could sit down on the couch and have real conversations about the fundamentals of all the different games. But they don't. They want to take shots from afar, and that's fine. In the words of Destiny's Child, say my name, say my name. Let's go to Alex in Atlanta.
Let's go to Alex in Atlanta. So now I'm getting spicy.
I know you are. You're ready.
It's your fault. You opened it up. Now I'm here. Now I'm ready for Cowboys game. Now I'm ready for Sunday. I wasn't here for some Cowboy fans.
They don't exist.
No, Cowboy fans. You really think you're coming here on Sunday and winning the game? Cowboy fans, where you at? You were quiet on the set after you got your ass kicked in the divisional round. You're quiet on the set when Jimmy Garoppolo and the 49ers went down to Texas Stadium, Jerry's World, and won that football game. I don't hear from too many Cowboy fans anymore. Cowboy fans. Alex in Atlanta, what's happening?
Well, guys, I tell you right now, that's going to be a tough act to follow with BPA. I'm out here packing up for my flight tomorrow morning. I got to try to follow that. But, hey, look, I'm excited for this game just like you guys. I'm going to be at Levi on Sunday, so I'm even more excited about that first time in the stadium, so that will be cool.
That will be cool.
But, hey, look, to answer the YouTube question you guys have had up, who's more valuable right now to the Niners, Brock or Christian McCaffrey? Right now I have to lean towards CMC just because of the fact that Kyle Shanahan, we all know, really loves to use misdirection and window dressing on a lot of pre-snap motion. And your ability to do that's only as good as the pieces you have to do that with. And Christian McCaffrey is the ultimate piece for pre-snap motion and disguising what sort of plays you're going to be running. You don't know if he's going to be running the ball. You don't know if he's going to be coming out of the slot. You don't know if he's just going to be blocking, being used as a diversionary piece. So right now, I think he's the most valuable offensive tool the 49ers have right now. Yeah. But getting into the game on Sunday, I mean, coming into this, the one thing I'm worried about for the 49ers is their third down defense. I mean, they did not have a great performance against Arizona this past weekend. I think Arizona was 53% on third down, and Dallas is the best third down team in the league right now. They're close to 52% when it comes to their third down conversion percentage.
Got to get off the field.
And Dallas's third down defense is also really good as well. So it's going to be a matter of which team can keep the other off the field. I mean, the Niners are great on third down at home. I think they're 57% at Levi Stadium. But Dallas is no slouch when it comes to their third down defense. So it's that, I think, is going to be the key matchup this weekend. I think the Niners are going to take the game. I think this is going to be the first game of the season where the Niners don't score 30, but I have them winning 27-21.
There it is. Alex in Atlanta, the unofficial statistician of the Morning Rush. We got some calls here. Where the Cowboy fans at? Where are you chumps at? I ain't heard from you since the playoff loss. We did let BPA slide, by the way. Dwayne's not happy with you. Brock Reed's defense is better than Steve Young. We did let that slide from BPA. He was cooking.
I was letting my boy cook.
I'm not.
I was letting him finish breakfast.
I'm not going that far. Not going that far. By the way, Joel Embiid committed to play for Team USA. Team USA in Paris 2024 Olympics. How about that? Joel Embiid going to win a gold medal. Be the one championship he'll win in his NBA career unless he leaves Philadelphia. The WNBA has approved an expansion team to come to the Bay Area for the 2025 season, which creates more jobs, creates more opportunity for a lot of people trying to get in the media game, and gives fans an opportunity to watch professional women's basketball. These WNBA finals coming up between the Liberty and the Las Vegas Aces, Breanna Stewart against that team in the Las Vegas Aces, Chelsea Gray, Kelsey Plum, Asia Wilson. Is Candace Parker going to come back and play? This is a premier finals matchup, man. This is a really good matchup between Vegas.
You're in your bag on the WNBA stuff. I mean that sincerely.
No,
I'm in awe.
I respect the WNBA. I respect what they're
So
trying
what
to
do you think the local team will be called?
Somebody said the Bay Area Whistle Tips. Somebody said that earlier.
The Bay Area Whistle Tips? Woo woo! I'm kind of down with that.
The Bay Area Bridges, somebody said.
Bridges?
And Bay
I think
Bridges.
of London Bridges, but I get where they're going.
London Breed.
London Breed. No, I was not thinking that.
Yeah, I don't know. That's going to be very, very intriguing. Names for the WNBA team. Can I do pre and post? Can I work the sidelines of the WNBA game? I want to get involved in this. I want action. Get Baby Chess sitting courtside. What? Let's go. Junior, San Jose. Who's more annoying, Eagle fans or Cowboy fans? Because we got a Cowboy fan.
Bonte, Joe, what's going on? It's JR, man.
JR, don't tell me you're a Cowboy fan.
You been morning drinking or what?
Nah, man. Nah. I'm just here. Bonte said Cowboy fans call in, so I had to hit you up, man.
Yeah, what do you got to say?
I'm Bay Area. I'm Bay Area to my heart till I die, man. I'm a Warriors fan, diehard Warrior fan, Sharks fan, Giants fan. But I grew up a Cowboy fan because my mom's boyfriend was a Cowboy fan when I was a kid, watching football.
Gotcha.
And it was easy. Emmett Smith, Troy Aikman, Jay Novacek, Michael Irvin, Alvin Harper. That was easy. You know what I mean? So I'm still repping to the day I die. You know what I mean? Last year I was in the VIP with my boy Stunnerman, in my Cowboy jersey, rocking it.
Hey, JR, you know you're losing on Sunday, huh? You know, you look at your team, you're like, damn, we can't beat the Niners this week. You know that, right, JR?
Nah. Hey, all I gotta say is Brock Purdy's getting tested. Micah Parsons coming. Micah Parsons is coming and ready. He's ready.
Come on, is Dak Prescott ready?
Brock Purdy better watch out.
Is Dak Prescott ready, JR? JR, Junior.
What?
Is Brock Purdy ready to go?
Yes,
is Dak Prescott ready to go?
What?
Is Dak Prescott ready?
I hope so. I'm with Guru. I'm not the biggest Dak fan, but it depends on what Dak we get on Sunday. I think it's going to be a defensive game. It's either going to go either way. I say 21-17 or something low. Just like the last game. It's going to be a defensive game, so we both got solid defense. I can't hit on that. You know what I mean?
When the Niners win, are you going to be in witness protection and never call us back?
Nah. I'm going to call you back Monday morning.
We'll take your call, JR.
Sounds like he's on BART right now.
Yeah, my future home, my future destination. I thought I was never taking BART for the rest of my life. Well, here I am. Wait till we move to that new building, baby.
I remember when I was busting it all over the world. I was like, when I get a car, I'm never looking back.
Yeah.
And for the most part, it's been that way.
Yeah, well, we're going back in time now. And I actually
going back to the 90s.
Wow, I'm getting two of this. Jason Dumas, Cron 4, and Rocco. Bay Area Fog? Both of these guys came up with that.
Well, as long as you don't call it the Carl.
Yeah,
that's like the dumbest name ever. The Fog would be a good name. There's a lot of baseball teams called the Fog. There's a South City Fog, and there was a San Francisco Fog. I believe the Dubliner was sponsoring.
What would the mascot be? Would it be a cloud with a basketball? A
you
cloudy basketball?
You could do something unique, right?
A cloudy basketball? The Bay Area Fog?
Like the Warriors had thunder, remember?
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with, the Warriors, really. I mean, I think the Phoenix has the Suns is the gorilla, right?
Yeah.
It kind of doesn't have anything to do with the San Diego chicken. So it doesn't have to really be connected. It doesn't have to be like the crab guy.
The San Francisco Sirens. That's Alex in Atlanta. The Whistle Tips. Go to State Dancers. No, don't do that. Come on. Bonte ain't going to watch a single game. No, I won't watch a single game. I'll be at every single game. That's why I'm WNBA. I watch the WNBA.
I love you, and you do watch the WNBA, but I'm calling cap on you being at every single game. No one can go to every game of everything.
It's not possible.
Yeah.
Like Bagley, it's impossible to get out there for 162. Can't get out there. Sorry, Bags. JC, Union City. Are you a cowboy cockroach? Are you one of those cockroaches in Dallas, JC?
Hey, come on, Bonte. I talked to you last year, man. What you pouting your chest for? You know, the game, look, check this out. The Super Bowl is going to go through the NFC. It's between Dallas and Philly. We're not worried about the phony Niners. You guys choke in big games every year. NFC Championship, Super Bowl.
Twice.
Nobody's worried about you guys.
We beat you twice.
Your Super Bowl is beating the Cowboys. Your Super Bowl is beating the Cowboys. That's your Super Bowl.
Hey, JC, you haven't even touched the title game since 1995, and I haven't heard from you since last year. That's a problem with you. You went to duck and hide after we beat you at Levi's Stadium. You want to go back to Jerry's World? We'll do that too. You know the Cowboys are fraudulent. Your owners are fraud. Your quarterbacks are fraud. The star of the helmet. You're no longer America's team, JC, and you know it.
Bonte, what is this, the Boys and Girls Club? Nobody gives a damn about at least we made it. Bring some hardware back, okay? Super Bowl, you ain't won the Super Bowl since the 90s. You're in the same ballpark, buddy. Nobody cares about at least.
You haven't won a division title recently. You don't even know what the division titles look like.
The Cowboys. Come on now.
The Cowboys and the Eagles.
You're not since the 90s either.
Come on, JC. You're not winning that game on Sunday. You know it. How'd you become a Cowboy fan living in Union City?
I was last year in the playoff game. You guys are sweating bullets. You guys barely pulled. You guys won by one possession. You guys act like you kicked your ass. You won by one possession. You ain't doing nothing this year.
Consolation prizes? It's like the Lakers. Hey, man, we got swept, but every game was close. Listen, JC, get out of here. The Cowboy fans. Come on, Cowboy fans. Come at me. And what's wrong with these Cowboy fans? 888-957-9570. Shanahan spoke yesterday. Let's calm it down a little bit. T.O. coming up at 9:30. I'm not fired up. No, I feel like the energy's been, we've been kind of flying under the radar. It's time to wear eye black. I may wear eye black in the studio tomorrow, bring in the cutters. And if you know what the cutters are, you know what time it is.
I remember. It's the all-black Franklins.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, some had the Nikes. Yeah, some had the Nikes. But the Franklins were the original.
I actually couldn't afford cutters. I was always jealous of people wearing the gloves.
They were like $30 a pop.
Yeah, and then when dude wore cutters, like, damn, that dude could fight, man. Let me not look at him.
Even if he couldn't fight, you thought he did.
Yeah,
I totally agree with you on that one.
That dude got cutters.
I'd be waiting for the 14 or the 29. I'd be like, you know what? I'm not going to find out whether he could fight or not.
I'm going to just sit in the front seat and look that way.
Let me hide my disc, man.
Let me just read the sports page for the 5th time today. You know what I'm saying? Act like, this is new information. Let's go. We're the Niner fans. You hear these Cowboy fans, Niner fans? You hear these Cowboy fans? They think you're a joke. The Dallas Cowboys think we're a joke. Thinks that the Super Bowl, the road to the Super Bowl is going through Dallas or
Serious
Philly?
question.
Oh, my gosh.
Subtract contract. I don't think anyone is taking Dak over Purdy. Even if I subtract the contract. The resume, he's had more years in the league. Right now, I trust Purdy infinitely more than Dak Prescott. And it's not even close. It's not even close. You're taking Dak over Purdy? Forget contract. Forget roster. If I put Purdy on the Cowboys and Dak on the Niners, I still would feel better about Purdy in his situation over Dak.
I'm with you.
And it's not to say that Dak is some slouch. He's a good player. Purdy's a better player.
Right now, he is.
I think if we pulled 100 fans across the NFL, I actually think they'd take Brock Purdy over Dak Prescott.
So Shanahan was asked about Brock Purdy, and he had a message to those who think Purdy is only a system quarterback.
That's pretty ridiculous. You just got to watch the tape. He plays at a high level every time he's been out there. He's done it in a lot of different situations versus a lot of different defenses, on the road, at home, in playoff games, when injured. You can't do all that stuff. He's been out there too long. It's on tape.
Shanahan was also asked if his team feels a little something extra when it's Cowboy week.
I think anytime you have a Sunday night game, it's always bigger. Sunday night, Monday night, Thursday night, there's always a little more excitement in the building, knowing everyone's watching you. Got a lot of respect for the Cowboys and how good of a team they are, so we know the challenge that we have in front of us, and I think we're aware of the rivalry back in the history, which is always cool, but besides that, it's week 5.
Then he was asked if this game means more because of the recent playoff matchups.
Anytime you play each other in the playoffs and stuff, it's always usually a bit bigger the next year. And with that being back-to-back, it was huge. That's what I always remembered growing up, just because the 3 years I was here when I was younger. They played in the NFC Championship all 3 years that I lived here. Playing them in the playoffs 2 years ago kind of was reminiscent of that. And it was a divisional round, I think, or a wild card round. And then last year with the divisional round. And those histories stack up just like people in your division. But usually when it's a playoff game, everyone remembers a little bit more.
See, he gets it. Shanahan gets it, Shasky.
That's why I love him.
He gets it as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. And shout out to the Comcast Business text line. Hey, Cowboy fans, Shanahan understands the rivalry. We understand the rivalry. These Cowboy cockroaches understand what they're getting into on Sunday. Cowboy Jay. All these Cowboy fans in the Bay. Why don't you go live in Dallas, Jay?
You
Come
know
on,
that
Cowboy
Dak is
Jay.
going to turn the ball over in a crucial spot. This is a big game. He always does that. You know it.
Cowboy Jay, you ready to go? Or are you starting like Dak Prescott?
I'm here.
Yeah. Oh, you here? I don't know if you're here or not. Doesn't feel like you're here.
Man, check this out, man. I'm gonna be honest with y'all, man. I just want to thank y'all because see, you little Niner fans, y'all about moral victories. Me, the one and only thing I ever envied the Niners for was you guys before I had an immaculate Super Bowl record. You made it, you won it. But my boy John Harbaugh took care of y'all, man. I want to thank y'all for last year and the year before that because I don't want to get to no NFC Championship game and lose. I don't want to get to the Super Bowl and lose. I'd rather lose in the first or second round. So you guys can have that, man. Because we coming for you guys this year, and this year we going on.
Wait, I want to explore this. Wait,
hold on, Jay. Stay on
you
hold.
You want to lose in the first or second round as opposed to losing later on in the playoffs?
All the way to the NFC Championship and fall on our ass, flat on our face. No, you can have that. You can get to the Super Bowl and lose. That means nothing. I'd rather get out earlier before having all my high hopes dashed. So now y'all can have that. Go ahead, because you ain't going far this year, man.
Get out of here.
That's one of the dumbest opinions I've ever heard.
Hey, get out of here. It's just Cowboy fans. Who's dumber, Eagle or Cowboy fans?
I think Cowboy fans.
Eagles right there.
I'm not going to lie to you.
No,
I know you have your
fans.
feelings about Philadelphia. Yeah. I am right now envious of the Philadelphia baseball crowd I saw last night at that stadium.
Of course
they were rocking.
Of course you
What are you talking about? They're doing like this finger thing now. They're doing this cojones thing now from the dugout. The entire stands were standing and going crazy. It's one of the last great home field advantages.
This whole moral victory thing that Cowboy fans are bringing up. Nobody is happy with losing NFC Championship games. Nobody is happy with beating the Dallas Cowboys. We expect to slap up the Dallas Cowboys.
The last two times that they've lost to the Niners, the final play was you doing something moronic.
Right. Just come on.
I mean, Dak not knowing how much time there was moronic, okay, in 2021. And then last year, Zeke Elliott hiking the ball to Dak. We called timeout, and then they just plowed him. His final ever play in a Cowboy uniform. I can't get over that final play.
You know what? This is why Cowboy fans.
They're dumb.
They are dumb. They are dumber than rocks. Shanahan was asked how much Trey Lance could possibly help them.
I mean, is this what we're doing?
As much as most coaches can. I mean, you can see the plays on tape. You can explain what we look at and stuff like that, which usually you can when you can stack up a lot of tape over years, and we've been here for a while and previous. So hopefully he's talking to them all the time and making them focus totally on that instead of the simple stuff of watching the tape.
I mean, just for a second.
This is what Cowboy
I root
fans
for Trey Lance. I do. I root for the guy. He couldn't even master the offense when he was here, and he's going to all of a sudden be the difference of them comprehending it. Like you got to go out and make plays. Everyone knows the Niners offense. Hey, we're going to throw a lot of slants, and we're going to throw a lot of short stuff, and every now and then we're going to try to pop one in the run game. Like, wow, that you're giving away the codes.
Eagle Cowboy fans, Dumb and Dumber. That's from the 415 Comcast Business text line. Step Brothers, basically. Step Brothers. I guess one thing with Eagle fans, and not all Eagle, because I know Jason Tumas is listening. Jason, you're a good Eagle fan.
Tell Jason I'm envious of the Philadelphia baseball crowd.
You get envious real quick. Stop sucking up the Philly.
Dude, the Citizens Bank Park looks sick.
Oh, my gosh. They don't even like that yard.
I was flipping back between Milwaukee and that game, and I was like, it could not have been two different environments.
Well, because Milwaukee knew they were done.
Well, Corbin Carroll hit a ball.
And it's Packer season. All right.
Packer season. It might be Wisconsin basketball season soon.
Monday Night Football, baby. Raiders, Packers, get after it.
Might be taking the Packers in that one.
We all lose in that one, actually.
Come on, Cowboy fans. Where you at? You don't really believe you're winning on Sunday. These Cowboy fans just expose themselves. I forgot how silly they were. I remember going out there for the wild card game, and the guy next to me had his family, and I was like, man, I told him to his face, I said, I'm not going to cook you because your wife and your kids are sitting right there.
Oh, you're.
He tried to give me one.
You're the Scarface. I told you, no wife and kids.
No wife and
kids. I told
kids.
you.
Wife
You
and kid-
stupid. Look at you now. You stupid.
Now, if you got your girlfriend right there and you're trying to pop off, then I'm going to clown you in front of your girlfriend. And some dudes who clown you in front of your girlfriend are single dudes. You know. Anyway, I'm not going to.
We need all the Scarface drops in the new building.
Yeah, we need all the drops. We need John Pagano drops or Chuck Pagano drops.
He wasn't kidding about those. Real quick, as Chuck Pagano's on our television screen, you diagnosed that from the get-go. When Chuck Pagano said whenever there's a players meeting, he call his wife and say, "Hun, sell the house.
We're out. We're done."
You were talking about Gabe Kapler and the players meetings. There are like 15 of them in the final 2 months of the season.
Yeah, Gabe, you're done. By the way, Gabe posted a picture of the city yesterday.
I heard some very weird things about Gabe.
I'm not going to go there. But I said, hey, Gabe, thanks for everything you did with the community. He actually embraced the community.
No, he did.
He replied, said, much respect, love. Thank you.
I heard there were some things that he requested from some of the players pregame that were a little unorthodox, and he kind of lost some guys.
I'm not. How does Farhan still have a job at 909 this morning?
I just don't know.
How does Farhan Zaidi still have a job? I don't, like, Willard was talking about this last week, and I felt him on this one. I don't advocate for people losing their jobs or getting fired.
No one's saying
I'm sure
that.
there's some people out there rooting for us to lose our jobs.
Yeah,
and I don't root for that at all.
Yeah.
But you're already my favorite baseball team. And I swear to God, the more I think back to that presser the other day, and I walked out, I said it right away in the dugout. I was like, Ludman, this guy ain't it.
Have you been fired?
I've been let go once.
Okay, I have.
Actually twice. I got let go at Planet Hollywood. But I didn't know anything about movies, so that was,
This thing about like not advocating for people's jobs to be gone or whatever. It's like, do you know how much like real life stuff happens every single day? We're not talking about somebody who's making like $20,000 a year and is struggling to make it. The guy's making millions of dollars.
Right, he's set for life.
Well, regardless of whether he's set for life or not, this is big boy business, corporate business. The Giants are a $6 billion corporate entity. If Apple or Samsung or Amazon lost 27% of its consumer base, fired a top executive, and the face that was talking to the media was chuckling and laughing the way they did, that person would be out in a heartbeat.
That was the problem.
That person would be out in a heartbeat.
There's nothing funny about finishing. What did they finish? 4 games under 500?
They finished closer to the Rockies than they did to the playoff teams.
There's nothing funny about the way you won 6 road games since July 18th. There's nothing funny about that. And he's chuckling because he knew, nobody's going to press me. Hell, look, man, beat writers, I don't give a damn. I'm a sports editor. My writer doesn't ask a question at a press conference. You out of here. I'm finding a new beat writer. I saw people on the day-to-day not ask one question.
You know what I heard? I heard Buster Posey came back and was in the dugout. This is from a very good source. And they had all this championship stuff all over the dugout.
In the clubhouse.
And I heard it's all gone.
Yeah,
and we talked a lot about Shanahan when he first got hired, him understanding the Niner culture and understanding the Niner fan and maybe tugging at our heartstrings a little. Like, yeah, you got to win, obviously. But, like, he knows what it's like to be a Niner. When we were in our glory days, you can't erase the past of a storied franchise. And that's what the Giants are. And when you don't want to acknowledge what they've recently done, that's on you. You don't get us.
Farhan, look. Farhan, we're going to be on your ass even more this year. You thought last year was something. We will hold you accountable on the morning roast. Whether you want to come on the show or not, we will hold you accountable. We'll praise you when you do something good. But boy, we need to see some action, baby. Action, ACT. I-O-N. I used to be a cheer.
Well, you know who was good at cheerleading? A guy who scored lots of touchdowns and grabbed pom-poms and did the pom-pom. He's joining us in 15 minutes, Terrell Owens.
Terrell Owens joining the morning roast coming up on the other side. And that will be brought to you by Local Arena Tickets. Nobody's mad!
Attention Bay Area sports fans. Get ready for a game-changing experience with local...
statement night is Sunday night. You know, we probably going to face this team maybe down the road. If it's not Dallas, it's going to be Philadelphia. Sunday night football is statement night, and it's a great opportunity for those guys to go out and showcase their abilities and show what they can do. So let's go do this and just take one game at a time, get to the playoffs, and get to the ultimate prize. It's the Super Bowl.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Niners, Cowboys. How about them Cowboys, Jimmy Johnson, 92? I'm going to play some of that stuff because the pain I have, the disgust I have for the Dallas Cowboys, it traces back to 1992. Now, I wasn't born yet when the catch happened. I was born in September of that year, 82. That happened in January, 82. But you born and you become a Niner fan and you realize what happened that day at Candlestick Park. Vin Scully. It's a madhouse, a Candlestick. You know, you got the guy with the pimp suit, the black guy. I want to know who that guy is. I would love to interview him. You know who I'm talking about.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
Talk to Ray Ratto about that game all the time because he was on the sideline, that end zone, when Dwight Clark made that catch. Mr. McGuire, Coach McGuire up at City College, got the ball on the sideline.
I've heard there's multiple stories of who got the ball, but keep going.
But, yeah, that is true. But you know what? And sorry, Carlos, I'm going to help you guys change the music during the break. I'm on it. Don't worry. Trust me on that one. Do we have the Alvin Harper clip? Let me know when Alvin Harper, and you guys got to get that up on my board. Because I'll never forget the 92 NFC Championship game. I thought it was a foregone conclusion that the Niners were going back to the Super Bowl. And it was a muddy day at Candlestick. Of course, they called back the Jerry Rice touchdown. And it's a battle with Emmitt Smith and company. And the Cowboys took control of the football game. And they basically broke it open. And the reason why the Niners had to go get Dion Sanders a couple years later was because of Alvin Harper. Here's the play. Summerall and Madden on the call.
Aikman quickly. The pass to Harper. Harper off to the races. They're going to run him down, however, at about the 9-yard line.
That play changed the rivalry. That play changed the hierarchy of the NFC. And from then on, it was the Cowboys League up until the Niners could sign Dion Sanders. And that play still sticks with me because Alvin Harper thought he was the real number 80. He thought he was better than Jerry. And you had Michael Irvin on the other sideline talking this talk. Then you had Emmitt Smith running up the gaps. And you had Jay Novacek punking anybody. And you had Moose Johnson blocking all our linebackers. That play made me cry. That play still gives me a lot of pain, Chasky. And that play was the first time I ever started to hate the Dallas Cowboys.
If there was one guy from the Cowboys who could have played his entire career with the Niners, who would it be? Because I know exactly who I would pick. All time. Pick anyone you want.
Larry Allen.
You literally took mine. Because when he was a Niner, I thought he played the highest level of guard play I've ever seen in my life.
Wow. Could be Michael Irvin, too. I wouldn't be mad at that.
Well, yeah, Michael Irvin would have fit right in.
I mean, you know.
Not sure if Mooch would have loved him.
Not sure what the white stuff was looking like in the Bay Area. Although Oakland, California.
Oh, my God.
If you know what I mean. The book of sugar.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, oh, my God. Do we have that clip of Michael Irvin explaining that play? Because this is a great back and forth. It's probably too long. I think it's like 2 minutes or whatnot. But Michael Irvin was explaining that play. He moved over to the other side because he thought he was getting the ball. And he saw the ball go the other way. And he said, that's my play.
He famously was in a Super Bowl chasing Alvin Harper saying, that ball was supposed to go to me. I needed that touchdown.
Here it is right here.
And by the time 8-9, before he got 6 out, I've already taken off out of the huddle, and I've headed to Alvin's spot. Forget this, Alvin. I'm going over here to catch this curl route. I'm thinking, hey, man, this game on the line. I'm the one more ready for this than anybody. And he snaps the ball. And I come off line, I remember I run the route, I hook up, and I'm looking for the ball. He threw the ball backside to Alvin Harper. Alvin Harper sprinting up the football field with my football. And I dreamed about this moment, looking at me sprinting up the football. And I said, man, you blew it. You blew it.
The Cowboys. They were cocky. They were arrogant. Jimmy Johnson at the end of the game. How about them Cowboys?
In that starter pullover.
Was it starter or was it Logo Athletic?
Oh, it might have been Logo Athletic.
Remember that?
Yeah, it might have been Logo
Could have
Athletic.
been starter, though.
They're all the same. Like Logo Athletic starter.
Yeah,
you know what coat I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know exactly.
Are the Cowboys on the Washington position of the most hated teams in America? If you had a Mount Rusher of most hated, is it easily them or Yankees?
Them and Lakers for sure.
Them and Lakers are absolutely locked in. Absolutely.
Surefire Mount Rushmore teams.
To Bonte's point about the Yankees, they've diminished in terms of hatred. Not that they aren't hated.
I started to hate the Red Sox more than the Yankees in the early 2000s.
Well, when people were wearing the Boston hat everywhere, it became annoying.
Yeah.
Very annoying. You know who you are. Dropkick Murphy fans.
Cub fans almost got to that level.
Agreed. Fly the banner. The W.
The Braves may have been on the short list because they were on TBS. They're on TBS all the time, although I do love their lineup.
Do you think the Warriors were there for a time?
Yeah, because apparently they ruined the NBA. There's people still coming at Kevin Durant.
Maybe it was just a Kevin Durant flag.
Fans are still coming at Kevin Durant.
Hey,
there's fans on Twitter still coming at Kevin Durant. You ruined the league.
I'll tell you this: the Patriots
Katie
were up
responds
there
every time too.
He does
for 20
respond.
years. The Patriots were up there for 20 years. And that we removed that so quick from the Mount Rushmore. And the Mount Rushmore thing that's a Dibs bit. So I don't really feel comfortable doing this because I'm sure he'll feel offended.
I mean, he probably stole that from somebody here radio. Let's be real. Everybody's doing Mount Rushmore.
Well, maybe we should use the Star Wars analogy from earlier this week. Ahsoka. There's the father.
Haven't seen it yet. Hold on. Haven't seen it yet.
I'll stop. My bad. Balin reaches some statues.
Been hating the Cowboys all my life, man. All my life.
When I think of players that love to be hated too, and we have T.O. here in 5 minutes, he's like the quintessential guy. That's why I loved him so much. It wasn't even on my favorite team, but I loved him because he loves the whole clip, right? I love me some me.
Yeah.
Love that. Love everyone can gravitate towards a guy like that.
I love me some Lee. Believe it.
Who can make a play? I can make a play.
Who can make a play? I can make a play.
Hey, T.O., they said you led the league in drops this year. I know one thing I caught, a flight to Honolulu.
That was all time.
The greatest line of all time.
That was all time. Now, I read into something with Dion Sanders because we were talking about Dion Sanders with Jerry Rice, and it was Hall of Fame stuff, and Dion Sanders had his gold jacket on. He goes, look, man, all these one-liners, prime time, people wanted prime time. He said he recited his lines over and over. He said, so when Brent Musburger asked him something, he goes, boy, I'm the best thing that happened since peanut butter and jelly.
So
and he said,
doing a Martin McFly in the window.
Yeah, exactly. So he said, Pat O'Brien for CBS. Remember Pat O'Brien, the former sideline reporter? He goes, Pat O'Brien said, what can we expect when you return a punt? He goes, when I catch the ball on that punt return, the band's already playing. I said, damn, that's pretty good.
I think of Entertainment Tonight when you say O'Brien's name.
I forgot he was there.
He was.
Kevin Winslow's now there.
He also left some scandalous voicemails.
Oh. I was just talking about Pat O'Brien football sideline.
Yeah, he left some very bad. They might have been, messages back then. They weren't even voicemails.
This is where when we got to the new building, we need to find this. With T.O., I think you brought it up about T.O. stealing Guru's girl.
No, Guru brought that up.
No, we brought it up during the interview,
because he
remember?
wanted me to ask.
So you asked him, and what did he say again? T.O. said, well, it's a rivalries for everything, right? What did he say?
He gave you a Farhan answer as to why he fired Gabe?
No,
That's what happens in these situations.
I think...
Chuckle.
Well, it is what it is.
Mark, why Gabe?
Why Gabe? Well, it's just what happens in these situations. How did the Giants... Greg Johnson, they really botched this situation. They really there's no hope for the Giants next year, right?
No.
Come on.
Unless they, get Dion to come coach them. It's like the only way they can save themselves. And you want to talk about Dion upsetting the apple cart? Could you imagine the crusty writers having to deal with Dion every day? But you don't believe in us? Now's the time to get us, because next year we're going to be that team.
Yeah. Could you imagine Bagley writing this column? Dion's just always in the dugout with a hat on, the shades on. We can't look into his eyes to see what he really means. Oh, the Guru, you have it? Oh, this is T.O. last time he was with us.
December 7th of last year.
I got to ask you about something. One of our co-hosts here, or one of our co-workers, Daryl the Guru Johnson, is a big-time Cowboy fan.
Yeah.
He said back in the day, because he's from Union City, Logan High School, he said, and he claims this, that he was dating a chick, and one time he rolled up to the house, and he saw you, and he said, T.O. stole my girl. A Hall of Famer stole my girl. Now, I don't want to get you in trouble or whatnot, but hey, you know what? I told Guru she chose up, man.
Is it fact or fiction?
Hey, man, that's the saying. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Thank you, Mac Minister.
Now, T.O. was on the other side of the rivalry.
By the way, I love how you said that I asked the question and it was you said it. Why do we sound like we're in our 20s, too, by the way?
Bonte did have a point.
I did sound a lot younger.
We sounded way younger.
I was just a year ago.
I know.
Like Garoppolo did to Shanahan, stressing him out. That's what happens when you work with Joe Shasky. You stress the hell out.
Seriously.
I mean, it's 5 years working with this guy.
Bonte, help me.
Shots. The Niners.
He had the nerve to wear a cowboy polo today.
Yeah, it just makes me sick. And you know what he's going to do? He's going to do like he did during the playoff game 2 years ago.
He does it all the time. He plays dead. Oh, I mean, we aren't going to win this
one. No shot.
I see the Niners winning.
And then the videos come in Friday afternoon. Dak, it's now time. It's your time. So let's go, Dak. Let's go, Cowboys.
And then he comes in
the worst
Monday.
fight of your life.
Yeah, then he comes in Monday. I knew Dak would not deliver.
No, his WWE promo a couple of years ago.
Hilarious.
Shasky, I want to go back to the playoffs.
Tell me we've got it.
I want to go to the playoffs. Guru, come on, man. Terrell Lloyd's joining us in moments. He's got the wine as well. Check out his great wine. 81 Vino, baby. We still waiting on our bottle, huh?
I've been holding it in all week, guys. Bonte, I hope you have a great flight, but I also hope you have the worst experience of your life in Dallas. So you know what that means. You see what I'm wearing. You see the star. Shasky, I want to go back to the playoffs. Well, guess what, my friend? You are in the playoffs. I hope it's short-lived, and I hope by Sunday night you two are hurt like it ain't no tomorrow. I talked to my guy, Michael, the playmaker, Irvin. I'm fired up. So let's go, Dallas. Let's go. It starts now, Dak. Let's go!
Dak threw not one but two interceptions in that game.
Whoa.
It was Zeke's final seconds as a Cowboy getting plastered
this was
by
2
Trey
years ago.
Greenlaw.
No, that promo was 2 years ago.
Oh, was
when they
it?
went down to Dallas.
Oh.
Now, I'm not going to lie to you. The boss man was, hit me with more Twitter videos. You're on a roll. You're talking smack. And the Niners got up to 24/7. Now I was talking that talk. And then I got an alert. Draymond Green will be out for the foreseeable future with a back injury. I was like, oh, that's not good. And then Jimmy Garoppolo threw one of the worst interceptions. And I go, dear God, Dallas, dear God, just please let me make it out of here alive. I thought for sure we were going to lose that game.
And then the Dak slide at the end. Did you even know what happened?
Yeah, I did. I was like, he's down. No more time. No more time. Idiots.
Nothing is funnier than watching befuddled Mike McCarthy waddle across the sides.
I know.
It's the funniest thing to see. The same look for 20 years.
That's where I met the great Marcus Bosworth, who we saw in Philadelphia. He sits in the section to the right of me, and I always see Boz, and that's when we were yelling, "We going to the frozen tundra. We going to Lambeau Field," and I caught COVID, and I had to work from home that week.
Yeah, a lot of us did. I caught it in Philadelphia, passed out at a Target. Shout out to the great workers out at Colma Target. I woke up, I had no shirt on. They shaved my chest, and they were doing stuff to my chest. It was not good.
Oh my
Every
gosh,
inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale.
We got
back from Philadelphia, and I was explaining how I got spit on for like multiple days. And I swear to God, I'm driving. I'm going, God, I'm not feeling good. I got to get the dog's food. I got to get groceries and some stuff at Target. And the next thing you know, I'm walking in the aisle and I just, boom.
Oh, my God.
Come to, I'm at the Starbucks inside the Target, no shirt on, looking around. Yeah. What is going on? And they got things clipped to my chest. I thought I had a heart attack.
Well, I told Anna, Shaska almost died at Target. Speaking of Target, just kind of said it flippantly. It's like, I wish I was there for
the guy goes to me, the doctor that night, as I was like lying in the bed. Michelle's like, "You're fine." The guy goes, "I've never seen anyone need 2 full bags of saline."
Oh my gosh. What?
It's like, what happened? I go, "I don't even drink."
Right. That's why I tell you to slow down on the softball stuff, man. Boy, almost passed out in the Target on me. At least you pivoted. and didn't panic.
Every
right?
time I go into that Target, too, I'm always like, thank you so much. I really appreciate how courteous and thoughtful all the workers are in here. They're probably like, that whack job.
Yes, I know.
Passed out. And what kind of drugs is he on?
Did you thank the Target employees for pivoting and not panicking?
Oh,
when they saw you on the
absolutely.
ground?
I
Absolutely.
think we had the crossed you over the next day or like 2 days after. He's like, Spinone, you like Target? That's the first thing he just says. He just comes in, Spinone, you like Target?
I think about it. Wait a minute. You had COVID. You went to the hospital and you were working 2 days later?
Well, it might have been. Not now my fault. My memory's foggy now, too.
No, it wasn't 2 days later.
No, it was like
I
a few.
stayed home for a couple
when
days.
he came back on to the next time he was on Airways. That's the first thing he said.
Oh, so
It's like,
embarrassing.
what are you talking about?
You did cut it short, though, with COVID. Who gets COVID these days?
Well, he
Is
cut COVID short. His body was great after that.
Is
what's
COVID
funny
in
is,
your thing?
after they saline bagged me, your boy, like 24 hours later, felt great. Oh, I was ready to attack the world. Honest to God, I could use a saline bag right now.
You know what? I saw we got Alex and Castrovelli, hang on tight, but I saw Jake Glazer getting the IV in his room.
Oh, yeah?
Or like in his house. He's like, these work. I may do that during basketball. So he just gets shot up with some IVs. Help me out here. Everlasting Red Bulls. Alex and Castrovelli.
I don't think that's what they're putting in the bag. Little Red Bull action, just pour it in there, just inject it into your veins.
I don't know. Alex and Castrovelli. You think the Niners are overconfident?
I don't think the Niners are overconfident. The Niner fan base, including you, Bonte, are quite a bit overconfident.
Are you coming at the King?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
You better own him for the head.
Listen, Alex and Castrovelli.
Best not miss.
Hey, Alex and Castrovelli. You better be careful.
Let him go. Let my boy cook.
Go ahead, cook.
Can I get this out of the way first, okay? Because, I was hearing about your question, who's dumber, Philly fans, Cowboys fans. I want to agree with you, Bonte. Cowboys fans, definitely the dumber of the two.
Yeah. I'm not overconfident.
For sure.
Hey, listen, Alex, I'm not overconfident. I'm just talking smack. Doesn't mean I'm overconfident.
I know, man.
You know what's
I know, but you know what? I have obviously I've lived here in the Bay Area, have since I was 8 years old, and there's a lot of overconfidence from the fans. And honestly, I get everything that's happened in the past. Past is the past. We lost, we've choked. You guys have too. You guys won more games, obviously more important games than we have. But at the end of the day, Cowboys, they're looking good this year, and. They had that game against Arizona. That was I think that was more of a mental lapse.
Bye-bye. Nobody wants to hear about your season. Nobody wants to hear about how you lost to Arizona.
Mid-sentence.
Come
We got Dion on the line. Let's get this guy out
got
here.
more important things to get to, man. I need to hear about this 81vino.com. 81vino, the Hall of Fame edition. T.O.'s back in the building with the Reserve Cabernet Sauvignon 2018. They just released an additional case due to high demand with the 81 Vino. And T.O., man, good morning. Long time no talk. It's good to have you back on these airways on the Morning Roast. Joe Shaskin, the Butcher, Bonte Hill, and T.O. I got to say, wait, he's on the Zoom? Wait, what is that? I didn't know he was on Zoom. Somebody told me he wasn't going to be on Zoom today. Man, T.O., all right, look at the backdrop there. Good movies, good eats, good times. I love me some me. That is amazing. That is amazing. I wish I could see the whole frame right there. We'll get T.O. in a second.
T.O. got a glimpse of us
there you go.
on Zoom. It was like, peace.
Man, T.O., my G, man. Hey, listen. You living in Colorado these days? You're at every Colorado game with my boy Pride taking it personal.
No, I'm not living there. He actually, right before the season, had me come out just to kind of work with some of the receivers. And the first home game, like I said, I told him I would be there just to support.
Right.
I know that was know what that's like, to support your own. Mm-hmm. And obviously, what he's doing is it's remarkable. It's trend setting. Not sure anybody can do what he's doing. But he's definitely applying the pressure to a lot of these Power 5 schools. He's definitely laying down the blueprint for coaches of color to do what he's doing. Like I said, nobody's going to do it the way he's doing it, though. I've been saying that they can imitate it, but they can't duplicate it.
No doubt. Well said, T.O. And you're working with those receivers. They got a squad out there on the outside. I know they don't have their guys yet. Dion said they're about 7 to 8 dogs away. But they had a freshman receiver last week pop out of nowhere.
What about the tight end from the city?
The tight end from the city, Harrison.
Mikey Harrison.
We got Jimmy Horn. I mean, they got some ballers out there at Colorado, and they're exciting out there. So it's a better time for Dion is having that team in the college football playoff. You know it is.
Oh man, yeah, he has some ballers on that squad. Again, he basically brought in the guys that he wanted to perform this year. He got rid of the guys that he felt that wasn't going to be a good fit for his team. You think about, you talk about Mikey Harrison, this guy right here, really not a highly recruited guy. I think he may have been a walk-on if I'm not mistaken. But I got a chance to work with the tight ends as well. This guy, he's a baller, as everyone has already seen. And you think about the other receivers that are obviously, top in the country. As far as receptions, you think about Jimmy Horn. Think about Weaver. You got some other guys that are starting to emerge. Javon Antonio, he's a big guy, number 4. Hasn't really got to show his skill set yet, but be on the lookout for him. But you saw Marion Miller last week. He got an opportunity. Even when I went to preseason right before the camp, Dion pointed out number 14 that he was a baller. I didn't really see it at that point in time, but obviously he's groomed himself and really got some practice time in and really started to show these coaches that he could play. Some things didn't go quite so well for Javon Antonio early on in the game. They gave 14 Omarion an opportunity, and he basically put his skills on display before God and country. And I told him, I said, now you can't hide. You can't hide number 14. Now you got to build on that.
I love that. Hey, T.O., you're talking about all these underrated people that weren't highly recruited. I mean, you go right into that category, and so does Brock Purdy. What do you make of Brock Purdy, man? Because he seems like your kind of quarterback.
Oh, man, I mean, again, this is a guy that pretty much has been relishing the opportunity. Unfortunate for the guy, the quarterback before him. But again, this is, I think you've heard the next man up mentality. I think that's what a lot of guys that are on these different depths on the roster, they just want an opportunity to showcase their skills and show people what they can do. It's unfortunate what happened to him in the championship game, Super Bowl. But look, this is an opportunity for him to really come back from that injury, to really get back on track, and he's done that. I think, obviously, like I said, when you look at the way that they played last year prior to him getting injured, definitely they're on track to do some great things this year. But, again, I like the way he's played. Definitely a guy that can sit back in the pocket. I think whenever you think about some of the quarterbacks that were kind of like tweeners in a sense, that I played with, that were more active, that made a lot of plays with their feet, I think he's a bit better than those guys because he sits in the pocket, has a nice eye, has a nice arm, can throw, make all the throws, and obviously said he's smart enough to know when to put the ball in the receivers and in the playmaker's hands, and if he has to make some plays with his feet, he'll do that as well.
No doubt. We're talking to T.O., the Hall of Famer. Terrell Owens, one of the best receivers, if not the best receiver. Jerry Rice, we had him on earlier. We said it, our starting wide receiver spot will be T.O. and Jerry Rice, and you can take the rest. You can have your Megatrons, not disrespecting anybody, but I'm taking T.O. and Jerry all day long. All day long. Available at 81vino.com. His new wine, the Hall of Fame edition. They just released additional cases because everybody got to have some 81 Vino in their lives here. You played for both teams, the Niners and the Cowboys, and we know about the history. You stepping on the star or whatnot. It's still an iconic moment. Those T-shirts,
one of my favorites.
People still wear them at Levi Stadium. T.O. on the star, they still wear that. What was it like being on the other side of that rivalry? I don't think we've ever talked to you about that, wearing the star. We know how it ended, and it wasn't right with the way it ended because you're still playing at a high level. But what was it like first getting into Texas Stadium and wearing that star, T.O.?
I didn't really look at the rivalry per se. I mean, I understand the history of it, but I mean, I just wanted to go out and play, man. Honestly, like I said, for whatever reasons, the Niners got rid of me. They didn't feel like I had the skill set to continue to play there. They elected to keep Jeff Garcia over me. And for me, when I went to the Eagles, I wanted to show them, hey, it's not me. Everywhere that I put on a uniform, wherever I showed up, I showed out. So it was no different when I went and played with the Cowboys. Obviously, the Cowboys had some mixed feelings, coming there after I had stood on the star. But me, I was very, very competitive, man. I just wanted the ball. So I didn't really get too wrapped up into the rivalry. But once I was on the Niners and I went to the star, I kind of felt, kind of the tension. I kind of felt, what it was like to be a fan, that got somehow feel disrespected. But, as the years have gone by, people have asked me about that, but it wasn't any disrespect, toward the Cowboys or any of the fans. They just took it that way. But as a fan, I get it. As a player, I'm just balling.
Yeah, no, we understand that. I felt like the Niners were fading when you left them. Like you got off the train at a good time, and then you go to a really good situation. Philadelphia feels like your star could shine brighter in that situation, and the rest of the country could acknowledge it. I feel a lot of similarities between you leaving the Niners and CMC leaving the Panthers, and McCaffrey playing with this team. Feels like all of his best traits get highlighted. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, you want to go to a team and go to an organization, especially play for a coach that puts you in the best positions to succeed and to display your ability. And I think that's what Christian McCaffrey has done. I think obviously there didn't really play out so well at Carolina.
Right.
Now he has a new place. It's a new face in a new place, and again. Shanahan has done a great job to utilize his skill set, and you're seeing it pay dividends. So you have to question the coaching, what was going on in that organization, because this guy, obviously, he can still ball.
No, he's an elite player. Touchdowns in 13 straight games. Just broke Jerry Rice's record for most touchdowns in consecutive games in 49ers franchise history. Dak Prescott on the other side. It feels like it's a huge year. Whether it's this Sunday or January, the verdict is still out on him. What is your impressions of Dak Prescott? Because they've given him weapons before, and he still makes that boneheaded play at times. Tia, what do you think about the quarterback in Dallas?
He just has to be consistent, and I think that's a tough. He's in a tough position, obviously, to do that. But again, I think he has to have. With his weapons around him over the course of the years, I mean, you think about the running back position. You had Zeke. Zeke, well, like I said, he was kind of good. He's had some ebbs and flow in his game, and he pretty much was on a decline. And I think in order to have a good passing game, you got to have a good running game. And I think management, obviously, they had kind of had their hands tied a bit when they had Tony Pollard. Should we play Pollard? Should we play Zeke? That created a lot of inconsistency. And then when you think about the receiver position, they have some guys over. I think Gallup and CeeDee Lamb. You got to have guys that are game changers, not guys that just can catch the ball. Within the offense, you got to have playmakers, and you got to have some receivers that can change the game at any given stop. I don't think their receiving core is to that point just yet. So that factors into really the elevation of Dak Prescott's game. So I'm not going to be overly critical, but again, sometimes, like I said, he puts himself to be really criticized with some of the mistakes that he makes, not only just during the game, but even just think the latter part of the season when it really, really counts. He starts to make some inconsistencies with his throws and puts the teams in bad situations.
I feel like both teams love both players, right? So we're picking amongst good option here. So if you had to, though, you had to pick one or the other. You like CeeDee or you like Brandon Ayuk?
Oh man, that's I'm gonna probably go with. I mean, I think I like the jump in the leap in the of Brandon Ayuk, based on what I kind of saw last year. Obviously, we saw what he was doing in preseason, what he's done thus far. He's starting to be an emerging star. Like now, you're probably hearing more Brandon Ayuk than Deebo Samuel. But this is the season. It's really early right now. So again, every receiver is going to probably have some standout games here and there. But obviously, when you get both of these guys, starting to play at their peak, then that passing game is going to be lethal. But to your question, like I said, I think I would probably go with Brandon Ayuk right now.
The numbers are very similar over the last 31 games with Ayuk and CeeDee Lamb, and CeeDee Lamb gets a lot more opportunities to shine than Brandon Ayuk. Last week, 6 catches, 6 targets, 8 catches, 8 targets against Pittsburgh. He's making the most of his opportunities. Ayuk has definitely ascended to you. When you're walking on the street, and you're a Hall of Famer, and I know you get love in Philly, you get love in Buffalo. People forget about the Buffalo days. Cincinnati. I mean, you put up numbers. I still think you could have played your last year, 37 years old, 983 receiving yards in 14 games. That's incredible. You're 37 years old. Heck, you probably still can suit up. I see you're working out with Colorado. But what fan base shows you the most love when you're walking around? Is it the Cowboy fans or is it the 49er fans?
Honestly, I would probably say the Philly fans.
Really?
Oh, don't say that, T.O. We got to beef with Philadelphia.
I'm being dead honest.
Yeah.
I'm talking about like Philly. There's some hardcore fans. I mean, I think when you think about the personality and just the blue collar workers that they are, I remind them of themselves. A guy that kind of would just put on that hard hat and just go to work. So I think that's where the mutual love and respect, was when I played in Philly. But again, like I said, obviously great fan bases in Dallas and San Francisco. But me, I have to be honest, man. When you talk about Philly, those fans, bro, they love me like no other.
Yeah.
And again, I've gone into the Buffalo Stadium, bro. I only played there 1 year. I think it was about 4 or 5 years ago. I went back to Thurman Thomas's retirement night, and they have this segment they call Legends, and so they brought me in for Legends of the Game. So they brought me in, obviously as a former player, but they didn't let the city know that I was coming into town, and so they do it every year. Every game, I have a different guy to come in, and when I came in that stadium, bro, you would have thought that I played 8 years in San Francisco. You would have thought I played 8 years for the Buffalo Bills with the reception that I get when I go there.
Did you swan dive into a table after hitting a bong like a lot of their fans in the tailgate section?
They are one. Tio, I love you. I still got your authentic jersey in my closet. I got to admit that.
You picked
but
Philly.
I am hurting because we went to Philadelphia last year.
First of all, why is it in the closet?
Well, because I can't wear it every day, Tio.
What? You sound like you on the turntable.
No, Tio, your boy's broke.
You're
I work in radio.
like Dion now.
Trust me, when I get the crib, it will be framed up. Trust me, it will be framed up. All the jerseys. No, Tio, it doesn't even get worn. I don't know if you bring it out unless it's a huge game. All right, so it's there. It's right next to the Jerry. It's next to the Ronnie lot. I still got the Tio. Don't worry, Tio. I got your back. It will be framed. But you broke my heart, though, because we went out to Philadelphia in January for the NFC title game, and we can't stand their fan base. We can't stand their radio hosts. We can't stand anything about the town. Now, I love the Mitchell and Ness store, and I got some good friends in Philly, which have broke my heart because we beefing with Philadelphia right now.
Yeah, hard.
We beefing hard on these Twitter streets.
Oh, I know. I mean, hey, Philly. I mean, they're kind of like they're the team to beat right now.
They are.
You think?
They're hot to it in the NFC. It's gonna go down to the wire in that NFC. So
no doubt.
I'm looking for things to kind of unfold and kind of shape up here pretty soon.
Hey, Tio, I got to ask you about this one, man. But seriously, what the hell's going on with you and Stephen A. Smith, man? Like he's out of pocket. What's going on there?
Oh man, I've already trying to address that. I mean, actually, the full episode of All the Smoke, where I kind of address everything in its entirety, it airs today. Actually, as soon as we get off this thing, I'm going to be posting the link. But the full episode airs today. But man, you said it. I think that's the key word is out of pocket. And so for whatever reason, he feels like he has the cachet to just go on that national TV on ESPN, that platform, just talk about athletes. How he feels like he wants to talk about them. So I'm not going to tolerate the disrespect. And so when you start calling me trifling and sorry ass, this and that and the other, you kind of crossed the line. So I've already expressed what it is with me. So that's pretty much the extent of it for me at this point.
Yeah, we always know you to keep it real. You don't tell a lie, T.O. You just say it how you feel, which we are really appreciating. You get guys like that and Skip Bayless just talking out the side of their necks, and it's like, without you guys, we don't have a job. We don't have nothing to talk about. And that's what we try to do on this show.
It's a bit discouraging, man. Like I said, I have a family to feed, really out here trying to, establish some business opportunities for myself, and for him to allude, certain things about my finances and things of that nature, and then have his podcast and hold up papers as if he's about to expose me for something, like he had classified documents. That's not cool, man. And that's one thing you don't mess with. That's a black man's pockets, and so he knew exactly what he was doing and what he was alluding to or insinuating with some of the things that he was spewing on his podcast. So again, anybody that knows me, bro, like if you got something on me, if the government or the police or the courthouses don't have anything on me, what makes you think that you can hold up some random papers and say that you're going to expose me? Bro, I mean, you're trying to. That's almost like defamation of character in a sense, if you really want to get down to it. But other than that, man, that's not me. If you want to expose me, like I told him, I give you the floor. I give you permission to expose me. There's really nothing to expose me of, because pretty much, like I said, I've kept my nose clean throughout the course of my career, even post-career. Like I said, I was very fortunate to be raised by two strong black women, and my grandmama and my mom. I feel like anywhere that I go, the things that I do as far as representing them, I've done a great job of that.
No doubt about that. And by the way, the 81 Vino, I was hoping you guys made peace at Boulder because I know you guys were out there at the Colorado game at the same time. We talk about that later. T.O., keep doing your thing with the wine. The Hall of Fame edition is out.
Just released. Man, y'all got to go cop that wine, man.
We waiting on it. Does it come with popcorn?
Well, no, but I mean, that's next up. I'm gonna have to get me a popcorn. Deal.
Come on,
man. The 81 Vino, the first batch is sold out. I think we're looking to make about maybe 200 to 300 more bottles. So everybody, trust me.
Yep.
It's not the Hall of Fame edition for no reason.
No doubt.
The 2017 Cabernet sold out. Obviously, the 2018 Hall of Fame edition is in commemoration of my Hall of Fame induction. Again, it's a full 100% cab, full body cab. So go get it. We're making, I think, about 200 extra bottles. So definitely, if you want to get that, because once it's gone, it's gone. And we're going to be on to the next. We're going to be on to the 2019. So go get it, 81vino.com.
Yep, 81vino.com. T.O., man, keep doing your thing. We always love you here in the Bay Area. Trust me, we got your jerseys and stuff like that, and I'm glad that the Niners finally honored you. It will be framed one day, T.O. It will be framed one day. Will it be framed? Promise you that. And thanks for all the time, man. Whenever we ask you to come on, you come on with
great
us.
hearing your voice.
You always keep it real, man. It's always good to see you.
Yeah, good luck to the Niners this weekend. If I got to ride with anybody, I'm riding with the Niners this year. The Cowboys, man, I mean, it's the same old thing with them every year. They have high hopes, get everybody high hopes up, but they can't close the deal. The way that the way the Niners are balling right now, right now it's theirs to go get.
As long as Jerry Jones continues to suffer with playoff losses, I'm a happy man. I cannot stand
you and
Jerry.
Me both. I second that.
Yeah, let's
Jerry
go.
Jones can kick rocks.
Let's go. That's right. He can't kick rocks. Overrated. Ain't won a damn thing since Jimmy Johnson left. T.O., you're the man.
Have a good one, bud.
All right, guys.
Anytime. Terrell Owens, the Hall of Famer here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. We got to keep it running. Hey, T.O., he doesn't need soda. He's still got an 8-pack, dog. T.O. still out there buff. He looking good. He could play today, but I need the soda diet. I need SOTAweightloss.com. Go check it out. It's the nationwide weight loss program that is 100% over the convenience and comfort from your own couch. It's not a workout program, no counting calories, no pills, no appetite suppressants, all about learning healthy, sustainable nutrition, eliminating junk foods, beverages, and bad eating habits while creating good habits via a personalized eating plan. Accountability, simple to follow, and big results. Visit SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTAweightloss.com. Say it with me now. Soda is state of the art. With that, our final thoughts. Oh, no final thoughts? Oh, okay. Jerry Jones can kick rocks. That's my final thought. He can kick rocks.
Second.
You second that? Lubman, you
I third it.
There you go. Lubman?
I fourth it.
All right, there it is. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Study Guru.
Save on top protein selections at Whole Foods Market. Get 25% off.
what? I want to know now. I'm middle.
I don't say it often, but when I say it, I mean it. This is a legacy game Sunday.
You breaking that out?
This is a legacy game Sunday at 5:20 at Levi Stadium for Brock Purdy. Mm-hmm. How about this? This game's bigger than last year's NFC Championship.
Well, divisional round, but it's not.
Right. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is a legacy
you know what?
game. Here's we got into a little bit. I'll be honest. Here's the bottom line.
Turning into
Here's I know this is unbelievable. Here's the bottom line. The 49ers Dallas game Sunday is not bigger than the playoff game last year.
Oh, well, that's what we were fighting about.
But it's a much bigger game Sunday for Brock Purdy than the divisional game last year. This is a bigger game for Brock Purdy than that game. Mm-hmm.
Before I go, good morning.
Hey,
can you
buddy.
elaborate? Hey, it's Thirsty Thursday. Can you elaborate a little bit?
Oh, heck yeah.
Before I go.
He was playing with house money last year. Nobody thought every win was gravy. He was unproven. Everybody said, "Can this be for real?" Then he beat, then the 49ers beat the Cowboys, and now we're 4 games into this season, and he hasn't lost a game, and there's still people. Is he for real? Is he for real?
Right.
Well, tonight, Sunday's going to go a long way toward learning more about Brock the Rock.
Yeah, but.
Yeah.
I've graduated from your school. These words have come out of your mouth. I'm paraphrasing.
Okay.
All the good that Brock Purdy has done, and there's been a lot, we've all decided that the file was that has the notation in there, we need to see more. But how unfair would that be to say we've won, we've yet to see a bad Michael Jackson, bad Brock Purdy game. 2, he's already beat this vaunted Dallas Cowboy defense in a win-or-go-home scenario with Trayvon Diggs. So now his brand's getting bigger. There's whispers. Peter King calling him the MVP over McCaffrey yesterday on Willard and Dibbs. So how, bigger. Steiny, a man of nuance, can you just come say out of nowhere, this game for Brock Purdy is bigger than all that he's accomplished, and he's accomplished a lot. 2 playoff wins against this same team in January. So to me, I think we got to take a step back. Brock Purdy is balling, but for you to say it's all the good is going to go up in smoke if he were to struggle, I find that. If Brock Purdy's name was Joe Namath, I got to defend the QB because that would be unfair. This dude has put together a lot thus far for it to go up in smoke. Shout out Cheech and Chong.
That is not what I said.
In one game.
That is not what I said. I did not say all the good he's done goes up in smoke.
What'd you say?
If Brock Purdy doesn't play well Sunday night, he's still Brock Purdy. He's still 10-1 in those games.
All right.
But absolutely, positively, we'll be able to look at Brock and say, well, he didn't play great against Dallas last year in the playoffs, and you know what? He didn't play well Sunday either against the Cowboys. Doesn't mean it wipes out all the good he's done, but you better believe that it'll be fair to say, in his 11 games, the Cowboys have been the team that have kind of neutralized him. And then we got ourselves a measuring stick for him.
Okay, well, let me say this, because I can remember Joe Montana going up against the vaunted Lawrence Taylor New York Giants defense, the Bears. Steiny, you're not going to score, it seems like, at 40 or 30 points a game. You're just not, especially when we've all decided and identified how good this Cowboy game is. And coming off of the Jimmy Garoppolo era, when you say bad, I think of fumbles in the pocket. I think of maybe a pick or two. That Dallas game, yeah, he didn't win it, but he didn't mess it up. So I feel like you're looking at that game, which he had no touchdowns, no interceptions. He didn't screw it up. Was that a bad game?
No, but was it his least effective game?
No doubt.
As a 49er quarterback?
From a production standpoint, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, if he were to struggle Sunday, then we will say, okay, Brock Purdy's played 11 games. He's been really good in 9 of them. And in 2 of them against this really good team, he struggled.
But what if the team wins in those 2 games?
That'll be good. That'll be good. But how many points did they score last year?
19, yes.
I mean, if the 49ers would beat the Cowboys 20-16, I think it's fair to say, the Cowboys can hold the 49ers to less than their average defensively. It doesn't mean Purdy's not good, but what it might mean to the Cowboys is we can beat this team if we score 23 points. We don't have to score 35 because the 49er offense isn't guaranteed 30 points against us.
Right. Hey, you know what? And I didn't come in here. I don't got my Brock Purdy underwear. I'm scorned. I'm in love with the team on the other side, and I'm despondent. I'm depressed about the quarterback, Steiny. Dak is like Jimmy Garoppolo to me. I understand it now. It's affected my viewing pleasure. So I got to celebrate what Brock Purdy looks like he is. And for the great Peter King to come on, I don't know if you agree with this again, to talk about, hey, it ain't just McCaffrey. Brock Purdy may be MVP. The guy that has the ball, we talked about the 27 touches for Christian McCaffrey, Steiny. The guy that touches the football on offense every play is Brock Purdy. So I just feel like what you said a couple months ago, like, that game is coming. Let's just say it happens this Sunday. Where do we come back here Monday like, okay, you got to get off the schneid because you're not going to play a Dallas defense every week. You got Philly looming. You know what I mean?
No, what we come in Monday and what happened?
Like they lose 23-16.
The 49ers
lose 23-16.
Okay.
He's 1 touchdown, 2 picks.
Okay.
Let's just say it was his first bad game, quote unquote.
Okay.
I don't know what you're like. You're not. My point is, you're not playing. He's not playing Dallas every single week.
Correct. But that's a team you got to beat. That's a team you're competing against. And listen, I'm not saying, look, I will not come in here and say Brock Purdy, his track record is his track record. His sample size is his sample size.
All right.
All I'm saying is if he were to have a game like that, 20-16 they lose, 1 touchdown, 2 picks, and he looks.
Yeah, his first official bad game.
I will look at that game afterwards and I'll say, That's all I'll say.
All right.
I'll say,
Well, I guess I ain't mad at you. You won't say, it was a...
No.
Okay, all right.
No.
Then I'm not mad at that.
Listen, you got to... the Cowboys' defense is good. Really good. So you got to take that into consideration. But the reality of the situation is nobody's ruffled Purdy's feathers.
And I love that saying.
Let's see if Sunday night he gets his feathers ruffled and can he come through? And I don't necessarily mean with a win, but can he? I thought he kind of did it last year. You're right. He didn't lose him the game. Maybe Sunday night will be the kind of game where all he has to do is not lose it for him again. And if they win 21-16, then at that point you say, you know what? You're not going to score a lot against the Cowboys. Nobody is, but we got the defense where we can hold them down. But it's not real. It's not. Brock Purdy's the man. There's no other. He's going to be the quarterback this year. He's going to have a chance to lead this team to the Super Bowl. But all I'm saying is,
because I got something for you.
In the one game he's played against this team, he played his least effective game. Big deal. It's a great defense. We get it. Now he plays him again. And this is it's the Cowboys, it's the Eagles, and it's the Niners.
No doubt.
Big game. That's all I'm saying.
This just popped up to me. Do you think some people football resent Brock Purdy because there hasn't been that turbulence? Like, I give him credit for, because he could pop off any Sunday to where a team gets you. An average defense has a good day. I'm starting to read the tea leaves to where they're starting to resent Brock's start because they feel like he hasn't been tested. But in my computer, I'm like, he's part of the reason he hasn't been tested.
That's a good point. I like that. All right. I think that's fair.
Packed early.
I think that's fair.
Yeah. Like, he's bringing something to the party. That's all. Like that, I can't ignore it. And he's what I wish my team had at quarterback. And you know what, Stoney? The world's going to be watching just like they did that playoff game. And that, to me, still will never go away because he didn't mess it up. You know, Dak messed it up.
Well, and listen, I'm not saying this, but somebody could say, well, Purdy didn't win that. Dak lost it. But again, the only thing, I don't care. Purdy won the game. But their offense looked, it wasn't.
Okay. All right, gotcha. Last time they were under 30 outside of the Philly game.
And that's why, you know what? And that's why I think there are a lot of 49er fans. Hey, what do you think's going to happen Sunday night? We're going to win 31-14.
Well, that's me saying that.
Well, you know what? If they win 31-14, then the league's got a problem.
Well, I'm going to say this. I'm starting to think Philly right now, and I know it hadn't been all pretty, but the bottom line, you said it, they're undefeated. If somehow they do get past Dallas, they'll really, really have the mental advantage. I'm telling you, Stoney, I'll forget the undefeated that I said yesterday. Philly will be, to me, the only team that can do this, and they did it before by knocking them out.
All right, coming up in 15 minutes, we're going to get really into the Cowboy 49er game with Ryan Harris. He's got the game on Westwood 1. He'll be calling Sunday night's game. He's a former offensive lineman and Super Bowl champion with Denver. Ryan Harris, he's calling that game on Sunday for Westwood 1. We've got him in 15 minutes. Let's jump into some calls real quick. Polo's in Redwood City.
Polo.
What's up, Polo?
Hey, how you doing?
Dynamite.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I have a question. Well, not a question. I wanted to say, for that Dallas 49er game, we know Brock Purdy didn't play Brock Purdy type. So what the 49ers did was play collectively good as a team, which got them that win. Also, with that being said, if Brock Purdy not having that Brock Purdy type, then that's when you see Kyle Shanahan take over and manage the game like he did with Jimmy G.
That's a good point.
What do you guys think about that?
That's fair.
And maybe he did that the last game, Stoney, because we talk about I told Evan this, the woulda, coulda pick to Diggs. Diggs dropped it, could have changed the game, could have changed to what some 49er fans think of Brock Purdy on the big stage. But guess what? It didn't happen. So I can't, I got to move accordingly. I can't say you messed up when you didn't, but I'm really starting to believe what I just said, Stoney. The resentment from people, just fans from afar and here in the Bay is, you know what? This dude ain't been tested, but I feel like they're overlooking the fact that he's a part of what he's been tested. He's just passing them.
See, I think what Polo meant there was if, like, the Cardinals game. So the Cardinals score to make it 21-16.
Oh, boy.
Let's say it's the Cowboys. Just hypothetically,
I know where you're going.
I think what Polo's saying is maybe in a game against the Cowboys, maybe it's not, but the Cowboys cut it to 1. He doesn't on the first play throw deep downfield because it's the Cowboys. Maybe now's when you get that's when you get a little more conservative. In other words, they came 21-16 and the Niners went boom, 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 and it was back up to 28-16. Maybe if the Cowboys' defense, Kyle Shanahan believes is a problem, then maybe at that point you do treat Purdy a little more conservatively. I think that's fair.
I'll tell you what, it's more than fair. But before you grab the next one, what about this? I know it's 4 weeks. I told you and Evan in the green room, Brock Purdy leads the NFL 72% completions percentage on passes 10 yards or further. So if I'm Kyle Shanahan, I know Jimmy Garoppolo had his warts, and one of them, to me, Stoney, was throwing outside the hashes, the accuracy. But if you have confidence in your guy, maybe even if that's Dallas, he calls that same play to Ayuk.
Maybe. I think it comes down to how confident
I'm excited.
Shanahan
I can't wait, man.
Is against the Cowboys' D. Mr. Jones is in Vegas.
Mr. Jones.
What's up, Mr. Jones?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
What's going on?
Talk to us.
Hey, man. First and foremost, I'm going to say this. If I'm Hufanga or I'm Fred, in that first quarter, I need me a 15. If you understand what I'm saying, those of football heads know I need me a hot 15.
Greenlaw's your guy, though. He does that.
Okay, cool. Green light means go, right? Green light means go, all right?
Wow.
Next thing, I don't know why we keep trying to test Purdy. Like, y'all, like, I don't even understand. Like, he's been tested when he came off the bench and been getting W's since he been getting W's. Like, what y'all, because he keeps passing the test, y'all want people to fight like you said, and I hear it from y'all. Like, why we even questioning what he doing? We keep, because we winning. Aren't we a winning franchise? Let him do what we do. We done caught Tom Brady, number 2, on the low, right? Because we got him at a 6 at the bottom of the barrel. Didn't think he was going to do nothing. And he's been doing and just keep exceeding. And then, people are like, well, he hasn't been tested. Bro, anybody that plays sports, if you were the last pick in Pee Wee football or in LA Fitness, and you come in and they can't get you off the court, what they keep testing you for, bro? When we was in the playoffs last year and we smacked Dallas, what? It wasn't Purdy like it was, but what's a win? A Purdy win.
Thanks, Mr. Jones.
From Vegas. Man, Stoney, I'm on board, man.
Nobody doesn't believe what they've seen in Brock Purdy. What you've seen in Brock Purdy's impressive. Doesn't mean 4 weeks into his first season, essentially, as a starter, it's not unfair to say, it's going to be interesting. Let's see if he can do it. Let's say he plays against Dallas. Not, if he stinks against Dallas, it was all a mirage. It's not like that.
Yeah, it'll be some of that, though, Stoney.
But not from anybody who knows anything about anything. If the 49ers lose and Brock Purdy doesn't look great, okay, he's 10-1 at that point, and we're on to Cleveland. And now it's about, can he have a bounce-back game? Can he forget that? Can he put that out of his system? Then they go with Cleveland, and they beat Cleveland. He throws 3 touchdown passes. We're back on track. So, I mean, they may lose a game this year.
No,
the Niners.
Well, he may lose his first one that he starts and finish. Like, when does that thing come to a head?
Exactly. I mean, now it's like, boy, do you want Purdy going into the playoffs at 17-0?
I would
or would you rather he goes in at 15-2?
I would think not. Boy.
Nishi's in San Jose. Hey, Nishi.
Hey, Steiny, how you doing, man?
Doing well.
I'm real excited for this weekend. Yeah, hey, thanks for having me on. You know, I'm excited for the Niners this weekend, and I want us to get a victory. I mean, we've been fighting so hard, but, you know, I'm afraid to say we on this show because I think Guru might think I'm talking about the Cowboys. It was brought to my attention that Guru's a diehard Cowboy fan, and that kind of shocked me, Steiny. I'm a little bit shocked by that.
Why? Did you just realize that?
Question, man. Yeah, how does a guy from Union City, California, end up being a Dallas fan?
Oh, he'll tell you. He's got legitimate reasons.
Go Google me and you'll find out. Read the article, you'll find out, buddy.
Okay.
You'll have to scroll down a few pages, man.
No, you don't. It's in the first block.
Punished under my watch. Sorry, Guru. We're going to get the win this weekend. Go Niners, baby. Go Niners.
That's Nishi coming right down your road.
Great call.
It's a nice shirt, by the way.
Yeah. I'm a real one. 37-17 Niners. Like, I'm not that guy, man.
No, we
got Jimmy. We have Jimmy Garoppolo.
You got that. You're not that guy.
Yeah.
But you're that guy. You're not that guy over there.
Who you pointing at? What's that
you're
guy?
That other guy
that hates his quarterback and hates his head coach. And I got facts to back me up. They're going to get their ass kicked, man.
Okay, and if they don't,
then we got a whole nother ball game.
If they don't, then we get to question your knowledge of the game of football.
No, I'm not a genie. We don't predict what's going to happen. I'm just telling you what I think and what I know. They're not buttoned up enough to beat this Niner team. Coaching, schematically, all that stuff. The red zone, their bottom 3 in red zone opportunities. You think that's going to get fixed against this Niner defense with Bosa, Warner, and Hargrave?
Who's to say they can't punch 3 touchdowns? That's why we'll tune in and watch it.
You're right, but it's highly unlikely, Steiny.
I don't think it's highly.
They had 12 points and should have had 30 in the playoff game.
You know what?
If that's not enough proof, I got you. Open your Bible. Light your candle. I'm done with that.
If I were Jerry Jones right now.
He picked the Niners to win the Super Bowl.
He said the road goes through them. If I were Jerry Jones and I heard one of my faithful talking like this, I would respectfully say, Daryl, can you please remove your shirt?
Okay, why would he even say that the road goes through the Niners when Philly won the NFC East?
We need to believe in our Cowboys.
I'm past
we
that,
must
buddy.
believe in our Cowboys.
I ain't dumb.
I'm gonna ask you to pick a new team then. We need support from our fans.
Who is R? You ain't a Niner fan. Don't be in here fronting.
No, I'm objective.
So am I. And that's why I'm telling you what's going to happen Sunday night.
Something about him having it both ways. I don't like it.
There is, dude, both ways. Dude, this hurts.
What
it's
hurts?
painful.
They haven't played yet.
To watch Brock Purdy get off to a start and wish that your quarterback had his attributes. That's all, man.
Trying to think. Okay.
Keep it real, Stoney.
Cowboys, let's see. Cowboys come in.
Let's been 30 years, bro. I was 20.
Just relax. Let's go through the scenarios. Yeah. Cowboys win. Let's take the most unlikely. Cowboys win 31-14.
I'll come in here and be shocked as hell.
You'll be shocked.
Right.
But
might even believe.
No. You won't be able to at that point. You
can't control what I do.
No, you're off. You can't.
In your world you can, but in mine,
you know what?
I control what happens.
I'm calling in sick Monday.
Well, you just did the other day.
Well, I was sick. By the way, welcome. I know it's a Thursday. Usually a day off this
boy,
week.
You keep coming. I'm objective. I'm proud of myself, man. I keep it real. I speak what I mean into this mic, and that's why I had to fight you like Rocky Balboa on if Brock were to lose this game, somehow it's more important than him already slaying the Dragon with their best cornerback and their defense at full health in the playoffs. That went a long way with me. Like, okay, let's say they slip up and he loses his first one. He's due a bad game. But if you're real, you're not going to let week 5 erase everything that he's done. And those 2 playoffs wins.
Nobody said anything about a race. But if Brock Purdy loses the Dallas Cowboys and he doesn't look great, it's fair to say, he has a Cowboy problem, maybe. And you know what? We know he has an Eagle problem, and those are the teams we got to go through.
Okay, I'll give you this. I know we're up against it. He would be 1-1, and the one win would be in the playoffs. Wouldn't that be greater?
Depends how he looks tomorrow or Sunday. Maybe the Cowboys are making adjustments. I don't know.
Because nobody's going home, whoever loses this game Sunday night.
It's a bigger game for Purdy, I think, than the NFC Championship, NFC Divisional game, to tell you the truth. That's what I think. But we can talk about it the rest of the show. Yep. It's going to be fun. 888. Well, actually, you know what? We got Ryan Harris. Ryan Harris on the other side. Let's get into it. He's a Westwood One NFL analyst. He's going to be calling the 49ers Cowboy game on Sunday night. Remember, that starts at 5:20. All eyes on Levi Stadium. He's a former NFL offensive lineman and Super Bowl 50 champion with the Denver Broncos. Ryan Harris on the other side. Let's get into it. We got Cowboys Niners on 95.7. Yeah.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Stein, Matt Darrell, the Guru Johnson with you. And we got a big game on Sunday between the 49ers and the Cowboys. And we've got Ryan Harris, who will be on the call. Ryan is a Westwood One NFL analyst. He's going to be calling the Niners-Cowboys game on Sunday night. He's a former NFL offensive lineman, Super Bowl champ with the Denver Broncos. Ryan, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, man.
Great to be with you boys before a big football weekend. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting real excited out here. I mean, just give me your overview of how you, who's going to be calling this game, kind of get into this game and assess what may or may not happen.
Well, it's the biggest game of the Cowboys season so far. And also, too, you got to think about what has transpired with the Cowboys. They have a brutal loss to Arizona with Josh Dobbs throwing all over the field and James Conner running. That's going to be an issue going against Christian McCaffrey and others here that have with the 49ers. And the 49ers defense is a lot different than any defense the Cowboys have faced. And the biggest thing, you guys got to remember, the 49ers have sent the Cowboys home the last 2 years in the playoffs. So Dak Prescott and these Cowboys have to get over the hump and beat one of the marquee teams in the NFC.
Ryan, let me ask you this. Just piggybacking off of that point, you are correct. And I told my partner and the fans, Dallas needs this for their psyche more than the Niners. What does that mean, in the locker room, or does that mean anything? Is it more added pressure? Like, talk to us about that just from a Niner standpoint, too, knowing we sent them home twice.
Well, for the Cowboys, it opens up a championship, a Super Bowl championship, if you can win that. And I've been there. When I was in the AFC, the year we won the Super Bowl, we had to beat the Patriots twice. You got to get your mind around beating the Patriots. It's going to be physical. It's going to be tough. They're going to give you a look you can't expect, and you have to execute in those situations. So for the Cowboys, this is so big that if they win this game, they can legitimately feel like they can win a Super Bowl. And for the 49ers, you have to continue to prove your dominance. But the thing I love about the 49ers, watching them on film, seeing what they've done, it doesn't matter what opponent they're going against. They're playing their game, and that's where the elite production comes in. And for the 49ers, yes, you had the injuries to Brock Purdy. Who knows what happens last year? You're not on your third quarterback, and then back to your first who can't throw the football. But you got to establish, if you're the 49ers, that this is your conference, not just division in the NFC West, but you are the NFC champion, and you're going to continue to put pressure on people and set the bar for what it's going to take to win.
Ryan Harris joining us on 95.7 The Game, a former offensive lineman for Denver. Hey, so I'm going to assume you beat the Patriots in the regular season, then you beat them again in the playoffs, right?
Yep, the first team to ever do it in the Belichick era. You're welcome.
Okay. Well done. Well done. Now, here's my question. Is there any way in hindsight to look back and figure out how important that first game was to winning the second game?
Say it one more time.
Is there any way in hindsight to look back at those two wins over the Patriots and define how important it was to win the first game so you could win the second?
Oh, because you got to see it on film. You have to see yourself being successful on film. And you can always lose a game in the first game and say, okay, well, we're going to be better here in the second game, and we're going to anticipate that, and that's not going to happen in the second game, right? Because teams understand not only what you're trying to do, but think about just the calls that they hear. If you're on offense and the defense, your opposing defense hears all the calls. You got to change the name, the verbiage, all these things. But the most important thing is to see yourself successful on film. And when I look at the Cowboys, what really needs to happen, the offensive line has to see themselves being successful against Bosa and others on film. And you also have to have people be successful in terms of how they run the football. This is a huge game for Tony Pollard. It's going to be huge for him to see himself successful against this 49ers defense.
Ryan, I guess the easiest way for me to ask the question is, do you think you beat the Patriots in the playoffs had you not beaten them in the regular season?
Of course. I mean, I'm going to say of course. But,
right.
You need that confidence. And it's not just in the game. It's also how you prepare. Are you preparing because you know you can beat this team? Or are you preparing hoping you can beat this team? And a lot of hope to beat the 49ers. And they've got, like a 6-game streak of scoring 30 points or more. I mean, come on. You can't go in there with hope. You got to have belief. and it starts this weekend for the Cowboys.
Yeah, Ron, I can feel your energy. You're dialed in, and I have my answer, but before I give it, I want to hear yours to this question. Who's this game bigger for, Dak or Brock Purdy?
Dak, 100%. But Brock Purdy's already broke the ceiling. I mean, come on. He's Mr. Irrelevant winning playoff games. Get out of here. Dak Prescott, he comes off a huge game, beating the Patriots by the most that a Bill Belichick team has ever lost by in the regular season. That's big. And we've seen big games from Dak. We haven't seen 2 big games in a row from Dak. And one of the things watching the film, when Dak Prescott starts pulling up the ball on run plays and throwing it outside for a 3-yard gain, it really stops the offense. Dak Prescott has to stay within the scheme, believe in the plays, and let his playmakers make plays. When you talk about Brock Purdy, that's what he's doing, right? Yeah. What's Brock Purdy really have to do? He's handing off to Deebo Samuels, throwing to George Kittle, or he's handing it off to Christian McCaffrey, right? So you have to let the other players win the game with you, and that's the next step for Dak Prescott. And if he can do that on the road in Santa Clara, that's going to be huge for not only him, his career, but also his leadership moving forward for the rest of the year.
You're listening to Ryan Harris. He's going to be on the call for Westwood One on Sunday. He's got the Niners-Cowboys game. As a former offensive lineman, I'd love to ask you this question. So Nick Bosa's only got 1 sack this year. I don't know that people are worried, but he's off to a slow start. And I kind of always tell my partner, even though I've never played football, that I think you can take a guy out of a game if you really, really concentrate on him, but that will open up other things. Is that too simplistic? I mean, can you really sacrifice to handle one guy and be willing to live with the repercussions of all the others?
Yes, you can, and the 49ers are bigger than Nick Bosa. Now, what you can do is use formations, something that Dallas hasn't done as much as the 49ers. Like the 49ers, I believe, lead the league. About 82% of their plays have at least one piece of motion, many times 2. So that gets defensive players looking around. They're asking questions. But when it comes to stopping Nick Bosa, you got to pick your spots to let your lineman be one-on-one. You can't go into a game, and some coaches do, like, hey, you got to win one-on-one all day against Nick Bosa. That's a long day. It's like giving a boxer, 4 rounds to figure out your favorite punch and to counter it. So you can't just leave a tackle on an island and allow that to happen. Now, San Francisco does have a struggle there at right tackle. He's a new guy playing there, but he's not as good as Trent Williams and others. So that right side of the offensive line, if there is a weakness, is at right tackle, which is going to play well for Nick Bosa. But I'll tell you something, that he really has an opportunity, Nick Bosa, to have 2-3 sacks in a series. So the Cowboys have to pay attention to him, and they have to pick their spots where they're leaving him isolated with their tackle.
Ryan, you played the game. I hope I don't sound soft. If I do, I can handle it. But my partner came in yesterday, and he was talking about Brock Purdy, his usage rate. It was like damn near 50%. And you got Debo, Ayuk, and Kittle. We've seen Rodgers go down, Chubb, Trayvon Diggs, and I know it can happen on any play. As you know, when you see that usage rate for McCaffrey, do your eyebrows raise a little bit like, Kyle, you're going to the well too often? Or this is football, man. The chips are going to fall where they may.
This is football, and I'm not concerned specifically because of Kyle Shanahan. I played for his father, Mike Shanahan, won a Super Bowl under Gary Kubiak in that West Coast offense. And those coaches, more than the Parcells tree, they focus on player health. So the usage rate may be high in the game, but I guarantee you Christian McCaffrey's usage rate isn't the same in practice. And Kyle Shanahan also knows you have to set a standard earlier in the season. You have to show guys what it's going to look like when you're playing. Is Deebo Samuel or George Kittle or Christian McCaffrey going to miss a game here or there down the stretch? Probably, right? And hopefully, if you win enough early in the season, you can rest those guys week 17 in the NFL. But you have to make sure your players understand the intensity, the focus, and the plays that you are going to call to be successful, and that they get comfortable performing at an elite level before you start worrying about rest. But a guy like Christian McCaffrey, he's probably taken anywhere from 5 to 10 reps in practice on Wednesday, maybe going to 15 on Thursday, and then Friday is a walkthrough. So, I mean, I'm not concerned about that usage rate with Christian McCaffrey. And you got to remember, Christian McCaffrey has waited for this moment his entire career. He came to San Francisco to win a championship through that trade, and he's playing with the urgency of a Hall of Famer who knows he has a closing window to win one.
Man, Ryan, you got me ready. I wish the game was tonight. Let me ask you this. Give us a score, because I told my partner I don't give Dallas a chance because of what you mentioned, the trenches. Their O-line is Tyron Smith. They don't know what's going on. Bosa, from a sack standpoint, has been relatively quiet. This is a stage. I just think that's what wins them this game. Give us a score.
I got 27-24 San Francisco. I just think they're too tough to beat. They're so incredibly physical. They highlight in practice during the week physical plays that players make, not only in games but in practices. They do it for offense, too. They promote the offense physicality. This 49ers team, they don't care who you are. They're here to rip your face mask off. I just think that's a tough team to beat at home. And the other thing people miss, the snap count is in play for San Francisco, and West Coast offenses love to use multiple snap counts. You do that against a defense that can never time up their rush, they can never time up their blitz. I think it's going to be 27-24 San Francisco.
Hey, Ryan, thank you so much for joining us, man. Great stuff. Have a great call on Sunday, and enjoy your time in the Bay.
Thanks so much, guys, and go Irish.
All right.
Oh, look at him. Notre Dame.
Whoa. All right. All right.
He threw it in there.
It's a good thing I didn't know that early.
We could have asked him about the
Buckeye
10 guys on defense. Yeah. He was good, man.
Great.
Man. So
Ryan
he said they
Harris.
highlight physicality plays in practice.
You can't tell, like, if you think the 49ers have an injury problem over the years with Shanahan, I'm sorry. The reason would be is because they're more physical than other teams.
No doubt about it, man.
I really think that. I really do. All right, 888-957-9570. Steiny and Guru, big game Sunday. Can't wait. Let's get going with Seth in Oakland. What's up, Seth? How you doing, buddy?
The town.
What up, guys?
Hey.
What's up, Steiny? What's up, Guru?
Hey.
Ryan's a real pro. It was a pleasure listening to him talk.
Really?
Hey, Steiny, did he change your opinion on whether this game is bigger for Brock than Dak? Because I don't know, man. The way I see it, this game has got to be way bigger for Dak than Brock. You know, after that divisional game, if Brock loses that divisional game, are we really even? Does he have the shot to be the starter this year? You know, like, do they really look at him if he drops that Dallas game? You know, with Trey there, does Trey get more looks in that preseason? You know, I don't know. I just don't see it. I think that game really solidified for him what he can do for Kyle Shanahan, and you know, that's a big stage. And like the guy you had call in, Ryan said, I mean,
well,
he pulled some big ones off.
Doesn't it come down to? And thanks for the call, Seth. Doesn't it come down to? It just feels like, okay, how do Brock Purdy's got to play like Brock Purdy, but it feels like Dak Prescott's got to play better than Dak Prescott's been playing, or plays for the most part. I mean, I think that's why people think it's going to be like Dak. Doesn't Dak need to play better than Purdy for the most part? Because Purdy, whether it's the game plan or whatever, he's got more playmakers, and the offense is devised for him to get the ball to his playmakers ASAP.
Steiny, I'm not mad at that, but to me, it's about winning. Dak needs a win, even if he were to play bad. Brock Purdy's at the embryo stages of his career, and he's already chalked up 2 playoff wins. We're looking at the Dak chapter. Maybe he's doing extension here, Steiny. Maybe he doesn't get that if somehow they lose or get bounced. That's what's at stake, and to me, that's why Ryan was on point. Like, Brock is out. There's no house money, Steiny, but he's already beat him. Jimmy's already beat Dak. Dak is coming to a crossroad, man. I'm going Bone Thugs and Harmony. Like, at some juncture, you just got to look at him like, this guy can't win the big one. This is not a playoff game, but mentally it is. It might even be bigger than that. So if Dak could get the win and maybe get bailed out if he didn't have his bad game, it would go so far like he had threw 3 touchdowns and 400 yards, even if he had 180 and 2 picks. He needs a win, and the team does. Can they get it?
You know what, Goo? And I've been with you forever.
Yeah.
And I kind of don't believe you. I'm not saying you're lying.
What part?
I'll tell you what part. I think if Dak Prescott plays well on Sunday and the Cowboys win, whether it's you or Cowboy fans, you're still going to say, yeah, beat him in the playoffs. Like, he won't get the credit for a big win in the, like, it's still just going to be a week 5 win. I don't think
That's
as a
beautiful.
Cowboy fan, you're going to be like, you know what? Dak can do it now. I believe in him because he had one good game against the Niners. It's not going to be like that, right?
Well, to me, Steiny, it can't be because you're right. It is a week 5 game. It's like a regular season game for any other team. Like, okay, you focus on the win, you celebrate, and we'll get back to the facility on Wednesday. But I'm asking you, what do you want done if he were to play his ass off and they got the win? Nobody would not say or point out he slayed the dragon. But at the end of the day, the playoffs are down the road. That's when you get what I think you want him to get if somehow he were to come in here and quarterback him to a win.
I'm just saying, if he comes in and the Cowboys, like, if this is, here's what I think. Yeah. If you're saying to me it's a bigger game for Dak Prescott than for Brock Purdy.
Oh my gosh.
I don't agree with that, but that's fine. I'll give it to you. But if you're saying that and the Cowboys win the game, you gotta give then this he won a game that you thought was a big game and he came through. Like it can't be a bigger game for Dak Prescott. He plays well, the Cowboys win, and we come in Monday and be like, yeah, it's a nice win, but beat him in January. Like, that's not fair to Prescott.
It's the reality of sports, though, Steiny.
But if it's a big game and he comes through, it's not going to be enough. Still, it still won't be enough.
Let me give you this. Why is it a big game? Because he's lost, along with his teammates, to this team twice. Quarterback named Jimmy Garoppolo. Dak's supposed to be better than him. Mr. Irrelevant last year, Brock Purdy. So I get what you're saying, but damn, Steiny, how low is the bar if that postseason and that postseason thing, that's still there. That tunnel is still there regardless what happens Sunday night. And it'll be a big win from a mental standpoint. But as far as saying anything has changed as far as legacy,
I don't mean necessarily legacy.
Well, you know what I mean.
I know I said that at the
this
beginning
win
of the
won't go down as a playoff win. Regardless, of it's a big win.
Well, then I would kind of say that's not that big a game. Yeah. But we know that's not the case. Like, I think
people agreeing with you.
Well, here's what's going to happen. Well, I don't know, but if the Cowboys win, it won't be enough for Dak. It's still like it
will help him.
But it's still going to come down to
the final exam.
Yes, exactly.
Where Purdy in the final exam, lightweight aced it with 2 wins in his first trip.
Right, and that's why I say it's bigger for Purdy. Because Dak Prescott knows if he wins this game, it doesn't mean squat. He knows
why that is, though, right?
He knows that back in Dallas, they'll say, nice job, but show me in the playoffs.
And so why is that, Steiny?
Well, because he's failed in the past.
In the playoffs.
But my point is, even if he wins this game, no one's going to say, well, now he can win a Super Bowl. It's still going to come down to...
I think some of that would change, man.
No chance.
And forget us. He will believe it. Ryan said he will believe it. They will believe it. That's what this is about. If you got your general manager / owner saying the Super Bowl goes through a team that has yet to win the Super Bowl, that's saying some other stuff along with giving the Niners their props.
I mean, in a way, I'm looking at it from the other side. If you're going to sit here and for this show, basically talk about Dak Prescott's limitations,
shortcomings
in
the playoffs.
Sure.
Okay.
If you're going to sit here and say all that, if he wins this game, it's not going to change anybody's mind. If you feel that strongly that you don't think you can win it with Dak, the whole thing, well, then it's not a big game because he'll go back to Dallas and nobody will care. They'll just say, wake me in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Wake me in the playoffs when you do it. And that's why I think for Purdy, it's a bigger game. Like Dak Prescott, let's say the 49ers win 30-20.
Okay,
guess what? Dak lost again. That's 3 in a row. We didn't expect him to win. Okay.
But what does he have in his back pocket?
That tax on his reputation.
But what does he have in his back pocket?
I don't know.
He has a chance to go to the playoffs regardless of what seed and still Ghostbuster all that stuff.
That's why I don't think there's a ton of pressure on him.
Right, but Brock already has shown you, Steiny, in the game that he finishes. I'm talking about the 2 playoff wins. He won them already.
Well,
I don't think there's super pressure.
You would never, ever, ever say Jimmy Garoppolo won a game for the Niners. We would never say that. Brock Purdy did not win that game for the Niners. That was a team win over Dallas. But that's the thing. The reason I think it's a bigger test for Purdy, or it's bigger for Purdy, is because Dak's more established. And yeah, I get it. His reputation isn't he's the best quarterback in the NFL, but he's got a reputation as, you know what, he's okay, but something happens in the postseason.
Yeah.
And
he was Brock Purdy.
He hasn't been able to get it done. And so, like Purdy, I mean, Prescott knows it's all about the playoffs. For Purdy, I definitely see a scenario, he doesn't have the track record. Now, this is clearly the biggest game of the year. So, Brock Purdy, like, this is going to be the best or second best team he's played against in his run.
Okay.
So, you know, now it's fair to say, all right, Purdy, let's have a good game. That's all. Just have a good game. So, I don't know.
I hear you. I feel you knocking. I'm being so fair, man. I don't care if we were in Milwaukee or Green Bay, New England. The good that he's accomplished and the whispers he's got going about how good he is, I think a lot of people they're uncomfortable because they feel like he has not been put in a position to, you know what, take us down like Joe Montana did against the Bengals in the Super Bowl with John Candy in attendance. But I feel like there's a reason for that, Steiny. Now, that day's going to come. Those games are going to come. It may not be this Sunday, but I'm not going to come in here Monday if Brock has a bad performance. We talked about it 3 weeks ago. Like, he's kind of afforded himself a bad game.
Okay, and using the same logic, I think it's completely preposterous to then come, if you're not going to say that, which is fair, because I believe it, then you can't say on Monday, well, now, because he beat the 49ers, now Dak Prescott can win it all.
No, it don't work like that.
Well, exactly.
He would still have that playoff bridge.
That's why it's not a huge game for him, because he can't win. He can't win yet.
How about this? He can quell the noise.
I don't think he can.
Well, if this would be a humongous game.
Yes, it would.
Because then it's like, oh, you guys, okay, you won't mess it up, Dak. If we, because we don't know if they're going to hook up in the playoffs, but
the Cowboys
this is going to go a lot. People will bite their tongue like, okay, Dak, you went and did that.
No chance.
But you got to do it again.
No chance.
You think?
No.
Oh, Steiny, it would be a funeral for him.
How many big games has Dak won the last few years in the regular season? I bet he's won some big games in the regular season.
Yeah, they've won 12-13 every time you look up.
Does that quell the talk?
No.
So why with this one?
Oh,
that's all I'm saying.
Because the Niners are so great and they're picked to win.
Go.
And they beat you twice, partner. That's all.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
He's going to play Philly twice.
Exactly. How'd they do against Philly?
1-1 last year, and he's got a winning record in his career against Philly.
When you go into the game against Philly, do you feel this meek or do you feel more confident?
No, I feel like he's more comfortable with Philly because he's got somewhat of ownage of Philly and that division, Dak. It's this Niner team and this physicality.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got a big one brewing Sunday, 5:20. 49ers, Cowboys, Brock Purdy, Dak Prescott. I mean, who's it a bigger game for? Brock Purdy?
I got something I want to read to you on the other side.
How many years has Dak Prescott been in the league?
7, man.
Yeah, that's why it's a bigger game for Brock Purdy.
But they said this one from the 510, a win is bigger for Dak, but a loss is bigger for Purdy. I don't agree with that, but a win is bigger for Dak to quiet the noise, but a loss is bigger for...
This is just another, it's a big game. Dak Prescott's made it clear it's a big game.
Well, you're right there.
But because he hasn't come through, that's why it's not, you're here saying, that's going to stink, Dak can't get it done. Okay, so if he doesn't get it done, guess what? He gets another shot in the playoffs. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go. Let's talk about this game. Hey, Nick Bosa, get in the game. You got to get in the game, Nick. Hey, the legendary and mind-blowing Maker Faire is back in the Bay Area at historic Mare Island. Experience creativity, innovation, and endless possibilities 2 weekends, October 13th through the 15th, and then the 20th through the 22nd. Tickets at makerfair.com.
My little brother's friends.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny Guru.
Tell the people what we just talked about.
11:03 a.m.
Boy, you stole that.
On a Thursday.
I got to tell my boy you owe him something.
Which part?
About the football action tonight that I'm excited about. You asked me.
What's the 49? I mean, what's the Thursday night game?
Washington hosting Chicago, the Bears.
Oh, my God.
Now, why would you say that? Washington's playing pretty good.
That's fine. I'll be forced to watch baseball.
There's no baseball. Not till Saturday, bud.
Your boy might be out and about tonight then.
Dude, football is king. You got to have some fantasy. Dude, you have just jumped off the fantasy train.
I'm 3-1.
Are you kidding me?
Hammered, dude.
I had you.
Oh, boy. Hammered him.
Oh, boy.
Tell you what, that Dallas defense. Whoo!
Some leagues, the scoring is just too easy. The defense shouldn't be able to get 30, 40 points a game.
Yeah, I know, because you don't give anybody credit for defense.
I'm the guy that says a rebound is defense. Yeah. Please.
You ready to take on one of your own? Let's have
that.
Let's have the Cowboys fans eat each other.
Okay.
408. I won't read the first part.
You can.
I'm over Guru?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm over Guru, and I'm a Cowboys fan. He speaks on Dak Prescott like he didn't start his career winning games like Brock Purdy. Dak Prescott literally set the record for most passes to start a career without throwing an interception. He tied Ben Roethlisberger for most wins as a rookie quarterback. It's fine to say you don't like Mike McCarthy. I'm not the biggest fan of Mike McCarthy either, which is why I will give him the benefit of the doubt and notch his crown. Brock Purdy. There, basically.
Okay. Whoever that guy or gal, go ahead.
He said, take your shirt off.
Okay. I'm not going to do that. Yeah, gun show.
You could now, though.
Gun show.
Woo, soda.
But listen, if I dick at you, you took yours off. I'll never forget that day. I wasn't here. Remember your flash?
I just did a Baron Davis.
Yeah,
I just did a Baron Davis after
But about Dak, it hurts me. And partner, step your game up. Step your game up, because everything you just said is true, and I bit the Dak apple thinking he was going to be Brock Purdy, the next Danny White or Staubach. And what happened is all this fluff, which was a regular season, went to poof in the playoffs when you lost to the Rams. Last game of the season in 2018 at Philly for the division, wide receivers running open like deer, and he had his worst game, so miss me. Look at Dak's playoff record. Step your game up. And I'm not, it's not just me, it's a cult out there waiting for the Cowboys' next quarterback.
Right.
So don't come at me with all this fluff about regular season. Brock in 1 year, in less than 1 year, has accumulated 2 playoff wins. That's impressive. That's a winner.
And that's why it's not a huge game for Dak Prescott. Because you have just said, miss me with that regular season crap.
It will go in the file, though. Best believe that.
It'll go as a footnote, clearly.
Nah, it'll go in there.
Like that, I'll tell you what, if I'm quarterbacking for a team like Dak Prescott, I'm like, you know what? I don't even want to win. I don't even want to win for you guys.
No, you should want to win for yourself.
I don't even want to win for
don't have
you guys.
rabbit ears.
I mean,
step your game up.
You kind of made my point that it's not a big game for
2016. We've yet to get to an NFC Championship game. He hit the scene like Elvis, and now what?
The bottom line is that for Cowboys fans, there are no huge regular season games for Dak Prescott. It doesn't matter. It only matters about the postseason.
Well, he's dug that ditch.
Okay. Well, then don't tell me he's under a ton of pressure Sunday. He's lost these games before. He's won these games before.
Right.
And what has happened afterwards? You still think I stink.
Well, this is about ownage. This is about a 49er problem. Because you lose this one, Stoney, to be 3 in a row in the last 3 years.
Ooh.
And if they were to tango in the playoffs, don't you think that would, the mental game, the Niners would be like, we're your daddy. We are your daddy.
I don't. And I'll tell you what, shame on us.
Go ahead.
Because the Rams did it to us. You had ownage, supposed ownage on the Rams, except you lost the biggest game of the 7.
You did bring that out yesterday.
You lost the biggest game of all 7. So, those are facts. Let's go to, I got Mustang Matt. What's up, Mustang Matt?
Gentlemen.
Yes.
Talk to us.
It's going to be a tough call.
Oh, no.
And here's why.
Okay.
I'm a diehard Cowboys fan. I'm also a diehard A's fan. And there's one specific thing about being a fan of both teams is winning big playoff games. You go to Tony Romo. He's lost more big games than I can even want to think about. And if I remember correctly, he was the most decorated statistical quarterback in the history of the Cowboys, and he never brought it home. Dak Prescott, similar situation. He plays well, for the most part, in the regular season, but he can't knock down the big game. And it drives me nuts because we have Jerry Jones. He's got a plan, and he's like, I want banners. Here's the real story. 1995, there's a champion. 1996, there's a champion. They're represented by both teams that are going to be playing this game on Sunday. Both situations, you cannot tell me that the Niners and the Cowboys are happy that they've had a Super Bowl drought for this long. So when we talk about Dak Prescott, we have to see him win it in the postseason. If it doesn't happen there, I don't care if he runs the table. If you can't hang a banner, it doesn't matter, period.
All right, Mustang Matt. Thanks. Good Joe Lake.
To Matt's point, don't put the Niners in that category.
In what category?
They've been to 2 Super Bowls since Dallas has not sniffed an NFC championship game. So I understand
Doesn't
that pain.
matter. Neither team's won the big
But the Niners had a chance against the Ravens and the Chiefs.
Okay.
So they've got there. I'm just they were the best team in the NFC.
Who cares if they got there? They got
I'm just
beat
saying,
like a drum.
But it ain't as dry. You taste the success. You know what it's like.
You could say it's drier because they got so close. Cowboys have never been that. They got a taste. They got a taste.
They died of the thirst.
No.
Niners had some water.
You know what?
Yeah.
No.
I just been to 2 Super Bowls and 3 NFC championship games.
That's why you'd rather be the Cowboys, because they haven't felt that pain of losing a Super Bowl.
But what about the euphoria waking up Super Bowl Sunday or the celebration after winning the NFC championship?
That's short-lived.
I'd rather have that than, come on, Steiny. I want to be a virgin.
Well, you're the guy who says if you lose a Super Bowl, it's worse than not getting there at all.
But I'm objective enough to step back after the pain is over to say, okay, we were the best in the conference. We celebrated the NFC championship game where guys come to the podium, the media, and you talk. Come on now. It's better to have loved. You know the rest.
That's a crock of bull.
That's the true
That's
realest thing.
That's the worst quote of all time.
How can you?
Better to have loved and lost than never to have loved. That's a joke. That's a joke.
How? And you don't mean that.
That's a joke.
You have to be a cold heart
from the
heartless.
Bottom of my heart.
Explain
heartless.
That. Experience. You want the feeling of being in love with anything.
You get that heartbroken, it lasts longer than the relationship in the first place.
But how sad of a person that doesn't experience love on a good day.
Did you ever see somebody who's heartbroken? That's sadder than anybody. Plus, if you never know love, you don't know what you're missing.
No, you're not living.
Please. Come on now.
You don't believe that.
Oh, I believe that wholeheartedly.
You know what? The more I think about it, you might, but you don't.
I do.
There's no doubt.
I do. Come on now.
Evan's too young. I would ask him.
Yeah, Evan, you've been heartbroken for years at a time.
Too many times, boys. Too many times.
Evan, have you?
Oh, yeah.
Wow, man.
925. Who hurt you, Steiny? Who didn't? Who hasn't?
Boy, who cut you?
Let's go to Stockton. Talk to Corey. What's up, Stockton?
Hey, guys.
Hey, man.
How's it going?
Hey.
I'm listening to you guys. I'm just trying to deliver my beer to the Bay Area so you guys have something to drink for the game. But hey, listen to this. You cannot enjoy the fruits of your labor if they do not win. And I'll tell you, let's put the game aside, the history aside, and let's talk about Purdy and Dak. Purdy wants to win the game. Dak has to win the game. Because we all know in Jerry's world, Dak will be on the chopping block, and you know that to be true because he just picked up Trey Lance, and we don't know what Jerry's going to do with him, but we know what happened with Romo and Dak. And I'm telling you right now, if Dak does not do some winning this season, I promise you, he's going to be out of a job. And Purdy, he's on his way up.
Huh?
And that's what I got to say, gentlemen.
You ain't said one
Dak
lie.
wants to get out of Dallas.
If it's tiny
He don't
stop.
care.
Doesn't
care.
Where's that line
You know
at?
what?
He said Purdy wants to win the game, but Dak has to. That was that hit me.
That's wrong too. But it's his sentiment. Here's the bottom line, Goo. Here's the bottom line. And you coined the term, so you get all the credit. The Jackals. And when you talk about the Jackals, I always say, well, who cares? So what? But you know what? And I'm not a jackal.
Yeah.
But I do agree they're Jackals.
Twitter.
And here's the bottom line. If Brock Purdy struggles and they lose to the Cowboys, he's going to hear it. He's going to hear it from everybody. And whether you like it or not, people are going to say, oh, it's only 2 games against the Cowboys. Yeah, but he may have a Cowboy problem. And we know he's got an Eagle problem. So, you know what? You know what? As far as I'm concerned, listen, I'm just saying this for effect. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, Purdy better put up 28 points against the Cowboys. Otherwise, do it against somebody who's good.
Well, see, I'm
just saying. That's what, you're damn right people are going to say that.
I'm not one of them. Well, and Steiny, you said, I'm just fascinated at the no touchdown, no interception game in the playoffs that resulted in a win. That was a clean game for a lot of quarterbacks, and he didn't mess it up.
Right.
So to me, that's not in the file. That's a win. But, I mean, man, partner,
Right,
but you know what? Let's just say the Jackals turn the volume up. It can't go past level 3. We're talking about 7 years of futility with Dak. So it's way different, man. And if Brock has the bad game, maybe it's not this week. I mean, what are we going to say? Okay, it was a bad game, but he's got that action to bounce back. Whoever they play after.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who they play after.
Because the season's not over.
Right, but guess what? He had, it will be a fact that Brock Purdy will be 10-1 or whatever his record is.
That's first loss.
He'll be 10-1, but his worst 2 games are against the Cowboys. You think people won't say, he got it, he hasn't done great. His 2 worst games, least effective, were against the Cowboys, and we also know what happened against Philly. I'm sorry, people are going to lean on that heavily. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying, oh, goodness gracious, we will hear it. I think.
Well,
and you know what?
I just totally disagree.
In this day and age,
you are right.
And
they're going to be on TV trying to find something. But Steiny, what can you do with that?
With what?
I mean, you're not going to score 40 points every game. Dallas is an all-time defense, or they're playing like it. So you scored 19 in a playoff game. There's no minuses on that. Now,
of course there are.
If he threw 3 picks and fumbled, listen. Come on, man. What are we doing?
What we're doing is we're saying that I'm saying it's a huge game for Brock Purdy. To me,
all right, I'm not going to say it's not.
For Brock Purdy, where he is now, even though it's week 5 and he played in the NFC Championship game or against the Cowboys, even though it's week 5, there is more at stake for him in this game than last year's playoffs. Last year's playoffs, there weren't expectations. They weren't sky high. The expectations right now for Brock Purdy, everybody's like, this guy looks like the real thing. But if he struggles against the Cowboys, we'll have 2 games in which we'll say, of his 11 games, the Cowboys have neutralized him twice. And I get it. It's a fluke.
They're not on your schedule, guaranteed to see him again.
The Eagles.
Yeah. I disagree.
Were a problem last year.
Well, you're going to play them.
Which part do you disagree with?
Because you don't play Dallas every week. He may, whatever happens this game, they're not guaranteed to hook up in the playoffs.
Right.
Brock could go to the playoffs, take the team to the Super Bowl, and they win.
I mean, people are going to say stuff like,
a problem is when you know you got to see something over and over and you failed at it. He's already 1-0 against Dallas.
Who?
Brock Purdy.
Okay.
So he loses this game.
Right.
They're not guaranteed to hook up in the playoffs.
Right, but I'm just talking about Brock Purdy. Look, I'm just saying, if Brock Purdy struggles on Sunday night, he's going to hear it. Like, at that point, people are going to, I'm just saying, they're going to say, well, they haven't played anybody. It's the first good team they played, and they got smacked. I'm not saying it's right, but you know it's going to happen, I think. No, actually, no. I know that's going to happen.
What about Peter King with Willard and Dibbs saying he might be not McCaffrey, he might be the MVP? It's week 4.
In a way, I can see that.
So can I.
Like, I feel like...
haven't been a non-quarterback winning the award since 12.
Oh, no, I just mean from a practical standpoint. Like, if you take McCaffrey off the team, at that point, I'm like, we're in trouble. Because that's our foundation.
Right, okay.
But I still think you'd have a chance. I don't think you have a chance if 2 weeks from now, Sam Darnold is your quarterback.
Okay. Well, okay.
You're at that point.
But it's a hell of
you're in big trouble.
You know what? What he said, if you agree with it or not, people, it was a compliment. And the reason it was a compliment, Steiny, is you had your quarterback or running back worthy of that award through 4 weeks.
Let me play Peter King. All right.
If you had to beat the Dallas Cowboys this week and you heard that one guy among Brock Purdy or Christian McCaffrey was going to miss this game, what would you say? Which guy missing the game would give you the better chance to win? In my opinion, Christian McCaffrey missing the game would give you the better chance because that would mean you'd have your quarterback. These are all fun discussions to have, but I think that right now, today, October 4th, 2023, that Brock Purdy, I would consider him to be a more valuable player on the Niners than Christian McCaffrey.
Wow.
Well, he said his premise, though, Stoney, a lot of that is by default because he doesn't have confidence in who's behind Brock Purdy. And I don't know how, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
Who
I mean,
more
but
confident in Elijah Mitchell or Sam Darnold?
Mitchell. But Mitchell can't stay healthy.
I want to read 650. By the way, Matt, you're overthinking the effect on Purdy, and I'm a former player. No. It's not the effect on Purdy. It's not the effect on Purdy. I can't make a judgment on how he'll respond if he doesn't have a good game. That's what I'm saying is the people will be saying this about Purdy. He could react to it great, but I'm just saying it. I don't think what I'm saying. It's not about how it'll all affect Purdy. It's just about what people are going to be saying if he loses, because we know how people are.
Well, let's say this. What if they win the game, they kick Dallas's ass, and then go to play Cleveland and lose, and he has a bad game?
Possible.
You're going to say that's different than it being Dallas because he had 0 tugs and 0 interceptions in the playoff game? Like, I give him an A- for the playoff game for not messing it up. And the other guy messed it up. The seasoned quarterback messed it up. So I'll take zeros all day to live another day. And that's what Brock did against a damn good Dallas team.
You know what? He had one. Okay, it was one game, too. Like,
well, no, I feel like you're saying
Purdy.
that game, if he slips up this Sunday, it'll be 2 games
It
that you
will.
feel like.
I mean, it will. Come on, Goo. This is where it's just like obvious. What's the worst game? Worst in quotes. What's
Dallas.
the least effective
no doubt.
that Brock Purdy's been since we've seen him?
No doubt.
Okay.
Is that a crime, though,
No.
with the Dallas D being basically as good as the Niner D?
Don't tell me it's nothing. You can't say it's nothing if he struggles on Sunday night.
Well,
that's not nothing.
All right,
That
this
means
is where I'm going.
That means the Cowboys have done something to him in 2 games that no other team has been able to do. That's
give me
important.
This. Give me a nickel for this.
Yeah.
That problem may not be something you have to face to get to the Super Bowl and win it, because they're not on your schedule. You may not play them in the playoffs, partner. That's all I'm saying. You could say that you got a Dallas thing, but what if they go through Philly
Doesn't matter.
and the draw is they don't even hook up with Dallas?
My point is, if he plays poorly against Dallas as the season goes along, they'll still be talking about Dallas. And as long as Dallas is 6-2, 9-4, and they're going to the playoffs, we're going to be saying, well, if the Niners play the Cowboys, that's going to be a dogfight because the Cowboys beat them in the regular season. And you know what? As good as Purdy's been, he struggled against Dallas. And then maybe he beats Dallas in the postseason, and everybody goes, well, that's not a problem anymore. Pete's in Newark. What's up, Pete?
Pete.
Hey, Goo. Steiny, how you guys doing?
Hey. Doing great, man. Doing great.
Hey, good. I'm thinking that, hey, Goo, really, as me and you Cowboy fans, I'm thinking we need to just switch our focus on, like, who's really leading this team. I know Dak, he's the quarterback. The weight is there.
Yeah.
But we need our defense and Micah, we need to view them as who's going to win this game, as who's going to lead this team. You know what I mean? As a game wrecker, he's the one that gives us a shot. They're the one generating double touchdowns. We got 4 touchdowns. So, he's our offense. Our defense is our offense.
And if you put on not to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
If you put on the game tape in the playoffs, the defense did everything that you're saying and some. All they needed was Dak to be Brock Purdy. Don't throw or turn the ball over. He did it twice in the red zone. So the D has done that.
No, what I'm saying is I think we need to have him as a game manager, Goo. That's it.
Yeah, wow.
Let the D score. Let him be a game manager. If you watch Mike McCarthy, what he's doing right now, he's not really throwing those deep balls like Kalen Moore was.
I get that.
He's changing the way he's approaching the game.
I get that.
Love you guys, man. Yeah. Let's go. Niners Cowboys. It's going to be a great one.
Thanks, Pete. Appreciate
you
the call.
cannot hide your quarterback in the NFL, man. You just can't. And I get what he's saying. Make him a game manager. But you know what, Stoney? There's going to be third
the 49ers
You're going to get
Garoppolo?
I'm going to say no. And that's how the Jimmy O. You know
I would
what
say yes after watching Brock Purdy.
Well, damn.
Under Shanahan's system.
Well, they hit him enough to get to the NFC Championship game in the Super Bowl. I don't know how much you can hide there.
888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up at 1:30, we've got Randy Cross. Randy Cross, former 49er lineman. We've had him on before. He's terrific. And he's got something going that's really, really interesting. Also,
this is huge.
At 1:15, we'll be talking to Brandon Schneider. Dang it, I don't have his title in front of me, but he is a big boy for the Warriors. And we've got ourselves a WNBA team officially.
Evan, play-by-play.
In the Bay Area. They're going to be, their base is going to be Oakland. They'll play at Chase Center. I guess we got to figure out,
the nickname.
President and COO. Brandon Schneider. I guess we got to find a name.
Yep.
GM, coach,
play-by-play guy, color.
I think
Joe Lacob already promised a championship in the first 5 years.
That's a 3.
I didn't know.
No, he did.
Oh, that's
not lying.
When?
This morning at the press conference.
He doesn't have any players. He has no players on the team.
Well, he's
yet.
a killer.
I
thought Evan was running material.
Joe, what are you doing?
Joe caught Babe Ruth caught this shot.
We got to find a lot of stuff out. 888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, fall brings the best weather, breathtaking views, and amazing sunsets to Bodega Bay. Come enjoy it all at the Inn at the Tides with the fall midweek special. Now through November 26th, rooms start at just $279. Book your escape now. InAtTheTides.com.
When people have a craving to explore.
want to sack the quarterback, dude.
He's the black Kirk Cousins.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm excited. WNBA.
There's a surprise.
That's a 4.
Hey, we got a Bay Area. They got a WNBA team in the Bay Area. It's official. Yep.
What's the nickname? Somebody said the Waves.
The San Francisco Waves.
Have me a picture of me from a headshot? Boy.
Wow, that's vain.
That is. You know what? I didn't like it. I don't like that.
You liked it enough to say it.
But I don't like it.
Harley Simon.
Nice.
That's Fedoni.
Hey, by the way, what's the pest of the month?
The meeting got put back to next Monday.
So we're going to go 10 days.
I want to call you an
month.
ass, but I'm not.
You know what? Hey, Tony.
That is
Tony.
Leave my account alone.
You know what? Sometimes he texts me. Hey, Tony, give me the pest of the month. We'll go around Goo on this one. I'll still give him his check. Hey, Pat is in Foster City.
FC.
He says the 49ers are playing with fire like Rolling Stones.
How? Is he on the phone?
You ever heard that song?
No.
But don't play with me because you're playing with fire. Mick Jagger. You never heard that? In the Rolling Stones?
I wasn't a big Mick fan.
Like,
I didn't.
Just unbelievably talented.
I didn't like his look.
One of the greatest bands of all time.
Yeah, I didn't like
you didn't like his look?
Yeah.
He's too skinny?
That had nothing to do with it.
That guy is skinny.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, he needs a meal. Pat in Foster City. Hey, Pat. How you doing, buddy? 49ers playing with fire, huh?
Hey, yeah, maybe it's just me, but, I was thinking back like a year ago now. The Niners started last season. We had Trey Lance was starting quarterback. We had McCaffrey. And we were still talking about, this team could well be a Super Bowl team. We're loaded, And now we got Purdy, maybe the best rated quarterback. We got McCaffrey, maybe the best player in the NFL. And despite those changes and everybody else kind of back and all, again, maybe it's just me, but I've watched these 4 games pretty closely, and I just don't get the feeling like this hasn't felt like a dominant team. It seems like 60% of the game, they're dominating. The other 40%, they look pretty bad. The defense has given up major plays, and the offense is kind of stalled. And maybe I'm expecting too much. Or maybe people are just looking at the 4-0 record and saying, "Hey, that says it all." But I don't know. These games have all been close to me. Pittsburgh, the Rams, even the Arizona game. I've kind of been holding my breath during parts of these games, and it just doesn't feel like a dominant team to me. Maybe it's just me. I don't know what your guys' take on that. But
that sounds like Spadoni right there.
Well, to me, this is one of those where if you feel that way, you feel that way. But you have to be objective and say, of all the 32 teams, who's looked the best overall? And it's the Niners are right there with anybody, probably atop everybody.
Because they beat the crap out of Pittsburgh, so he's got to take
Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
I know. I should have stopped him and said Pittsburgh.
Okay,
I mean, if he's holding his breath against Pittsburgh, this guy's going to die this season.
But listen,
of asphyxiation or so whatever.
As bad as the Giants are, it was a one-score game on Thursday night in the fourth quarter. I'll just leave that there, and maybe that's what he's talking about. Last week against Arizona, they got it to within 5 in the fourth quarter. And they won going away, but maybe that's what he's talking about. In the Ram game, that wasn't no blowout. So I can't wait to have Randy Cross on, Steiny. The one thing I'm nitpicking that's in the file is what I don't believe to be a disruptive pass rush. So we'll see. Leroy tried to put it at the doorstep of Eric Armstead. I didn't think that was fair, but it's all of them. And I wonder if Wilkes is going to do something different. But I just feel like a Bosa, not Hargrave, and he can do it, but a Bosa breakout game because he's been quiet on the season thus far through 4 weeks.
You know why it's a big game? Jerry Rice said so.
Statement night is Sunday night. We probably going to face this team maybe down the road. If it's not Dallas, it's going to be Philadelphia. Sunday night football is statement night, and it's a great opportunity for those guys to go out and showcase their abilities and show what they can do. So let's go do this and just take one game at a time, get to the playoffs, and get to the ultimate prize. It's the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and if you would have let that continue, he did say it was a legacy game, I believe. Jerry did. He didn't, but he probably.
Did you hear what he said when they talked about McCaffrey breaking his touchdown rate? He said, if I got the ball as much as he got, Evan, that was great. Evan brought me abreast of that.
I missed. That must have been at the.
Oh, yeah, Evan's going to play it. Let's hear him, Snyder.
CMC is getting it done, man. And, with that many touches, we don't want to give him that many touches because I think he had around about 27. Mm-hmm. We need to shorten that and just hoping that everyone else can get healthy, like Deebo Samuel, Ayuk, all of those guys. But whenever he touches the football, he's electrifying. He's amazing. He knows how to get into the end zone. And, people, this is the weirdest thing because they're like, oh, my God, he broke Jerry Rice's record. And I'm behind that 100%. I give him credit for that. But I might only get 5 touches in a game. I do not get 27 touches or more. And if I had gotten that, I probably would have doubled all my yardage and stuff. But I'm behind him 100%, and I was glad to see him get that done.
Yeah, we're burying the lead.
Jerry just letting you know he only got 5. You got more than that, JR. You a bad boy.
Boy, we buried the lead on that. It was a good one-liner. Good one-liner. But he's worried about McCaffrey's workload.
Yeah, he said he wants that done.
You know what, damn it. I'm looking at the Comcast business text line yesterday. I'm looking at YouTube yesterday, and there's just a sprinkling. Not a lot, but a sprinkling. Every year. This isn't a topic. He's a stud. Not a topic. Why, these guys have nothing to talk about. Who cares? McCaffrey workload. Yeah. Well, Jerry Rice just stuck it to you guys. You don't know anything.
But you know what they're going to say? Jerry don't want it. Yeah.
He knows. Oh, no. I think Jerry knows football. And Jerry said, we got to shorten the leash on McCaffrey. He's touching it too much. So he just stuck it to all you guys. So you think you know football out there, but you don't know football.
Look at you.
You don't know football.
You feel vindicated. We do. You know what? Hearing Jerry talk, Snotty?
Yeah.
Ayuk missed 2 weeks ago. Mm-hmm. Debo missed a game. I'm wondering if they missed a game. Let's get to 2 weeks. I wonder if Dallas is catching the Niners at a good time in regard to health. Like maybe. Debo was ginger, Steiny. I love him for being out there. He was not. Island. Dude, I'm going to give you first 6. That was my show. But listen, maybe Dallas, we ain't talking enough about health. But Ayuk looked healthy as hell catching those big passes against last week Sunday against Arizona. So maybe I'll put that to bed.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We got ourselves a big one on Sunday, 5:20.
Sunday
Cowboys,
night.
Niners. Guru will be in the house.
Yep.
He will be in the house.
As a fan. Not in the media.
As a Cowboy fan.
Then I got to take that long ass walk.
Are you going to wear a Cowboys jacket?
What you think?
I don't know.
Yeah. And I'm going to be sipping yak before the game.
Just be careful.
I run with the right folks. I'll be fine. Yeah. It ain't security, but it's like security.
49er Frankie?
Nah, he ain't.
He's not going to be there?
He'll be with somebody.
He's a calming presence, 49er Frankie.
Yeah, kind of like you.
Yeah, exactly.
Off air.
Relaford?
Nah. He's a Raider fan, I told you.
Do I know any the guys you're going with?
Nah.
Oh. So you got a group of friends that I...
Kind of like my gangster clicker friends.
Oh.
They be mad at you sometimes.
Big
Dex.
I want you to be safe out there.
Oh, boy.
I want you to be safe.
No, I am.
888-957-9570, the number. And Guru and I are batting around the first hour or so. How big a game is this for Brock Purdy? How big a game is it for Dak Prescott? My feeling is that the game itself, the 49ers versus the Cowboys, of course it's not bigger than the NFC divisional game last year.
Okay.
Because it's week 5. Yeah. But in a crazy kind of way, I actually think it's a bigger game for Brock Purdy Sunday than the divisional playoff game. And it's because he's come so far since that game.
Man.
He went from a relative unknown, hoping, can he do it? How can he do this? How can he do that? And we were starting to think, this Purdy guy. Well, now this Purdy guy has done some really, really impressive things. And this is the first big boy test for the Niners.
David Ryder on the First NorCal YouTube chat said this, Donnie. It sounds like I feel like you're going here. Expectations are higher for Brock now.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But he's a reason for that, though. It's like golf, right? Your handicap.
No, yeah. Like, I get what you're saying about, look, maybe the 49ers haven't been tested because Purdy's been so good.
That's all I've been trying to get at.
Well, and there'll be nights when he's not good.
And that they still may win.
Here's the thing. Here's what I think. I think Brock Purdy's like a pitcher. It's like Tom Seaver.
One of my favorites.
It doesn't matter. And when he's got his good stuff, he's going to be really, really tough to beat.
Yeah.
I felt like the Cowboys game, he didn't have his best stuff, but they got it done. Like a great pitcher's a great pitcher because they sometimes win without their best stuff. Like the fact that Purdy won that game, quote unquote, without his best stuff or against a really good team, like, yeah, that's impressive. It's impressive. In the context of all his other games, you say, boy, that was the toughest game he played. Boy, that game was physical.
Yeah.
Dallas is good. Defensive, Dallas is good. Defensive struggle.
So why
19 points.
Why can't you look at Brock like he was facing Tom Seaver? And if you went 0 for 3, you're not down in the dumps because you were facing an ace. So why can't we flip that? That the Dallas defense is as good as the Niner defense, however, 1A. Why couldn't you look at Purdy in that playoff game not expecting to get 3 home runs against Tom Seaver?
I think that's fair. I think that's absolutely fair.
I'm not flattered. I can't be. It ain't me. I think something flattering for his portfolio was the fact that he had an opportunity maybe to throw that one pick that could change that game. Now, although he did throw it and Dibbs dropped it, he was goose egg. So I'll take that from my quarterback, no errors in a big stage like that to let us win.
We'll see. Maybe that's not going to be enough against a really good team. See, the way I look at it is again, what's all the pro Niner will say, look at what we've scored under Purdy. 30, 35, 30 for 30. Purdy for 30.
It's real.
Well, it's real unless he only scores 17 against the Cowboys on Sunday.
Right, but he ain't going to. I get you.
What do you mean he ain't going to?
No, he don't play Dallas anymore unless they meet in the playoffs.
Right.
So you want a disclaimer, Purdy for 30 unless he plays Dallas?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is.
Lose the hashtag?
What I'm saying is if Dallas holds the Niners under 20 again, well, Dallas can absolutely beat the Niners then.
What? Well.
Like, that's a big part. To me, that's a huge, huge part of it. If everyone talking, he's done it for 10 games now. Well, if he struggles against the Cowboys, guess what? In 2 games against the Cowboys, it's been his 2 least effective games. Then you know what I'm going to say? You don't want the Cowboys in the postseason because they got Purdy's number.
Well, they're 0-1 right now.
But
in the playoffs.
But 1-1 with 1 touchdown, 2 picks. They will have neutralized.
Purdy had a commercial. I know it was regional, Toyota.
It was regional.
It don't matter. He keeps winning and doing this. It'll be national. It'll be Baskin Robbins.
No.
It'll be Burger King. Nah. It's coming. If he keeps playing like this, admit.
No, he's not good enough to be a national star
right now.
No, I mean,
because it's a cute little story.
Well, it's still going to be a cute little story. See, this is the problem, Goo.
No, I'm just being real.
No, and I am too. What I'm saying is, if the 49ers win, doesn't matter.
When you say win, I'm talking about
Super
win it
Bowl.
all.
Okay, then win the Super Bowl.
Disneyland.
Purdy's going to be, of course, he's going to be the quarterback, but people are still going to say it's a system. The 49ers. Man. Did Trent Dilfer get national ads and stuff?
Nobody would.
Brad Johnson?
He couldn't find an attorney to defend him in regard to being anything other than a system court. Like, he would tell you, that's what I was.
So would Purdy.
No, Steiny, stop. The dude leads the league, 72% completions percentage on throws 10 yards or further.
Well,
so
listen, do you know how nice a guy Purdy is?
He seems like the guy next door.
I mean, Kyle's just put me in unbelievable positions. Kyle puts me in positions that no other quarterback.
Like he did Jimmy.
That's right. No, but what I'm saying is Brock Purdy is going to give all the credit to Kyle Shanahan.
Brock is not making the throw to Ayuk, even though it's a good play, like Arizona, 21-16, whop. He had to throw that.
Almost should have been picked off.
No, that's the other one, the Ayuk.
Which one are you talking about?
The one on the side, right at when Arizona scored the touchdown was 21-16. This wasn't the middle of the field, it was more towards the right sideline, and he just hit Ayuk. Like, that was Kyle's not doing any of that. And that's why Kyle probably was frustrated on the overthrow to Emmanuel Sanders. I called a great play. Oh, brother. Billy overthrew him. That ain't happening except the Ram game. That ain't happening too much with Brock. Juice, man.
Not yet.
This is going to set a record probably for Sunday Night Football viewership, right? Just with the two teams itself.
I don't know, that Jets game. Wasn't that Jets game on a Sunday, Aaron Rodgers' debut?
Oh, well.
I mean,
yeah. That was a Monday, I believe. That was Monday.
Oh, it was? Okay.
I thought Taylor Swift was a part of it. That's why I went, oh, boy. I just don't get it.
What?
Swifties.
Well, you're not a teenage girl. Why would you?
It's bigger than teeny boppers.
Not really.
Then why are NFL, they're just, I can't use the word. I don't want to get fired.
Well, she was popular when Evan and I were in high school, and that was 2007, 2008. So this is like a good 15 years now.
Give me her hit. Because
she's got an awful lot of them. Probably Shake It Off.
Is she country? Would you deem her as country?
She used to be in her early days were country.
Correct.
Then she shifted more to pop.
She moved to Nashville when she was very, very young.
That's
to be a star.
I was in the caddy, went to her first. This is what I do with artists I'm not familiar with. I started their first album to see the growth, any changes. And I was like, oh, she's country. I need to get more in tune. That was a long time. Star Wars, long time ago into the galaxy.
Disclaimer, I am not a Swiftie, by the way. The Missus, huge Swiftie.
And the NFL acting like they don't get viewership and they need to latch on to her wagon?
Well, let me ask you, what kind of expert are you?
Music?
To talk about, I want to see the growth in Taylor Swift musically.
I did the Backyard Boogie for 3 years. Music is my life. What are you laughing at?
It's funny.
I listen to lyrics.
Hey, Taylor,
Evan and I know what's going on.
It's one of those. Hey, Taylor Swift. Congratulations. You're a multi-billionaire, but you've got Guru's respect
what
now.
What are you?
That's what it's all about. That's more than money.
The Kardashians have no talent, and they got billions. LeVar Ball, no talent.
You dare.
I love him. I don't know what.
Great.
He signed some type of NDA. Where's he been? Well, his kid's hurt. But come on, Steiny. I love music. I know Evan and I have this thing going. I'll bust this out, Evan. When I hear something provocative like a lyric on music, he's the only one I send it to. Because, God,
Steiny's either blind or deaf. A bunch of high-end ex and current players have come out and supported Purdy. What do you mean support?
Like he ain't no system quarterback.
I don't have to support Purdy.
No,
he's good. He's off to a hell of a start. He might be the real deal. They have a chance to win the Super Bowl.
I disagree with you.
He's going to support him.
But when you say this is it Sunday, it's like
legacy game. You can't have it both ways, and you're trying to have it both ways, Goo. You just are.
What's my last name?
Is it a big game?
It ain't Purdy. Why do you keep acting like the end all? What you say I'm after changes my life, or puts gas in the lack? What are you doing? I'm giving the guy credit because I'm a real one. I'm objective.
I know, but God, these pep rallies day after day with you about the 49ers, it's like you put me in a position where I have to just play down the middle of the road.
They should already have a Super Bowl ring before McCaffrey.
No, they shouldn't.
You guys are late to the party. I've been watching this thing since 19, and I'm the only one holding Kyle to the fire about why don't you have it?
The football genius, the greatest play caller of all time.
Right.
The greatest.
Where's the bling? He's been in his own way, brother.
Please. You can't say he's a great coach and then say he's been the reason they haven't won the Super Bowl.
Oh, my gosh.
Fact.
Right.
It's his fault Jimmy overthrew. That's what you're saying.
It's his fault the ball was in the air. They should have been running the ball.
Oh. In other words, he called the perfect play. Jimmy overthrew him, and Kyle's a joke artist.
Nobody said that.
Well, you're saying he's gutless.
You're turning into me every day, the old me, man. The white guru.
People
ain't going to tell me how to fan. That's what's starting to get to me, and I think you're leading the brigade. You want me to snap? I feel like you do, and your little kibbles and bits, and I ain't biting, and I just don't know what you want.
Don't. It's not about me. It's about how Cowboy Nation has now disowned you.
No, they're out on 4.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my, pick up a newspaper. Read the internet. See what's going on in other cities.
Okay,
they're out. This is a national narrative.
They still try. They still care.
So we all care.
I'm just saying, a lot of people have said, turn in the card.
Please.
Turn in the card.
I invented the card.
Coming back. Turn in the card.
You've been spry lately. I'm going to just laugh.
Don't be afraid to,
I called for Kyle to be fired at one juncture.
Oh, God.
So just
now
leave
you're
it.
taking credit for that.
Yeah, because I got to go to that because you think I'm like Mary Poppins of sports. He's so good. I'm the guy. I tell you, when I smell a rat, I say, a skunk, I say it.
You don't get to do this. You know why? Because you fired him. So he ain't here anymore. You made the mistake.
That was on how
you
he
can't
used
talk
Trey
about
Lance.
him anymore.
But then I told you, double back and said Lance didn't have it. Yep.
So I tell you what, that's the way I want to live my life. For 3 years, say a guy's great, and then for 10 minutes, say I was wrong, let's move on.
Who is that?
Everybody. It's mostly you.
Dude, you are becoming what you say you hate, Twitter. You're a jackal.
I was just telling Evan, I don't go on Twitter anymore. I haven't been there on in ages.
You being honest?
Yes, I am, actually. I'll pop into Instagram, even the Facebook Messenger.
Yeah. Well, good for you.
Hell with Twitter.
It's a cesspool.
It's a joke.
But how do you know if it's a joke?
It's a bunch of ñaños. Because I was on it for 5 years. Yeah.
It's my new TV. I check in with it.
Speaking of TV, you know what I did last night? I was going to watch something.
There were baseball playoff games on.
But you know what I ended up doing? For 45 minutes, I just flipped around looking at all the stuff that I could watch, but I wouldn't. You know what I mean? Like, that looks good to watch, but I don't want to get into it now. I don't want to get into it. Somebody told me, you know what movie got recommended to me yesterday?
Friday.
Bagger Vance.
Oh, I've seen that.
Good movie?
I'm going to give it about a B- C+.
Oh, they said
it's got our boy, not DiCaprio.
Wow.
What's the other one?
The guy who hit the guy.
Matt Damon.
No. It's got Will Smith.
Oh, yeah.
Charlize Theron as well.
Yeah. And there's some theories around the role he played in that set off his career.
Some Charlize theories.
Yeah, you ain't ready for Mr. Conspiracy Theory. I'll do
I am on the other side.
Cafeteria tomorrow.
No.
I get fired.
I want to hear this. 888-957-9570 is the numbers. Is the number Niners Cowboys. I'm into it. I'm totally into it. That segment was brought to you by Lucky California. Also brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Admit it, guys. We're having fun today.
Time's running out.
Yeah.
If you take the pig around the barn and you come back with bacon, what happened to the pig?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru.
Dude!
On 95.7 The Game.
Was that what JD?
Yeah, that was my Jerry Jones.
You save your best stuff for when I'm not here. That was a great one.
Evan, I thought that didn't make the cut.
Wow.
Man.
Can we hear
Take
that?
the pig around the barn and you come back with bacon, what happened to the pig?
Why don't I hear JD's laugh?
He was just looking like, who am I working with?
Oh,
boy.
gosh. What else was that?
People want to know what yin-yos, how do you say that?
Yanyo?
Yeah, where'd you get that?
My mom.
Yanyo.
It's Italian. It means like a nitwit.
Boy.
You know, remember when I said, you got Steph Curry out there running around like a nitwit, and people took that as an insult.
Yeah, I
when
didn't like that.
Yeah, it was a compliment.
How, though?
Because it meant he runs around.
But why didn't we just leave it there?
He runs around. How about this? He runs around like a pinball.
Or his head on fire. Or pants on fire.
I had about 3 things I wanted to bring up now.
Bosa better be one of them. I know we're talking about Brock.
I'm not talking about Bosa.
Because he got paid.
1, 2, 2.
Dude.
Gosh, it was let me think. 1:15. We're gonna talk to Brandon Schneider, President of Business Operations, COO. I think I got it right. Of the Warriors.
President.
Let's go.
I said president.
You know him?
President.
You know
yeah, I've known him for a while. He was around pre-Lacob.
Oh, wow.
So he was here for the old regime. Let me tell you something. If you're still here from the old regime, that means you got some juice.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see him Monday when we were out there?
Yes, I did.
I should have told him to come on the air. Of course, he was probably just stoic.
Yeah, no, I was just talking to him. No, I didn't talk to him. I saw him. I saw him. A couple other things about. Don't mock me for watching a documentary on the Dead Sea. It's fascinating. Fascinating, Gil.
It's amazing.
I know it is.
No, you.
No, it.
What's
amazing about it?
What floats your boat? Like when you say, that's what I'm going to do.
Do you realize
the dead? Oh God! I was trying to go tell us
8 times the amount of salt in the Dead Sea as in the ocean. You float. You can just float.
But what can I do with that information? That's like Cliff Clavin stuff. He was the king of useful.
Go there.
Like
there's a lot of people that just like to float out in the ocean, and in this particular ocean, you don't have to work to stay above it. It's like you got your own raft, but it's your body. It's fascinating. That's why it's so tough to send a sub to the bottom of the Dead Sea, because it takes so much effort and work and pressure and force to get this thing to get down to the bottom.
Man, I wish that was the case with the sub we lost and the people that lost their lives not too long ago.
Oh, that thing couldn't have made it.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, that's right. The Niners.
Wow, dude, I was.
You know what?
Look.
No. Back to Chris Paul. Oh, by the way, I have 2 things. One is Jerry Rice. Did you hear the interview?
Yeah.
Did you hear what he said? He said he has his popcorn ready, and he didn't credit you.
Steiny, it's T.O. saying.
I thought that was yours.
Oh, my goodness.
You stole that?
Yeah, T.O. coined that. You really thought that was mine?
Well, how many other of your so-called originals aren't really original?
The train is off the track, Jack. That's mine.
Okay.
They call Bird why? Because he looks like a bird. Evan, let's get back. Bosa, you had no problem with the defense, huh?
I got one more thing before we get back to the Niners. And you can see it. And people say I troll. I don't troll. But you can see trouble brewing a mile away with the Warriors. Did you see what Wiggins said? Oh, my God.
He just said it wasn't Poole's fault.
Wiggins said the disconnect last year was not Jordan Poole's
Steiny, why you making so?
I mean,
I told you that. It wasn't all of it.
This team is coming apart at the seams.
Was there a follow-up?
Wiggins
Thank you, Evan.
and Looney are staking their claim. They're tired of it with Draymond.
See, this is that cowherd Skip Bayless stuff.
This
he
is
left out of there and
year.
said it was good vibes. Now you come back 3 days later and say
but
this.
Now's when you get all the intel.
Oh, stop.
No offense, but how would Wiggins know?
Know what?
That's a
he wasn't there for 3 months.
Evan, boy, you guys on fire.
True. That is true. I like where the Warriors are this year.
What's the win total? Vegas 48?
Did I see 52-5?
You didn't see that.
I thought I did, but
how do you get? We don't know if this is going to mesh. Then they put that
what are you
high.
Talking about? You picked them to win it again.
Oh, stop! We ain't even
You
did
will.
that. We ain't even did that.
You will.
Stop you.
Yeah, you picked the Cowboys to lose, the Warriors to win, the Giants to get Ohtani.
I picked the Nets to win when the big three got together. That one hurt.
That wasn't even close.
I don't think it happened. Yeah.
All right, let's go to Jeff in Oakland.
Jeff,
what's up, Jay?
Hey, I got a couple of predictions how the game is going to go.
All right.
Dak has been forced to throw short to stop interceptions. Dallas is going to play a 5-man line. I don't know why their Niners don't do that. Javon Kinlatt's been trying to get them to do it. He has the highest pressure rate in the NFL, a 29.4% pressure rate. And Purdy will not choke. He'll throw short, too, to avoid the rush. But,
Hey,
that
Jeff.
is a kind of a boring equation for a low-scoring game.
Hey,
but
Jeff.
This is incredible.
I got to stop you. Are you really Jeff?
Yep.
You sure this isn't Nick Bosa?
You sound just like him, Jeff.
Just want to sack the quarterback, dude.
Bosa, hey, I love Bosa.
You kind of have his same,
Dude, cadence,
yeah,
everything.
Exactly. You got a little Bosa in you,
no
buddy.
No doubt.
But, Bosa is Italian. Hey, I have some Italian in me. Bosa, one sack. He got robbed of a sack on a safety. What kind of weird rule is that, anyway?
It's stupid. I don't like it.
I'll tell you what.
Call back Jeff Monday.
If Jeff leaned into that, he could do Bosa perfectly.
Yeah.
It's a 2-point conversion. You don't get a sack for that. Stop.
Oh, he's talking about the whole safety rule where it should be 2 points. He got tackled forward. Missed me.
He has a sack on a 2-point conversion, but that doesn't count.
Bosa.
That sounds like Bosa.
Could be a big stage for him and anybody on the defense. Because if Dallas can do what the Rams did in somewhat Arizona, ball control, Steiny, run it, I mean, maybe we do see a close game. Maybe I'm wrong. Be the first time.
That's right. You know what? I want to get to this, but I'll stay on track. But
Too late.
But
go ahead. You're trying.
Did you hear what Tia? I'm going to get this call and then tell you. Marcus is in San Francisco. What's up, Marcus? How you doing?
All right. I'm doing good. How y'all guys doing today?
Doing great, man. Doing great.
Hey, man, I promise you guys are the reason why I listen to this station, you and Guru. But, hey, Guru, I love the way you talk about the 49ers, even though you're a Dallas Cowboy.
I just keep it real, brother. That's all.
Hey,
Thanks, man.
Hey, that's all we need, though, bro. So, hey, you might as well come on and be a fan with us. Don't wear that Cowboys jersey today, man.
Yeah, I couldn't look my dad in the face if that happened.
It's all good, though, man. You guys have a great day, and I appreciate you guys talking about the Niners.
Thanks, Marcus. Appreciate it.
Have we ever had anybody call to just show love like that and dip?
Yeah.
That's the stuff that you think about late tonight when you had dinner watching the Bears-Redskins.
Probably not.
Wow.
Actually,
like he took time out his day,
I shouldn't
man.
say that because people think I'm really that hollow and shallow. Yeah.
Well, we know one person that's going to be watching the Bear. Farhan's 80.
Oh, dude, what's up with your boy, man? I don't know how much support he really has, man. This thing's off the track. And go ahead.
By the way, if was anybody listening to the morning roast
Dude,
today?
Shasky went in.
On what?
Farhan.
Okay. We're not going to talk about that part of it. I'm listening to the morning roast.
Yeah.
And I had to do a double take, whatever that is with your ears. So Terrell Owens. I get Terrell. It's Terrell Day.
Terrell, Texas.
Terrell Owens. Not Terrell.
It's Terrell Owens.
Okay, but it's Terrell Davis. No?
Both Terrell.
Both are Terrell.
It's Terrell, Texas.
Who's he?
That's a city in Texas.
You are now free to move about the
49er fans consider themselves a very supportive group. They love their own. They really do. And there's no doubt about it. They have a love affair with a certain amount of players. And the one thing I've heard is there's animosity at times between Niner fans and Eagles fans. This had to hurt.
Honestly, I would probably say the Philly fans.
Really?
Oh, don't say that, T.O. We got a beef with Philadelphia.
I'm being dead honest.
Yeah.
I'm talking about.
Let me set it up.
Thank you, but
I got to
man,
set it up.
all right.
Bonte Hill said, hey, Terrell Owens, what fan base has supported you the most? Which has been the best fan base, Dallas or San Francisco?
Honestly, I would probably say the Philly fans.
Really?
Oh, don't say that, T.O. We got a beef with Philadelphia.
I'm being dead honest.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, like, there's some hardcore fans. I mean, when you think about the personalities and just the blue-collar workers that they are, I remind them of themselves. You know, a guy that kind of would just put on that hard hat and just go to work. So I think that's where the mutual love and respect, was when I played in Philly. Again, like I said, obviously great fan bases in Dallas and San Francisco.
Oh.
But, me, I have to be honest. When you talk about Philly, those fans, bro, they love me like no other.
Does that hurt?
Wow, man. T.O. said Philly.
Oh, boy.
But he gave love to Dallas and San Francisco. You heard him. There was a disclaimer.
Oh, my God. Who is this guy?
I'm just telling you.
Who is this guy?
I hear what my ears pick up.
Yeah, let me tell you what my ears picked up. I ain't going back
Well,
to
it
the
ended.
bed.
He didn't like how it ended in San Francisco and Dallas. Let's be honest, Donnie. Should have won a Super Bowl.
I'm
If his
kidding.
quarterback was out of shape, what was in shape, they would have won. McNabb.
I'm kidding.
McFlab.
Oh, you got to love that. I mean, no, like, okay. All kidding aside, though, that's fine. I was just kidding about but they are the best fans at football, right?
I'm going to leave that to you.
Of course you are. You scared?
Because you're Q waiting to go
I'm
down.
scared.
You saw what they did to our buddies.
Who?
The Morning Rose when
I
they
didn't.
went.
But
it still happened.
I can't speak to that.
Yeah, but that's my point. It happened in your city.
And stuff happens in San Francisco
See,
all the time.
So now, but you're speaking to that.
All the time.
Well, I don't like
football fans. In 32 cities or whatever it is, you got bad fans in
They
all
booed
those
Santa
cities.
Claus, Michael Irvin on the ground.
No, they didn't. You don't understand.
You hate this.
You don't know.
Ask Michael. He talks about it. It's
He
in his
doesn't
memoir.
know. He was concussed. He has no
He had a
clue what
narrowing of
happened.
the spinal column, Steiny, that he was unaware of.
Listen, I have the intel on what happened there. It was a misunderstanding. And you know who riled everybody up? Your boy Dion Sanders.
I was just about to
He
prod.
exacerbated that situation. Yeah.
I don't know who I'm tired more of, him or Taylor Swift.
Yeah. 510 says I'm right about the Terrell. Nick's in San Jose. Hey, Nick, what's up?
Nikki.
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah.
Hey, guys. So one of the things that I find fascinating is the whole quarterback market. So hypothetically speaking, if Purdy doesn't get the Lombardi in his rookie contract, what kind of money do you think he's going to be getting?
There's so
Well, the
much
good
left
news-
to see
the good
before
news
we
is-
can come up with
The
the
good news
figure.
is he's going to be under that contract for 2 more
No
years.
doubt. And if
But-
he keeps playing like this, just back the Brinks truck
Oh,
up.
really? He better win it.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Well, of course.
If he
wins
keeps
it.
playing like this, they're going to win it, Stoney.
I'm not sold on that. They have a chance. That did hurt Steiny. As a 49er Hall of Fame, I just bought a retro jersey. Oh, man. Oh, he's disgusted. Now, don't be disgusted.
Wow.
Don't be disgusted. That's fine.
Oh.
He didn't actually leave here on great.
I'm trying to get you to say something about Bosa. You won't.
What do I need to say about
We need to see more.
Ha! Oh, God, there it is. We don't need to see more of Brock Purdy. He's arrived, but the defensive player of the year, we need to see more from. What is this world coming to?
It's a slow start, Stoney. You can't argue that.
That's because he's held out. He held out.
All right.
It's been a month.
Don't.
Ever since it's been a month, Stoney. If you
This
didn't
is
hear
a guy I'll stick up for.
Dude, that guy sounded just like him.
Don't you understand?
He's got one more sack than you, Steiny.
Don't you understand that in football, and Ryan Harris acknowledged it, if you want to take him out of the game, it's possible to do that, like it is any great player.
Well, why was it so difficult last year?
Because they didn't focus on him like they are now.
Man. Thought they had more beef on the defensive line this year.
Okay, you know what this is? Cattle. Let me use another sport, another analogy. But it's going to be an extreme and exaggerated analogy, but it still works if you can go from point A to point B, and I'm hoping you guys can. When we had the Davidson coach on, Bob McKillop, he told us about a game in which one team put 4 players on Steph Curry. 4.
I remember this.
Guess what? He didn't score, but they won by 50. So you can neutralize a guy if you want to put all your resources in it. And then other guys got to step up. Sports is simple, people. Simple.
I don't want to hear nothing about pressures. I'm talking about for all these, the Micah, all these guys not getting to the queue. I want to see sacks. That's what they paid you for, sacks. Not these new pressures, leads and pressures.
Say it to his face.
Why would I be scared?
Oh, please.
You know, I thought you, dude, you see me outside the studio. I'm going to just leave it there.
What am I, Stephen A. Smith?
Come on, Steiny.
Come on,
That's why I'm trying to get Draymond on the show.
Yeah, how's that going?
Hey, and truth be told, the streets are telling me he ain't got no beef with us.
I don't care.
We need to get him on.
I don't care. Say that again.
We need to get him on.
No, we don't.
I'm trying to.
Don't. I could care less if Draymond Green has a beef with me. What would he have a beef with me about?
Well, a tweet a couple years ago.
Right, and he acknowledged he was wrong.
That he did.
He said that was on
and
me.
We ain't had him back since. I don't like it.
He doesn't come on unless he's got something to plug.
Now, that's not helping.
I know. No, listen, I don't want to.
Day.
I do not want to get into it. But my sources say I got a lot of respect from the big 3. That's all.
We or you?
Been around forever.
Oh, my God.
Been around longer than all 3 of those guys.
Oh, boy.
I think I bend over for them.
We've talked to everybody but Clay as a show, you and I.
Have we ever talked to Looney? We've had 9 times.
Not this last Monday. Looney was busy.
You think Draymond thinks you've moved on?
That I was moved on?
Yeah.
That was great.
Yeah.
Speaking of.
What?
Moving on.
What does that mean?
Get to the next stuff.
You do it.
No, you were going to
come up with stuff left and
I'm
right.
ready for the lob.
Every single time there's a pause.
You were in the middle of the key and you bring it back out. I'm like, okay, no lob. I'm messing with you.
You know, and the funny thing is by you saying it's a bigger game for Dak Prescott than Brock Purdy.
Oh, man.
You know what you're really telling me?
Go ahead.
You're really telling me that, Brock Purdy's so good, it doesn't even matter anymore if he doesn't play well.
No.
Yeah, that's
we're
what I'm
talking
hearing.
about the back 9. I'm using the golf terms. That's where Dak's at. He's on his 9th life, man.
28.
It don't matter. He's took over in 16, and everything that they thought they were going to get has just went up in
Geno
smoke.
Smith?
That's an
in
outlier.
Your eye.
Yeah, well,
your eye.
Well, Dak's got there to a playoff game and got bounced. That's what Geno
Smith
did.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm talking about they gave Tony Romo the deuces, Chris Brown, and gave the keys to Dak, and they have not got paid back. That's all, Steiny. This Purdy he's a teenager with pimples compared to Dak.
That's
Dak
right.
is what you and I are to Evan and Spadoni. It's that big of a gap. This may be over. He's fighting for his life.
Doesn't mean he can't go somewhere else and be successful.
Well, that don't mean nothing about Sunday night and the gravity of this game for him.
You know what? I would like to have a list of all the quarterbacks who have won the Super Bowl and what year did they win it of their career.
Well, Patrick Mahomes, you can say that's an outlier.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. What about John Elway? In what year did he win his first Super Bowl?
No, it was at the end.
Okay, who else is Doug Williams.
Oh, totally at the end.
In what year did Doug Williams win a Super Bowl?
All right.
8 or 10. So, I can't stand when we write off guys who...
Well, how about Montana? Relatively early.
Well, yeah.
Okay, Steve,
and we're talking about
almost
the greatest.
All right.
Talking about the greatest. What about
but how about
somebody
this?
else?
Forget this exercise in this sense. You're saying the big prize. How about Steiny? I'll take getting close. Dak ain't got him to an NFC championship game. So that in Big D, that's a failure. That's all. Brock's already got you there.
He hasn't gotten him there.
See, that's where we fight.
Jimmy got him there too.
Yeah, and to a Super Bowl. Jimmy's got him further, but he's had more cracks at it.
I mean, I'm just saying. We got Nick Bosa on the line in Los Altos.
I just want to sack the quarterback, dude.
What's up, guy?
Hey, you guys stop talking so negatively about me. You can take a visit to my house in Los Altos. I have an infinity pool. You can take a dip in. I also have a stripper pole in the bedroom you can take a selfie next to if you guys want to. You know?
I was wondering if it possibly could be you until you said stripper pole.
Oh, boy. Hey,
Damn,
Nick, why you only
good.
got one sack? Nick, what's going on?
Hey, I've been trying to get Shanahan to play a 5-man line. He won't listen to me and Javon. I don't know what's going on. You know, our guys can handle it, man. He just won't listen.
Hey, Nick, are you getting blocked this year, like harder and by more people than last year? I keep telling my
they're holding me.
Yeah,
they're holding me on every play. I'm getting double teamed a lot. The referees just don't call it. I don't get it. I mean, how many times can you get held and before you snap?
That's great. Yeah. Real quick, how do you think you guys are going to do this weekend? Big test for you.
It's going to be a low-scoring game, defensive battle. I predict, 17-13, something like that. We're going to win, but it's not going to be easy.
Thanks. Thank you.
When do you know you sound like
That's
somebody?
pretty good.
That is.
I think he could have slowed down even a little.
Yeah,
more.
our other guy was closer to it, though, I believe. That was good.
I think that guy
That was a
better.
B minus.
That
The
was
other
pretty
guy
good.
was an A minus.
What was pretty good, one giveaway also is the fact it's Javon Hargrave, not Javon.
I thought that too.
Wow,
But then
look
you know
at
what?
Evan.
You know what I actually thought? You know what? Bosa's the kind of guy that would pronounce his name wrong and not know it.
Boy.
You know what I was thinking? I was wondering, like, at first I was like,
Is it
no
him?
way.
Yeah.
No
You know
way.
you're right. Well, Los Galtos, or out, what did he say?
Yeah.
Real quick, Stein, from the Comcast business
sir.
text line, not to cut you off. 650, what happened to Guru's Gripes? We had one last week. Come on now.
But they're not as memorable as they used to be.
We need one for tomorrow.
Okay,
Get
Evan,
you
I'll
ready.
get to you, but what are you talking about?
They're on the decline.
I talk about the handicap
like Klay
parking.
Thompson.
Oh, my.
Guru's Gripes is like Klay Thompson. Not over the hill. Just decline. You haven't had a good one in a while. You need a big year.
Oh, boy.
Oh, gosh. What do we got?
Wow. Break.
Yeah, but I got it. This is where I got to tease.
Do we got Randy Cross?
Randy Cross.
He'll
Here's my
tell it
list.
like it is.
Randy Cross, 130. Before that, we got Brandon Schneider. We got a WNBA team in the Bay. That's a fact.
What's the nickname?
My guy Julian has a nickname, and I'm not sure if it's good or not
City
good.
Boy.
I'll tell you on the other side, but if you want to jump in, we're having fun and we're talking football. 888-957-9570 is the number. 12:26 on a Thursday afternoon. The legendary and mind-blowing Maker Faire is back in the Bay Area at historic Mare Island. Experience creativity, innovation, and endless possibilities. 2 weekends, October 13th through the 15th, and then the 20th through the 22nd. Tickets at makerfair.com.
When you pick up some scratches because you want a fun break, the playful way you...
And I'm telling you right now, folks, no mercy this year. If you come for me, I'm coming for you. You feel me?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Let's get somebody down there policing. I think it's the blue lot.
Look at you.
Stop merging illegally at the blue lot.
But they do.
And Levi, don't. And you know, okay. You know what? Ask me am I a bad guy?
Are you
or a hater?
Okay, are you a hater?
Okay, okay, so I'm coming into work today. A lot of traffic. A lot of traffic on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And I get into the carpool lane before the toll plaza.
That's where I live.
Somebody cuts in front of me. No biggie. Okay. Follow. Go through the toll. It was just one guy. And he got pulled over.
He didn't do it right. You got to go to the far right.
That's like a $500 fine. And you know what? Am I a bad...
Quit snitching.
I didn't snitch. I'm minding my own business.
So you sit in all that traffic to pay to go through the toll?
No, I'm in the far left. It's carpool.
That's what I do.
It sails right through.
Because I got fast track.
What you're doing is illegal.
I pay for what I'm doing. It's not. I'm on the far right.
It doesn't matter.
You're on the left. I'm on the right because I'm coming from a different direction.
Seriously.
It saves like 40 minutes.
Like we got to be right about.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if you're in the far right lane or far left lane of the diamond lane.
I got you.
They're both carpool lanes. You're going to get charged, whatever the fee is, $8, but you can't go in there in the morning. You can't go in there.
Sometimes I forget.
Solo.
Sometimes I forget. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
My point is, I don't have any mercy for a dude who's driving by himself in the carpool lane if he gets picked off.
How have you not seen me? And if I see you, I'm a blow. I'm a beep beep. Dude.
Like, where do you get off doing that?
I feel like somebody's in the car with me. How about that?
You know what?
I make it work.
Here's the other thing.
I need it.
Here's the other thing that hit me yesterday. Or hit me I'll tell you what, it hit me at Chase Center. And it was funny that Guru saying, hey, Mike Dunleavy, Bob mine, give me your courtside tickets.
That was stick.
Just relax. Hear me out. And I realized, the rules are different for Guru. They really are. And I realized, you know what, that's kind of not cool that he did that. And I say, but it's Guru. So it's not as bad.
Yeah, Bob was in on it.
I don't like, though, that you break the law. In your silver Cadillac, four-door Cadillac that's coming across the bridge at about 8:45 in the morning, every morning, and it'll be coming from Sacramento.
Yeah, or the Union. But listen.
Yeah.
They pulled me over and they know who I am. And they said they know what show I do. And they pulled me over 3 times in the last 4 years. Tell Steiny hello. And it was a wink. It was like, we got you.
I need a Guru in my life.
That's all, Bob. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
It's not so much the police.
You're really mad.
I'm just telling, not me.
You call the cops with the loud music. I didn't call them.
It's not me. You better be careful about other carpool drivers who see you as a one-person show.
I got tint.
What does that mean?
I got window tint.
Okay. Does a rock not break a tinted window?
Oh, well, you don't know who's in there. Back to Bosa.
Oh, you're right, 510. Electric cars with one person can use carpool lane. That's right. That's me.
Oh, whoa.
But Guru has a 4-door Cadillac. That's the biggest thing you've ever seen, and it gets about 6 miles to the gallon.
Hey, I get 26. I need it.
Nailed it, Steiny. Blue lot. Why don't they name it red or gold lot? Oh. Hey, just merge the right way out of the blue lot. Yeah. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Otherwise, that guy's coming for you. I forget his name, but he was pretty good. 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners, Cowboys, Sunday, 5:20. Guru will be in the house.
Where will you be? You decided?
Now
you should come out.
Dana might be in Milwaukee this weekend. So oh, by the way, I'm
You could be.
Family's
don't
out of
say
town.
you're by your
Family's
solo
out of town
dolo again.
Solo dolo this weekend.
Throw something. Maybe I won't go. Come over and watch. Could you imagine if they won? If I was at your crib? Oh my God! I would have to be like playoff game. I'm coming over. Tell Susan I'm inviting myself.
I think they can. I think they're going to get home on during the game Sunday.
You got mice. I don't want to go.
I haven't seen one in a while.
Ain't heard it either?
Nope, I haven't. Yeah, she's going to New Orleans. Her and my daughter are going to New Orleans.
After her 40-mile, she stayed moving.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. My daughter's going to go look at college down there.
All right, we're getting back to the game. I got to say this. Oh, wow.
Tulane University.
The Green Wave.
Correct.
Like, why you say it like that? I can name probably 50% of
Vanderbilt.
Commodores. Are you kidding? You guys don't want this work. Anyway, listen.
No.
I tweeted.
Centenary.
Just stop. You already knew with the first name. I don't even know where that's at.
It's in Louisiana.
I don't know them.
The Gentleman.
How about Duke?
What about Stetson University?
Hatters.
Boy, Evan.
I'm trying to
Dude, you're
show
giving
the
me these
world that
miscellaneous.
Guru doesn't. Okay, what about
Duke Blue Devils? That's what I'm talking
Dak
about.
Prescott, duh.
Mississippi State. You don't know. Bulldogs. Mississippi's irrelevant. Ole Miss.
Stop it. Let me think of a couple.
Do some real one, not some
Colorado State.
Come on, Steiny. Vince Ferragamo. Rams. Dude, but don't.
Akron. I know this, actually.
The Pilots.
The Zips.
Damn.
Buffalo University.
Oh, come on, Steiny. Braves.
The Bison.
That's and they're the MAC. They're the MAC. Anyway, go ahead.
I knew.
Hey, before we get back to it,
I knew this wasn't your bailiwick.
The Golden State Warriors WNBA team.
I like the Julian. He said the Fog.
San Francisco Fog.
That's incredible.
In case you're just joining us, it's official. The Warriors will now have a WNBA team. We're going to have Brandon Schneider on in about a half hour. He's the president of business operations, COO of the Warriors. You heard that right. WNBA team coming to the Bay. They will be headquartered in Oakland, but they will play at Chase Center. And I thought Evan was kidding, but apparently Joe Lacob has said we're going to win a WNBA title in 5 years.
Boy.
Anybody want to doubt him?
Not me.
Anybody want to put money on it?
Not me. I believe in him. Who's going to be the head coach?
Great. Who's going to be the GM?
What are the unis going to look like?
Exactly.
Evan.
What's the nickname going to be? Man. I don't know. I think it's fun.
No.
I think it's fun. I'm looking forward to it. Just like I am the 49ers
against
the Dallas Cowboys. This is what Peter King said if you're just joining us. He's talking about Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey. Is Brock Purdy more important than Christian McCaffrey, or is it the other way around?
If you had to beat the Dallas Cowboys this week and you heard that one guy among Brock Purdy or Christian McCaffrey was going to miss this game, what would you say, which guy missing the game would give you the better chance to win? In my opinion, Christian McCaffrey missing the game would give you the better chance because that would mean you'd have your quarterback. These are all fun discussions to have, but I think that right now, today, October 4th, 2023, that Brock Purdy, I would consider him to be a more valuable player on the Niners than Christian McCaffrey.
Well, let me ask you this.
Damn. I'm not mad at that.
You're a Cowboy fan. Yeah. And I'm asking you. Somebody's going to miss the game. It's either going to be Brock Purdy or McCaffrey. You have your choice. Take a guy out of the lineup as a fan of the opposing team.
I'm being so real, and I'm not picking. It's Brock Purdy.
You take him
no
out.
doubt.
Wow.
Because they can do it with Mitchell, when healthy, or Jordan Mason. Obviously, it's not going to be the same. It may not be effective, but Kyle is going to call the plays of who's out there and who's available, and I get what he's saying. And I'm the same guy a couple months ago that told you Sam Darnold might could get it done. We don't know if we're going to see that, but I just don't doubt Kyle. But it's those throws that you talk about. That's what Brock is bringing to the party, Stoney, that accuracy, man. So we can't just say he's a system quarterback. So I get where Peter's going.
I don't know. That's a good one.
It's a hell of a compliment to Brock, though, right?
If I'm the Dallas Cowboys, I would
preach on this.
I mean,
it's a quarterback league.
I know, but either one. I mean, it's kind of a toss-up. I mean, you telling me Sam Darnold can beat the Cowboys?
I mean, he has in his career.
Or Purdy with with his biggest weapon missing. I think it's close. It's a close call, I think. But I'm not hating on that because you're right. If McCaffrey misses the game, Elijah Mitchell will likely play.
He got him to the Super Bowl. He was their running back one. NFC Championship game, excuse me. Just Mostert did it.
Stop saying that, please.
Yeah. No, he was the number one at that position. Right. I ain't saying he took him.
Well, so if you'd rather have Brock Purdy out than McCaffrey, doesn't Peter King's argument also kind of dispel the McCaffrey MVP campaign, which we've been talking about a lot this week? Like, if he's not even the most important guy on the team, how can he be the most valuable player in the league?
Tell me what you would give me for this, Evan, to that, Steiny, and we witnessed it. And I'm mad that it happened. Durant and Curry on the same team, that either one of them couldn't get MVP. The more I think about that, that's BS.
Oh, please.
And I'm using the same, I'm not calling them Durant, but I'm using the same thing to Evan's point. Like, the fall off is not so dramatic that we would have to take McCaffrey out of the MVP discussion. It's been since 2012 that the league will not give the MVP to anything other than a quarterback who touches the ball on every play.
Okay.
Yeah, but like the last two non-quarterback MVPs. So Adrian Peterson, his quarterback was, I think, Case Keenum. And then Joe Webb ended up starting the first playoff game. Meanwhile, LaDainian Tomlinson in 2006 had a rookie quarterback who ended up being pretty good. But Phillip Rivers at the time was not. I think he threw 3 picks in his first playoff game. So, like, I don't know. I think there's a big difference in quarterback play between the first two situations and then this one.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think you're right, but I don't think the national perception
and there you
is
go.
that.
It's 100-0 right now with McCaffrey's national. Like, he's the man. He's Marshall Faulk.
If you would extrapolate the stats out over 17 games, the 49ers go 17-0, and you extrapolate McCaffrey's stats and Purdy's stats, McCaffrey's winning the MVP. Would you agree
He's got
with that?
5 touchdowns to 0 picks and 1,000 yards early on. That's a 72% completion percentage from Brock Purdy, Donnie. But your boy's just a touchdown machine, McCaffrey.
You know what I was thinking about also is, so did you watch the Phillies game last night?
Yep. It was ahead. It was bananas.
Did you hear what Joe Shasky said?
No.
Joe Shasky. He said he thinks the environment at Citibank Field,
which was a zoo,
is the best in sports. Boy, how about those Philly fans? Terrell Owens saying they're the best. Like, are Philly fans the best, Goo? I mean, we have Joe Shasky, our very own.
Well, he's hurt.
Saying it's the greatest environment in sports.
I'm not going to rock. That place was rocking.
Would you like to support Joe Shasky?
Yeah, no, but I'm trying to go through the Guru computer of who would go, like Seattle, the Seahawks, the 12-man.
Nah.
No. See, why are you saying nah?
There's only one thing that can compare to the Phillies environment at Citizen Bank. We believe. Those are the top two in my lifetime.
Oh,
other than going.
But to Seattle, you got to give them that. That ranks. May not be your top two. That place used to go crazy.
Yeah. I'll tell you who had a great environment: the Sacramento Kings in the 2000s.
Arco.
Yep.
They got something going on now. Dude, the playoffs.
The building's not as loud as.
Wow. Well, I'll tell you what. He was right. It's rocking. That place was a madhouse yesterday.
Phillies Braves. Man. This is where
I got Atlanta. It's almost like one of those they gotta win, but they just did.
888-957-9570 is the number. 1246 on a Thursday. Brandon Schneider, president of the Golden State Warriors Business Operations, Chief Operating Officer, joining us at 1:15. Talk a little bit about the WNBA team that's coming to the Bay Area. That's right, it's official. Bay Area is going to have a WNBA. Everybody.
I didn't.
Oh, yeah.
I was hoping Oakland got it.
I
hate that they're practicing there, and then they're coming over here to play the game.
Are you saying I'm a slap in the face?
No, just another loss for the town.
Oh. Is
Not as big as the Warriors, but yeah. How cool would that have been if they played in Oakland at the arena?
I think, honestly, that is fraught with more issues than if they play in San Francisco. You can't put the women, hey, let's put them in that old decrepit Oracle Arena that hasn't been used
Oakland
in 5 years.
has the roots right now. That's popping, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, but they don't play at Oracle.
I know, but
you can't put the WNBA team.
So it's dead over there. Well, you got the A's.
Well, no, they're selling Halloween stuff, I think.
We'll see what I mean. What?
They are.
I know.
They did it before.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't.
That ain't pro sports.
You can't put the women.
Interesting.
As much as we want the women in Oakland, or we would want the women in Oakland, I think they got to play a chase. They got to play a chase. So we'll have Brandon Schneider at 1:15. We're gonna have we got a lot to figure out. What's the nickname gonna be? Coach. Who they got to hire a GM?
All that started already. They probably knew before they announced it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I wish we could get our girl from Las Vegas. I want her to be the coach. Becca.
Who?
Former Spurs assistant.
Who's?
Becky Hammond?
Becky.
Yeah. I call her Becca.
That's Rebecca. You can call her Becca, but her name is Becky Hammond. Becky. Becky.
I think she's coaching for the Aces, right?
Yeah. That's why I said I wish we could.
By the way,
poach
hey,
her.
Lacob, you got some catching up to do with Mark Davis. Because he got a WNBA championship, baby. Mm-hmm.
You see him getting yelled at the game?
9570. Is Mark Davis a better owner than Joe Lacob? He's got the most recent title.
Yeah, he had to get a handout, Steiny. Come on now.
Steve's in Scotts Valley. Hey, Steve. How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How's it
Hey.
going? Long-time listener.
Thank you.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, long-time listener. Absolutely love your guys' show.
Thanks.
Got my son on with me today. Big Niner fans.
Hey.
You guys are talking about McCaffrey or Purdy. I got to go, as much as it pains me to say this, you have to say McCaffrey because it allows Purdy almost the same amount of weapons. Where you take out Purdy, you're looking at Darnold. So McCaffrey it is. Also, the San Francisco Fog rolls, man. We can call them Fogheads.
Wow. Boy. Dude, what would Julian, would he get something if they used that?
No. He wouldn't get anything.
We could change that.
And they can blow the foghorn after every win.
Boy, where'd you get that from? The Giants. When they wear
That's the 49ers.
And the 49ers.
Well, I was going Giants when they wear their, what do you call them? The orange uniforms.
Did he connect?
Yeah, thank you, Evan. It's not he just letting me drown. Damn.
Yeah, I did there. 888-957-9570 is the number. By the way, the 49ers, they got a little environment going down at Levi, right? It's been louder than it has in the past.
Well, man, this Sunday night's going to be everything. And I know you got, just real quick here, Stoney, you got me thinking, everything we've been talking about is offense, the quarterback, and McCaffrey. I get it, Debo, Ayuk. But I really believe Dallas is going to present a test to where we could come in here Monday and really find out about this secondary and just the defensive unit as a whole. Now, I know Warner and Greenlaw are ferocious, but I am eager because I feel like if I were in Dallas's offensive room right now, they are talking about keeping this dynamic Niner offense on the sideline. And Steiny, again, how do you do that? Ball control, run it, and they're running the West Coast offense, short passing routes. I want to see a big game from the Niner defense so we can come in here and say, okay, through 5 weeks, do they look like they did through 5 weeks last year, the defensive unit, who lost likes of not big names, Ebukam and Jimmy Wards? I'm just starting to wonder because Arizona with Dobbs, I get that, and I thought it was just over, nothing to see here. But we can be honest, they haven't just been just disruptive like I expected
like the Cowboys.
To be. Well, I'll give you that because their
Cowboys defense is better.
Well, right now I feel like they're playing better.
It is. They are. Those are facts.
Yeah.
You can say it. It's okay.
Well, not in Arizona.
How about this? This is a great point. 510. Great point on the Comcast business text line. Didn't we see what the 49ers look like without Purdy in Philadelphia? It's kind of a good point.
But that was on the fly. They didn't have a, you know what I'm saying? They didn't have
still a hell of a point. Did they have McCaffrey?
Well, it was bad preparation because they didn't thought they were going to have to default to the backup quarterback.
Well, the point
they
is,
invested in Darnold to be like, if that ever happens, we'll be ready for
no,
it.
I think that's a hell of a point. Because here's what we know. We don't know how good Darnold is compared with Josh Johnson.
Well,
no idea.
He's
say,
quarterbacked more
better
than Josh Johnson, though,
okay.
Darnold, even though it was bad.
So is Dak Prescott, but you'd rather have Purdy. I'm just saying, like, McCaffrey was healthy, right, against Philly?
Yeah, he did that hell of a run where he ran over the dude, remember? It was 7-7.
I'll tell you what.
Could have been 7-0 that he threw the flag.
Tell you what, 510, that's the point of the day. Steve,
I don't like it.
Steve, the 510. It's because it makes a ton of sense, and it's logical, it's rational, it's practical.
But now you're saying Darnold, you're putting him, and no shade at Josh Johnson, headache on all gaming platforms. You're saying he is equal to Sam Darnold.
Who?
Josh Johnson.
No, I'm saying Darnold's an unknown for the Niners. He's a flat-out unknown. He might be worse than Josh Johnson. He might be better. What I'm saying is, facts are facts. And when Purdy left, that's true. When Purdy left that game against the Eagles, why were the Niners done? Would they have been done with Jimmy Garoppolo backing him up?
No way they would have.
I don't know.
I mean, you might have lost, but it wouldn't have been what it was.
Nick Bosa.
I haven't seen anything like
Nick
that
Bosa,
in a long time.
I don't know.
I'm gonna give you.
I don't know.
People on YouTube can see you do it. I'm gonna give you a 4.
Priest,
our guy.
What's up, Priest?
I bet he got a name for the WNBA.
No chance.
Talk to us.
That's not Priest style.
Listen, I was listening to you guys talking about this game, and I don't hear you guys talking. All I hear is the quarterback.
Yeah.
You don't talk about the team's strengths, weaknesses, or what,
We just touched on it, Priest, the D-line, the defense. We just touched on it before you called.
Oh, okay. Listen, on Brock Purdy, who do you tell me who you think Brock Purdy is? Because when I hear somebody say something cerebral about the kid,
right?
People get so butthurt.
Like, say
he's winning. He's doing what you want him to do.
Preach. You're preaching.
That's all. Go ahead.
No, you're right. And Priest, that's why, I just, it's an interesting conversation, but you're right. I mean, I get it. Josh Johnson was the third stringer. He shouldn't have been in that game, but when Brock Purdy was out of that game, it was over. So they didn't have a quarterback that could do anything like what he'd been doing.
No, I'm not arguing with that. I agree totally. I think Brock Purdy is good at what they ask him to do.
No doubt. He's
right. I think, listen, that's a risk-averse offense. It protects the team from the quarterback.
But he's also protecting the ball, too, Priest, not to cut you off. I just got to jump in here.
No.
He's bringing something to the table. And real quick, I want you to react to this because I got to tell you. I think people are starting to resent Brock Purdy because he has not faced adversity. But the reason I believe he's not faced it is he's killing it every time it presents itself.
Okay. But what I'm saying, Guru, is this. If you take Brock Purdy's skill set and put it in a vertical passing game, I think he would fail.
I get that.
That's just my personal opinion. I think Brock Purdy got drafted where he was drafted because he lacked the skill set to run 90% of the offenses that are ran in the NFL. I'm not trying to knock the kid.
No.
I'm saying what I see when I watch him. You could almost run that offense on a basketball court. In other words, to me, he plays point guard more than quarterback.
Hey, Priest, you're exactly right on that. And in fact, that's why Guru
John Stockton
calls him John Stockton, which kind of bothers me that I didn't think of it. 888-957-9570. You want to jump into the conversation at 1:15. Brandon Schneider, President of Business Ops and COO of the Golden State Warriors. We got ourselves a WNBA team. We've also got ourselves a big ball game on Sunday night on 95.7 The Game.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us
the Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I've been holding it in all week, guys. Bonte, I hope you have a great flight, but I also hope you have the worst experience of your life in Dallas.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Please explain.
I'm hurt you don't remember. That was 2021. I was at the piano doing pandemic radio with you and the boss, and you surprised me with Michael Irvin at the end. And Butch and Bonte were on their way to Dallas. Bonte was. And I did the little video. And you don't remember.
The only thing I remember about Michael Irvin is I asked him if he'd ever been to Idaho. But that was
Steiny, I wanted to pull over the car.
And what, punch me?
No, it was
the boss wanted to fire me.
It wasn't racial radio, but it kind of turned. He didn't know what was going on. Ratto was with you that day.
Ratto was no help.
He was like, he didn't say it, son of a B, what? Yeah. That was crickets.
You know what? Let's not revisit that.
Okay, real quick. I know we got to get to it. So yesterday was 90-something degrees, 92 here. Okay. So I go to X, Twitter, and I say, oh, my God, what is going on? It's 92 degrees. When was the last time? All the meteorologists hit me.
Last year.
This Indian summer. So all these fake weathermen and women, come on now. My point was it was hot as hell. This is odd. It's global warming. I'm telling you, man, enjoy your life. We ain't got much time left.
We got plenty of time. We got plenty
End times are here.
You know what? I must say I'm siding with the listeners and the texters.
What?
It happens every September and October.
It's almost Halloween.
Hey, Evan. He's not on.
Yeah.
Anybody else
He's
over
doing,
there?
Why do you need somebody else?
Let me just throw a question at you.
Oh,
and good. You know what? He's putting his headphones on. That means he didn't hear the last minute. Hey, Evan, what are the best months, the hottest months in the Bay?
Now.
Thank you.
That he didn't even hear the question.
Are you even aware of your surroundings?
Stop it.
Yeah, the fall, beginning of the fall, late summer.
When's it ever been this hot?
Beginning of fall.
2022.
September.
2021.
It's October, bud.
2020.
The end of summer technically is like the last week of September.
2018.
You know what?
2017.
Me too, man.
Fire season.
Yeah.
It's always fire season.
Hope it's not.
This time of year.
I'm wearing a sweater tomorrow because it's winter. It's too hot in October.
The goo. I don't know why I was thinking about it. You know what? Something was coming up with Purdy, and I don't know why. I was like, yeah, you know, Purdy. Some people do disrespect Purdy, and I thought to myself, who are the most disrespected athletes like in history? And you know what came to mind? It's a bit. If I said, Guru, who do you think's the most disrespected player in NBA history?
Oh, I got one.
Do you have an answer?
James Harden. I honestly believe that.
Okay.
In his prime, dribble. He's up there for me.
You know who it is for me?
Who?
Isaiah Thomas.
Now, that's interesting. But he was a jerk, Steiny. I think that hurt him.
Michael Jordan has worked his ass off since he retired to sully Isaiah Thomas's reputation. Isaiah Thomas was incredible. An incredible
Nobody will argue.
Yes, they will now. Oh, because Michael Jordan's got a problem with it. Isaiah's overrated.
Michael said he had nothing to do with keeping him off the Olympic team.
And you know what? Oh, you believe him. You're one of those guys.
No, Zeke's still talking about it.
You're one of those guys.
No, Isaiah.
Michael Jordan can do no wrong in your book.
No, please.
No, I know how. There's a lot of people like you, and I understand it. Right. I understand it. I don't agree.
I'm going to win this one with this one thing that comes out of my mouth. Mm-hmm. When they walked off, when Chicago finally beat the Pistons, and did not, and he ducked his head like a coward and led the brigade of them not giving the Bulls dap. That's when he sealed his fate. Okay. And everything that came with that. Yeah,
so
you say what to that?
Remember all the times Draymond Green didn't shake hands after a loss? Remember he didn't shake
We're talking about a playoff series, not a loss.
That's what I'm talking about.
He ain't lost much, but come on, Steiny. Drake.
It was a bogus move.
That was a monumental moment.
Monumental. No, it wasn't. It was monumental because Michael Jordan made it monumental. There's been many games when guys have just walked off.
After a tough series and a passing of the throne?
Yes. Big deal.
Draymond Green did apologize for that.
When was that?
I'm sure Isaiah did too.
He doesn't have a podcast.
Exactly. Wow. That's another reason why he gets disrespected, because he's not out there advocating for himself 24/7. Like
some
Jordan.
say Steph Curry.
Please, no. Hit the pike, Steph Curry. L.A. is in San Pablo. What's going on, L.A.? How you doing?
I'm okay. I just want to tell Joe Lacob thank you for this one. We're going to call the new team San Francisco Bay Breeze. The Bay Breeze.
Well, I'm not mad at that.
The Bay Breeze.
Yeah. Right. Who y'all playing? Thanks, the Bay LA. Breeze.
Appreciate it. If you're just joining us, what the caller's talking about is we've officially got a WNBA team in the Bay. Yep.
People are excited.
Why not? Why not? It's fun. WNBA's fun. They're getting bigger. It's fun.
I've watched more WNBA now than I watch them, Stein.
I'll get behind a Bay Area women's team. Yep. Yeah. So anyway, in 5 minutes, we got Brandon Schneider. He's the president and COO of the Golden State Warriors. We're going to talk about a couple things about the WNBA team with him. We'll talk to him for 5 or 10 minutes. And then we got Randy Cross at 1:30. We'll get back to the Niners. But, yeah, a lot of stuff. Who's going to be the GM? Who's the coach?
I got a dark horse for the GM. Lacob, Kirk Lacob's, Joe Lacob's son, who will still have his duties with the Warriors but oversee basketball operations for the San Francisco. I think it could be Bay Breeze. You say what to that?
No.
Evan?
I like it.
It's a step down.
And guess who the coach is? I got it.
Kirk Lacob right now is like the third most important person in the Golden State Warriors organization.
But you think this would be so it would be, he couldn't do both?
Again.
Doesn't your boy in Washington deal with both the Washington Wizards and the Mystics?
Correct. It's the guy.
Travis Schlenk.
No. It's the guy two above him. It's the the Mystics and the
the president of Washington basketball operations.
That's really a figurehead position. Now, not that I wonder.
What about Kerr's son? Could he be the coach?
He's already coaching down in Santa Cruz.
Well.
I mean,
yeah.
I'm just saying. Can you get that? Can you wrestle that title from the Aces? That could be the biggest rivalry. Once Steph leaves, it's going to be all about the WNBA team.
Lacob did also mention that he would like the majority of the staff, the front office personnel in general, to be female.
Oh, wow.
For the WNBA team.
Well, there you go.
Why not?
This is going to be dope.
Why not?
2025. Hopefully we're still here, Steiny.
Oh, it's not. Oh, it's 2025.
No.
I guess they got to create an infrastructure.
You thought it was next year?
Yeah.
Oh. Got to wait a little bit, bud.
Hey,
right. What about what Pre said about Purdy? It wasn't hate.
You misunderstood what he was saying.
No, I totally get it. But what I want to tell Priest and others that think like that, it goes back to what I told Evan. You were out of the room at break. Could Phil Jackson get 6 rings with the Sacramento Kings? You could have that conversation, but it's not reality. He didn't go. We'll never know. So why visualize Brock Purdy in 90%? And he had a point. I believe
He's
him.
Absolutely right.
But it's not reality. Why are we defaulting to what Brock Purdy could do in an offense that we'll never see him in? The bottom line is he's mastered his playbook, and he's the quarterback here.
Thank you.
That's all. I felt what Priest was saying.
Well, emphasize what he was saying, which is absolutely right.
But quietly, it's a takeaway from Brock when you say this dude's kicking ass in this offense.
No, it's
not.
But
if you put him in 90% of others, he couldn't run it. What do I do with that? What are you supposed to do with it? It's not a compliment.
You're misunderstanding. You're totally misunderstanding.
Break it down for me, Einstein.
I will. If the 49ers had Justin Herbert, Kyle Shanahan would run a different offense for Justin Herbert. If Brock Purdy, you wouldn't ask Brock Purdy to throw 10 bombs a game. Like, why would you do that? That's not what he's suited to do. Different quarterbacks have different strengths and weaknesses. Purdy's in a great situation, and Kyle Shanahan runs an offense that brings out the best in Purdy and gives the 49ers the best chance of winning. Justin Herbert is in San Diego, is in L.A., and the way he's asked the quarterback dovetails into his strengths, and gives the Chargers the best chance to win. It's like, if a guy is great at the intermediate throw, don't throw short all the time. So, yes, I agree with Priest. It's like, I don't know intricacies of different schemes from different teams, but absolutely, I would not want Brock Purdy to quarterback if the game plan of the team he was on called for stuff the 49ers aren't doing. You know what I mean? Like if who's the best quarterback in the league right now? Aaron Rodgers. If Aaron Rodgers would have ever come to Philly, ever come to the Niners, do you think Shanahan would have coached him the same way that would the offense look like it looks under Purdy?
See, I'm battling that. I know there would be more vertical throws, but I don't think there's a jacket on Brock Purdy in the vertical throws like there was on Jimmy.
I think that's obvious.
And I'm starting to wonder.
That doesn't mean you want to throw 17 bombs a game.
Because let me tell you, Trey Lance didn't pick up this offense, and he had time. Okay.
We got Brandon.
Yeah.
We got Brandon.
Let's go.
Let's welcome in Brandon Schneider, President and Chief Operating Officer of the Golden State Warriors. In case you haven't heard, we're going to get a WNBA team in the Bay Area in 2025. That's official. Brandon, I guess congratulations in order, and appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks for having me on. We are super excited.
Okay, so what do we have to decide now? We have to decide on a name. We got to pick a GM, a president, a coach, all that kind of stuff?
You said it well. It's funny, we had a press conference this morning, and that's what I think we got asked 5 different ways. What's the name of the team? And we said, well, we just got the team today, but we are hard at work, and we've got fans already reaching out with ideas for the team name, so we got to do that. And then, like you said, we got to get the leaders in place, right? We got to get coach, GM, who's going to run the business. So a lot of things to do. But the good news is we've got we'll tip off in May of 25, so we've got time to work through all that.
Wow, Brandon, everybody's excited. I am. It is as much as you can share with us. Can you tell us when this vision came about, when the thought was like, you know what, we could get a WNBA team here in the Bay Area?
So if you know the history, and you probably do, Guru, Joe Lacob, as Rick Welts used to say, has lost more money on women's basketball than anyone else. I don't know if Joe appreciated that.
Wow.
But Joe was one of the original investors in the ABL, the American Basketball League, and he owned the San Jose team, which was the San Jose Lasers. Jennifer Azzi, who played at Stanford, was on the team. And then the WNBA came into existence in 1998. But that was basically the end of the ABL. So the point being, Joe Lacob has always been a huge fan, a huge advocate for women's basketball. When Joe and Peter bought the Warriors back November 2010, can't believe it's been almost 13 years, we always talked about basketball 365. We've got, obviously, the Golden State Warriors, we've got the Santa Cruz Warriors, but now we have a W team that plays in the summer, so you really will have basketball all year round. So this is something we've talked about for many, many years. We've obviously kept up with the league. I've gotten to know the commissioner, Kathy Engelbert, very well in the last few years. And, we're waiting for the right time for the league.
Wow.
And right time for us. You're building Chase Center, right, which is a lot of work. We wanted to make sure this is something we could really focus on. So Chase Center's built, obviously. The pandemic is now well behind us. And the trajectory of the league has been great. I mean, attendance is up, viewership's up, merchandise sales, all of that. So we feel like, we honestly feel like we are the perfect team doing this in the perfect place at the perfect time.
Brandon Schneider joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's the president and COO of the Golden State Warriors. Let me ask you this, Brandon. Do you have the kind of relationship with Joe Lacob? And my sources said earlier today he's already promised a championship in the first 5 years. Do you have the kind of relationship with Joe where you say, Joe, we don't have any players yet, and you're promising a championship? Chill out.
Well, Matt, it's a good point. The fact that we don't have any players, we won't for a while. It'll be like late next year. So that's true. But you know what? I love it. And by the way, I do have the relationship with Joe where if I felt that way, I would tell him.
Gotcha.
I talk to Joe almost every day. But I actually loved it. I didn't know he actually said before he said it, Brandon doesn't know I'm going to say this. I didn't, but I love it because honestly, he said it about the Golden State Warriors when they bought the team, and that, as well as anyone, Matt, you guys know this, was actually a wild thing to say at the time. I mean, we had missed the playoffs 17 of 18 years, yep. And as Joe likes to say, he delivered. It took 4 years, 9 months, and 11 days to deliver that first championship, and obviously we've had 3 more. But in terms of the W, I think his job is to set the vision, set the tone. And just to say, like, look, we're doing this. We've invested a lot, and we're going to invest a lot of time, money, resources, all of it. And we're going to do it well. And we want to win championships. Like, we're not doing this to just have a team. We're doing this to have the best team.
Brandon, this is awesome. I'm kind of a nerd, so when I'm watching the WNBA games and I see NBA players courtside, it's just a good feeling like, okay, I love the support. Can you share with us how some of the Warrior players have taken this news, the fact that they're going to have a WNBA team here?
They are fired up, as you might imagine. And you just said it. Steph was at a game in Vegas, I think, a month ago. So Steph and Aisha are excited. Clay, all of our guys have been huge advocates for women's basketball. And now having one that'll obviously play games, where they are every day, is going to be great. So I expect to see our guys, sitting courtside at games, but they are very excited, as is, the whole organization. I was saying earlier, I get asked all the time. If I had $1 for every time I was asked about a W team, I'd be a rich man. I mean, between, people that work with us, fans, partners, media, everybody asks me. So it's today's been the culmination of a long road. We are so excited.
Yeah, the reason for that is because Joe Lacob was involved in the women's game before he ever was involved with the Golden State Warriors. He tried with the ABL, so he kind of came with a pairing or with the affinity for women's basketball for sure. Before you go, let me ask you this: I hear you're a big Niner fan. Who's going to win Sunday?
Well, I am a big Niner fan, as is Joe Lacob, by the way. Joe goes to basically every game. I mean, look, the Niners look to be as good as anybody. I mean, who's going to bet against the 49ers? Obviously we'll be at home on Sunday. Cowboys are good, but gosh, I mean, you look at that defense, all the skill positions. Brock Purdy's playing as well as any quarterback in the league, quite frankly. I think it's hard. I think it is hard to pick against the 49ers.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think you're right.
Hopefully it's a good game. Hey, Brandon, congratulations, and really appreciate you popping on.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, and have a great day. Go Warriors.
Yes, sir. That's Brandon Schneider. He's the president and chief operating officer of the Golden State Warriors. We got ourselves a WNBA team in the Bay Area. They're set to start in May of 2025.
Man, as he calls it, sounding a W team. Like, yeah, that's my new terminology for the WNBA. But, I mean, man, the whole process of, like you said, a coach, general manager, the uniform scheme, the name.
Did you get a text?
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Who'd he come from?
You know who.
Hold on.
Are you looking? Come on.
Yeah.
You get a lot of texts during the show. I know.
Oh, yeah. Willard, our guy, read it to him. He agrees with me.
Yeah. Well,
no, he doesn't.
Yeah.
He just disagrees with Priest.
Which is what I did.
Listen, you're not you. You people are not
you better
be
put careful.
Words in my mouth.
Well, we're not saying you said
All I am saying is a great coach who has a quarterback will have a scheme that accentuates what the quarterback does well.
And now,
okay,
no doubt. But now I think I smell the forest for the trees. Why wouldn't he in on Brady? Did they take a flyer on Rodgers? The Kirk Cousins thing, I believe there's something there, Stoney, but I honestly believe that might not be just Herbert. He's a dream to me. A quarterback's just incredible. You make him in a lab. But I'm starting to think Kyle throwing the ball down the field ain't the number one attribute, Stoney. Like, you got to be good at it.
For Purdy?
No, just for Kyle's offense.
Well,
I think Brock Purdy is perfect for what he wants to do, his type of offense.
Right, and it goes both ways. Purdy can do these kind of things, and the offense can play around it. Do you, all I'm saying is...
If they had Herbert, they would be totally different?
If Brock Purdy were on the Baltimore Ravens...
I got you.
He would not look anything. They would not run a scheme like they run with Lamar Jackson. Similarly, if Lamar Jackson got traded to the Niners, he wouldn't ask Lamar Jackson to do everything.
Or what about Justin Herbert's offense where he's throwing lasers?
That's not a diss on anybody. Why do you think it's a diss specifically on Purdy when it's on everybody? It's a fact about quarterbacks.
Right, but Steiny, it's not a...
this is bull.
If I'm employee of the month in McDonald's and you come over and we're celebrating and you say, you know what, Goo? Congrats on employee of the month at Burger King, but I don't think you could be employee of the month at Sizzler.
Nobody's saying that.
Why would you even have that thought?
I don't know who you're talking about,
I'm talking about Brock Purdy. He's got one offense to master, and right now it looks like he mastered it.
That's right.
So why would Priest stop his day, pick up the phone, and say, I don't think you could run 90% of the other offenses? Who gives a rat's ass?
Well,
he's the quarterback of the Niners, and you're doing a takeaway when you bring up that example. I'm grown enough to know that's a takeaway and a diss.
Let me know.
Why would you even think about it?
Because everybody thinks about it. Let me ask you a question.
Oh, my gosh.
When the Warriors signed Chris Paul, what was the number one topic? He doesn't fit. He plays a half-court style. The Warriors play up and down. It's fair to ask, what system brings out the best in a quarterback? It's no diss. You're just interpreting it as a diss. We're just saying.
What is it?
What is what?
What the thought of Disneyland of something that's not true and something we're never going to find out. Him quarterbacking other offenses. Let's focus on him mastering the offense that he's in. Why do you got to go there? Let me tell you why you got to go there. Because you sip haterade. That's why you go there. I've been around the streets and the blocks. Haters think like that.
I know you're trying.
What ifs?
Stop trying to get on the good side of the 49er fans.
When you're a hater, just tap into it and say you're a hater.
I think
that's all. Quit faking.
I think Purdy's a hell of a quarterback.
Why the hell are we wasting brain power on what other offenses? That's stupid.
No, that's what we do.
Because it's unrealistic.
No, it's actually realistic.
No, it's what haters do.
No, it isn't.
Please.
No, it isn't.
In my world, it's what haters do.
Oh, so you never imagine a play.
Chris Paul. He on the last. Oh, my gosh. Jesus Christ.
Like, quit trying to overprotect Brock Purdy because you want to stay on the good side of nothing.
What does that do for me?
Nobody is taking away from Brock Purdy.
If you're a hater, just say you're a hater.
Why?
Don't hide.
I'm not.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Priest.
No, you yelled at me.
Well, I'm putting you in there because you agreed.
I do agree that coaches put their quarterback. It's not a hate.
You're playing fantasy football with real life. Gosh. Who gives a damn if he can't run 90% of the other offenses? Talk about him mastering the one he's in. What's wrong with that? Let's celebrate and not hate.
It's not hating.
Oh, my.
It's not even close to hating. It's actually analyzing.
Oh, man, please.
It's
analyzing something that's unrealistic, Matthew.
So he's going to quarterback for the Niners for his whole career?
Oh, my gosh. Is that what you got? He's going to quarterback the Niners for that's all you got? He's going to, I think it's a pretty good bet he might.
Okay.
But when do we pick this back up? When he goes somewhere else, Steiny? Something that's not going to happen? Wake up.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Cut the hating.
It's not hating. It's analysis. It's asking the right questions. Nobody's hating on Brock Purdy. He's 10-0. But it's obvious that Kyle Shanahan has put him in a great position. Just like every coach tries to put a quarterback in the best position possible. Play to his strengths, stay away from his weaknesses. Nobody's hating. Randy Cross, next.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place.
former 49er great. Just give me some of your main thoughts about this game Sunday, where you think one team may have an advantage, where the other team may.
Well, I think inconsistency, you got to say that's an advantage for the Niners because Dallas, as good as they've looked on a couple of occasions, that whatever that was they did against the Cardinals was kind of hard to forget. But, they're getting back to strength, especially up front in their offensive line, which I'm sure Dak will appreciate that. It's hard not to look at that offense and not be critical, but kind of be a little skeptical about how they deal with the red zone because they've turned the ball over and or not really come through in that part of the field. And, when you're playing a team that is well-balanced as the Niners are, that can come back to haunt you. That can be a real issue.
Randy, let me ask. Sorry about that. Let me ask you about the Niners' defensive line. When the announcement was that Hargrave was coming here, I expected major disruption. They're 4-0. They're not playing bad, the defensive unit. I feel like the offense is ahead of them. Bosa held out. What have you made and seen from the defense as a whole, and mainly the D-line?
Well, yeah, Bosa's preseason's about over now, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
So now would be a good time to sort of blossom for 2023 if you're Bosa. Hargrave, that was a beautiful play last week, that sack he had. That's just pure up the middle, up the gut pressure kind of stuff that makes defensive ends like Bosa extremely happy because it makes inside escape not really an option. And that can be a real issue when you got people that can want the edges. But, have they played their absolute best? No, I don't think so. I think you're going to see a lot better out of them. By the same token, on the offensive side, the passing game isn't exactly clicking up dozens of touchdowns so far. So, I think the balance is admirable. But eventually the passing numbers are going to have to jump up from the touchdown standpoint.
Let me ask you this, Randy, and we're joined by former 49er Randy Cross. I saw a stat the other day where Christian McCaffrey is, of all the 49er touches on offense, he represents 48% of the touches. And it's more than any player in the league, even Derrick Henry. And I heard Jerry Rice on. We had him on earlier, and he said they got to shorten that leash a little bit. As a player, either as a teammate of a player or do you ever think about your workload while you're in the middle of a season? And do you think that's a factor at all?
Well, workload, not ignoring the workload, I think is stupid because that can be a factor for players. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. When you're on a heater, less is usually not better. And from his standpoint, he's on a heater, whether he's running with it or catching it or whatever he's doing with it. His sort of that chemistry he's got going with his offense right now is pretty incredible to see. Is there always an issue that you could have some wear and tear issues for later in the year or an injury or whatnot? That's the nature of the beast. That's the nature of the position. So that's just kind of the way that goes in the NFL these days. But I know one thing: when you game plan this football team, that's exactly where you start. You start with 23.
Wow. Hey, Randy, can you share with the listeners and my partner, just what this rivalry means to you and any memories you have of this game that you played in against the Dallas Cowboys?
Well, my memory of the Cowboys starts out kind of negative. Earlier in my career, they beat us like a rented mule. They slapped us around pretty good back-to-back years in Dallas. And I think it's one of the things that made that regular season blowout we put on them at Candlestick in '81 the best. And then following that up with the win in the championship game, because as was pointed out by a few of their players, we hadn't really seen the real Cowboys. Well, we didn't beat the real Cowboys by 3 touchdowns, but we beat them by enough. So, and it made from then on, it was a tough time for Dallas. If you look at their history, it was a slow sort of decline from that spot to where they got, where later in the year or earlier in the next decade, they draft, Troy, and they get Emmett, and they get Michael and whatnot. But it was facing them. They were the standard. They really, really were. Back in those days, they were America's team. Not so much now, but back then they were.
No doubt about it. Randy, I got to ask you, I know you played with Russ Francis for a few years in San Francisco, and he recently passed in a plane crash. He's 70 years old. Tell us what you remember about Russ Francis, because he was a big part of two franchises, the Patriots and the Niners.
Yeah, just a fantastic guy. Just saw him summer before last up in Montana at one of Eddie's gatherings for the 4th of July. He was fit and he was happy, and everything was going great for him. I was really happy for him. Great teammate, great guy. He loved to fly. Anybody that knew him knew that he loved to fly. And one of my lasting memories from him, or of him, was, and I think it was 88, maybe 87. We were in training camp, and he buzzed the tower. Might have had to be earlier than that, but he buzzed the practice field in his P-51 Mustang.
Oh, so he was doing that even while he was playing. I saw he was avid about that.
Oh yeah, no, he was very, very avid. I mean, he flew he had his biplane he loved. He flew that almost every day, it seemed like. But wow. the Mustang, he only broke out on special occasions.
Hey, give me a quick prediction, Randy.
I like the Niners by a touchdown.
Okay.
I think it's in that 30 to 23, 30 to 24 kind of window. And probably the whole thing is decided in the fourth quarter by, if true to form holds up, then Dak Prescott will throw a red zone interception and the Niners will win.
Hey, here's a good nugget for you. Both teams have only committed one turnover through 4 games. That's probably why they're doing so well. One of the big reasons.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
Randy, thank you so much. We'll be looking forward to watching you on Sunday night.
Whatever you need. Thank you very much.
All right, Randy Cross, former 49er great, 3-time Super Bowl champion. All right, on the other side, we got Dibbs and Willard coming into the house. It is crossover time on 95.7 The Game. And hey, do you have overdue tolls? Vehicles with overdue unpaid tolls may not be able to renew their DMV registration until outstanding balances are paid. Payment assistance is available. Visit bayareafasttrack.org/assistance today.
This is the lunch rush at your local deli. Orders are flying in. Online, on the phone, and in person.
Order for Nick.
So is it possible that fast internet could help your business?
want to sack the quarterback, dude.
He's the black Kirk Cousins.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. It is crossover time. Willard and Dibbs in the house with Steiny and Goo. We're getting closer to Sunday's ball game. It's going to be fun. Game of the year in the entire NFL. I think that's a no-brainer, right? So far. Come on, Dibbs.
I mean, Buffalo-Miami last week was, you could say that was the game of the week. It didn't turn out to be that way, but...
winning percentages are higher from this week's team.
Okay.
Well, and
you're right. That's what it comes down to.
No, but I mean, Miami,
Steiny.
that's like, we were even just in the other room talking about this rivalry and how does it exist more for people of our age? Because these two teams, neither one of them has won a Super Bowl in over 25 years. So what are we all really yelling about, right? Yeah, both of them. I know the Niners have threatened a lot more.
95 and 94.
Yeah, the Niners have threatened a lot more than the Cowboys.
That's all I'm saying.
And so that's fine, and whatever that's worth to you, that's worth to you. But to me, it's about the fan bases. You can have a ready-made loud rivalry in an hour, like Philly and the Niners largely have, provided that you have big, loud, brash, caring fan bases and brands. Which is why I would not put Buffalo and Miami on the same plane as Niners Dallas in a 7-day period. Buffalo and Miami is that's the flavor of the month, but Miami's fan base is
And there's some bad blood with Philly and San Francisco from what happened last year. So that game, to me, both being in the NFC Championship game, when it arrives, is going to be there's the radio stations hating. I mean, bad blood.
The Niner rivalry moves. Seattle was a rival for 7 years.
Yep.
Now they don't feel like that anymore.
Yeah.
The Rams thing doesn't get me turned up like Dallas does because the Rams don't have any fans to yell at.
Hard times.
They're they won a Super Bowl less than 2 years ago, but there's not enough people who care. Yeah. To me, that's what this is about. And I'll also say this. Your side of this, Goo, boy. You know what the proof is that the Niners are in Dallas's head? I don't hear a damn thing this time. Do you remember last time with this playoff games, we got radio stations getting together for simulcasts? Like
Micah hasn't, Parsons hasn't either. He's been quiet he's been Draymond Green.
There is
I appreciate it, quiet as a church mouse.
Confidence problem for Dallas.
We talked about it this morning
in this matchup. Not for the players, for the fan base.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
because I think
for the city of Dallas.
It feels like the Cowboys are playing this the right way.
I agree with you
in terms of they're the team we got to beat. They're better right now.
Just shush.
All that stuff.
Yeah,
you know
shush
what I mean?
until you win.
And Jerry Rice, kind of what Jerry Jones said, but it may be a setup, but that's what you have to do.
The Jerry Jones thing, he's just trying to put the pressure on the 49ers.
Yeah.
The Super Bowl goes through San Francisco.
So that would be reverse devil tongue.
Yeah. Don't you think?
I think he's right, though.
He might be.
He might also be tweaking the Philadelphia Eagles.
Maybe.
But he'll get to them when they play.
I don't know if he doesn't have to say anything then because they do it twice a year. I think they're used to it.
Tibbs, I'm sure you guys talked about this yesterday, but let me ask you this: if you were a cat, because the Peter King thing was interesting. If you're a Cowboy fan and you want to win the game, you can take out Purdy or McCaffrey. Who would you take out?
I take out McCaffrey.
Okay,
it's not close. I mean, I'm respectful of Brock Purdy, but Christian McCaffrey right now to me is the MVP through 4 games. So if I'm Dallas, what scares me most is McCaffrey because the Niners are going to try to run the ball, and McCaffrey is the best runner of the football, and you saw what Arizona did to beat Dallas. They ran it right at Micah Parsons, and they kind of took him out of the game in terms of the ground game. And if the Niners are going to run it, they're going to use McCaffrey to run it. Eli Mitchell may play. Mason, TDP haven't played. So if I'm Dallas, I'd much rather have Brock Purdy and no McCaffrey than the other way around.
Even if, to that point, Dibbs, the quarterback touches the ball every play.
Sure. Yeah.
Last time these two teams linked up, McCaffrey had 35 yards on the ground. They held him in check. But those throws, I think, by Brock Purdy, where they could be the oh-no throws, thus far, he's mastered not messing up. And Steiny and I got into it about his performance, Brock Purdy. He didn't turn it over. Yeah, he didn't have any touchdowns, but he didn't turn it over. If that were Sam Darnold and Dallas was stout against the run, you're going to have to light a candle every time he dropped back to pass and something could go haywire. So to me, and I'm being real, I wouldn't have said Brock Purdy until I heard King say that. I'm thinking the quarterback would be my answer of who I would want out.
I think it's a great debate that has no.
Well, there's no
right answer.
There's no right answer. I'm with you, Goo. It would definitely, and I think Vegas would for whatever that's worth. I think the Niners would still be favored in this game if Christian McCaffrey were out. I think the number would go down, but I think they'd still be favored. I think they'd be an underdog if Sam Darnold was starting the game. I really do. And I heard what you said earlier, Steiny, and this is true. I feel like a lot of us have just moved on with the idea that Sam Darnold is a pretty good product as long as he's got a Niner helmet and Kyle calling plays, and that's a figment of our imagination. Right. We might be right, but there's absolutely zero evidence of that whatsoever. The only thing we know is that's Sam Darnold. And we've watched him play football before, and it doesn't look like this. It doesn't look anything like this at all. Are there reasons? Sure, we can predict. There's no way to know, but I would have way more confidence in this 49er team as long as Brock Purdy is quarterbacking it to still function at a somewhat high level. Yes, a lesser level, but somewhat high. Yeah, I have no idea what Sam's would do. I hope we never find out.
I'm kind of with you. I feel like what's Sam Darnold, we don't know, but I'll bet you he's going to be better than he was, but still not as good as Purdy is. And will that be good enough if they need Darnold to win some games during the course of a season?
Probably, but I don't know about this one. You know?
Oh, you mean Darnold? Yeah, no. I mean, this one, this is it's going to be fun to watch Purdy.
Fantastic.
And, the other thing I was saying is, it doesn't matter. Well, I mean, it matters. But if, Purdy's track record is Purdy's track record. And he's going to lose a game at some point. And it might be Sunday.
Go ahead.
No, so, no, that's what I was going to say.
He's going to lose a game at some point.
Right. But what I'm saying is there'll be two things that I think are true. One is he's still pretty good. He's still 10-1. But I do think it'll be fair to say, of all his games, the Cowboys have given him trouble. More trouble than any other team.
Yeah, which I mean that would make a little sense,
right?
I mean they're very good. They're very good.
You can't beat a good team, is what you're trying to say.
No. I'm really not. I'm really not.
I mean, Philadelphia knocked him out, and you can excuse that as Brock doesn't get the loss because he didn't finish the game. No, he gets the L because they knocked him out.
Right.
They knocked you out of the game.
He already beat Dallas. Well, how can you say he can't beat a good team?
Yeah, talking about Philly.
But you said he can't beat a good team.
Well, and Dak beat Dallas in that game.
Well, so if we're going to qualify all of his wins,
I'm with Dibs here.
Sure, and he doesn't get the Miami win because he came off the bench.
I got it. Okay, and the two Seattle wins, he doesn't get those.
One of them wasn't all right.
Playoff team. Broken rib Thursday night on the road.
Yeah, Giants, Pittsburgh, and Arizona. Those are three high-quality wins.
All right. We're going to do this at 12 wins. We're going to be. He hasn't beat a good team.
Follow me here. Follow me here.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's but I mean, I'm just telling you, it's coming.
Of course it is.
If he throws two, not by me.
Oh, you mean this weekend?
We were talking about the hypothetical if they lose, Mark. That's where this came from.
Let's say all I said is however many games Brock's played so far, he was the least effective. I'm not going to say bad. He was least effective in the Dallas playoff game last year. They're good.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just saying, he goes out tomorrow or Sunday, they lose 20-16, and he throws two picks. I'm just going to guarantee you people are going to say, looks like he might have a Dallas issue, and we know he can't beat Philly. I know it's going to be unfair.
I think your first sentence is a little bit more accurate. I don't know what we know about anything outside of Dallas.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
People will be like,
of course they're going to say it.
Yeah.
Of course they're going to say it, and then Kyle Shanahan's going to have a press conference, and he'll say it's ridiculous, which is why I texted you guys about Pre's call. Yeah. And I'm sorry that turned into World War VIII, but Priest Priest, it's not that it was a bad call, and I know a lot of listeners maybe don't know what I'm referring to, but Priest earlier essentially said, look, Brock is doing exactly what the Niners are asking him to do, and therefore should be complimented for it. But then the call spilled into 90% of other offenses he would fail. And then he used the word vertical.
So say what you're trying to say.
Two things hit my brain. One, the vertical passing game doesn't exist anymore in the NFL. This has been written about. There's data all over the place. This idea that if you've got a good arm like Patrick Mahomes, you huck it downfield on every... Al Davis is dead. Okay, so is that offense.
It's too soon.
No one's doing that. This idea that that's not the rest of the league is 90% of the people aren't doing what the Niners are doing. No, it's more the other way around. 90% are trying to do what the Niners and Dolphins are doing. That's number one. But number two, there's no escaping that what he said is exactly what Kyle Shanahan was dismissing and calling ridiculous.
But it's the nature of the beast, and it starts with TV.
That's fine.
That's how
fine.
it is.
But the bottom line is you cannot divorce yourself from those comments saying that you're a product of the 49ers system, and the head coach of the team called that ridiculous less than 24 hours ago. So, doesn't mean you can't think it, but that's what that was.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. My only point was that a great coach asks his quarterback to play to his strengths and not his weaknesses. And if Lamar you wouldn't ask Lamar Jackson to do what Brock Purdy's doing. You would never ask Brock Purdy to play like Lamar Jackson.
Right.
So, in that sense, yes. In that sense, yeah. It's not shade to Brock Purdy to say, yeah, I mean, Kyle's got him playing exactly to all his strengths and weaknesses. So, we're not, we're criticizing that he can't run a flat 40?
No,
we're not.
No, it's not a criticism.
Criticizing him.
No, but it's, I guess, kind of a moot point because you're right. It's true about every quarterback in the league. Like every single one of them has a coach that's trying to highlight their strengths. All of them.
Let me throw this at you.
But the idea that he couldn't run 90% of the other teams, that's silly.
Well, the question I have, and it is a hypothetical, and maybe it doesn't matter, but I do think it's interesting if imagining other quarterbacks on the Niners, how similar would it look to now? How different would it look? And I know we'll never find out. But to me, talking about it is talking about Kyle Shanahan and maybe his greatness. If he had Lamar Jackson, maybe it would look totally different. And they'd be 14-3 because he devised something around Lamar Jackson's skills.
Well, Lamar has never had offensive...
And a passer.
Well, right. He's also never had offensive teammates like this group has. I don't know. I guess I don't know how you guys would answer it. My thought is they would probably look a lot more like they look now. Like the Niners, if they had Mahomes, would look a lot like the Chiefs. And if they had Josh Allen, they'd look a lot like the Bills. Because those two teams have smart coaches, too, that are highlighting their quarterbacks' top skills. You know?
I think that's fair. Hey, we got a meeting. Did you know that?
I actually did know that.
And Hegan needs to get out of here because he got his backpack on. So
no, you guys can go. It's okay.
I'm going to turn it over.
It's okay.
To Willard and Dibs.
So you can go.
Give him permission.
On 95.7. Hi, game.
There you go. Bye.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I think we're comparing him to the wrong superstar.
Yeah?
And I think that maybe this has a lot to do with the dynamic with Brock Purdy. And good afternoon, everybody. How's everybody doing? Get on in here with us, okay? Comcast Business Text Line, 888-957-9570. Twitch, YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. hello to you. We're ready to rock another day closer to Niners and Cowboys. I just think people have a hard time sort of categorizing Brock Purdy, if you will. And I guess NFL.com, someone sent me, has their new QB power rankings up, and Brock is 7th.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So
soaring.
Flying through the atmosphere. But,
it's about time.
Well, I just think.
I mean, he should be number one. So let's just put that on the table.
You're feeling,
coming off a 20 for 21 and a 4-0 team. He's number one. He's the best quarterback in the league.
You're feeling a little sarcastic today.
You're getting that from me, and I'm not being sarcastic at all.
You don't believe that.
You're coming off of 20 for 21. You're yet to throw a pick, and your team is 4-0. Let's just put it out there. He's the best quarterback in football.
But you don't think that.
I do think that.
No, you don't.
I absolutely do. Mahomes,
I know you
beat it.
well.
Josh Allen, hit the pike. It's Brock Purdy.
What do you actually think?
I think he's having a great year.
Okay.
And I think that his team is awesome, and his coach is the best in football, and he's a part of it. That's what I think.
Okay.
So if we want to do like QB rankings, in terms of like,
it's more about the dynamic, don't you think?
Sure. The dynamic is he is quarterbacking an offense that is amazing for a coach who is otherworldly and a roster that is more talented than almost any other team in football. That's who he is. And he's doing a great job. Steinmetz, you're doing a heck of a job. So we should call him Steinmetz because he's doing a heck of a job.
I'm uncomfortable with that.
He's doing an amazing job. He's quarterbacking an offense that is probably the best in football. Maybe it's number one or number two. I mean, Miami's offense, they put up 70. They went to Buffalo, and then they fell short. The Niner offense is, right now, unstoppable. And he's the quarterback of that offense.
The highest rated passer in the league.
He's number one in my quarterback power rankings. He is him.
I don't have quarterback power rankings.
I do. And it's Brock Purdy's one.
Okay.
And everyone else is tied for second.
Got it. No, I look at it this way. I think that there is the reason that this has become difficult for a lot of people, how to classify Brock to the point where NFL.com can have him 7th and the Ringer can have him 25th.
Right.
We're comparing him to the wrong legends. The names that you keep hearing come up, and it makes people really uncomfortable, are Joe Montana because they seem to have the same build and the same uniform.
Yep, same uniform.
Tom Brady because they seem to have some similar stories behind them in terms of the underdog, late draft pick nature of all of this. And for me, that's less tangible than something else. I think the comparison, the superstar we should be talking about is Steph Curry. Here's what I mean. This has nothing to do with the accomplishments or the greatness because we can't do that yet.
Right.
It's only been 12 or 13 games. So I don't know why we're having, Steiny started the show today. It's a legacy game. You can't even have a legacy yet. He hasn't even finished one season.
Sure.
So how can we talk about the word legacy? So if you remove that, maybe it helps people a little bit with Montana, Brady. But what I'm talking about is not accomplishments or greatness. I'm talking about dynamics. And Steph Curry for years had a hard time being put on that level. The Mount Rushmores or whatever you want, the greatest point guard ever. Very hard time getting on that level. Why? Because of his size. Because Adonis athletes would look at him and sun him. And you cannot deny that this is a thing. LeBron James, Russell Westbrook, Magic Johnson, James Harden, players like this who are all bigger, stronger, faster, more muscular, all of that. They look at Steph Curry, and you could see it in their eyes and in their comments. They would look at him and go, how are you all going to put this guy on our level? How can you do that? There's no way that Steph Curry can have the effect on a game that I can, thinks LeBron James. All right. And then time and time again, it was proven. And I feel like only in recent years, probably the championship where he got the NBA Finals MVP, did the whole country sort of settle with, all right, yeah, it's you and LeBron. This was your era. And you guys are that legendary. I think people have a hard time looking at Brock Purdy and the physical skills and stature that he doesn't have. You can't, and they just can't stand him next to Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes, and Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert, because it just doesn't feel comfortable. Because they're like, how can that guy be in this group? He can't do the things that those guys can do. I really think that's what we're playing with right now.
So Brock Purdy is Steph Curry.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Not what I said, but thanks for listening.
No. And I like your comp in terms of the physical makeup, and I also do think there's the underdog part of it, and I think that there is something to that. And it's tough, though, when the headline is Brock Purdy and Steph Curry, Brock Purdy and anyone, because we've never seen anybody like Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy might be closer to being Drew Brees, was obviously more highly drafted than Brock Purdy, but he was a quarterback who everybody always said, you're too small, you can't do it. No quarterback at 6 foot can, win from the pocket at that size. You're not that mobile. You're very accurate, but how are you going to ever be a winner at that size in this league where you got to be 6'4", either be 6'4" or run a 4.2 40, or preferably both is what we want. And so in terms of Brock Purdy, I do think there's draftism, there's also sizeism, and there's also babyface-ism.
Yeah.
If you want to put all the isms on him.
Backpack.
Yeah, he's got a backpack. He's 23. He hasn't even shaved yet, I don't think. Maybe once by accident, but he's that guy. So I do think that a lot of that plays into why people are still doubting him, but he's 4-0, and he's never lost a game in the regular season, and he's been amazing. So at what point, and hopefully it's not as long as what it took for Steph Curry to get those plaudits, and I think you're right, it took Steph to get that one, quote, on his own. Because the first one was kind of fluky. It wasn't really fluky, but it was like, okay, yeah.
Well, people didn't expect it. Yeah, you didn't see it coming, and then he didn't win. He didn't win MVP. Yeah.
And then when you finally got your fourth, it was like, okay, now you're a real one. Now you got number 4, and now we can accept you. Like you said, now we can look at this era and say, yeah, it might have been your era too.
The difference, I think, in the dynamic, and by the way, would love to hear from a lot of people today on this. Not what you think of Brock Purdy, but why you think the conversation sounds the way it sounds. That's what's interesting to me right now. Why do you think it sounds the way it sounds? We'll take some calls on that, 888-957-9570. Why is it polarizing? If you actually look at Brock Purdy, he's probably the least polarizing individual I've ever seen in my entire life. What is there to say?
There's no negative.
He's right. He just cruises around with a backpack, and the teammates all love him. He has not experienced, a loss yet. He hasn't even really experienced what you would call, and maybe more accurate, because I know people get tripped up. Has he lost a game? Has he not? Does he this, that, whatever? Forget the stats. He's never gone out and played football and looked awful. It's never happened. I mean, Josh Allen has that on the resume already this year.
Every other quarterback does.
Mahomes did on Sunday night. So he has not gone out and looked bad. He's looked okay. He's also looked great, but he's never gone out and been like, woof, Brock had a stinker.
Yeah.
That hadn't happened yet. It'll come. Everybody has that. But I don't find him to be a polarizing subject or individual, yet he somehow is. There is this discussion. The quick difference, though, Dibs, between that Steph Curry thing I felt came from a lot of people in the league, came from other players.
Yeah.
It came from past players. They didn't want to look at Steph Curry and allow him to be on their level.
Charles Barkley, for one.
That's one thing we don't see. What I hear about Brock inside the league is just praise. That's all. Like Micah Parsons himself is the one who started it 2 weeks ago, where he's like, can we stop? Brock Purdy is top half of the league. This guy's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. The guy going to try to sack him this weekend is the one who started this. I don't hear other players being like, yeah, come on, Brock Purdy, for real. Like, nobody's saying that. I do hear it from the outside. We hear it a lot from the outside.
Right, and if you took all the names off of every stat board in the NFL, if you just put the numbers up and you looked at his numbers, you would think, oh my God, this quarterback is nasty. He's an MVP candidate. he's one of the best in football. But when you put his name on there and you put his draft status on there and his measurables on there and his baby face on there and the fact that he plays for Kyle Shanahan on there, it's easy for people to look at all those things and say, well, this is how we're going to denigrate him.
Yeah, it's funny too, and if you even go deep into the things that you'll hear people say, Mark, we're going to need to see him come from behind. Well, that means he had a bad first half. Why do you want him to do that?
We need a bigger sample size, Mark.
Well, okay, and maybe. Does he need to beat great defenses? Does he need to make it healthy all the way through playoffs before this really, really changes? Sure. I mean, there's only one thing that allows quarterbacks to get that shine. You have to win a Super Bowl or multiple. Right? So he's going to have to do that at some point, or else the conversation does die on the vine. Although there is a secondary level of quarterbacks, and you don't even really see Brock there yet. There are a handful of QBs around the league where you're like, I'll take that guy. They haven't won a Super Bowl.
No.
We do it all the time. Josh Allen hasn't won a Super Bowl. Burrow, Super Bowl. Herbert hadn't even won a playoff game.
Tua.
Jalen Hurts.
Cousins.
Went to the Super Bowl.
Dak.
I mean, it's just Pat. We're really just talking about Pat. I guess Stafford, if you want,
sure.
That feels different.
Goff. Yeah. He was at one. He didn't win one.
He didn't win one. A lot of guys have been to one.
How many other
Jimmy has
current
been to one.
quarterbacks who are currently playing, forget Aaron Rodgers, who have actually won a Super Bowl?
I mean,
it's Mahomes.
It's Mahomes
and it's Stafford.
That's it, right?
And Russ.
Oh, Russ. Russell Wilson.
It's easy to forget about Russ, right?
Yeah.
But
because they're not doing it anymore.
But beyond those three, and Russ is not, he's lowercase r Russ, and Aaron Rodgers is done for the year, maybe for his career.
Well, don't ask him. He thinks he's going to be back.
That's fine. I can't wait. And Stafford is on a middling team in L.A. whose brighter days are not ahead.
We're not forgetting anybody, are we? Are we forgetting anybody?
I don't think so.
Russ, Stafford, and Pat.
Lamar hasn't won
Lamar's not won a Super Bowl.
No.
Dak,
Baker Mayfield,
no.
Not
won a Super Bowl.
Jimmy, no. Beep, ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-doop. Richardson and Stroud, no.
Yeah. No, that's it.
That's it.
Rodgers, but right, he's hurt.
He's out.
That's it.
So in terms of like that bar, if you want to set that bar, well, okay, fine. Mahomes is clearing it, and Stafford has cleared it, but he won't again this year. And Russ, I mean, come on. With Russ, I mean, they might be in line for the first pick.
They could be.
They are terrible.
What would they do with it with the guarantee they've got on Russ, though? Oh, this is great. Priest called back. This is awesome. Let's find out, because apparently Priest does not like the way it characterized the call. Priest, I'm so glad you called back. Priest in Oakland with Willard and Dibbs. How are you today, sir?
I'm doing great. I was just listening, man, and I heard Guru going to his diatribe about what I said, and I have a question. Why do you guys get your feelings so deeply hurt when someone gives their honest critique or appraisal of Brock Purdy? You guys give appraisals about other quarterbacks all the time.
Who got their feelings hurt, Priest?
You're real critical of them.
Who's got their feelings hurt?
It's like it becomes a huge deal out of nothing. Okay, so what I said about Brock Purdy, I'll reiterate. I think Brock Purdy does exactly what they ask him to do and does it extremely well. And they're winning. Why do you care what other people say so deeply?
Priest, are you talking, well, hold on, Priest. Are you talking to Goo? I'm not in my feelings. I heard your call word for word, and I know exactly what you said, and a lot of it made a whole lot of sense. There was one sentence at the end I disagree with. My feelings aren't hurt, but I definitely do not agree with your sentence. Go ahead, Priest. Okay. Yep. Ahead. I can be interrupted too. Go ahead.
You said that the vertical offense does not exist.
It doesn't. And I can show you articles of data that have been written.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you a simple question. What is the vertical offense to you?
Well, you're talking about going up top more often, downfield passing game.
All it is, what when you look at the win, I remember I would sit there and watch Bill Walsh design that offense around Joe Montana. He came with the original version of that offense was completely different. He changed it because of Joe Montana's strengths. He could not throw a 9 route. It would go out of bounds.
Priest, you're getting no disagreement from me. You're getting none.
Huh?
You're getting no disagreement from me. I would love for...
So what's the big problem with what I said?
I don't have a big problem with what you said, Priest. I don't have a problem with it.
Okay. All I was saying is the West Coast offense is a version of an offense that existed long before they called it the West Coast offense because of Bill Walsh's version of it.
Right.
So all you're seeing now is gradual variations of that offense, and it's got the vertical offense mixed in it. If you watch the offense that the Kansas City Chiefs run with Patrick Mahomes, it is the original offense.
So, Priest, I'm gonna jump in here because you didn't even let me get to the one thing that I was going to say. I listened to your whole call, and I don't disagree with the majority of it. I'm certainly not up in my feelings at all. But you said that Brock Purdy, if he were quarterbacking 90% of the other offenses in the NFL, he would fail. I'm not in my feelings, but I disagree. I firmly disagree. That's all.
I said in 90% of the offenses that are running the NFL,
right?
They would not have drafted him if they didn't. If the 49ers draft.
Priest,
49ers.
Priest, we're going to get some other people in here. The issue I have with that is neither did the Niners.
Well, 99% of the other teams didn't draft him. Nobody else drafted him.
Nobody drafted Brock Purdy to be their quarterback. They drafted
including the Niners.
Right. They drafted him to be a late flyer to see what he could do. And again, that is the area where I disagree with the point. To me, there's no other way. There's no way around the fact that Brock Purdy was misevaluated. It's not because he doesn't run their offense. And TJ Houshmandzadeh was the one to use that word on this show. Brock Purdy was misevaluated. I think that's a fact through my eyes. So that was Priest has plenty of points. Priest, smart caller. We all know that. We've known that for years around here. Every quarterback has a coach who's trying to highlight their strengths.
Right.
But to say that Brock Purdy and his skills wouldn't translate basically to 90% of the rest of the league, I disagree.
Well, and I
disagree.
I don't think that many offenses run the, quote, 9 route like he is envisioning offenses run the 9 route. Like, even the Niners, I'm trying to think how many times they've run a true 9 route where you have a guy out wide and he just runs straight down the field and you throw it up to him. They don't do that. Like, they found Brandon Ayuk last week against double coverage down the seam, and that was not necessarily a 9 route. That was more of a deep route over the middle of the field, and that's what Shanahan's going to do in terms of taking his deep shots. You don't see a lot of teams doing what I guess he's saying that Brock Purdy can't do, and I'm not sure if we know that Brock Purdy can't do that.
That's a great point. And it goes to what I'm saying about why I brought up Steph Curry's name today. I bring up Steph Curry's name because what I still hear is I hear people saying, here are all the things that Brock can't do. And Dibbs, as you just said, there's zero evidence of that at all. Zero. You're saying he can't do it because he doesn't look like he can do it. But he's already proven he can do a bunch of stuff that he doesn't look like he can do. And so we are having collectively, as an NFL society, a hard time getting to the point of putting Brock Purdy in the conversation of top QBs in the league because he doesn't look like the rest of them. He doesn't have the size. He may or may not have the arm strength. I don't even see an arm strength issue. I realize that the ball doesn't look like Herbert when it comes out of his hands. It also doesn't matter. His record is way better than Justin Herbert's. Instead of talking about elite quarterback play, why don't we talk about who is quarterbacking in the NFL right now, who's an elite winner because that's the name of the game. And if you phrase it that way, maybe people would be more open to including his name on the list.
Especially when you have a guy go 20 for 21 in a win, and you're leading at the NFL in completion percentage and in QB rating and all the rest of it after 4 games, and you've never lost in the regular season. So all these things, I think, have to be positives that you file in the Brock Purdy file. It's one thing to look at what he doesn't do, and we can all nitpick on what he doesn't do, but what he does do so far, each and every time, is win the game. He wins, he completes passes on time at a high percentage, and his teammates vouch for him.
I'm super curious to know what everyone thinks in terms of why the conversation sounds like it does. So I think we can move on from the is he good, is he bad, is he somewhere in between, what would happen if he were a Raider. I mean, all of these things are kind of
Davis.
They're kind of irrelevant and or answered already. But I would love to hear from people on why it sounds the way it sounds. And that's my take today. I think there's a Steph Curry dynamic, which is we're having a hard time listing Brock Purdy's name next to other guys around the NFL who are like Adonis physical figures. And we're just having a hard time with it. And maybe there is some truth or accuracy to that will play out over time. We'll find out. But we're having a hard time putting it. Like makes it makes your shoulders go up. You're like Mahomes and Allen and Burrow and Purdy. Like, am I going to say that? It almost feels like you're taking a risk in the room to say that because someone will look at you and go, "What are you doing? Why are you putting his name next to the other guy?"
Right.
I don't know, because he wins all the football games.
And his numbers, I mean, forget the eye test. If he's not 6'5" and able to throw the ball 70 yards in the air, he delivers an accurate ball and his team wins, and he doesn't throw interceptions. So aren't those the most important things about a quarterback? Be accurate, don't turn it over, and win?
That's what you're drafting. Whatever round you're in, that's the system you're drafting. Accuracy, limit turnovers, timing,
and win. I mean, those are the skills that you're looking for. And Kyle Shanahan didn't look at him in the last pick of the 7th round and think, yeah, I got a steal here. Here's the guy who's going to supplant Trey Lance and forget you, Jimmy, and all the rest of it. But I'm sure he saw something in Brock Purdy in terms of his accuracy, his acumen, his moxie. Forget the fact that he's, 6'1", maybe on a good day?
Maybe, yeah. We got to get DJ Khaled in here because that's all this is. That's all, sure, we could have a conversation about all this other stuff, but all he do is win, no matter what. Jeff and Marin. Hey, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. So I called in yesterday, and I was agreeing with Mark, but I said 50-50 between you two. I think I'm really agreeing with both of you. And again, I hate to keep going to history, but, when Montana came in, who I think was one of the best quarterbacks, if not the best ever, he was too skinny, he didn't have a big arm, and all he did was win. And one of the great attributes that Montana had that is similar to Purdy is his ability to read and react, to know where his receivers are going to be, and to throw them open. And that's something we've seen. But it's like Dib said, I think it's a lot of isms. It's draft-ism. It's this, every year we go through this stuff. The prototypical quarterbacks got to be 6'4", 6'5", 240, and throw like Josh Allen or he ain't nothing, right? Double negative, sorry. But you know what I'm saying, and I agree with you guys. If it was such a science, we wouldn't see these draft picks up in the first round turn out to be nothing. I would bet that if you looked at it statistically, you would find more quarterback successes that were drafted in later rounds and not in the first round.
It's actually, Jeff, thanks. It's pretty split. If you go through rosters in the NFL, who's got first rounders, who's got third rounders. Obviously, no one has 7th rounders. But yeah, we can respond to that here coming up and continue to take your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Why does the conversation around Brock Purdy sound the way it sounds? How would you all respond to that? We'll take your calls, Fall brings the best weather, as evidenced today. Breathtaking views and amazing sunsets to Bodega Bay. Come enjoy it all at the Inn at the Tides with the Fall Midweek Special. Now through November 26th. Rooms starting at just $279. Book your escape now. InnAtTheTides.com. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Get a bounty of fall fruit at Whole Foods Market.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
This is Jerry Rice on the roast, and it's just something that comes up again. And actually, a conversation I was having earlier today with the lovely Christy, and you know the whole Chris Paul thing, like Warrior Nation, Dub Nation wants Chris to be like, I'm just here to win, and I do not care about anything that has anything to do with me. I'm just a team guy. I'm here to back up Steph if he needs water, if he needs somebody to iron his shorts. That's what I'm here. Like, sometimes we sound like we're asking athletes to do that, and we're asking the best athletes in the history of ever who have, great gifts, like God-given gifts, but also have done the work to get to this point. And it's like, we got to stop asking them to do that. And I was reminded of that when Jerry Rice came on the morning roast and said, I believe, with regard to CMC's numbers, if I had his touches, I would double those numbers.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Maybe not.
If they let me carry the ball.
I don't know. I mean, I think if you really want to just play the ego game, okay. I actually think, Jerry, if they handed you the ball in the backfield, I think you'd get trucked. And I love Jerry Rice. He used to run around in my neighborhood with a Flash 80 towel out of my pants. So he's my favorite player. This isn't me taking a shot, but I don't know, man.
So they were talking about his, touchdown record, or...
Here, you want to hear it? And then we'll go back to the phones.
I would love to.
Here's what Jerry said.
CMC is getting it done, man. And, with that many touches, we don't want to give him that many touches because I think he had around about 27. Mm-hmm. We need to shorten that, and just hoping that everyone else can get healthy, like Deebo Samuel, Ayuk, all of those guys. But whenever he touches the football, he's electrifying. He's amazing. He knows how to get into the end zone. And, people, this is the weirdest thing because they're like, oh, my God, he broke Jerry Rice's record. And I'm behind that 100%. I give him credit for that. But I might only get 5 touches in a game. I do not get 27 touches or more. And if I had gotten that, I probably would have doubled all my yardage and stuff. But I'm behind him 100%, and I was glad to see him get that done.
Okay, he's talking about the consecutive games with a touchdown record.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah. It is a little tougher as a wide receiver. However, if you're talking about yardage, when Jerry gets a touch, in theory, it's often 20 to 25 yards down the field the second he touches it, and he gets credit for all of those yards.
Sure.
Christian often has to start at 0 and go get them.
But if you're in the red zone, and you're in the deep red zone, the dark red zone, and you're inside the 5, Jerry Rice is a non-factor.
No, that's not true. He got a lot of end-arounds and slants.
At the 5?
Sure.
I mean, I think the majority of his touchdowns came from outside of the red zone. And certainly from the 1-yard line, Jerry Rice is not getting a lot of off tackle.
Probably not from the 1, but definitely inside the 10. You don't put up touchdown figures like that by only getting them from 20, 25, 30 yards away. Jerry was used in 1,000 different ways.
He was. It's because he was amazing. And think about, and I'm looking at his stats right now, in 1987, he had 65 catches and 22 touchdowns. Oof. 1 of every 3 touches went for a touchdown.
Well, how many of them were like end arounds or reverses, though?
He had 8 carries for 1 touchdown.
Okay.
So 1 rushing touchdown.
Damn.
Just 1.
Damn.
21 receiving. And
65 catches and 21 of them were house
22, calls. 21 house calls on 65 catches. So I get what he's saying. And I just close my eyes and I'm thinking about the Jerry Rice 5 yards off, boom, slant, catch it, beat the one guy, and it's night from 52, 61, 74. It didn't matter.
Yeah, he was the best.
You weren't catching the GOAT.
He was the GOAT.
I get what he's saying, though, in terms of it's not jealousy because he's behind him 100%. However, if I would, Christian McCaffrey's
sneak that in there.
Jerry's biggest year on touches was 127.
Christian's going to have that by next week.
Right.
He might already.
Jerry had 122 catches and 5 carries in 1995. And he led the league in yardage, and he had 15 touchdowns. He led in yards per touch and all the rest of it. So,
well, he had a great offense around him.
He sure did.
So
nice.
He had a lot of good players around him.
I mean, who couldn't have scored all those touchdowns with Joe and Steve? Am I right?
Joe as a quarterback, and then he got Steve. I mean, who gets 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks?
Right.
Receiver.
Are you saying Jerry's a system receiver?
Totally overrated system receiver.
Yeah.
Right?
They had T.O. on this morning, too.
Oh,
what a combo.
I know. Where were all the other receivers?
Right?
Why stop there? Keep going. You could have John Taylor on, and he could do an Andrew Wiggins impersonation. And there, John Taylor just joined us on Willard and Dips. 888-957-9570. We're sitting here talking about the dynamic of the Brock Purdy conversation, why it sounds the way it sounds. Forget how he looks. Forget numbers. Is he good? Is he great? Is he somewhere in between? What have you? Is he just a product of the system? But why does the conversation sound as it does? And I compared him not to Steph Curry, the player, the accomplishment, the greatness. I compared the dynamic to something that Steph Curry faced for a number of years in the NBA, which was bigger, stronger, faster players really being hesitant to let Steph be a part of the club, if you will. LeBron James, Russell Westbrook, rolling their eyes in press conferences. It was like, whoa, you got kind of locked up there by Steph. And Westbrook was like, are you kidding me? That spaghetti noodle is not going to stop me. And then it got to the point, finally, after many years, where people were like, okay, Steph is an all-time great. Now, who knows where Brock's career is going, but I do think that that's part of this. People have a hard time figuring out where to put Brock in a conversation that for years now has started and to a degree ended with the names like Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Herbert, maybe now Hurts. There's a few other names, but they all look the same. They're all big, huge, strong dudes with big arms who walk into the room and you're like, oh my God. And I feel like you could walk into the Niner locker room. You might have to look right, look left, and look center before you're like, where's Brock? I didn't really see him here.
Yeah.
All these other guys are so big. Where's Brock?
He's over there with Moody and Wisnowski.
Right. He kind of looks like a kicker. Let's go to Trucker 23 in Cottage Grove, Oregon. Hey, Trucker, what are you doing?
Well, driving as usual, being a trucker and all. I actually wanted to call. Well, first of all, Priest had a really good call, and I think that's because of his age and what he's seen. Because let me tell you, I'm old school as well, and I watched Montana all the way from his rookie years, and style-wise, what he does, how he reads the defense is almost identical to Montana and Brady early years. I'm not saying by any means that he's going to be that, but he is the closest style comp that you can really find to those guys. And even the old school players, they make those comparisons because that's exactly what they see. They see that size issue and all of that jazz, and these are pretty much exact comps to those two. And we always want to comp to somebody great and all of that jazz. Definitely agree there. Also, the players, so the style category, I think that's why we want to make those comparisons there for those two. But, yeah, and as far as what you were saying about Steph Curry, you could fit any of those guys into that situation where they're comp to Steph Curry, where they're sitting there, they are the point guard, so to speak, of the team. So I don't see where that really says yes or no. I do definitely understand where they were keeping Steph Curry out of because they don't walk in as a dominant looking guy, and that's 100% why that compromise is like that.
No doubt, Trucker. I agree with all that, and I do understand. Thanks so much. I do understand Brock Purdy's name, nor should it, is not going to be anywhere near any of these people until he wins championships. So I remember watching Joe Montana. That was when I was first introduced into the game. But I wasn't old enough to, be listening to sports talk radio.
Right, there was no sports talk radio.
Yeah, they won that first Super Bowl on my 7th birthday. I was 7. So I wasn't
cute.
I wasn't like, the Niners won the Super Bowl, but why are they saying that Joe is not as good as Ken Anderson?
He's a system guy, Dad. Tom, Ellen, I got to take.
Exactly.
Get in here.
And they were like, what are we going to do with this kid?
Totally.
No, so I get it. Like, they had to go through that. Brady had to go through that. So it's no different here. But I just think that's why it sounds the way that it sounds. And in a vacuum or in a moment where we sit right now, it leads to some sort of a predictive debate as to where this is going to go. And I think everybody should be comfortable with that. I have no problem with predictive debate. I don't know better than anybody else where this is going to go or how it's going to end up. I'm sort of trying to tap into the sound, the hesitancy, if you will, to let him into the club. And what I also find is a bit of a diminishing of this start, because it's one thing to pop into a league and look really good. It's completely different to pop into a league as a seventh rounder, fire drill, there's an injury, go get into the game, and then like a calendar year later, you've never lost a game that you finished. What on earth is that?
Right.
And somehow I hear a lot of people finding a way to explain it away as something other than really amazing.
I think it goes beyond the draft for me in terms of the remarkability of what he's done. And I think about Ben Roethlisberger in terms of what he did, 13-0 to start his career as a rookie. And it felt like that was given more plaudits than this is because he was a part of a great team.
It was.
And a great coaching staff, and they wound up going to the playoffs like Brock did when he took this team over. But it's because Big Ben, he had a nickname. And, Brock has a nickname, but it's not really for air, and it's not really as convenient as Big Ben. And, Roethlisberger was highly drafted, and he came in, and he did well. And Pittsburgh was a big brand, and they were a great team and all the rest of it. But Brock Purdy is in a spot where he's also with a good team and a big brand, and he's had great success. So why is he not getting that same level of respect and of accolades? I think part of it is the West Coast bias, and it's also partly Shanahan and the team around him, and it's also because he's small and he was a seventh-round pick.
Well, what's interesting with the Roethlisberger comp also is you're right, he won all the games, right? And he goes 13-0. So you can say, hey, this has happened before, 13-0. But the combination of winning but also statistical success. Like Ben Roethlisberger, that year that he went 13-0, had 17 touchdowns and 11 picks. He only threw for 2,600 yards. That's not the kind of stuff that Brock Purdy's doing. His QB rating was less than 100. Brock's is tops in the league. And Ben won Rookie of the Year. He won the Rookie of the Year award with those stats. So that's where that comp for me kind of goes in a little bit of a right turn, which is that the comp is the immediate success and the wins.
Sure.
And the obvious statement that, I'm good and I'm going to be here for a while. And Ren Roethlisberger had a Hall of Fame career.
Brock would have been Rookie of the Year had he gotten an extra month on the books.
You're probably right.
He ended up, fourth or fifth in Rookie of the Year?
Yeah, something like that. Like that.
I mean, I think that if he would have started, because Ben started 13 games as a rookie, and he went 13-0. So if Brock would have gotten 4 more games, if he would have gotten all the Jimmy games, and if he would have gone 10-0 and then gone into the playoffs at 10-0 and then won 2 and then lost 1, he would have been Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, just traditionally when a guy does stuff like that, when you hear, product of surroundings, system QB, it looks more like this. Oh, you're winning, you got a great run game, you got a great defense, and your stats are kind of like, meh.
Yeah.
They're like, fine, like you're doing a good job. But Brock's stats are not mediocre. They're not. He's got 0 interceptions and over 1,000 yards passing in 4 games. JJ in San Jose, next up here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, JJ, what do you think?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. That's an interesting question. Not gonna lie. At first, it's like, okay, what's everybody watching, right? Obviously, he's pretty good. Obviously, he's, doing what he's supposed to be doing. Brock Purdy is looking like that guy. I think the reason why people think the way they think is because they like in terms of sports, they got a lot of sports trauma because they feel like they've seen a couple good seasons, of Kaepernick, a couple good seasons of Alex Smith, and now they're on the Brock Purdy train, right? And I can, I'm a fan of the station. I'm a fan of all the shows. I can remember last year on a crossover where Willard was like, dude, this is the guy. And I think, some of the other guys, Bonte and Shasky, were like, yeah, easy. We're not there yet because we saw the same thing with Kaepernick. I think after this year, that's when everyone's going to have their full establishment as to whether he's the guy or not.
Yeah, JJ, it's interesting. I remember those conversations as well, but I think we can split the difference a little bit. Okay? Like, was that too early back then? I don't know. It's proven to be accurate. Was I ahead of myself? I don't know. You could have that opinion.
Take your victory lap.
No.
Let's go.
No, seriously. That was my predictive thought in the time. I was right that time. Great. Whatever. But you
should stretch out a little bit more on I was right.
No, because what JJ is saying, though, is that after this year is when we'll have a full view. But I've already, for instance, I now dismiss small sample size. I think for a lot of people, like JJ's right in terms of, well, is this a championship quarterback or not? We don't know that yet. But like we've moved beyond small sample size. I think for a lot of people, they wanted to see him get through the injury and then come back, start the season as the starting quarterback, and then look like that was the correct decision. And that's been a total slam dunk. Kyle Shanahan's comment yesterday in responding to the whole product of his surroundings question when he goes, well, that's ridiculous. But did you hear what he said in there? He goes, it's been too long. He told the idea of, it's only been a few games. Because it's been way too long. You like the sample size conversation to me is over. It's not been 4 games. It's been like 13.
Yeah, 12, yeah. 9 regular season starts. And if you want to count the Miami game, you can, because that was basically a full game. But 9 starts in the regular year. He's 9-0. 3 starts in the postseason. He's 2-1. The one loss he had, he got knocked out. Right. And the Miami game, if you want to give him that win, you can. And so if you add Philly and the 3 playoff and then the Miami game, you're talking about 13 games. That's almost a full season. And you look at Ben. Big Ben was 13-0 to start his career in 13 regular season games. And I was just looking at the game log. And in 4 of those 13 games, they had more rushing yards than they did passing yards. And I don't think that any of these games have gone that way for Brock Purdy.
For Brock Purdy? I can't remember any. We could look that up. But you're probably right. Part of that is the difference in the NFL. But what's also
true, and he had Deuce Staley and Jerome Bettis.
Yeah,
so.
but I think that if you look back at that time, the really encouraging thing for 49er fans is that it was real. Ben Roethlisberger went on to be a Hall of Fame, level career. He went on to be a Super Bowl champ, and he got better. Like he did become the guy who could throw for over 4,000 yards. And I still think that about Brock, too. Like, that's the most encouraging. I think we sort of forget that. We're like, yeah, the guy's played in 13 football games. He could get better. He should get better. He's still a young player.
Right. And you would expect that Shanahan would probably not want him to go out and throw for 5,000 yards because this team is still built on the run game. But can he go for 4,000 this year? Well, he should.
He should.
And if he does, then that means that he's healthy and that Kyle Shanahan trusts him.
I'll promise you this. If he plays 17 games, he's throwing for over 4,000 yards. I'll promise that. He probably should, even if he only plays 16.
16 games at 225 a game is 4,000.
Yeah, he's up over 1,000 after 4.
Right, 17 games, and if you get like 215 a game, that's 4,000.
Yeah, he'll do that.
So if you play 17 games and you don't throw for 4,000, then you got problems in this NFL.
There'll be a lot of teams that do not have a 4,000-yard QB. There'll be a lot.
Or even if they have 4,000 yards total, I wonder about.
Yeah. I mean, some guys.
Because already, like, Indy's had, the shoes come in for Richardson. And, and you have a lot of situations that might be 2 QB anyway. But I wonder how many teams won't throw for 4,000 yards.
Here's the comment from Shanahan yesterday I was referring to. Shanahan's message to those who think Purdy's success is just because of the system.
I mean, that's pretty ridiculous. They just got to watch the tape. I mean, he plays at a high level every time he's been out there. He's done it in a lot of different situations versus a lot of different defenses, on the road, at home, in playoff games, when injured. You can't do all that stuff. He's been out there too long. It's on tape.
He's been out there too long. He's been out there too long for these conversations to still be happening.
It's on tape.
It's there.
And stuff.
It's
on tape.
Yeah. Brock is one of 10 QBs to already be over 1,000 yards.
Okay.
In the NFL. So only 10 at this point. And there are like 5 more who are over 900. Also probably on pace for over 4,000 if they were to play a full 17 games. But that's only about half the league. Only about half the league.
Only 9 teams last year had more than 4,000 yards passing.
Interesting.
Only 9 teams. And the Niners were not one of them.
Not one of them.
They had 38-56 as a team.
Some of that is injury, but some of that is stylistic.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, if you're talking about the whole team, 49ers had 3 different starting quarterbacks and did not get there. Dak Prescott does not have 1,000 yards passing so far this year.
Yeah.
Just to throw that out there.
Well, and Dallas last year was one of the teams that did have 4,000 yards in passing offense.
Jalen Hurts does not have 1,000 yards passing yet.
Yeah. Actually, Dallas was not. Philly was 9th last year with 4,105. So I know Hurts didn't have 4,000 because he missed a couple games, or he missed a game. But in terms of team passing yards, only 9 teams last year got to 4,000. I'm surprised at that number.
Purdy has thrown for more yards than Patrick Mahomes this year.
Mahomes in Kansas City last year led football with 5,062.
Purdy has thrown for more yards than Patrick Mahomes with 31 fewer attempts.
Wow. Man, who's Captain Checkdown now?
Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. More of your calls coming up next. So Rolando, Bartleduke, Mike, Joe, we're coming. And so is Jesse Sapolu, by the way. He's going to join us in about an hour and a half on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA storage event.
Hi, thanks.
Whether you're looking to get the kids...
know exactly what date. Maddie. Yeah.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Why are you looking at me like, why'd you just put a hoodie on? It's 1,000 degrees.
Because I like to stay warm. I like to be snuggly.
Gosh, you're odd.
I was walking
You're
the city
odd
earlier.
male. That's something that women do. And I'm not trying to broad brush here, but it's true, right? No, right?
You're trying to genderfy my needs?
Yes. Like, true or false, normally, man and a woman in a car, and if you don't have the separate heating thing, like, the ladies are always cold and the dudes are always hot. But you're over here putting on a hoodie and it's 1,000 degrees outside.
I will not allow you to denigrate my needs based on your gender assignments.
It's not a denigration. It's a curiosity.
You better be careful.
It's It's not a denigration sensation.
It's a buck.
It's
is
a
what
curiosity of why you would walk over there and go, it's 1,000 degrees in here, and then walk back and put on a hoodie.
Boom, put the hoodie on.
What a weird thing to do.
I like the comfort of a hoodie, especially this hoodie.
Right.
I like the cotton feel on my arms as I do sports talk radio, and I talk to Rolando, Bartle Duke, and Mike, and I'm excited to talk to all of them. And, you know, I was actually out there walking the streets earlier in the heat, and I had my hood on. And people are looking at me like, what's wrong with this guy?
And that's what I'm doing right now. That's all I'm doing.
Boy, that's a great question.
I'm just looking at you
But
going,
nobody out there was
the
like,
hell's up with this
what's
guy?
wrong with you? You woman?
I didn't call you a woman. Don't do that. Do not do that.
Let's go to the tape.
By the way, it'd be a compliment. So
I love women. I live with a bunch of them. From ages 1
It's
to,
true.
I can't
There's
say.
a big gap. Yeah, there's a big gap.
Huge gap.
Big gap.
Thank you.
All right. How about this?
How about it?
Right before we go to the phones, stay right there, phone people. A little bit of a sort of soft announcement.
Okay.
And I'm only doing this because...
Oh, I thought you were going to play off the WNBA announcement, but no.
No, that's been announced already.
And it's more than...
Sweet.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Fantastic. Like everybody else, I have a name idea.
Oh, we all have names.
Yeah. No, the
Golden State hoodies.
They should be the Bay Area Breakers. They should be the Bay Area Breakers, because not only does that sort of pay homage to the Beta Breakers, but like they are breaking through, breaking the mold, breaking down barriers. The Bay Area Breakers. That's my idea.
Any nickname that has to be explained is not a great one, but
no, it doesn't have to be
better than
explained.
some of the ones I've heard.
It also just sounds good. Bay Area Breakers.
Tell me about your soft announcement.
I got a soft announcement for you, Dibs.
I want to hear it.
And it's directly to our YouTube audience that's discussing it right now, because we know a lot of you who do watch on YouTube, you also tend to be the wonderful people who will drive to a different part of the Bay Area and watch all 6 of us bark at one another about the same subject for 2 hours. Around these parts, we call that a summit. Okay? We're the Warriors Summit, the Red and Gold Summit, and now we're realizing these summits are pretty amazing, and so we're going to keep doing more summits. And there have been a lot of questions about whether or not there was going to be a pre- or early season Warriors Summit. Well, yes, there is. Yes, there will be. TBD, date, location, to be announced.
That'd be TBA, but
right, but it's both.
It's been deed. It hasn't been aid.
The date has not been has not been deed.
Right.
The location. Okay, stop. Anyway,
it hasn't been determined. It's been determined. It hasn't been announced.
It's happening.
It's
we know
TBA.
where.
I can't wait.
We don't know exactly when.
Oh, I know where.
But
and I know when.
Everybody just get ready to make your plans. Tell your boss now.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a day we're going to have to miss, because we got to go see the Warriors early season summit. So it's coming.
Real quick, before we move off Warriors, did you happen to see what your boy Klay Thompson said today?
Does he know where the summit is?
This is the quote,
what did he say?
We can move forward after this. It's just an honor to be on the court with Chris Paul.
I think he said that every day. Like, I've heard him say
just
a bunch
an honor.
of, yeah, absolutely. Clay been here for a minute. He knows how to play this game.
Duh.
They're not dumb. They're not dumb. By the way, did you notice who knows how to play the game now? His name's Chris Paul. I thought Chris Paul won Media Day. He won Media Day because the team gathered around and said, okay, this is what we're going to have it sound like this time. Hey, Chris, don't ask anybody else if they're coaching. And Chris was awesome. He was fantastic. You notice how the air got let out of the balloon, and nobody's worried about who's starting anymore.
Yeah. Well, because Draymond's hurt.
That's part of it.
I think that's all of it.
I
If
don't,
Draymond
'cause
wasn't hurt,
he might be
that
ready.
balloon would still be inflated.
Doc told us yesterday Draymond might be ready to go by opening night.
Sure.
So?
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, he might be.
Yeah.
He very well might be.
All right, let's go to the phones. Rolando and Napa. Hey, Rolando, what are you doing? You're on with Willard and Dibs.
Big fan. I'm actually cleaning the house right now, doing some chores, and I'm prepping for dinner too. So, tasking here.
Man, you're being productive.
What a guy, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to cook some fried chicken tonight for dinner. So, but right now I'm cleaning the house. So multitask.
So are the Giants. But anyway, go ahead, Rolando.
I'm a big fan of your show, guys, and I want like a couple quick points. Is like I disagree with a lot of people saying that it's the system, Brock Purdy. And if that were the case, you can tell me you would throw the 2021 draft. Trey Lance did not work out. You tell me you would throw Zach Wilson to this offense that he would succeed. Mac Jones, Justin Field. I bet you $1 million that there's no way. Everybody needs to understand that this is a good quarterback. And I want to point out something. I want to call a couple weeks ago for you, Willard. You were talking about the Kyle Shanahan. Everybody brings up the 20-3 lead and blaming who's blamed. But I want to ask you guys this. I want to compare it to that situation to what the Seattle Seahawks did in the Super Bowl when they went for the pass instead of rushing touchdown. And in your opinion, you guys, who do you blame in that situation? Bevel, Russell Wilson, or Pete Carroll? Because I want to compare those two situations and hear what you guys think is to blame for that situation.
Rolando, thanks. I definitely...
Pete Carroll is the answer for me.
I think so, too. I definitely don't blame Russ. Russ ran the play that was called.
Sure.
I can't speak intelligently on the inner workings of the Seahawks and how they come to a play call.
Right.
I would imagine in a situation that large that Pete Carroll would have a pretty big voice on the headset, but I don't know that.
Right.
And so therefore I don't know how to firmly pick someone between Bevel and Carroll in that case.
To me, the buck stops with the head man, which is why Pete Carroll gets blamed. And I do think that Darrell Bevel had authority to make that call, and he made the call, and Pete Carroll either heard it through the headset or didn't, and didn't put a stop to it. And that's ultimately his job, which is why when we all want to talk about Kyle Shanahan and a blown lead, 28-3 in the Super Bowl, Kyle Shanahan, you blew the lead. You were the offensive coordinator and you blew the lead. Well, no, you didn't, because you were the OC. You weren't the head coach. And if you want to blame the head coach for that, you can. And, I mean, I guess you probably should, but you don't blame the coordinator for that, in my opinion, when you blow a 28-3 lead.
Well, and if you do, you blame the defensive coordinator.
Right.
Like, Kyle had nothing to do with what was happening while the Patriots were on the field, moving up and down and coming back. Could he have scored more? I guess. I don't know. His quarterback won the MVP that year. So, yeah, I'm with you on that. Did you hear what Marshawn Lynch said about that recently? He did the podcast with Shannon Sharp. He admitted that I mean, I don't know how accurate this is or if he was being tongue-in-cheek, but he's just like, I walked over to Pete Carroll right after that and just laughed in his face. Like right in his face, which I feel like cameras would have caught that if that had actually happened.
Yeah.
But there's your answer. Marshawn Lynch went and laughed at Pete Carroll. Then again, Bevel was probably up in a booth. So I don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
And the buck stops with the head coach and all these things. So to me, if you have an offensive coordinator who has that authority and he makes a call that's bad or it's good, it all comes on to you anyway.
Bartle Duke in Dallas. You're on with Willard and Dibs. Real quick. Hey, Bartle Duke, what's up?
Howdy there. Yeah, good to be on with you, fellas.
Good to have you, Bartle Duke.
Yeah, I want to say I love Dak Prescott, but I feel like we're in the same situation where I would prefer Brock Purdy because he's a more assistant quarterback. I don't think he get all those yards from him. It's hard straight. I think he just throw the ball to Debo, with tackling it, they run the ball in for fouls. Like they play plays where they have to play. So I just think there's going to be a lot of commotion on the game going on Sunday. I think Cowboys going to win 27-20. That's what I think, guys. Have a good day.
All right. Have a good day.
Are you feeling like he was running material?
I think so. And
you think there was material being run?
I think he bombed.
That was hilarious. I don't know about what you guys thought.
I mean, but it was hilarious in spite of itself, right? Luke, is that what you mean?
I mean, it wasn't even announced hilarious.
Yeah.
I don't really understand what the point of that was.
Yeah, I didn't catch most
Cowboys
of it.
27, Niners 20.
Okay, something.
They
Anyway,
go on the ball.
Go to break.
We're sponsored by Flag and Anthem, and we'll get to some calls coming up that use their regular voice. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
Brought to you by Flag and Anthem. Premium clothes without the premium price tag.
It's officially fall here in the back.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
You ready for a fun fact?
Please.
A fun fact. Now let's go to the phones, okay? 888-957-9570. We're talking about why the conversation surrounding Brock Purdy sounds the way it does. I started the show by sort of comparing him to Steph Curry. I said, we're talking about the wrong legend when we compare Brock Purdy. It's not Montana. It's not Brady. It's Steph. And I don't mean that in terms of his greatness or his production at all. I mean that in terms of the experience Steph had to go through to convince the rest of the world that, yes, he was on their level, even at half the size. So, yes, LeBron, Steph is your counterpart. He is shoulder to shoulder to you, even though his shoulders don't reach your shoulders. And so I think the Brock Purdy conversation sounds the way it does because people simply have a hard time going, Mahomes, Allen, Herbert, Burrow, Purdy? Like, which one of these is not like the other? Yeah, we get it. He doesn't look the part. And so I think people are having a hard time giving him the role.
Yeah, and it took Drew Brees a long time to get to that same lofty spot against the backdrop of Manning, Brady, Roethlisberger, quarterbacks who are bigger and were more successful at least, and we thought they would be better. And I look at the numbers from Brock Purdy, and it makes me think more about Drew Brees than it does anybody else because Drew Brees was a guy who was 67.7% for his career. He led the league 6 times in completion percentage, and that's where Brock is right now. Brock is north of 70, and Drew was one of the first quarterbacks to be above 70, and he did it 5 different times, including 74.4 as a 38-year-old. And Drew Brees played the way that I see Brock Purdy playing, which is effective, efficient. You take the throws that are there, and it's nothing too flashy, but the flashy part is at the end of the game when you win and you look at a guy going 24 or 28 with no picks and 2 touchdowns, it's like, yeah, he's good.
Yeah, a lot of short throws. I don't think there were as many arm concerns about Drew as there is with Brock, except for when the shoulder injury had people wondering about the future of his career. I think there's also a comp in, like, you played in a major conference, but you played on one of the teams that usually get whipped up by the bigger teams. Purdue, Iowa State, a little bit of a comp there. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting sort of comparison when you look at what is stopping people from putting them on the plane. Before we get back to the calls, though, Aaron Schatz, who's a really good NFL writer, he just wrote, the Dallas Cowboys are currently number 1 in defensive DVOA versus passes to the left and passes to the right. However, they're number 27 versus passes up the middle. And he writes, where does the Shanahan or McDaniel offense like to throw the ball? Hashtag FTTB.
Right. Faithful to the Bay.
Faithful to the Bay.
Because what he's saying, Mr. Schatz is saying that they like to throw the ball to the middle of the field, which I think was more of a Jimmy and Trey phenomenon than it is Brock Purdy. I think that Brock Purdy is not as slave to the passes down the middle. I think that the offense likes to do that, especially when you've got an offense like you have it with so much play action, so much pre-snap motion, so much eye candy, as we like to say, with the motion going side to side, and then you've got routes going left and right, and then you either bring McCaffrey late over the middle or George Kittle, or you can do Debo. However you want to do it, you try to open up the middle, and so if that's the case, Dallas is in real trouble.
Well, I mean, we'll see. That's, DVOA, I want to add this to the conversation. Dallas's defensive metrics, and to a degree, the 49ers too, are helped right now by who they played. So I'm not taking anything away from them. You play who's on the schedule. But Josh Dobbs is the only quarterback of the 4 that Dallas has faced who has been anything outside of a dumpster fire this year. And he beat them by scoring north of 25 points. So, of course their metrics are going to be great. They deserve credit for it. They have forced turnovers from these guys, but they faced Zach Wilson, Daniel Jones, and Mac Jones, those are three guys every defense has essentially dominated so far this year outside of a quarter here and there. So throw that into the conversation. I'll also say this. While we were doing advanced metrics, I saw this. I forget the name of this. You know this better than I do, so maybe you'll know. But throws and their percentage chance of being successful, the success rate of a throw.
Yeah.
Like, in other words, when it's released by the quarterback, what is the chance that it becomes a completed pass? Do you know which pass, and this is NFL-wide, the best completed pass when compared with its likelihood? In other words, it was the lowest likelihood pass that ended up being completed all year long in the NFL. Any idea which one it was?
Jeez. I mean, the Brandon Ayuk back shoulder? Or
which Brandon Ayuk back shoulder?
The one down the right-hand side that...
Pittsburgh?
No, you're talking about not just this last game, the whole season.
All season long. All season long. Which throw in the NFL the least likely to be completed that was?
That's a tough trivia question.
Well, I'm only asking because
it's a Niner throw and it's Brock Purdy. It's got to be to Brandon Ayuk, and it would have to be in the first game against Pittsburgh.
Yeah, that throw against Pittsburgh.
The least likely throw to be completed in the whole year.
Least likely throw to be completed that was.
Wow.
In the whole NFL all year long. That's how good that throw was. And catch. Give Ayuk a ton of credit as well.
It's all Purdy. It's just, let's stay with the narrative.
Brandon was just like, how did this ball end up in my jersey?
Right.
I didn't do that. Was that you, Brock? Let's go to Mike in Pleasanton. Hey, Mike, you're on with Willard and Dibs.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Really good.
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thanks, Mike.
I just want to clarify one point, that I always freeze. My wife is always hot. The air conditioning's on all the time. Wanted to clarify that point.
Wow.
Thank you,
so
Mike.
you guys are one of those couples. Okay, Mike, I see how you roll. I love it.
I never walk out of the house without a hoodie because I know the AC is going to be on.
Man, I tell you what, my mom, when we were going to Giants games at Candlestick back in the day, I mean, she would forget her keys quicker than she would forget a blanket. Honestly, it was, where's the blanket, Tom? We need 3 blankets. Oh, my God, we're just going to a ball game. But anyway, go ahead, Mike.
Hoodie Nation, baby.
Love it.
Yeah, love you guys. You make my remote career at home working so much better at the end of the day. Just wanted to make a couple comments. Dibs, I was so happy to hear you back on the air. That's the first one. Second one was, my only thing with Brock Purdy is he's pretty to watch. I love watching the games, but I think it's a little too simple for him with all the stuff, with all the weapons and all the stuff that Shanahan has going on. I have yet to see him just doing those dirty, gritty, grindy games where he's got to go, and I'll say the name Aaron Rodgers or Brady, where he's got to go 8 plays that are 40-yard passes and find a way to pull it out. That's my only thing with him. Aside from that, he looks great. The Niners look great. Everything looks great on the field. It looks like they know what they're doing and where they're going.
Mike, could I stay on the line for a sec? I want to know more about what you mean. Gritty, grindy, and then what'd you say? Like 8 throws that are 40 yards?
Or 80-yard drive, I think is what he said.
Oh, I mean, is that what do you mean by that, Mike?
Well, you got the 2-minute drill, and you took 2 15-yard penalties going backwards, and you have 45 seconds, and your only option is to go from the 5, and it's raining, and it's 13 degrees outside, or it's snowing, and you got 13 seconds and 3 plays to go the rest of the field.
I see.
I just don't think I've seen that. I just don't think I've seen where he had limited weapons. Somebody got hurt.
Yeah.
He had to find a way to grind it out.
Mike, thanks. You're right. We haven't seen it, and let's hope we don't. First of all,
we did see him down 10 against the Raiders last year.
We did. And by the way, in that game, he only threw for 284. And by the way, that was the last interception he threw. It was on New Year's Day.
Against the Raiders.
That's the
you
most
were there.
recent, except for all those camp picks. Oh, remember those?
Terrible.
They were awful.
And the big fumble against Philadelphia that we, might have been a pick, but it turned out it was a fumble.
Fair enough, yeah. But the Raiders down by 10. The Raiders weren't a very good team, but Brock was very, very good in that game. He did rally them back. That's kind of an interesting thought. Okay, first of all, he even referenced, going the length of the field in about 20 seconds in the snow. Well, I really, really hope that doesn't happen because that means the Niners did not get home field advantage.
Right.
Look outside. It ain't going to snow here. But I also think while it's accurate that we haven't seen that, is that the true measure of what we're looking for? Like, put the 49ers in the worst of scenarios, and can Brock come out of that? Let me say it a different way, because that sounded a little excessive. The snow, 2 penalties, it's 4th and 30. I mean, that means your team is really, really up a creek. And I don't think even Aaron Rodgers would succeed very often with that scenario. Here's what I think 49ers would like to know. What if you do end up in a situation like Jimmy Garoppolo did in the NFC title game 2 years ago? What if you end up in that situation? You had a 10-point lead, and then it went away. And then you were given the ball against a momentum-filled Rams defense.
And a hostile crowd.
Oh, so hostile. It was crazy.
Totally, right.
But you're at your own whatever he was at. 15?
It was crazy.
Thank you, Kelly. So are you at your own 15, your own 20? I don't care if it's 1st and 25. It can be 1st and 10. But minute and a half to go. You get the ball at your own 13, and you had a 10-point lead, and now you're down by 4. What do you do, hot shot? What do you do in the playoffs? Sure, I think a 49er fan right now can fairly say that's where we want to feel comfortable because we've ended up there twice in the last 4 years.
Right.
And both times it didn't go well. So part of me says I hope we never face that. Play from ahead. That's better than playing from behind. But, yeah, how does Brock show in that situation? That's a fair question to ask, I guess.
Well, and he hasn't really been in that spot too often. And I'm looking at his game log, and, you beat Tampa by 28. I know he was facing the GOAT, but you crushed him. And you beat Seattle by 8 on the road. It was a tight game, but you were never really in jeopardy. Even the Vegas game where you were down by 10, it felt like you had a good chance to score. The Vegas defense was not that stout. And then you got in the playoffs. The Dallas win was an impressive one, but if you look at the way that fourth quarter played out, it was a lot of controlled passing and just execution by the offense. A lot of Eli Mitchell and Christian McCaffrey on the ground, grinding out that touchdown and then a late field goal.
Do you remember I have him in front of me, and I'm asking for a reason not to pin you at all. I just wonder what perception versus reality is with Brock Purdy's playoff run last year. Do you remember what his stats were or what kind of games he played? Like Seattle, Dallas, and even Philadelphia, where he had 4 attempts.
Well, Seattle was, an offensive showcase. It was a slow start, and there was that moment of right? It was like that moment of not, oh my God, but it was like, wait, come on.
Weren't they
really?
down at half? Weren't they down by a point?
And Seattle was playing great. And the Niners were playing okay. Yeah. And then they came out and it was boop, boop, boop. And I know Brock put up big numbers in that game.
18 of 30, 332, 3 touchdowns, no picks.
Yeah. And I wonder what the second half numbers were. I know you don't have those in front of you, but felt like the second half, the Niners got comfortable. He got comfortable, and they opened up a can on Seattle.
And it could have been 4 touchdowns. That was the game that Ayuk dropped that crazy throw in the end zone.
Oh, that would still, in my opinion, that would be Brock's signature play of his career if Brandon catches it.
Yeah.
Oh, go all the way to the left, come all the way back to the right.
Crazy.
Made everybody miss, and then he hucked an absolute dime into the back of the end zone, but dropped.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you think he did in the Dallas game?
Much more pedestrian. I know he didn't turn the ball over, but I don't think the numbers were great. Probably about 60% completion. I don't even know if he threw a touchdown in that game.
Do you think he threw for more or less than 200 yards?
Probably right about 200. I would say maybe a shade more. Maybe, but could be a shade less.
Pretty good memory. Pretty good memory over there. Look at the big memory on Dibs.
Look at that.
Yeah. 19 of 29 for 214 yards. That is a 65.5% completion percentage. No touchdowns, no picks. and a 19-12 victory over the Cowboys. Yeah. Yeah, sacked twice. Just sacked twice. He was sacked 4 times in the entire playoffs. Once in Philadelphia.
Yeah. And he fumbled on that play.
He sure did.
Yeah.
He sure did.
Which I don't know how that's not an interception, but I guess when your arm is going forward and the ball's not in your hand, it's not an actual pass.
It wasn't fully going forward yet when the ball came
even
out.
Even if your arm is going forward, if the ball's not in your hand, it's no longer a pass attempt.
That's correct.
They've changed that designation in terms of.
Well, I think that was always that. If the ball's not in your hand, if the ball's
it used
out,
to be if the ball was like in your hand, but you're not grabbing it, and you go in a forward motion, it's considered a pass. But now you have to actually have the ball, and you have to actually be making a passing attempt.
Well, yeah, because a lot of times you get hit and the thing squirts out, and then your arm goes forward, and it's like, no, it's already out.
Right. But that used to be considered a pass attempt. I mean, maybe pre-replay.
Yeah.
But this one goes down as a fumble.
Do you remember what his completion percentage was in Philadelphia?
I mean, was that his first pass?
No, it was not.
Then I don't remember what it was.
He had 4. He had 4 pass attempts, and that didn't count as one because it was a fumble. Yeah. Completed them all.
Okay.
He was 4 of 4. He was about to dominate them.
Yeah, he was. Number 4.
Just wanted to take everyone off. Yeah. He has thrown 1 interception in calendar year 2023. It was in Vegas on New Year's Day.
It's crazy.
How many days has it been since a Brock Purdy interception? What do we got here?
It's been about 280.
9 months plus 5 days.
Yep.
Not 6, not 7.
Good Lord. Rich in Fremont. Hi, Rich. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. What you doing?
What's up, guys? I'm at work listening to you guys
Sweet, dude.
go on about this game coming up. But personally, myself, I don't really see Dallas putting up any more than maybe 13 points in this game because the Niners' defense is just too stingy. I think I'm looking at probably a 27-13 game. It's just Dallas just can't match up, okay, with this offense, and this defense is gonna really just make it a long day for Dak Prescott.
I tell you what, Rich, you actually have more confidence in the Niner defense right now than I do. What do you think about that, Dibbs? Rich, thank you so much. Love how much you call and listen. Appreciate you so much. I mean, the Niner defense, if you want to get into stats, again, it's early. It's 4 games, not necessarily great opponents, but they're ranked 7th in the league. I'm not saying they're not good. They're very, very good. But when I listen to the Niners, I feel like they think that they're going to be better at the end of the year than they are now. There still is. I know this fans don't think this way. It's like, oh, it's Warner and Greenlaw and Bosa and Armstead. It's a new coordinator. There are new teammates. There's a transition going on there, and I don't think it's complete. So they look good. They don't quite look great yet. We've watched other teams with the short passing game move the ball, and I think Dallas will have moments of success in this game offensively.
And I'm curious to see how Coach Wilkes approaches it in terms of the defense, because if you're not getting home with 4, and so far you don't have a lot of sacks with your front 4, you do have some. Bosa has 1, and you haven't really used a lot of blitzing defensively to try to shake other teams up, which is good because you don't need to. You got such a solid defense behind your front 4. You can play base with the front 4, and you know that you're going to come up and tackle. But Dallas has got a good passing attack. They've got some receivers who can beat you one-on-one. So do you play back? Do you play soft and zone? Or do you come up and try to challenge them man-to-man and bring a little bit of extra heat?
Good tight end. This guy Ferguson looks like he can play a little bit. You're right. They haven't blitzed a lot, but they did in the second half in L.A. because they were large. They were getting beat. They were getting beat. They had to shake it up. I could see something like this happening this week. You know, there's sort of 2 kinds of 49er games so far this year. There's the ones where they come out and they're just like, our ball game, night, we're going to destroy you. Pittsburgh, Arizona. Even though Arizona got within 5 points, they're in total control the whole time. The Rams game took a minute to develop, and so did the Giants game. The Giants were never threatening to lead the game, But as we all know, the offense took a minute to deal with the constant blitzing that the Giants were doing. I more see this game being like that. I think the first half, especially with the emotion, the size of this game, you're going to see a feeling out process between two teams that have a lot of elite players on both sides of the ball. I think it could take a minute. I don't expect the Niners to just come out on fire in this one.
I expect the offense to come out and march down the field 75 yards and score.
Really?
Kyle Shanahan and his scripted plays.
Not against the Giants.
Right, because the Giants threw the kitchen sink at Brock Purdy and the offense, and I think that caught Kyle by surprise. Now, Dallas, as I look at the numbers, they blitz on 29.9%, so 30%, 3 of every 10, which puts them just about in the top 10 in terms of blitz percentage.
Wow.
The Giants are at 50%.
And in that game, they were over 85%.
Correct.
Yes.
So I don't think that Dallas is going to come at Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan the way that the Giants did.
But as you've pointed out, they may not need to. They've got a much better pass rush with their base 4.
They do. But one thing that we learned earlier from Aaron Schatz and the DVOA numbers is that Dallas is susceptible to the middle of the field in the passing game, and that's where the Niners love to eat. So I would expect this to be a Kittle game, not just because I have him on my fantasy team. Kittle like a 9, and I need him in a bounce-back week, but I think that they look to use the middle of the field with play action, and they're going to pound the rock early and often against Dallas.
Gotta have
Kittle
time.
like a 9.
Thank you.
Gotta have time. Gotta have time. Niners' offensive line is where this game is won and lost, I think.
I agree. Yeah. I think this is a McKivitz game.
Brock has time, they win. Brock doesn't have time, might be his second interception in 2023. And that's, if you notice how Dallas has really grabbed control of football games this year, is they haven't just been good on defense, but it's been defensive chunk plays, right? You had the block kick for a touchdown on opening night against the Giants. How many pick sixes do the Cowboys have so far this year? I feel like they got a few of those already. Defensive touchdowns. So I'll look that up. But anyway, point is that that's, to me, that's the number one thing, and maybe it is most weeks, but if Purdy has time and if the 49ers avoid the turnover again, well, then my goodness, they win. They win.
Dallas has given up 2 passing touchdowns this year in 4 games.
Again.
2. I mean, I know it's part of, Jones and Dobbs. And
dumpster fire.
Sure.
Dumpster fire, and okay, fine. Good, solid QB
Well,
play.
the Niners have played 2 of the same opponents,
Yes.
and they've given up 4 passing touchdowns. So not quite as good as Dallas, but to your point, Dallas has scored with its defense, and their passing defense has been very good.
Do we have how many pick sixes they've got? I'm trying to look and see if we've got how many pick sixes. I'm going to look that up here. But we'll keep taking your phone calls. We're talking about why the Brock Purdy discourse sounds the way it does. We're obviously talking Cowboys and Niners as well. And 49er great Jesse Sapolu is going to join us in just about a half hour. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, 2 pick sixes. 2 pick sixes and a block kick return for a touchdown. So that has a lot to do with changing the momentum in a game. If the Niners avoid that, I think they're going to be in real good shape. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, it's your boy Guru, and I'm smiling. Can you see it through the radio? Let me tell you why I'm smiling. Soda weight loss.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Jesse Sapolu in about a half hour. 49er, great offensive lineman. Can't wait to talk to him about what this means, this rivalry, this team, all of the things going back. And again, we were having an interesting conversation earlier, I thought, with regard to what makes this rivalry what it is, or is it still a rivalry to all 49er fans? It's been a long time since these two teams were both at the top and threatening for Super Bowls. The 49ers have threatened a lot in recent years. The Cowboys have not at all. But there is no geographic rivalry. There is no divisional rivalry. There's no more of the characters in the story, right? Dwight Clark and Michael Irvin and Emmitt Smith and all of those people.
T.O.
Yeah, T.O. through the years.
Dion.
Is this still that? Or why is it still that?
It is still that, and I think it is still that for me because I've been around long enough to know what it was when it was these two teams at their zenith, and it wasn't for that long that both teams were really at the top of their game because the Niners beat them in 82, and then the Niners kind of took the mantle, and then the triplets came into Dallas, and they kind of took it back from the Niners. There were times then where both teams were good, and Dallas would knock the Niners out, but if you do look at the head-to-head over the past, even 13 years, they've only played 7 times. And of those 7 games they played,
is that real?
Only one is a playoff game. And you go back.
They played twice. They played in the last 2 years in the playoffs.
In the playoffs,
yes.
In the last two years, then exactly. January 16th, January 22nd, and then they played in 2020, 2017, 2016, 2014, 2011.
That's it.
So, other than the last 2, which I guess is what has refreshed the rivalry. A
little bit.
For those of us who are old enough to remember the 80s, and even if you remember the 70s when Dallas was dominant, and also the fact that it's Dallas and it's that damn star.
Yeah, it's branding.
Yes.
The word that comes to my mind in this conversation is branding. Rivalries, some of them are firm, Giants, Dodgers. Some of them move. Warriors, Rockets, Warriors, Grizzlies, Warriors, Suns, whatever. They move. And so I think the Niners rivals are usually that. There is not just this traditional, like, we hate you, you hate us. People will say it was the Rams, but they moved, and now they're back in L.A., and their fan base can't even find tickets to the game. So I don't even know really what to do with all of that. It's not bitter. Like, people will say it is, but it's just not. This is, but it's not because of a division. It's not because of, as you're saying, we play every year,
sure,
and there's some long history. It's because of historical moments, and it's because of branding.
It's branding.
We are both big, loud, brash, successful fan bases behind major logos. 49ers and Cowboys. That's different than when you play the Saints.
Of course, even
it's
though
just different.
If you want to go back to recent years of the Saints, quote unquote, rivalry, there are memories of Saints playoff games that live on in your mind. And
for sure.
The New York Giants should be a rival because there's memories of New York Giants playoff games that live on in your mind. But something about Dallas, and it is partly the branding, and it's also partly, I think, their owner and that uniform and all the rest of it that makes everybody want a piece of Dallas.
No doubt. No doubt about it. It's
you make
true.
an interesting point, though, in terms of, like, the rivalry, because these two teams played each other in the NFC Championship game 3 consecutive years, 93, 94, and 95. So if you are a 30-year-old person right now, you would have been
born.
Yes, in 93. So you would have been 0,
born.
1, and 2.
Yep.
If you're 30, forget my kids who are in their 20s,
Totally.
and your kids, you got 3 kids and a bunch of problems. And, anybody like the people we work with, Mark Grandy, I don't think that he's quite 30. and Lucas is barely 30, and Evan, and all of the other people that we love so much here, the babies. They don't remember. So for like Lucas and Grandy, the rivalry is more, I think, whispers and ghosts than it is for people of our age.
I'm 27. The way I remember the Niners-Cowboys rivalry is stories from my dad. That's how I remember it.
And what about T.O.?
Yeah, I don't remember seeing that live, but I've seen the video countless times.
It was also just a regular season game.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't, right? It wasn't actually that big a deal. You know what I mean? It was fun. It was eye-popping, but it wasn't like some sort of a landmark game.
That was 23 years ago.
Yeah.
So for Grandy, who is now officially confirmed that he's 27.
Is that really that long ago?
I'm looking
that
right
was
here.
Year 2000?
2000.
Damn.
T.O. Dallas Star celebration.
I would have guessed that was about 5 years later than that.
And that's what happens when you get, I mean,
it's all
for me,
running together.
You could have told me it was 1988 or 2014.
I knew it wasn't 88.
No, but that's where I am now. It's like it could have been anywhere between 88 and 2014.
I think a lot of this is less about a rival, and it's just Dallas. It's just Dallas. There's a familiarity here. Like when I first started watching Giants baseball, I couldn't stand the Atlanta Braves. Why? I had never even been to Atlanta.
TBS, the Superstation.
I think it was the city where you and I met, though, right?
Atlanta.
Didn't we meet in Atlanta?
Yeah, absolutely.
We certainly did. Anyway.
The Final Four.
Exactly. The Final Four.
What a terrible downtown.
Not this year, UCLA. Oh, gosh. Yeah, the whole thing was a little different.
For sure.
Different, yeah. Anyway, reason I bring it up, though, is I could not stand the Atlanta Braves. Because Skip Carey's voice sounded like this, and that's what I grew up with. Superstation, WTBS.
Yeah.
And there was the damn Braves games. And there was a brand, and they seemed arrogant, and Dale Murphy with that weird batting stance, Chris Chambliss, all that stuff.
Bob Horner.
Yeah.
Raffy and Chamby.
Right.
And Horny.
Candelaria. I mean, all of this stuff. And so that familiarity sort of breeds contempt. And I was like, and then when 93 happened and the Giants won 103 games and didn't even get to go to the postseason, I was like, it's
because the Braves won the NL West.
Because of the Braves.
The Braves won the West. I mean,
the West.
Thank you.
Atlanta.
The Braves.
The West.
The Braves.
Ridiculous.
The Falcons were in the West at the same time.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. I think it's a lot of that. In other words, if you even go to the NFC East, who do the Commanders think is their rival?
Dallas.
Who do the Eagles think is their rival?
Everybody, but Dallas and the Giants. I think it'd be close. And Washington. If you're Philly, it's Philly against the world. But I know where you're going, so I'll say Dallas.
Well, I've been to 2 Philly Dallas games in Philly, but I've never been to an Eagles Commanders game or whatever the hell they used to call them.
Yeah,
and I've never been to a Philly Giants game, but. It felt to me when I was at the Philly Cowboy games like the Eagles fans felt like this was the deal. This was emotion week because the Cowboys are coming to town.
If you went to all 32 teams in the NFL and you ranked rivals, Dallas would be the consensus rival.
Like 6 times.
At least.
Right?
I mean, and what I'm saying is like even a team like the Green Bay Packers.
Green Bay
would put Dallas at like the 3 or the 4 spot.
They, by the way, they'd put the Niners up there too.
Right.
And that's the point.
That's part of the point of brand. Like for the Niners, who are your rivals? Well, Seattle, Dallas,
Rams.
I'd put the Giants ahead.
Packers.
I'd put the Packers ahead of the Rams.
Giants is super historic. That has not been a thing for a while.
Kyle Williams is on the phone.
That's been a while. That's been a while.
How long has that been? If I say like 6 years, it's probably been 12.
Yeah.
These years are flying by, Coach.
Yeah.
I'm with you, but it is historic. And like those of us who remember Joe Montana getting his back broken, my neck and my back, spinal.
Right.
And I think a lot of these rivalries are like what Grandy was saying. Grandy was 4 years old when these teams played the third time in the TO game. He was 4 years old. So these rivalries are handed down from generation to generation.
It's just a big brand. It's not. And I've actually found this week. Do you agree with me? It's kind of quiet. It's quiet.
It's week 5, Coach.
Well,
And I think by Sunday, I do think by the time we get to
No. Huge game. I'm not saying the excitement is quiet. I'm saying the jibber jabber is quiet. Normally, in a situation like this, and this is why I do really believe that the Dallas Cowboy fan base has got a thing about the Niners. They got no swagger this week. I'm sure the Cowboys do. I don't think Micah Parsons is like, I'm terrified of the 49ers.
Sure.
But the fan base has got no swag, and they normally do. But they think they're going to lose. And Jerry Jones fed the animal by going on air and going, 49ers? I mean, they're amazing. I'm pretty sure the Super Bowl goes through there. So you can sort of see, is that reverse psychology or is that just setting expectations because they have not been able to get over? They have not been able to get over this team.
I think it's a little of both. And if Jerry Jones doesn't normally do the humility route, but you look at this game for Dallas, you're on the road. The spread has moved in the Niners' favor. It's now 4.
Oh, is it?
It was 3.5. I'm seeing it at 4 right now.
Interesting.
So the money is coming in on the Niners. It's a primetime spot. The Niners are undefeated. The quarterback's undefeated. And Dallas has not had a lot of success at San Francisco. So for Jerry to come out and bump his gums would be foolish.
Yeah.
Also, if the Niners win this game, they have a 3-game lead on Dallas. It's a 2-game lead plus the tiebreaker.
2.5,
so
basically, yeah.
This game becomes monster in terms of a possible tiebreaker scenario.
I'm still seeing it at 3.5 on mine, so if you want to...
I'm looking at ESPN.
Yeah, if you want to get it at 3.5, let me know. I'll tell you where to get it.
You know what? I don't think that this one
I'm not betting
would
on this.
matter. I'm not betting it either, but if I was going to bet it...
I'm not messing with
I would bet the Niners.
I don't want to be ticked off if they win by 3.
And I do have an eye on the total at 45. You and I are in a different camp in terms of this game. You like the over.
Over.
I think that this is an under game, and I think it's an under game because Dallas's defensive line is going to pose problems for the Niners O-line, and I think that this becomes a Wisnowski game of field position more than it is Brock just sitting back there and playing pick and pop.
Conventional wisdom agrees with you, number one. But
45 is a total that's right in the middle. That's like the opening total.
Right, but there's 2 things going on here, and one of them is my philosophy with betting. That looks out of whack, so lean into it. Like, they just played each other in January, and they didn't even get to 30. It was 19, they did, 31. 19-12.
Yeah.
Why is it 45 with the 2 supposed best defenses in the game? Why is it 45?
Because your guy cannot be stopped.
Is that it?
Well, Brock 30?
Yeah, Purdy 30. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That's part of it, but secondarily, I do think right now these 2 defenses are really good, but I don't think they're fully formed yet. The Dallas defense is a little bit compromised with Diggs now gone, and I think that these 2 defenses are going to get better. I think right now they look as good as they have because neither one of them outside of Matt Stafford has faced a great quarterback yet. And this week they will both face a good quarterback. And so I think there's going to be some points on the board. I really do. We're going to go back to the phones in just a second. Here's what Jerry Jones did say about this game.
They are right now probably the most likely team to go in the Super Bowl. And but in order for them to get there, they've got to go by us, hopefully 2 times. If that's the way it falls in the playoffs, and we're in the playoffs, of course. But the bottom line is that you're playing the best. This is a certainly you don't need the game to tell you that you're playing the best, but you need the game to show you how you stack up against the best.
That is 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, an Odyssey station.
Nice.
You don't hear Jerry do that. You don't hear Jerry do that. He did it, but you don't hear Jerry do that. Normally, he'd got all kinds of things to say, and he just kept it, well, they are the best team in football. And that was it. It was just like, when you hear Jerry Jones talk about the Super Bowl, he's usually talking about how every year Super Bowl or bust here in Dallas. He's talking about, well, yeah, the Niners are pretty much going to win it, and we'll all just see if we can stop them.
Sure.
Like,
the Super Bowl goes through San Francisco.
Come on, dude. I'm not buying this for a second.
I am buying it.
You are?
He's an astute football man. He's a Hall of Famer. He understands the game, and I think that he sees these two teams right now in the appropriate way, which is the Niners are a better team. If it was on a neutral, they'd be favored by 1, and at home you're favored by 4, and it's the third straight home game, and the Niners have health, and the Niners have a better quarterback. The defenses are probably a wash, and the Niners have the better running back. The Niners are better.
I don't disagree with you, but I also don't think that's what Jerry's doing. Jerry's a businessman.
Of course.
And what Jerry's doing there is, A, managing the expectations of his fan base, and B, firing up his boys. I think that's what he thinks he's doing. I don't know if it's working, but I think that's what he thinks he's doing. He's not here to just genuinely tell you that us here with the Dallas Cowboys have decided we're second best. Come on. That doesn't sound like Jerry Jones to me at all.
No, but he is getting older. And
okay, man.
You get older and you get more honest with
maybe.
And I think he's got to be 80 now. I think he just turned 80.
I don't know how old he is.
Speaking of 80, Dick Butkus, rest in peace.
Yeah.
We lost one of the greats today.
We did.
Bears linebacker Dick Butkus, who, and I'm enjoying watching, as you look up the Jerry Jones info, I'm enjoying watching the Dick Butkus highlights, and I'm imagining him playing in 2023 and well, that's a flag.
Yeah.
And that's a flag.
Thrown out of every game.
That's a flag.
Yeah. You're like,
well, there's a flag.
You're like, was that targeting? Yes, it was.
That was helmet to helmet and helmet to sternum. And, well, yeah, God, not only did he grab that guy's face mask, I think he took a tooth out.
Will the Chicago Bears, the monsters of the Midway, will they be inspired by the passing of a legend as they play on Amazon Prime in just over an hour?
No doubt, Mark. No doubt. Because Justin Fields was born in...
DJ Moore would be like, who?
Right.
Did you ever meet Dick Butkus?
Oh, yeah.
You did?
Absolutely. Super Bowl, media, radio row.
Did you tell him to hang in there?
Hang in there, Big Dick. We'll get right to you.
Crying out loud.
What's wrong with you? It's the man's name. Whatever happened to being able to call someone by their name? I did actually tell Jim Brown when I was producing for a different station, we were having him on, and he comes over, and the entire room is waiting, to get a piece of him, and he's coming right to our table. Thank you, Jimmy Shapiro. And I had, Mr. Brown, hold on. We're in our business report right now. Then we got to do traffic. We'll be with you in about 7 minutes.
How'd that go?
He waited.
He did?
He sure did.
Good.
I didn't mention that one of our hosts had a tribute song that was going.
Oh.
For a Giants pitcher. Don't let that get in the way.
Do you remember the story I told last week when Brooks Robinson passed away about him?
Great story.
About him leaving me a message on my phone in Boise, Idaho, and being the nicest human being ever to come on the show. I don't remember why we were calling him because it was a baseball broadcast, but I did get a hold one time of Dick Butkus, and it didn't go the same way.
He wasn't so patient or so...
He was nice, but he was also direct. That he was not interested in doing that interview.
No?
No, thank you.
It was, and I would imagine he didn't hit you with a no thank you.
He did not hit me with a no thank you.
It was probably closer to...
One of those words was in there.
How the blank did you get my number? Who the blank do you think you are? How the blank do you get off calling me?
I didn't get that. It was a little quippy. He wasn't like mean. It was a little like, I'm like, no.
That's going to be a no from me, Mark.
That's a no from me, Doug.
That's going to be a no from me, Dick. Let's go to Mike.
Oh, you could say it, and it's fine.
I thought mine was a touch classier.
It was way classier.
Barely. Okay, thank you.
Way classier.
Hey, Mike, what are you doing? Get us out of this. Thank you.
How's it hanging, fellas? So, pretty much, man, I just think that, you guys are doing a great job. You guys are definitely selling this to me. I believe that I'm hyped up for the game. I'm already hearing kind of built-in excuses from Dallas Cowboy fans themselves, talking about, we don't have that good of a coach, and Dak's not that great. And it's like, hey, look, you guys are in a good position. I don't understand why you're feeling that way. But, I mean, obviously, I'm guessing if the fan base feels that way, everybody else must feel that way in Dallas. And they must know that they're a good team, but we're just a little bit better than them. And I have a feeling we're gonna see a good W this weekend. And I think that they're going to fight back a little bit, though. And I think it's going to be a good game. I think Niners win 30-20, man. You guys have a good one.
Mike, thanks, man. Listen, the Niners are supposed to win. They're favored. And they're favored by more than 3. So this is not just home field. Vegas is telling you that the 49ers are better than the Cowboys. And I don't think it takes a rocket science to feel that and see that. They've got the better roster spot by spot. They have the 2 wins in the playoffs in recent years, 1 in each building. They've got a better record this year. They've got more dominance, more momentum, all of those things. But, I don't know. My confidence level of the 49ers, I think they're going to win, but that's my tone.
Your confidence level is at like a 6.5 on a 1 to 10?
I think they're going to win. Maybe a 7, but it's not like, they're going to win. I think they're going to win. They should.
Arizona, your confidence level was about a 9.75.
My feet were up before the game even started.
You picked it in your Survivor pool.
Sure did.
And we'll get your Survivor pick here before the week is out because you are still alive, alive and kicking.
And I have already made my pick.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
And I would imagine it's not tonight.
We are not doing
Commanders
tonight.
Favored by 6 over Chicago.
I've already used the Commanders week 1 against the Cardinals.
And you're not about to take Chicago.
Not about that action, boss.
Okay, you're not about that Bears action.
Even though Dick Butkus just passed away, may he rest in peace, but I will not be betting on his memory tonight. The Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
6-point dog tonight.
Right. So, I mean, tonight, if I was to make a pick on this game, my confidence level either way wouldn't be higher than a 6 because even though Washington's at home, I'm not a believer in the Commanders. Chicago's a mess, and that kind of leads me to the Cowboy-Niner game where I'm with you in terms of confidence. I think the Niners are going to win. If I had to make a pick in a who's going to win the game pool, I would take the Niners, but I don't feel good about laying the 4 because this feels to me like a 20-17 kind of a ball game.
Well, like I said, I just don't even understand why the over-under is 45. And it tells me that somebody in Vegas thinks that these offenses can move the ball better than we think they can. That's all it tells me. Because even if this thing just falls right, as it so often does with Vegas, falls right into the whole gosh, how does Vegas always know how to nail it? Think about what we're talking about. You always do this real well. If you got a 3.5-point spread and a 45-point over-under, what you're basically saying is what? You've got like a
24-20.
Yeah,
24-20.
24-21.
Yeah.
Kind of a football game. Well, both teams north of 20, I think actually would surprise people based on the way these two teams have looked against one another in recent years.
Yep. And I'll give you more insight as to why I think the number is where it is. I can give that to you on the other side because there's some interesting totals across the league this week.
But also coming up next is none other than 49er dignitary Jesse Sapolu getting in on the Niners-Cowboys rivalry, his thoughts on Brock Purdy, this particular offensive line against this defensive line. We'll get into all of that with Jesse, who's also involved with something special we want to tell you about. We're sponsored by local Arena Ticks, and that's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Attention Bay Area.
auto loan rates, and super simple online application process. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
This is one of the other reasons I love when games like this happen. The Niners play the Cowboys because it kind of brings everybody to the yard. You know what I mean? Like, get to dive in a little bit with some of the dignitaries, some of the names who've been a huge part of it. So glad you're with us here on Willard and Dibbs, and we'll get right back to your phone calls in just a few, but an opportunity to hang a little bit with a Niner great, Jesse Sapolu, joining us right now here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Jesse, great to catch up. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing? Looking forward to this week.
Yeah, man, this is going to be an interesting one, and we want to talk a little bit about what you're doing next week as well, which we'll do in a few. But what is your perspective on this particular group? And specific, the conversation around it, which seems to be not just are they good, we know that, but how much are they sort of a product of themselves or a product of their environment? When you look at Brock Purdy, to what level is he a product of what's around him versus his own gifts?
Well, I think he has a gift, the gift of the ability to process things in a short period of time. I think that's where his success comes from. And I know the media is talking about, Brock is a product of the of the Kyle Shanahan, offense and system. And to a certain extent, but they're overplaying that. The kid is a great player. I saw that early. If you remember correctly, when Jimmy went down against Miami, it's almost like the air was let out of the balloon at Levi Stadium. But Brock came in, Miami threw the house at him, and started, playing with flying colors. And he hasn't lost since. Keep our fingers crossed that he stays healthy. But that's what's making this matchup exciting, and that's what excites me about this particular team is we found a quarterback. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, he's been incredible through his short stint, and it's a tall order now going up against the Dallas Cowboys. Micah Parsons, a guy who can line up all over the board against this Niner offensive line. How big of a challenge is it for this Niner O-line against not only Micah Parsons, but a great, deep Dallas front?
Well, no question he's a challenge. And it's similar to the 90s, when we had to go up against that front that had Charles Haley, Leon Lett, and some of those great guys from the Dallas Cowboys. It was never a clear-cut win for either side. It was always a battle. I think it's going to be similar in that way because you got to give them their respect. Their defense is pretty good. But I think our young guys that played them last year, and Trent leading that group, we're going to get better every time we play them. We outlasted them during the playoffs. Everybody thought it was going to be, a runaway either way, but it was like a defensive battle during the playoffs. And that's the great thing about Brock Purdy is that he never turned the ball over. He hung in there. He threw that pass to Kittle. That kind of broke things all way a little bit. And I think it's going to be a similar type of matchup. It's not going to be a runaway game because both defenses are pretty good. The thing that I like is everybody's talking about Dallas' defense, but our defense is pretty darn good too. So looking forward to it.
Jesse Sapolu joining us here at Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. What about the rivalry through the years, Jesse? And maybe we could just start with this. Like, what did it mean to you when you guys were playing? How were those games different?
Well, the beauty of the Cowboys 49er rivalry was that in the early 90s, we were the team that controlled the 80s. The 70s, the Cowboys had some success, even though the 70s belonged to the Steelers, but they won their share. Then the 49ers came out of nowhere in 81, the catch with Dwight Clark, and then just kind of took the decade over, and the Cowboys disappeared. And then they made that trade with Minnesota, and they got Emmett, Troy and Michael Irvin, and those guys came back in the 90s, and we were the team. And we did everything in our power to fight against those guys. So we lost 2 straight NFC championship games against them. And this game kind of felt similar because then when they came back to Candlestick in the regular season, we lost 2 key games against them, and it was more of a mental thing. You know, when you hear the media talk about they need to overcome the mental hurdle of being sent home by the 49ers 2 times in the past 2 years. We kind of went through that when Steve Young scored and we went up 14-0 in the regular season. And guess what? We ran into them again in the NFC Championship game, and we kept them from doing the three-peat. So I understand that mental hurdle that the Dallas Cowboys have to go through, but I think we have a real solid team, a real young, solid team that's going to fight them tooth and nail. And at the end, I think we're going to pull it off.
Let's go back to 95 for just a minute because I'm looking at the log of games, and you guys did finally get over the hump in that November game, and then you beat them in the conference championship game to deny them the three-peat. Is a rivalry feeling something that you guys also feel in the locker room, or is it more of a fan creation? How much did you guys really want a piece of Dallas after they had gotten you twice in a row in the conference championship?
Oh, it was a different feel. It was definitely a different feel. You know, you play your games and you say you take it one game at a time. But, you know, in the back of your mind, you know which game's going to come up. And I guarantee you, when this season started and the schedule came out, I guarantee you that the Dallas Cowboys organization knew what game number 5 was going to be and who it was going to be against. There's no doubt about it in my mind. And you know, it's one of those things where there's people that will melt under this type of pressure. But then we looked at it, and this is the type of game that when you retire, you look back on it and you say, you know, I'm so proud to be a part of those type of games. And the beauty of the 1990s is that everybody knew before the season started, it was either going to be the 49ers or the Cowboys was going to win the Super Bowl, and it came true. That's how powerful those two organizations were in the early 90s. And what a rivalry it started from. And I'm glad these young men are continuing it because it makes it exciting, not only for our fan base in the Bay Area, but for the NFL.
Jesse, when I mentioned the word Cowboys and rivalry a couple of minutes ago, before I even finished the question, you started to chuckle. What's like that? Yeah, what's going on there? What's that thought?
Well, because it is what it is. You know, it was two organizations that were racing to see who was going to win 5 first. You know, till this day, you know, I have Cowboy fans that are friends that I trained their sons, and believe me, they are as delusional as they've ever been. You know, you know, they still talk about, well, you know, we were the last ones. You know, you guys won your Super Bowl, and then we won it the next year, and you know, and I'm like, but the most important thing is who got to 5 first. You know, that's what's going to be in history. And I said the Cowboys were never first to anything. You know, so those are the kind of talk that goes on. I'm sure it's just not with me and the people that I know, but with all the Cowboy fans and 49er fans that are friends doing business and everyday life. That's what's exciting about this matchup.
And so you still feel that even now that you are, and I'm looking 26 years removed from being a player, is there still that sort of alumni pride and rivalry between yourself and some former Cowboys?
It is. It is. It's not so much with the guys that we played against. You know, Michael Irvin and I did some promotions in Hawaii for the Pro Bowl. When the Pro Bowl was still in Hawaii, we did some radio stuff. The NFL sent us there. And we went on the radio, and there was some scripted things that they wanted us to say. And he said, "Hi, this is Michael Irvin, playmaker, 3-time Super Bowl champion." And then I came right after him, and I said, "I'm Jesse Sapporo, San Francisco 49ers, 4-time Super Bowl." And he started busting up. There's not many places I go to that I get trumped by somebody. So.
Nice.
Those are the fun things. So we're friends, but I think the fan base is what makes it exciting. You know, 2 years ago, when the Sea of Red showed up at Cowboys Stadium in Texas when we beat them there 2 years ago in the playoffs, that was unbelievable to me. And then, of course, you know, last year they came and they tried to go through us to get to the NFC Championship game, and we denied them that. So it is nice for it to come back because it just makes the season that much more special.
Jesse, I love that you're talking about some of the guys from years past. We're such big football fans that I think what you're doing next week is really, really important because this event is about taking care of guys that we've all watched on TV or bought tickets to go see. So the Golden Heart Fund and the 3rd annual Golden Heart Run presented by Cisco at Levi Stadium next week. And I know you're playing a key role in it, but what I really want to tell everyone listening is if you go participate in this, you're helping former 49ers essentially take care of former 49ers, like the former family and the challenges that football players face in retirement. So share with us a little bit about what you're doing and what this means for your brethren.
Well, the Golden Heart Fund is something that some of our alumni leaders like Ronnie Lott, Harris Barton, Ron Ferrari, and some of those guys started just to take care of 49er alumni guys that, back in the day even when I was playing, you got to play more than 5-6 years to really be set for life if you invest your money correct. Not like the players of today. Some players today, you play 1 year and you're pretty much set for life. So we have a good share of our brothers that are in assistance of help financially. And the beauty about the Golden Heart Fund is that it helps our 49er alumni directly instead of our whole union, the NFLPA, with our retirement there. This particular one just helps our guys. And the Golden Heart Run, which is happening on October 14th, I'll be the host and the starter for the run. It's something that I take it personal because I'm so passionate about making sure that the guys that, put their health and put their lives on the line to bring championships to the Bay Area and bring, happiness to a lot of our fan base, they need their help. And this is a great, great thing. And I want to thank Cisco for being one of the major sponsors for this particular run, and I'm looking forward to it.
You're such an offensive lineman, always taking care of other people.
Well, I protected 2 guys that were pretty darn good, and now we got to protect our alumni guys that are in need of help.
Well said, yeah.
Love it. Hey, Jesse, great to hear your voice, and we'll tell everybody a little bit more about how they can be involved, and thanks for coming on.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Go Niners.
All right, Jesse.
Go Niners. There it is. Jesse Sapolu. Yeah, if you want to be involved in the race, October 14th, it's $45 to do it in person. There's also a virtual option for $35. The kids can go run for $25, or you can donate directly. Again, this is through the Golden Heart Fund and the Golden Heart Run at Levi Stadium on October 14th.
Yeah, 4.9K, which is just under 3.1 miles. It's probably at 3 miles. 5K is 3.1. So going out there and you get to see Jesse, and I'm sure other 49er alums will be out there as well, and it's for a good cause.
I appreciate 4.9K. First of all, an homage, obviously, to 49ers.
Yep.
But 0.1 less K, and that's a good thing. I'm plenty tired by 4.9.
Yeah, and, K is 1,000 meters, so you're talking about 100 meters short of that, which if you're Sha'Carri Richardson, it's about 10.92, and if you're not, if you're me, it's probably closer to 20 seconds, but every diminished K counts.
Exactly right. All right, so 888-957-9570. I love the Jesse laugh. I love the chuckle about the rivalry, and they're still on each other, and that's kind of, that's what we were getting at. Like, maybe this was a little bit different back in the 80s and 90s when, as he said, it was almost an NBA type feel. The season would start, and you're like, all right, who's winning this thing? Niners, Cowboys. That's it, before the year even started.
Right.
It's not that now. They've actually done a lot in the NFL to ensure a little bit more parity, but that history, the brands involved, the familiarity, the loud, brash fan bases, to me, that's why this still lasts. even though, as we talked about, if you're a 30-year-old fan, you might be like, what is this all about? Like, there's obviously nothing recent involved in it. Yes, there's been playoff battles the last couple of years, but neither team has won a championship in over 25 years.
Right, but I do wonder how much of this comes from the parenting, and I'm going to ask you about your kids as Giants fans, and it's a little different as to how they feel because they lived in L.A. As Giants fans, so they have a natural, maybe it's a distaste or a dislike for the Dodgers, plus your family dynamic, but if you're raising your kids as Niner fans, and you are, how do you teach them about which games are big and which games are rivalry and which games aren't? And, your kids your oldest is 16, maybe 17 now, so he's even younger than Grandy, who wasn't alive for, the Jesse Sapolo days and all the rest of it. So how do you, though, as a parent, or how do you, as somebody who's trying to teach the fandom to somebody else, how do you prioritize what becomes a big game?
I think that it's all by osmosis. They can feel energy. Everybody can feel energy. And when the Niners play the Cowboys, and this is probably how it gets handed down, which is parents hand it down to children when you sit around and watch a game. And we watch and talk about a 49er Cowboy game very, very differently than we do when the Cardinals are in town. And they can feel that. And then they also see, like, again, playoff battles the last 2 years. They know that both teams are really good, and they know that there's chatter. So I don't even really think the conversation doesn't really have to happen. I have not and will not tonight at the dinner table be like, okay, everybody gather around. If you want to sit on a knee, you can. And let me tell you why the Dallas Cowboys are such an awful thing for this society, and we must teach them something every opportunity we get. We don't need to do that. They just know. Now, they're also kids, so they're not going to really lose a whole lot of sleep over this, no matter who wins on Sunday night. Right. But they get it. They get it. They can feel it. They know.
Yeah, and like Jesse said, when the schedule comes out, and we all did it back in March or whenever the NFL schedule came out, and we all looked at it. It's like, ooh, Dallas week 5. That's one to circle. And Philadelphia in December, that's one to circle. Now, the Philadelphia one is because it's an NFC Championship game rematch, but the Dallas game is absolutely one you circle. And when you look at the Seattle game on the road, it's one you circle. Maybe you don't circle it in as dark a pen as you used to because that rivalry it's waning a little bit, but still it's a thing, and it's a divisional game. And, I was thinking about the Warriors schedule when that comes out, and you start to look at all the things with the schedule. You look for the Laker games, and when do the Lakers come, and when do they play the Lakers because of the rivalry? And the rivalry is renewed with LeBron James and the fact that the Lakers knocked you out last year.
Let's keep going on the phones. 888-957-9570. Oreo Cookie in Oakland. Hey, Oreo Cookie, you're on Willard and Dibs. What's up?
What is going on, fellas? Hope you guys are having a good day.
What up, Cookie?
I think the rivalry goes to, as far as like the championships go, we both are stuck at 5. I think it's the race on who gets to the 6.
Maybe, but as soon as somebody gets to 6, then, you know what I mean? Then it's like, okay, can we catch them? Can we even it back up again?
Yeah, I think both fan bases are just, full of ourselves. So as long as we one up each other, I think that's where the rivalry stems from. Hey, that I did call you guys using 888-957-95777. Go to hell, Dibs.
Thank you, Low Neil. Oreo Cookie. It's
that was funny.
That's a Joe Low and Dibs where Low Neil would give out the phone number, and every time it'd be, and it's 957-957, and he would never finish
what it is. Yeah,
right.
Go to hell, Dibs.
Thank you, and go to hell, Dibs. That was very funny, Oreo Cookie.
If you just keep pressing 9s and 5s and 7s, you'll get there. Eventually.
957-957-757.
Yeah.
Gibbers telling.
Hit all the numbers.
Just start with a couple 8s and then mix it in.
That was a perfect Low Neil callback.
Right? It's a full house. 957-957.
Oh, that was perfect.
Let's go to Luis in Fremont. Hey, Luis, what you doing?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, I just want to give my point on the game for this Sunday night.
Yeah, let's go.
Hey, I just want to say that, Vegas has it over 45 points. I think the reason why is because this is going to be a defensive game. Whoever can create more turnovers is the one that's going to win the game. That's the way I look at it. It's going to be a defensive game. Yeah, the offense is going to put up some numbers, but the defense is going to decide the game at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you, Luis. I'm just saying that conventional wisdom continues to agree with what you just said, Dibs, what you have said, and I'm trying to understand why the over-under is 45, and when I open up a board on any sort of a betting app and I see something that's like, well, everybody sort of has the same opinion, I go, so why is that the number? It's not that easy. In order to cover a 45 over-under in a game that's supposed to be close, obviously you either need both teams to score 3 touchdowns each, or you need one team to really boogie and score at least 4 touchdowns. And if I say it that way to you, doesn't that sound really unlikely? I mean, is that what we're looking at? You said a 24-21 ball game.
Yep.
That's 6 touchdowns. You think that's going to happen in this game? The last time these two teams played, we barely used the paint. 1 touchdown.
Yeah, well, the Cowboys scored and they missed the extra point.
Oh, that's right.
Shout
Okay.
out Brett Maher.
So 1 each.
I'm actually looking, I've been watching the highlights over the course of these last commercial breaks, and a lot of red zone failure for Dallas. Like, they got down there and Fred Warner had the pick on a deflected pass.
They're one of the worst teams in the NFL at red zone offense.
Right. And, the Niners have been, last game they were incredibly efficient. I think they were 5 of 5 in the red zone, but before that they were 2 of 5 the previous week, so they're a little bit hit and miss.
Yeah, but wouldn't you say one of the biggest differences between Jimmy and Brock has been like the ability to punch it in the red zone?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
They've been much more efficient this year. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. I'll get them for the next segment, but I'm just looking back at last year's divisional round game, and both defenses played pretty well when the other team got across the 50. So I look at 2 good defenses who both play that bend but don't break style, and I don't think either team is going to have one of those 4 or 5 touchdown games. If I was to say which team is more likely to put up 30, it would be the Niners.
I agree with
that. I don't know if the Niners offense against this Dallas defense is going to have that much of an easy time of it. I think that this game comes down to a lot of Jake Moody. I think it's a field goal game. It's Wisnowski and Moody.
I hate those. I hate
kicker
field goal
special.
games. Yeah, I mean, he's good.
You kicking?
He's good.
Yeah, he's perfect.
I hope he's kicking.
He's more perfect than even Brock Purdy this year.
He hasn't missed yet.
Yeah, unlike Brock.
We shouldn't say that out
throwing
loud,
the ball on the ground.
Remember that time last week when he threw an incompletion?
McCaffrey was wide open.
Dude, that was crazy.
He was bummed.
What was he doing? That was weird.
Idiot. I mean, you got to take it one step.
He's an idiot.
Thank you.
Oh, God. Now
almost cost him the game.
Now that we hear that voice, somebody on YouTube earlier was like, it's going to be Rangers-Dodgers World Series. And I was like, if that happens, I'm going as Boach for Halloween. No, go Rangers.
Right.
Yeah.
You got a decent-sized head, but not quite big enough to pull that off.
We can embellish. We can, there's things you can do.
Silly putty.
It's Halloween, yeah. We can do some stuff. All right? Presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. All right, we're wide open as we go into the 5 o'clock hour for your calls, 888-957-9570. Here's something we can dive into. What's it going to sound like Monday morning if they lose? What's it going to sound like Monday morning if they win? We can dive into that, and we'll continue to talk about the Brock Purdy situation. Why does the conversation around him sound the way that it sounds? We'll take your calls on all of that. This is Willard and Dibs.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3. It's because of the Xfinity 10G network. Internet that can handle a house full of screens at once, with basically no interruptions. And it's only getting faster. When I was their age, internet like this was a pipe dream.
You sound like my grandpa.
Please go home.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay. I want to throw something at you, but then we have some fresh audio. I'm hesitant.
Okay. I want to throw something at you too, Mark, but I don't. You ever think about that?
That got cryptic.
Well, you opened up the segment with, I want to throw something to you. Or at me.
Yeah, we'll throw something at like run something by you.
Throw something at you.
I'm not going to huck something at your head.
I got a couple of staplers over here, and you are in firing range. But go ahead.
You ever seen someone throw something at someone else where you're like, wow, that is like, you just made me think of I was at Summer Jam at Shoreline.
Okay.
like 1,000 years ago. And dudes were up on the lawn. Like, the concert almost had to get stopped. Dudes were up on the lawn. They had a bag full of skateboard wheels.
Oh, jeez.
Skateboard wheels. And just throwing them 50 yards down into the seats, the crowd.
Ow.
I mean, you think you kill someone. But,
Ow.
Thank you. Ow. That wheel really hit me.
John Sterling live from Summer
Jam. Anyway.
All right. Anyway.
Not to derail. Throw something at me.
Well, no. I'm all tripped up now. I'm all tripped up. Do you remember our conversation yesterday?
Probably not.
The Ringer.
Ooh, yeah.
Right?
My guy.
You know who it is?
I can't remember his name.
I got his name. And listen. So
he's an esteemed writer.
Okay. What I said yesterday, real quick Cliff's notes for people who weren't with us. The Ringer's got a guy who puts out his weekly quarterback rankings. Okay? He had Brock Purdy 25th. Forget that ridiculousness. But he had him 5 spots behind Mac Jones.
Steven Ruiz.
So what I said was, congrats, Niners fans. You've made it. You obviously are an engagement Goliath. And that's why people keep putting all of this Niner content on the internet, and they keep saying things that they know are not real. And what I said to you, Dibs, was nobody thinks that. Nobody thinks Mac Jones is better than Brock Purdy. Nobody thinks that. So if you put that on the interwebs, it means you're just, I am over here with a cry for help and attention. That's all you're trying to do. And that's fine. There's plenty of media members out there. Steven is not the only one. But you and I sort of like tiptoe into these conversations because we're like, who's playing who? Because here we are talking about Steven Ruiz. And I'm like, it's not a real topic. Nobody thinks that. So now Luke's in the other room, and I'm already ticked off at Lucas inherently this week because we're going against each other in fantasy.
Luke.
And he's all 4-0, and he's walking around here with a limp. Part of it's because he had surgery. Part of it is because he's cocky. Okay? So I'm already upset. And then Lucas is like, hey, you got to hear what Steven Ruiz had to say. We should get him on.
We got Ruiz audio? We got fresh Ruiz?
I listened to it. Remember yesterday when you accused me of being triggered?
Oh, you were?
No, I wasn't.
And you still are.
No, I am now.
I've never seen you this angry.
Not because of anything you said.
I've got words from Ruiz here, too. His breakdown. He broke down Brock Purdy.
I'm at a crossroads.
Don't call Purdy a game manager. A system quarterback? Sure. But even that may misrepresent his game.
So the question is, and maybe we just get the audience in on this. Do we want this guy on? ... Can I emotionally make it through if we do? So
to me, it's yes and yes. Yes, we want him on. And yes, you can make it through. You're a pro's pro.
Steven Ruiz, the Ringer.
I'm sorry. I watched the film and he's not doing anything. Like he's running the offense well, and I get the argument that he's a good quarterback for this system, and he's the right quarterback for this system. And then I get yelled at when I rank him 25th. Here's my thing: I'm ranking these quarterbacks not based on their suitability for the Kyle Shanahan system. I'm ranking them based on what they would do in like a normal offense, like a league average offense. And if we put Brock Purdy in the league average offense, this game isn't gonna lead to top of the league results. The play that made me lose my mind this week was. He threw a pass downfield to Brandon Ayuk over the middle of the field. It was probably like 30 yards downfield. It was into double coverage. He underthrew the ball by about 10 yards. The Cardinals safety, number 34, like overran the ball. He couldn't find it in the air. And then Ayuk tracked it down and caught it. And like 49ers Twitter is like celebrating this throw. Like when he went to throw the pass, he knew the Cardinals safety was going to overrun it. He knew it. And he knew Brandon Ayuk was going to realize it and track the ball and cut off his route short and get it. And that's why he threw it short. He did it on purpose, which is ridiculous.
A little bit of a misrepresentation sensation there. He underthrew him for sure.
On purpose, because quarterbacks throw their receivers open.
I don't know.
They throw the ball.
He didn't underthrow him by 10 yards.
Also accurate. You're right. He didn't underthrow him by 10 yards.
He underthrew him by about 3 yards, and Ayuk had to slow down and adjust his route, and he made the catch. So is that what we're going to use to grade him all the way down to 25? Because Steven Ruiz doesn't know if he underthrew him on purpose. I didn't hear Brock Purdy say, yeah, I underthrew him on purpose. It was a throw that he threw into the area where his receiver could catch it. Is that a problem, Steve?
We have more, Steve.
We got more Ruiz.
Well, we need to hear that. I'm not ready to speak on the first one yet. I'm too angry. So here's more. This is Ruiz openly rooting against the 49ers.
The game is, can the 49ers win the Super Bowl like this?
They
and
can't.
You think they can't?
No.
I think
just
they can.
goes against. If they do, I'm done. I'm not covering the sport again. If they win it with Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, sure, I can get on board with Sam Darnold. Not Brock Purdy.
I can get on board with Sam Darnold, not Brock Purdy.
Well, you have your out right there. If the Niners win the Super Bowl with Brock Purdy, he's not going to cover this sport anymore.
Well,
so there you go. Go Niners.
I'm rooting even harder now because, Steven, you shouldn't be covering the sport now because you clearly don't get it. Now, this is all of the isms worked into one. Ism is a bad 3 letters to put on the end of things in the English language, right? We have racism. We have sexism. These are bad things. This is nowhere near as serious, but you're doing all of them at once. This is draftism. This is sizeism. This is teamism. This is all of the things at once, all wrapped in to Steven Ruiz. If another quarterback made these throws, he wouldn't say what he's saying. If Tom Brady threw someone open or threw it to open space and a no-name receiver went and got it, whoa, Tom, he's so smart.
He's got Brady at number 11, by the way.
Exactly. He doesn't play anymore. Steve, the most offensive thing he said is the first thing out of his mouth.
I'm sorry. I watched the film and he's not doing anything.
Stop right there. He's not doing anything.
20 for 21.
I mean. And those of you in the anti-Purdy camp who, by the way, you can't even explain why you're still there. There's no reason for you. I don't think you need to love him. You don't need to think he's a future Hall of Famer. I've never said anything like that. To diminish what this guy has achieved is absolutely unacceptable, and you can't do it and sound intelligent. He's not doing anything. First of all, Steve calls it ridiculous. Kyle Shanahan called Steve ridiculous. You tell me which one you want to listen to and believe. The bottom line is to think that an offense is so amazing that the quarterback can go in and perform like this, okay, and it's completely a production of the people around him, is not something that exists at the NFL level. You cannot tell me that this man drops back and people like Micah Parsons, trained to destroy him physically, are running at him, and he can function at the NFL to become the highest rated passer, to have never lost a game he finished, to win playoff games as a rookie, and to elevate an offense that's already been in place for 5 years. How on earth, let's just start with that comment, forget all the rest for a second. How on earth can he, quote unquote, be doing nothing? Explain to me how this is even possible.
It's not possible, especially when you look at the numbers, and he watches the game, Mark. He watches the game, okay?
Maybe that's what I'll try. I'll actually watch the game next time.
Yeah, it would probably be helpful.
Because I've just been hearing about it till now.
You've been sitting there with your pom-poms and your red and gold face paint. Brock, yes, you can. You haven't been watching the game, but here's the thing in his own piece that refutes everything he's saying, because if you look at the stats, and I'm not going to go with TDs and INTs and QB rating, I'm going to go to the newfangled stuff that your Steven Ruiz's is all love, such as EPA, expected points added. He is ranked number one in EPA per play among quarterbacks.
Number one.
How about success rate? He's ranked number one.
Number one.
Mark, in success rate. And in the all-important CPOE, completion percentage over expected, he is ranked fifth, which is
number 5.
Thank you, Grandy. You didn't know where we were going. He's ranked number 5, and he goes into his breakdown and he takes veiled shots at his irrational confidence not being punished by defenses yet. If anything, it's been rewarded. Irrational confidence. A guy who goes 20 for 21, I don't know how you can look at that and think that he's irrationally confident. And even the throw that he talks about in that sound clip that he threw into double coverage, he threw it to the open side of the field in double coverage, to where if Brandon Ayuk didn't get to that ball, nobody is getting to that ball.
Exactly.
So it wasn't an irrationally confident throw into double coverage. He threw it to the safe side of the field.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I mean this genuine sincerity here. And the listeners, I know you guys can call, you can text, YouTube chat. Do you want us to get him on? Because here's why I'm so conflicted. Like, sure, we could have fun and we'll debate and he'll be wrong and we'll be right. And that's great. Whatever. That's fine. That's no big deal. That's sports radio. But there's two things that make me hesitate. Like, that genuinely sort of ticks me off. Not because I'm a Purdy stan. As I've explained to you a few times in the last couple of weeks, I really don't like, this is a life thing, I don't like it when people flick and diminish accomplishment. It's really a freaking disease in this society. It's a disease. People sitting on couches going, what have you done? I don't know. He's quarterback of the 49ers at age 23, and he's never lost a game. Now, you have a computer, so that's cool. But I think most of us have computers. Like, I can't stand that stuff. And the other thing is what we're already knee deep in, which is we're promoting the hell out of ridiculousness. And it like, to me, listening to stuff like this, yes, I can effectively keep it playful, but I really don't think it is. It's bad media. It is bad media to have this opinion. You can rank stuff in any direction you want. They're your rankings. As he described them, I'm trying to decide who's a good quarterback in a, quote, league average offense.
Right.
First of all, I could argue, well, why the hell are you doing that? And how is that even possible? That makes your entire thing way overly subjective, number one. But number two, how do we even define what that is? And you're telling me that if given a league average offense, Mac Jones would do better than Brock Purdy? What does that even look like? I don't even know. I don't even know what to ask the guy because he's so far past wrong, he can't even smell it anymore. Like, ugh.
You just answered your question.
What a dumb thing to say. Like, truly, he's not doing anything?
He's not doing anything. Okay. I watch the game, Mark.
Okay.
He watches the games, and he's not doing anything. He's largely a product of the system, even though he's number one in the league in EPA per play. And, his completion percentage over expectation is 5th in the league, which is kind of what speaks to what he's talking about, a quarterback with a league average offense. If your CPOE is high, that means you're completing more passes than what the expectation would be in that offense.
If you were some other league average guy.
If any other quarterback had that play, the completion percentage would vary based on did you complete it or not. Every throw, like the Brandon Ayuk pass, that probably has a completion percentage of about 40%. On that throw, into that coverage, in that situation.
Oh, you're talking about the Steelers one?
I'm talking about, the one.
The one against
Arizona. The one that he's talking about.
Yep.
I wonder what the completion percentage expectation is on that throw, because some throws, the expectation is probably 80 to 90%. The quick little swing pass, the pitch and catch, those easy throws. But a throw like that, and he completes it, he gets credit for that. You can't ding him for that.
It's just like, these are the questions that pop in my head. Do you realize, here's question 1, do you realize how hard it is to play quarterback in the National Football League?
Of course he does. He watches the game.
You know how hard that is? It seems as if there are humans out there who believe that it's not that hard here. Might be hard other places, but not here.
It's easy. You use your left thumb on the left joystick, and then you use the circle and the square and the X and the triangle buttons, R1 and R2.
Next question. Do you realize what you're saying about Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance? Do you realize what you're saying? Like, call Trey and to his face tell him that the person who's running the Niner offense is doing nothing. You don't have to do anything in order to do it well. And Trey Lance is the third stringer in Dallas because he couldn't do it. But to do it is nothing. It's a piece of cake. Feather blown around in the wind. I wonder if that thought has occurred to him. Is Jimmy Garoppolo a league average quarterback?
Oh, he's got Garoppolo behind Purdy. Garoppolo's number 26. So there you go.
That's also good to know. All right, next question. Do you realize what you're saying about Kyle Shanahan? Have you called him and informed him that he is 4 times better than any coach who has ever stepped on a sideline in the history of ever? If the 49ers are a machine that whirls without quarterback play, Kyle Shanahan, forget Bill Walsh, forget Bill Belichick, forget Andy Reid, forget anybody named Chuck with the Steelers, forget Lombardi himself. Kyle Shanahan is by far and away the greatest coach in any sport who has ever lived if Brock Purdy is quote-unquote not doing anything. That's amazing. To win all the games in the NFL without a quarterback? That's a hell of a trick.
It's impressive.
That's a hell of a trick, man. Good for Kyle. That's exciting.
I'm looking for the coach rankings, and I don't see him on here. And Kyle, I would imagine, would be number 1.
Woo! Do we want to get... So now you know how I sound. Do we want to get him on or no? Probably not.
Well, I mean...
What do you think, Randy? What do you think? What do you think?
Oh, what do I think?
Yeah, what do all you think?
I mean, I'm going to say that's a no from me, dog. But part of me says yes because it's not often that you get this genuinely riled up.
That's a no for me, dog.
You don't do contrived radio, and you are clearly bothered. You're annoyed.
Well,
you are irked.
Right, but I could get there.
You're pissed off.
Well, I'm just listening to this now. Like, if he were to come on tomorrow, I'll be fine. Be a meditation sensation. I don't care. It's some guy with a computer.
If you're going to calm yourself down, then
fine.
I definitely don't want him on.
Oh, you do? Okay.
I was just saying that.
Well, no.
It's not often you get in this space.
No, but I know
now
how
that
it
you're
would go.
there, I know how it would go too.
I'll calm down, but then the conversation will start and I'll get all riled up again.
Right, because he's going to come across as a smug, smarmy know-it-all with a laptop and a dial-up connection, and he's not going to hear anything that you're saying about the greatness of all these guys, let alone Brock Purdy. I'm going to make jokes and try to make light of it and demean him in the best way that I possibly can, and we'll all move on. So I'm all for it.
Okay.
I agree with Dibs.
Okay, Lucas, you're in. Grandy, are you in?
I just say let's get a quote. If you don't like it, then you can flush him and move on. But I say we have him.
What do you mean?
Say something crazy about Brock.
Let's get a quote. I
And
thought
then we
he
move
was
on.
going to charge us for coming on or something. I'm like, what do you mean? Let's get a quote.
Get a quote.
Sorry, someone hit me in my car earlier this morning, so that's on my brain.
Oh, really?
Yeah. No, it's fine. It's fine.
Grandy?
It's not a big deal. Somebody got confused and clipped the hell out of my car, and we'll fix it, and it's a car, so it's fine.
If Steven,
but I need to get a quote, so I'm like,
okay.
Yeah, what do you think, Grandy?
if Steven's doing it for clicks, you could have him on, and to Lucas's point, we could get our own clicks out of it.
That's a good point. That's a good point. 95-7 the game. Willard and Dibs all over the ringer.
Don't miss Mark Willard blow his stack on some faceless nobody from the ringer. That's coming up next.
I'm going to put him through the ringer. Not on the
You
ringer.
won't.
What do you mean I won't?
You won't. That's the Lucas I love. You won't.
Wow.
I'm calling him. Hold on.
Yeah, look at this. Oh, you want to call him right now?
Yeah, come on. We're not going to do it tomorrow. Tomorrow's all about the game.
Tomorrow's we lock in.
Dub Nation.
Totally.
Sorry.
Preview radio.
I love that from Lucas.
So, what do you think about the matchup between McKivitz and Parsons? Let's do 7 minutes.
Well, as you know, Micah Parsons is going to line up in the A gap a lot, Mark.
Yeah, he is.
Save it for tomorrow.
Okay.
I got so much to bring.
3, 2, and 1. All right. What about over on the other side of the line? What do you think about
Guys, we're burning tomorrow's show.
Okay. Sorry. Let's go to Matt in San Rafael. Hi, Matt. What are you doing?
I'm headed home. I got to see the Blue Angels fly over 80 as I was headed.
Yeah, the Fleet Week stuff is nuts out there right now, isn't it, Matt?
As I was listening to Mark literally lose his mind on the radio
Brother.
Over some nobody, you should not put him on because you're just giving him credibility if you do, and he has done. That's not what I wanted to talk about. There are 3 things, and I'll try to be quick. One, this game means a lot more to Dallas than it does to the Niners. This is their Super Bowl. I think they're going to approach it in a very, very different way than most teams do a regular season game. I still think the Niners are going to win, but I think that is going to make it more difficult. I think the Niners are going to kind of have the same mindset in Philadelphia in December. 2, the Brock Purdy thing, all of these national media people cannot fathom the fact that everyone was wrong about him. And they can't accept and admit it to the public because not only does every team, but every media person miss Brock Purdy. The guy is like a miracle. I have no explanation for it, but I'm enjoying it, and that's where I am. The third thing, Mark, you were talking about the concert with the guys throwing the skateboard wheels. My freshman year in high school, to tell you how old I am, my second concert ever was Ozzy Osbourne, Bark at the Moon Tour at the Oakland Coliseum. My brother and I were sitting in the second row of seats, not on the floor. The 2 dudes in front of us partied for about an hour, and were totally out of their gourds. And midway through Ozzy's set, one of them pulls out a bottle rocket, holds it in his hand, so I had the perfect view, launches it, and Ozzy, mid-song, stops singing and ducks, and it goes over his head.
Whoa!
One of the most amazing things I've ever seen.
Oh, my gosh. Matt, thanks. People are nuts at concerts, man. Absolutely nuts at concerts. Yeah. We've seen some things. Matt did a good thing there. That helped me. I need to be more like Matt in these situations. Like, I think a lot of people find Steven Ruiz's comments funny. And just laugh it off.
Totally.
It's funny.
It is funny.
I mean, I'm not like actually mad, but it's annoying. It's annoying. Why do you do that to people?
you are actually annoyed.
Annoyed. I'm not angry. I'm annoyed.
I've only seen you angry maybe 3 times in our 2 years together.
Yeah, that's about right.
Twice I caused it. Once was another person who was involved, and I've seen it. And your face gets a little bit red, and your brow, your full brow gets super furrowed, and you get a certain expression that's like, whoa, he really is mad. And I
was like, whoa.
I was like, whoa, I don't like it when you're mad at me, but if you want to get mad at Steven Ruiz on Twitter at the Steven Ruiz.
I'm not even kidding. I would ask him this. Why do you do that to people? Like, why would you know what I mean? Why would you say that about somebody who's crushing it? Why would you do that? Why would you diminish that?
Like, what is it based upon?
What a weird thing to do. You're essentially insinuating that something that has never happened in the history of the NFL is happening right now, which is the top-rated passer stinks. What a weird thing to think, let alone say out loud on a platform. That's wild. Honestly, can people be elevated? I want to make sure I'm clear here. Do I think that Brock Purdy is being elevated by his surroundings? A little bit. Of course.
Sure.
And by the way, his surroundings are being elevated by him.
Is Jared Goff being elevated by his surroundings?
To a degree, yes.
I mean, you could pick any quarterback that he has on his list, and a quarterback who is in a good situation and is playing well is going to be better than a quarterback who's in a bad situation.
Right.
Even if that quarterback is, quote, playing well, you're more likely to be more successful when you have a team that's more successful.
I am firmly of the belief that nobody achieves anything in life by themselves. I don't believe in that. Everybody has coaching or guidance or help or support at a minimum, if not actual hands-on help. So this idea that you're supposed to look a certain way, you're only a good quarterback if you kind of sort of do it by yourself. I mean, there's question number 20 for Steven. Like, okay, give me an example of who is doing that in the NFL. So who's awesome, who's winning, and they're doing it with league average coaching, teammates, and play calling. Who's doing that?
Probably Dak Prescott, who he has ranked number 7.
You think Dak Prescott has league average talent around him? CeeDee Lamb, Gallup, Brandon Cooks, Tony Pollard, offensive line that I mean, little trouble this year, I guess, but like traditionally.
Well, what team would you say has league average talent?
That's a good question.
Tennessee?
No, I think offensively they have below league average talent. Well, Lamar is above league average, but
just around the quarterback is what I'm saying.
League average talent this year.
It's such a nebulous
maybe Seattle?
thing.
Seattle?
Got a great couple of receivers.
Lucas says Washington.
2 good receivers, a couple average running backs.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, league average talent.
I just don't even know what that looks like.
Green Bay Packers.
Like a team that has a mediocre tight end, mediocre receivers, and a mediocre running back.
And he's got Jordan Love ranked ahead of Brock Purdy, too.
He's got, and I don't want to spend the entire hour on. He's got Brady at 11 and Kyler Murray at 12. So if you need to dive too deep, all you have to do is look at those 2 guys back-to-back at 11 and 12. He's got Derek Carr ahead of him. He's got Danny Dimes ahead of him. He's got C.J. Stroud, who's having a great rookie year.
Yeah, he looks great.
Started him at 31, and now he's up to 21.
Look, Steven's he did a great job. This is a way to approach content. He is sparking emotion. He is sparking conversation. He's doing a great job. The issue for me isn't even that he wrote it. It's listening to him talk about it and thinking that he actually believes it. Like, you actually believe this?
I'm sorry. I watched the film and he's not doing anything. He's running the offense well, and I get the argument that he's a good quarterback for this system, and he's the right quarterback for this system. And then I get yelled at when I rank him 25th. Here's my thing: I'm ranking these quarterbacks quarterbacks, not based on their suitability for the Kyle Shanahan system. I'm ranking them based on what they would do in like a normal offense, like a league average offense. And if we put Brock Purdy in the league average offense, this game isn't going to lead to top of the league results. The play that made me lose my mind this week was he threw a pass downfield to Brandon Ayuk over the middle of the field. It's probably like 30 yards downfield. It was into double coverage. He underthrew the ball by about 10 yards. The Cardinals safety, number 34, like overran the ball. He couldn't find it in the air. And then Ayuk tracked it down and caught it. And like 49ers Twitter is like celebrating this throw. Like when he went to throw the pass, he knew the Cardinals safety was going to overrun it. He knew it. And he knew Brandon Ayuk was going to realize and track the ball and cut off his route short and get it. And that's why he threw it short. He did it on purpose, which is ridiculous.
No, it's not ridiculous. And in fact, no, he didn't know it. He didn't know it was going to be complete. He threw it in a spot where it might be complete or it might be incomplete, but not intercepted. He plays NFL quarterback. He has attempted well over 100 passes this year, and none of them have been picked. That tells me he knows exactly what he's doing.
Right.
He does not throw the ball in spots where the other team can catch it and run the other way. That's what he knows. He didn't know it was going to be complete. He knew that it wouldn't be picked. And he gave a really good player a shot at making a play. And he did. And that is what a good quarterback does. And I refer to that as something.
I mean, what is he even doing, Mark?
Something.
I mean, 31 incompletes over the course of 4 games. What is he even doing? Well, he's completing 72% of his passes, Steve. That's what he's doing.
That's rough, man.
And he's leading the league in rating, and QBR, and adjusted yards per attempt, and interception percentage, and all the rest of it. So what more do you want from the guy?
Let's hear from some peeps. Let's hear from some Willard and Dib listeners. Greg in San Jose, you're on with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Greg, what's up?
Mark with a K, I'm loving your fire today. Loving the fire. I was actually having this conversation with Mark with a C over at the family reunion a couple weekends ago. What's up, Mark? This is your cousin's husband.
What's up, Greg?
And, hey.
It was amazing.
Hey, man, I just had to call in, and actually, we had this conversation. It was Mark with a C and then his uncle. And his uncle is one of these Brock Purdy, anti-Brock Purdy people. And me as a Raider fan, I'm watching Brock Purdy, and I was telling him, how can you hate on this guy? He's literally the last pick of the draft. It's like bullying. You can't bully this guy because he's the last pick of the draft, and he's doing amazing. So that's what I just don't understand. Why? How can you hate on this guy? Even as a Raider fan, it doesn't make sense.
Greg, great to hear from you, and please invite all of us next time you guys are going to get together to break bread, for crying out loud.
Good to finally get a solid take from that family.
Yeah, exactly. Something other than something other than a buzzer for you.
Totally.
Takes a non-Grandy, you know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
No, I like.
Come on.
Like, what if we said that? Because you do get made fun of. Oh, you're a Brock Stan, Homer, and Mark stays in Kyle Shanahan's guest room and all this stuff. Okay, fine. What if I turn the tables on anybody who is in Steven Ruiz's camp or even halfway there? What the hell's your problem? Like, what? Tell me another example of when you turn sports on and watch something crush the hell out of it and go, not really that good. Like, do you realize how lame you are? Do you realize why no one wants to invite you to a party? Do you do that? Like, I've got a buddy in the business. I'm not even going to mention his name because this is sort of like years ago. He stopped doing this. But he would always call Steph Curry a system quarterback. He did it for years. And then Steph won another championship, and I think he finally was like, okay, maybe we should stop now. It's like, bro, really? I mean, I make fun of Rob Parker. He's a good friend. But Rob does this, and he knows I think this about him. It's like, dude, Fafote, Mamote, whatever you stop.
He's the goat.
Stop showing up. Stop showing up to amazing and saying it sucks. Stop. Why are you doing that? It's so played out.
It's a brand for many people. And if you look on TV, the hater brand has never been as strong as it is now. From your various Stephen A's to your Skips to your Nick Wrongs to even your guy, Rob Parker, being a hater it moves the needle more than, oh boy, isn't Brock Purdy great, guys? Because that, even though it's true, that is not as compelling as finding ways to bring somebody down.
The whole thing, like look at our whole city right now. I know it takes me a minute to get there. I'm a pretty easygoing guy. But with the Giants over the last couple months, did I get there? Did I get there?
Yeah, you were a little late to the party.
Okay, fine. But let's look around at what else is going on. Is this really what you want to do? You want to show up to 49er football talk and be like, is that really your deal? Warriors, I mean, 4 titles, but, really?
Didn't win it last year.
This is who you want to be? Good Lord. It's just, it's so lazy. And it's so negative. And it's so,
It is negative.
It's so pointless.
Well,
it's flimsy.
There is a point where, and this is, the counterpoint to what you're saying, when things are going bad and it's clear that things aren't good, sometimes that's where the negativity comes to the forefront. And people who are ultra positive sometimes are slow to awaken to the reality that this thing ain't good.
Totally. I'll wear the hell out of that. But this is good.
You can't be better than 4-0 after 4 games.
You cannot come here right now. Yeah, but he hasn't won the big one. And stop. They win all the games. He completes almost all the passes.
He doesn't have him 32nd. What's your problem?
You can't.
He's got him 25.
You can't come here and rip it. It's not allowed. If they mess up, we'll be there.
He's got him ahead of 8 different quarterbacks, Mark. I don't know why you're so stuck on this, including a guy who just threw a touchdown pass.
I don't know what the hell got in. I think 2 weeks ago, Justin was just like, you know how the Rams were like F them picks? I think Justin was like F them coaches.
Right.
Did you watch the first drive?
Yeah.
He's just like, I'm just going to huck it down the field on every throw.
Pretty much.
Oh, look, DJ Moore's open.
Sack,
bang,
bomb, touchdown.
Bang, bang, touchdown. Hope you didn't put Washington in your survivor pool because that was hot
hope you
knife.
Didn't bet the under either.
Whoa. that was some hot knife butter action right there.
Totally. Let's get some of these calls in here, Mark, while you're angry.
Let's go to the overweight lover, Heavy D, in Richmond. What's up, Heavy D?
Look at you.
Gentlemen, thanks for taking my call. Longtime 49er fan since the Steve DeBerg days.
Love it.
I am very angry and pissed off about the hatred toward Brock Purdy. What does this kid need to do? He played 4 years in a big institution. He played on the NCAA national stage. This kid's got ice running through his veins. He's like Val Kilmer in Top Gun. He's making all the throws. He's staring down the meanest defenseman in the National Football League. He ain't making any mistakes. What's it going to take to show the kid some love? He's brought us farther than anybody else has in quite a long time. And I think that we need to embrace him, show him the respect, because he's going to be the guy for quite some time. Thank you, sir. Thank you for taking my call. Good night now.
Way to go, Heavy D.
Rack that guy.
Good night now. Got a Top Gun reference in there. Yeah, look, I don't even necessarily in my own mind take it there. I'm trying my butt off not to get into any legacy or lengthy conversation about Brock Purdy. I don't know if he's going to be the QB for 10 years. I don't know if he's going to win Super Bowls, and I don't know if he's going to be in the Hall of Fame someday. I don't know if he belongs in the conversation with Joe Montana. I don't know any of that. That all is going to work itself out. But come on, man, don't look at that. Do not look at 12-0. 1 incompletion. Well, what's he doing? Actually, he's actually crushing it, is what he's doing. He's crushing it.
Yeah, 12-1.
Fine.
Don't make me Steven Ruiz you, because I'm trying to.
It's either 12-1 12-0 or 13-1, right?
No, it's actually 12-1.
I know
because
you're
you
doing the
don't
start
get Miami,
thing.
and you do get Philly.
To me, yeah, that's
I know.
exact numbers.
To you, it's just like with starting pitchers.
No, but
you went 4 2/3. We're going to give you the win because
no, you can't.
Well, actually, in baseball, you can now give wins based on like not having to go 5 innings. You
As a starter,
I believe so.
You might be right. I didn't know if they changed that rule. I mean, that was the rule forever. You had to go at least 5 as a starter.
Yeah,
I don't know if they changed it. They're changing a lot.
Yeah, they are changing a lot.
Bases or pizza boxes. Who knew?
In football, it doesn't really matter as much. Like QB record, like if I asked you Joe Montana's record or anybody's record, nobody knows.
I look at it more in a like, let's use our eyes type of a thing. Like he played most of the Miami game. He did not play most of the Philly game. So that matters more, but whatever.
Well,
I don't care what his record is.
If you ask Steven Ruiz and I, he's the reason they lost to Philadelphia.
Well,
I mean, he did
leave.
He turned it over. So, I mean, that was a big turnover in the game. Turning point.
Crushed him.
Interesting that the Ringer has the Niners in their team power rankings ranked number 1.
Oh.
And quarterback
Number 1.
Quarterback is ranked number 25. Buffalo is ranked 2. Quarterback ranked 2. Kansas City's 3. Quarterback ranked number 1. Interesting how all these other really good teams have really good quarterbacks. So how, the Ringer, how are the Niners doing it with the 25 ranked quarterback?
No. Josh Allen isn't really doing anything.
Right.
Stephon Diggs is amazing. Where's Tua? That's my favorite comp. Where's Tua? That's the same.
He's ninth.
Okay. That's the same offensive system. And he has Usain Bolt in 4 different spots on the field. Okay? But he gets credit. He gets credit for what he does in that offense. Even though he's got a loss, he's got interceptions. By the way, he has a blowout loss. They lost by 4 touchdowns last weekend. So make it make sense.
Right.
Make it make sense.
In EPA per play, where Brock Purdy was ranked number 1, Tua is ranked number 2.
Good for Tua. He's
in
fantastic.
Success rate, where Brock Purdy's ranked number 1, Tua is ranked number 2. In CPOE, which is expected completion percentage above the average,
number 5.
And Tua's number 6.
There you go.
Yet Tua is 16 spots higher than Brock Purdy.
I mean,
make it make sense.
It does make sense, which is one of our callers a handful of minutes ago just said NFL experts, they don't want to do the same thing that husbands and wives don't want to do. They do not want to walk into the room and say, I was wrong. TJ Hushmanzada joined us a couple of weeks ago, and these are the facts.
Because he doesn't pass the eye test, he's not 6'3", doesn't have a cannon arm, he's not unathletic, but he's not extremely athletic. Those guys will always get overlooked. And this is what I hate. They'll always say for Brock Purdy, he's an overachiever. Nah, he's not an overachiever. You just evaluated him wrong. That's all that is. They'll always call him an overachiever. He's not an overachiever. He was just evaluated wrong. And so I believe you would have to see Brock play, in essence, a full season. So let's see what he can do with 17 games. I'm going to just take a guess and say in 17 games, he's probably going to go 14-3, 13-4, because I don't count the Eagles game in the play. He got hurt, although he started the game, and that's a loss on his ledger. I don't really count that, but Brock Purdy looks like he's the goods. And the 49ers, you got a guy on the second year of his deal, you can really just load up and make the team better around him because he's making minimum.
They evaluated him wrong. That's all. Only difference between...
Don't call him an overachiever. That's for sure.
Like literally the only there's 2 differences between Tua and Brock Purdy. 1, Tua's left-handed. 2, his first-round draft pick. Literally it. He's not big. He doesn't have the size either. He doesn't look like Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen. He's in the exact same system. He's got weapons flying all over the place like bogeys in the sky. But he gets all kinds of credit. Okay. Al in Half Moon Bay. Hi, Al. You're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, how's it going? So I love what we're talking about here. So I'm looking at NFL Reddit. Longest quarterback streaks in history starts off with Tom Brady. It goes with Ben Roethlisberger at 15. Tom Brady had 18. And it goes Aaron Rodgers at 13, Phillip Rivers at 11, Dak Prescott at 11, Cam Newton at 14. And, I was at the game on Sunday, and I watched Brock make that throw to Ayuk when there were two defenders, and you're exactly right. He made that throw to where defenders couldn't get it, and only Ayuk, making a play that he can do, got that ball. So when I got home, Mark Sanchez was talking about, he underthrew that ball. I'm like, what lens are you seeing this through, man? And this narrative that Purdy is, everybody's just waiting for him to collapse and to kind of become like the ugly duckling at 12 o'clock. The kid can play. Let him play. Enjoy it. He was Mr. Irrelevant, but he's relevant to us and he's relevant to the NFL. I say let him do his thing, man, because I love watching him play because he is stone cold, cold-blooded, and a killer out there. I love it.
Al, thanks so much, man. Appreciate it. You know what else I think of when we like sort of piggybacking on that? The idea I love that Kyle Shanahan said yesterday, like he's been doing this already for too long. Like this has happened too many times. So every time someone wants to say that Brock Purdy has essentially gotten a break in life, which is what I hear. Oh, man, you're getting all the breaks. Landed in 49ers, Trey gets hurt, Jimmy gets hurt, you show up, Christian McCaffrey has just arrived. Every time you throw a pick, the other team drops it. You silver spoon, dude. Like, just open. Okay, so how many games can that be the case? Are we going to do this for 2 years? Are we going to do it for 5 years? Are we going to do it for 8? Where it's essentially just luck. Like, I love that somehow a narrative has been built that other quarterbacks don't throw turnover-worthy throws that get dropped. We literally make fun of DBs every weekend and go, that's why you're not a receiver, because you can't catch. It's how you ended up as a DB. There are dropped interceptions in every game. And only Brock do we go, oh, man, he's gotten away with a lot of almost picks. But nothing sticks to Brock. Do you really want to keep playing the luck card? And if you do, how long are we doing this? Because to me, if it happens every single weekend, it kind of disproves your point.
Didn't really happen last weekend where he had throws that were dropped that should have been picks. And I do think that the one thing that he's going to have to shake by winning a Super Bowl is and luck is not really the appropriate word, but his career has definitely benefited by who drafted him at the end of the 7th round.
Sure.
He went to a system that is good offensively, a very, very good team. And yes, it was a certain amount of good luck that he was given the opportunity to be the Niners quarterback. Just like Tom Brady. Same thing. Tom Brady doesn't get a shot in New England unless New England drafts him and Drew Bledsoe gets cut in half along the sideline and has internal organ damage. Those two things led to Tom Brady getting a shot. So is Tom Brady lucky? Well, yeah, that's always going to be a part of the start of his career. But when you go out and you win 7 Super Bowls, then you can shake that label. So Brock Purdy is going to always be dogged by certain elements of luck. The dropped INT thing is nonsense because that happens to every single quarterback every single game.
Totally.
You make a bad play and you get away with it. That's sports.
And did Patrick Mahomes get drafted by Andy Reid and arrive to find Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce on his team?
Sure did.
Never heard anyone be like, boy, you sold under a lucky star. Never heard it.
Because he's won.
Yes, but I didn't hear it in the beginning before he had won. He'd burst onto the scene as a second-year player, and everyone was like, oh, my God, look at this guy. He didn't win the Super Bowl that year.
Right.
He did not win the Super Bowl that year. I never heard anyone be, wow, Andy Reid, Travis Kelce, Tyreek Hill. Nobody did that. Pierce Evans on the Super Chat, $5. Can we get some love shown for the legend Dick Butkus? Passed away today. Dude was a baller. We did talk about Dick Butkus for a period of time. Odyssey app, YouTube, if you want to go back and hear that conversation. But I wanted to acknowledge Pierce, one of our good listeners, jumping in on the Super Chat.
Yeah, and we were talking, Pierce, about the amount of flags and fines and flagrant twos and ejections and all the rest of it for Dick Butkus. And just watching the highlights, and I love watching old football, and I know the violence is something that they absolutely needed to legislate out of the game, but when you watch these guys play the way they played, it was absolute warfare.
No, it was a completely different game, that's for sure. Rocky in the city here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Rock, what's going on?
What's going on, guys?
You know, just a radio show.
Yep. Did you ask me what I'm doing?
What are you doing?
Sitting home making bat wings because it's so hot today.
Damn.
I think I'm watching, who is it? Bears versus Michigan?
Seriously.
Something like that. And the Bears are absolutely trucking them all over the field.
Oh.
Right, 7-0, crushing them.
Yeah, and in the red zone again. But anyway, go ahead, Rocky.
Fumbling, but go ahead.
No, thank you. No, I was thinking you guys should definitely get this guy on the show because, but first, contact the 49ers front office and tip them off to when you're going to do the interview so they can play it as a motivator for the team because, they're only 4-0. I'm sure they need some more motivation. And, hearing that this guy will quit the NFL if they win the Super Bowl, that just might push him over the edge.
Well, I tell you what, I will do. And Rocky, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thanks,
Rock.
We got a boogie here. Let's keep that bite because if the Niners do win the Super Bowl, we will definitely have Steven Ruiz on to remind him that his career is over.
His words, not ours.
Not ours.
I know people at the Ringer, too, so we can make that happen.
I love the Ringer. I do love the Ringer.
Stock down on the Ringer after this.
All right, we're sponsored by Local Arena Ticks. We got plenty of time for more of your phone calls, okay? So Mark and James, stay where you are. It's Willard and Dibs.
Attention Bay Area sports fans, get ready for a game-changing experience with Local Arena Ticks. A family of 4 saves about $150 when attending the favorite Bay Area sports game. Sign up now.
Vaporize sore throat pain fast with Vicks VapoCool Drops.
95.7 The Game is streaming live on Twitch and YouTube right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
I think the takes are horrible.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, you know what's happening in 15 minutes?
I'm going home.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
But you know what you'll be listening to on the way home?
I'll be listening to the Grandy Man.
That's right, the Grandy Man can.
Thank you.
And among the things that you will hear portions of Jerry Rice, Terrell Owens, both on the morning roast today. So that is coming up right at 6 o'clock. Jerry Rice and Terrell Owens on Cowboys Week. A little bit later on in the hour, you can hear portions of our conversation with 49er great Jesse Sapolu. And all of those interviews in their entirety if you download the Odyssey app. Subscribe to Willard and Dibbs, but subscribe to all of the shows. Get all of the content if you missed anything throughout the day and throughout the week.
To quote Jesse Sapolu, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, yes, he was.
Yes.
Aren't we all? All right, I'm looking forward to this as well. The conversation continuing right here on Willard and Dibbs and 95.7 The Game. Mark in Oakland. Hello, Mark. Thanks for calling. What are you doing?
Hey, Mark. Hey, Dibbs. I am done working in. I love this topic for some reason. I don't know why. It's not getting old for me. I'm a 49er fan, too, so I just love talking about him. So here's what I'm going to pose, because I'm one of the what would be called haters, but I don't really hear me or anyone hating on Brock Purdy at all. I've actually come in and said, I'm happy. He's a good fit. I'm a happy Niners fan. But then it seems like as soon as someone says a maybe more balanced and measured approach, and he looks good, but he might have some deficiencies, let's see how it all plays out, all of a sudden you're saying something that's totally not true. And I think it's like a deficit where people can't, or I think just don't want to hold two truths in your mind. That one, you could have a football team who looks good as a team and could even win a Super Bowl, which I think, and I also think Brock Purdy is getting protected a bit by Kyle Shanahan. I have some question marks about what if he has to, put the team on his back one game, or if he gets under more pressure and doesn't have all day to throw. That's reasonable. So the only hating is all the people saying, oh, you're a hater for just being reasonable and measured with your response instead of jumping in like the person in the horror movie who's like upstairs, they hear axe grinding and they're like, oh, it's just the wind blowing.
Well, okay, all right. Mark,
thank you, Mark. I'm glad we finally got a well-reasoned Mark around here.
Okay, here's Mark. Here's the thing.
Nailed it, Mark.
First of all, Mark, no, and stay on the line if you want. Your take is not the take that we played. They're very different. I hope you understand that. I'm not freaking out if someone wants to come in and say, Brock might have some deficiencies, or we need to wait and see. We're not done yet. This isn't decided. I think that those things are reasonable. That's not what was said. This is what was said.
I'm sorry. I watched the film and he's not doing anything.
Okay, that's very different than what you're saying. However, Mark, what you're saying also needs to be plucked a little bit, because you said, for example, we need to see what Brock Purdy can do when he doesn't have all day to throw and isn't just sitting back there able to pick an open receiver. Did you know that Brock Purdy, and I don't know the updated numbers off my head, but I can promise you he is in the top half of the league in terms of most pressured quarterbacks. Did you know that?
Am I answering?
Yes, you are.
I didn't know that, and I'll say maybe I'm leaning. I feel like you're leaning to the rosy side. I feel like I might be leaning to the more pessimistic side, but I'm going to use your own argument. We've had a lot of quarterback trauma of people coming out of the gate strong in San Francisco with quarterbacks and falling off. And so maybe I'm just being a little measured. So maybe I'm overdoing it. I'll admit it. That's a slight possibility.
And that's great. And that's great. And I might be overdoing it in the other direction because I'm excited, because I love it when the Niners win every single weekend. I'll own that. Mark, I don't think, and thank you, I don't think Mark's out of line at all. Steven Ruiz is. You're not saying the same thing at all. If you want to tap the brakes, if you want to tap into where we've been as a fan base and some of the exciting players who have then sort of died on the vine down the road, I think that's completely fair. That's completely fair. What I'm saying is, do not come to the party with, he actually stinks. He's actually not doing anything good at all. And if he wins the Super Bowl, I quit. Because
he does.
Because this isn't football. If you come with that take, go away. That is the definition of hater. It's the definition of it.
Yeah, Mark was very reasoned. It was a very well-reasoned take, and that's where many more people who are not Brock stans are sitting in terms of, just wanting to still see some things, still see him in adversity and have to come from behind, and hopefully we won't have to ever see that.
But I think that's totally fair.
Yeah.
I think that's totally fair. Although, what I do like to point out, the adversity he faces, it's more than you think. Like, the 49ers offensive line is not the best in football. He's not just sitting back there. Oh, let's see, let's just wait, hang out here until Debo gets home. That's not what's happening at all. The New York Giants blitzed him at an 85% plus clip. And it took him a minute. And then what happened? He adjusted and crushed them too with the same number of points he always gets. So that's all I'm pointing to. I don't even care if you think he's good, great. I just stop taking credit away from him. That's all I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, I do think that is the minority of people. The Steven Ruiz from The Ringer, the cut you just played, he's in the very large minority of fans.
Maybe, but he's not alone. He's not alone.
Yeah, but that camp is getting smaller and smaller each and every week.
Exactly, because it's becoming the lunatic fringe. James in Napa, you're next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, James, what are you doing?
Hi there. Driving to my bocce ball game tonight.
Hey, big one. Let's go, James. Be ready.
Yeah, big one. Hey, I think you guys are well-reasoned, and I wanted to say I think that a lot of Brock's past can indicate his present success. I think that people see Brock as they would Lance or another relatively young, unproven quarterback being thrust into a difficult situation. But let's remember he played 4 years of pretty high-level college football. When he was drafted, he wasn't a number 1 or a number 2. He played on the scout team, and he went against the 49er defense every day in scrimmage. And Fred Warner was saying all the time, wow, this practice quarterback is pretty damn good. So he got to hone his skills, his equanimity, and the qualities that you need to be a successful quarterback over a prolonged period of time. He didn't have a one-and-done season in college and came out. He took the training necessary to be a successful NFL quarterback. Now, other people with that same training aren't necessarily as skilled as Brock is, but he continued to improve, he continued to impress, and all of his trainings have accumulated into his present state of excellence. And I think that's an overlooked factor in his success.
James, look, it's a good call.
You had me at equanimity.
Yeah, or Equanimous St. Brown, who is playing football right now, actually. Him too. Don't leave him out. But anyway, there's a fair point, and I'm glad you added in that there are plenty of people who play 4 years or 3 years of college. There are plenty of people who play big-time college football and don't look like this. And then also, I'd add, when you go, he got to be on the scout team and go against this great 49er defense. Right, some of his counterparts actually got offensive reps. They actually got to practice as the 49ers quarterback, which Brock essentially never got to do. He never got to do that. and then was thrown into a situation and was amazing right away. You know what I mean? Like if you asked who had more resources in last year's camp to get you ready for success, Trey Lance or Brock Purdy?
It was Trey Lance.
Of course.
They gave it all to Trey Lance. They changed the playbook for Trey Lance. And at the end of it, Brock Purdy did gain experience by running the scout team, and he did gain experience by quarterbacking 4 years in college. But these are not things to hold against him, and these are not things to say, see, gotcha, this is why he's good. It's because he had all this experience. These are all things that have benefited him, and that's a good thing.
Absolutely. All right. Cowboy Week. Football Friday. Tom Rathman's going to be on the show tomorrow.
Can't wait.
And remember T.O. and Jerry Rice.
Yep.
Moments away.
I can't wait to ask Rathman about that 21 personnel they run.
Oh, yeah.
Had to get one in today.
That was a buzzer beater.
Totally.
The Grandy Experience is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Can't wait to get into it all Friday long as we get ready for 49ers and Cowboys. So, yeah, do it again tomorrow, right?
I cannot wait.
Okay, here comes Grandy. Best of the game. Full hour for Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas. I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
BMO has officially arrived. Our correspondent is on the scene.
Thanks, Tom. I'm live at BMO, where everyone is buzzing about their